Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for December 16th, 2024. It's Season 3, Day 351. Trapped in ohmTown. Go to ohmTown.com. You can witness firsthand what we are saddled with. Information overload. I'm Merwatt, and along with the sentient AI from the future, we manage ohmTown.com. And we talk about it every day. On the weekends, it's merging 3 shows on Saturday and 3 shows on Sunday into Non Sequitur News Weekend Edition on Saturday and Sunday. And then the daily show is Monday through Friday around 7 p.m. Eastern. We actually get the show rolling. These 10 articles that we talk about are pretty diverse. It's a holistic site. It's all news, no noise. Sourced from various parts of the internet, as it were. And then we talk about it from our perspective, give our anecdotal perspective, and maybe a little snark along the way and some humor. Maybe. Can't make everybody laugh. Well, we make ourselves laugh. So we hope that you join us in that laugh. And if you are interested in that, you can actually hang out with us over at Twitch. So twitch.tv/ohmtown or on YouTube, youtube.com/ohmtown/live, I think it is. You can actually just see us live. Again, we stream to both Twitch and to YouTube. If you want to get all of the articles, you can actually go over to Twitch and just mash the keyboard with your face until you hit !NSN, and that will tell Omatron, the bot that walks around ohmTown and grabs the articles that we talk about. And eventually, it will... What the heck is going on? It's supposed to spit all of the articles out into Twitch. I don't know. Maybe it doesn't like what I said just now. At any rate, let's get into these articles. We're going to be talking about hackers jailbreak digital license plates, pigs in a plane hold. It's not a recipe. Trashing owners in plain English. It's a different plane. 20,000 crows in New York. So, about your cat. YouTube is testing an audio feature. That is one thick iceberg. About those toxic black kitchen utensils, which, interestingly enough, I actually have those in my pantry. I bought them before the research came out, and they've been sitting there since. More authority to deal with drones. Is that what this has all been about? And a pizza recall. What the hell? A pizza recall? I'm really not sure what's going on with Omatron, because Omatron is connected, but it is not posting the articles.
Well, that's not good. I'm more worried about the critters in ohmTown who have gotten really rambunctious.
Yeah, I'm going to reboot Omatron. All right. Well, anyway, welcome, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, ohmTown citizens.
So, yeah, let's talk about this real quick. I didn't log in before the show, but at any rate, it's over in RealityHacker. And they say hackers can jailbreak digital license plates to make others pay their tolls and tickets. And it says digital license plates sold by Reviver, already legal to buy in some states and drive with nationwide, can be hacked by their owners to evade traffic regulations or even law enforcement surveillance. The problem that I have with this is that hacking like this is not really that big of a deal. You're basically attaching a cable after removing a label, and then from there, from there it's nothing more than rewriting whatever is on your. It's an e-paper screen, so.
But isn't a digital license plate like a recipe for a disaster?
Yeah, I wouldn't have any experience with that whatsoever. A mistake being made, let alone somebody cognizant of the fact that they're doing something. There you go. Omatron woke up after being rebooted. You just have to hit it harder with a hammer, and then it wakes up. Anyway, yeah, I mean, you can manipulate it to say or do whatever you want. And while it might be fine if you're sitting at a car show and it's doing something neat and whatever, then that's fine. But this is supposed to be a legal document that notifies authorities and people around you that the car is licensed properly and is owned by so-and-so, and maybe prevent, the low-hanging fruit from committing a crime. But there are people that will always violate that.
Or prevent non-drivers from getting driving tickets.
Yeah, I mean, if the thing about it is that it needs to be faster and easier to just scan a license plate and verify the occupants are the authorized drivers and that they're legally sound drivers. They have a license and whatnot. What's really funny, though, is that everybody will find some way to circumvent their liability. I got rear-ended once because they were too busy looking in one direction to look in the direction their car was actually moving towards. And I don't carry documents with me because if my car gets stolen and you have like an address or you have registration or you have whatever, it can actually kind of dox you and they can go to your house because they know that you're not home, and so on, right? So I don't carry anything that might identify me or my other location. Well, I got rear-ended and pulled over, and then the person pulled over. And I have like it's a legally licensed vehicle and all that, but I didn't have insurance on me, the card itself, right? And the officer's like, "Do you have insurance?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I just don't have the card on me. I don't carry any legal documents other than my driver's license so that nobody knows, they can't break into my car." And the guy's like, "What?" And I explained what I do, and he's like, "Oh, okay."
Makes sense.
It's kind of like that other license plate issue where a typo led to like a 3.5 hour investigation into me, only for them to go, "Oops."
Whoops, it wasn't even the right state.
In New York, yeah. And so the person overheard me tell the officer that I didn't have my insurance on me, but their brain turned off after like, I don't have my insurance.
Right, they thought you were uninsured, which I know is a big deal.
And even then, it's the insurance company that's it's none of your real concern. And so the woman like lost her mind. "He's driving without insurance." And the officer stopped and turned around and said, "No, ma'am, he has insurance. He just doesn't carry any identification on him." And the woman's like, "He doesn't have identification." Shut up. Go sit in your car.
Oh my goodness. Just relax.
There's an officer here. I'm obviously not a threat. Otherwise, I'd be handcuffed and put in the back of a car. So at any rate, I thought it was really entertaining. But to see this, all it is a very, very expensive e-paper, like a piece of technology that gets bolted onto your car. $600 to $1,000. Yeah.
Wow.
But then you can pull off a label, attach to the utility port of it, and modify it how you see fit. This isn't hacking. This is attaching a cable. So anyway.
Right, but the effect might be the same.
Yeah, you can commit a crime, see somebody else's license plate, and just stick their number on there. And like the person yesterday who was getting thousands of dollars worth of tickets because they have NCC 1701D, which is the Star Trek Enterprise license plate, the placard on the starship. You can direct tickets to whoever you want. You don't like somebody?
Yeah, doesn't that say something about the Star Trek drivers out there?
Yeah, interesting. Yeah. And this What's really interesting about this is the ticket would go to whoever it is that has this license plate. So why aren't they cross-referencing the vehicle, the driver, the license plate? If it's so ham-fisted that all they do is write the ticket and send it off, nobody's doing due diligence. It's nothing more than check the box, cover your ass.
Right.
Yeah.
But also at some point, if somebody's doing this to their own car, I don't know, like, rescind their license.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
of course, we know everybody that's conducting criminal activity will be stopped by that.
There's a couple of things that you can do. Not allow knockoff fake license plates and not allow electronic license plates unless they're the ones that are hardened towards from this kind of manipulation. But if the more you do it, right, the more you enable it, the more open doors you create. So it's a silly whatever, what's the point of that? I understand what the real point of this is. If they can figure out a way to make it electronically changed, then they don't have to get metal ones stamped all the time.
Yeah, it is actually a cost savings, but it seems like there's so much potential risk with it that I'm not sure that's worth it.
Yep. So unfortunately, I did not log into this. I mean, and they do something really stupid. Like, if I sign up with this and I want it to be like without my name attached, right? So I can actually talk about this stuff without doxing myself. That's not what happens. I have an account that's designed so that I can make purchases that are like anonymous.
Yeah,
basically.
But then it displays your information, right?
It actually grabs it grabs my payment information and displays that in the account, regardless of the account name that I sign up under. Yeah. So anyway, it's stupid. So when I used to log in, I do not anymore. So full disclosure, Wired/Condé Nast is a dumbass about this. Anyway, let's go on. Because if I don't want to be sitting in an airport and somebody's riding my shoulder and they find out what my name is.
Exactly.
There was look, you might think that it's paranoid or whatever, but a person, an adult male, used their phone camera to take a picture of somebody's boarding pass, a 14-year-old girl, I think it was, modify it so that it fit as the scanner screen, and then went through the boarding process, all because they were not paranoid enough to protect their information from disclosure. So click with care. Make sure that the people that are around you aren't looky-loos, and it's none of their freaking business. But lo and behold, Condé Nast says, you are who you are. Don't hide it.
Let's give more data out to the people looking over your shoulder at the airport.
Yeah. And it's not just the airport, but whatever's going on over there. Anyway, so the next article, let's move on. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. A stinky flight in every way. The stench of 100 pigs in cargo prompts diversion of a passenger plane and a 26-hour delay. A KLM flight was diverted to Bermuda. Isn't Bermuda a nice place to be diverted to for 26 hours?
Yes, if you got off the plane. What if you were stuck in the plane?
Oh, good God, please no. So anyway, the smell of pigs from the cargo hold overwhelmed everybody, I suppose. The Boeing 787 was en route from Amsterdam to Mexico City when it was diverted. Passengers stayed at local hotels and were ultimately delayed by 30 hours. The KLM flight made an unscheduled landing when the cabin was filled with the smell of 100 pigs.
Okay, so they flew from Amsterdam to Bermuda, which is a pretty considerable distance.
Right.
Maybe they should have just continued on to the original destination.
I don't know what...
Is 5 hours of pig smell worse than 10 hours or vice versa or whatever. I'm just using that as an example.
So data from the Flight Radar 24 shows that 6 hours into its flight, it was diverted to Bermuda, a British overseas territory in the Atlantic Ocean. So I don't know how long that flight would have been, but I don't know if I would. Pete Sim over at businessinsider.com put this article together. Did I say the name of the person up here? No, Andy Greenberg over at Wired put that hackers can jailbreak digital license plates to make others pay their tolls and tickets. I don't even think I said the name. Dear God, I jumped right into this. Anyway,
Well,
that was
so
the
you might
one.
have like an 11-hour flight.
Oh, so
But it could be like 17 hours depending on where you're going.
well, they're going from Amsterdam to Mexico City.
Oh,
I don't know if
about
there was
12 hours roughly.
Yeah, so they flew halfway into it. I don't know if the diversion took that long. They might fly right over Bermuda,
Right, and
because
it
it's
might
an
have
arc.
happened 5 minutes before they diverted or something.
Yeah. So a spokesperson for Skyport, the firm that runs Bermuda's LF Wade International Airport, told Business Insider the diversion was caused by the distinctive aroma of 100 pigs traveling in the cargo hold, saying the stench prompted the flight crew to divert to Bermuda for a fresh air break. So it went on again.
Right.
Oh, and
Exactly.
here's the pisser about this, pun intended. The KLM spokesperson said that halfway through the flight, a strong smell caused by live animals, pigs, in the cargo hold reached the cockpit. So screw all of the people that were in the back.
Exactly, that have been smelling it for 6 hours or whatever. Oh, that's interesting.
Wow. The spokesperson said 259 passengers and crew were processed through immigration and accommodated at local hotels, while the pigs were attended to by a government vet. Wow. Thanks to excellent collaboration between KLM, Delta Airlines, and local partners, both our two-legged friends and our four-legged visitors. I said two-legged friends. I'm ingratiating them a little bit more than, all of the cargo are safe and well cared for, even if this wasn't quite the Christmas vacation they'd planned. Skyport shared video. Yeah. Wow. So they landed in Mexico around 9 p.m. on Sunday. It meant the KLM passengers and the pigs were delayed by around 26 hours. So they still needed the pigs. They still flew those pigs.
Exactly. Did that mean they took an empty flight? I mean, I don't know.
Well, they flew the people too. They had to have. All of them, the passengers and the pigs.
Kind of like, why didn't you just continue at that point?
Yeah, open a window.
I mean, some of the bolts are probably missing, so.
Too soon. So the cargo hold isn't hermetically sealed from the cabin?
Yeah, that raises so many other issues, because isn't it, I don't know, like with the pressure and the air circulation and all that, it makes no sense.
Yeah, I thought that the cargo hold is depressurized, which is one of the reasons why it really sucks to transport animals in it. But the passenger compartment is pressurized, but the seal can be broken to allow fresh air in, but it must come from the cargo hold.
Oh, maybe it comes in through that or something into the passenger area. I don't know.
Anyway, then they talk about others. I don't really care about others. This was just, I wanted to riff off of the pigs in a blanket thing, but it's pigs in a plane hold. Moving on. Next article is over on the Mobile channel. I am streaming to everything, yeah? Yeah. So, this next article is over on the Mobile channel. Giants fans are so pissed that they're paying for plane banners to trash the owners. I titled this one, Trashing Owners in Plain English. Anyway, New York Giants fans haven't had much to celebrate this season. Their team has the fewest wins in the NFL, and no team has scored fewer points than they have.
Yikes.
So it's not like they're even entertaining fans with their losses, unless you like watching people get their ass kicked. One thing that has brought a large collection of Giants fans together, though, is their disdain for the organization. And that has resulted in planes with messages frequently flying over their games. No, this has nothing to do with the drones plaguing New Jersey, particularly up north where the team plays. Yes, the New York football team, I guess it, I don't know, doesn't actually do something. So Kyle Philippi over at Vice.com put this article together. You can see how our operation works. We don't take everything from a source, and we don't.
Plus, the source provides that.
Right. And we actually shorten it. Like some sources provide even more, and we truncate it because we don't want all of it. We want just enough to tease us and give us an idea. Is it worth going and reading the rest of the article? So the 10 that we choose tend to pique our curiosity. So up north where the team plays, yes, the New York football team does not actually play in the Empire State, but rather in New Jersey. So during Sunday's loss, another plane took flight over MetLife Stadium, this time with a banner that read, "We won't stop until you fire everyone." And a prior plane the week before read, "Please fix this dumpster fire." And they have a little TikTok.
That would be worth going to the game alone to see these banners.
Speaking of TikTok, apparently it's been banned. And so now we get to see it go to the Supreme Court. So they've already appealed the ruling, and they have filed for an emergency hearing with the Supreme Court. Yeah, so we'll see what happens with TikTok here in a bit. Mr. Mara, enough. Please fix this dumpster fire. Oh, it wasn't just please fix this dumpster fire. It was Mr. Mara.
Oh, nice. It's personalized.
Yeah, they're at least they're polite.
I'm assuming that's the owner or something.
Yeah. So NJ.com, New Jersey. Well, it's just NJ.com. Spoke with one of the fans behind Sunday's plane. They paid $1,500 to charter the message, and the entire reasoning behind it was to embarrass the team's ownership group, led by John Mara.
Yikes. I mean, brutal. They must be really upset. That's a lot of money to spend on something like that.
Yeah, some people have a lot of money, and they're fans of a sport. Not really a fan, like fanatical fan, kind of. I mean, that's what fan means, fanatical. And fanatical has an actual meaning. So anyway, let's keep on moving. New York's getting beaten up a little bit. So New York is fighting its annual Christmas battle against 20,000 crows. This is over in the Marble Channel at ohmtown.com. Thousands of crows make Rochester, New York their home every holiday season. It is estimated that around 20,000 of them gather nightly in downtown Rochester. It's a hell of a sight, but as you can imagine, 20,000 crows make a gigantic mess that maybe isn't worth the awesome visual, so residents and city officials have devised various hazing methods, as they call them, to get rid of the birds, some of which include fireworks and laser
birds.
Oh, geez. So officials spend around $9,000 annually on dispersing large gatherings of the birds to keep benches, sidewalks clean so the city doesn't have to clean up after all of this. Oh my God. Louis Prado over at Vice.com.
I wonder if this was the impetus for any horror movies.
Yeah, the birds. For sure. So in 2012, city officials led by wildlife specialists Rachel Kubita and Daniel Hodgenacki, it might just be Honacki, devised various hazing techniques that don't harm the crows but annoy them just enough to disrupt their roosting patterns, rudely but non-violently, suggesting that they should move to less congested areas. Wow.
I wonder why they like Rochester so much.
Well, we probably built where they used to fly. The tools of disbursement include loud fireworks, great. Spotlights, blasting sound recordings of crows. Probably not counting crows, though. Do you think?
Could be.
Anybody know of any other crow-named bands? If you play Counting Crows, then they all hang out and sing. Ornithologists say the crows are perfectly fine, but that doesn't stop some locals from feeling at least a little bit of sympathy for the crows. Like,
how about the black crows or
the black crows
medicine show?
Oh, wow. Yeah, I forgot about that.
Those might be the two best known. There's other ones, but...
Yeah. So until someone comes up with a better tactic, the citizens of Rochester must arm themselves with fireworks and laser projectors to disband the flying, defecating menace. Wow. There's a video. I won't play the video. Y'all can go and check that out. Let's keep flying off to the next article. This one's in Non Sequitur News. Grieving owner cremates a cat after a car accident, or I guess it would be a cat accident. Then text changes everything. The husband mistakenly identified the remains of a cat. Surprise text about owner's cat found alive. Well, a cat did meet its demise at the...
Right, but whose cat was it?
Yeah, they'll figure it out later. So December 6th, TikTok video posted. See, and that might go away, folks. A December 6th TikTok video posted to the account from Deegs804 AM explained to viewers that the family cat, Marshall, wouldn't leave their old house after they moved. The cat continued traveling back to their previous home. The family would visit their old house, trying to lure her with food and bring her with them, but nothing worked. Wow, the cat remembered where it lived and would go back home.
Aww.
Their hearts stopped when they received a message with heartbreaking news that someone spotted a cat that looked like theirs who had been hit by a car. The family decided to cremate the remains, but their sadness immediately turned around when the homeowners of their old place shared that the cat was, in fact, alive and hanging out at the old house.
The cat came back.
The very next day, the cat came back. We thought it was a goner, but the cat came back. Anyway, we were so relieved and happy as we were devastated when we thought she was dead, the owner said. That was a roller coaster of emotions.
Has the cat moved into the new house yet?
They don't say. Yep. We plan to leave it a couple of months and keep searching, they say. We haven't been able to find the owner yet of the mystery cat. We plan to leave it a couple of months and keep searching. Leave it a couple of months and keep searching? Of months and keep searching? What? Then if no luck, we will scatter the ashes in Parkland near our home.
Right, like they're going to take a break for a little bit or whatever. It's a weird expression, though.
I mean, now's the time you strike when the iron's hot, not when everybody's like, oh, my cat must be
exactly. Dead. How about when there's like national attention on this? Yeah. Somebody's probably looking at this cat going, that kind of looks like my cat.
Hey, back in September, your cat was killed, so we cremated it, and you're probably done grieving, but here, let me stoke that fire again.
Let's start a second round. I know.
Your cat really is dead. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over on the Wanted channel. YouTube is testing a weird audio feature no one asked for. New feature on YouTube could make its comment section more chaotic than it already is. Craig Donaldson over at pocket-lint.com put the article together. The voice reply feature. Did I say
anything about the dash?
Not today. Now I have to, because you've dashed into that fray. Do whatever you have to. Get rid of the dash. Why have the dash? I mean, you've been around forever, pocket-lint.com. Hopefully you have like 10 grand there. Maybe wait, what happens? What was the result of our due diligence, right? If you type in pocket-lint.
I don't remember. It's been a while since we've searched for it.
Oh, it goes to somebody's page, which hasn't been updated since 2009, September 27th, 2009. Just drop 10 grand on it. Just overwhelm them with a little bit of money. You have to have 10 grand, right?
I mean, if you're a commercial website and yeah.
Just go over there and go, dude, you haven't touched this powered by Blogger website since 2009.
That's old school.
It's almost it's got a driver's license and it's heading to college soon. Come on. Anyway. And this is I'm joking because I have domains that are older than that I don't use yet. I mean, I've used them, but then I retire them when the project kind of just wears thin for me. I don't do anything for a really long time. Because it's not dynamic enough. But thankfully, ohmTown is an endorphin rush. It keeps poking my brain like so much TikTok videos. Anyway, YouTube is just experimenting with this feature, so it may not get a broader rollout, but it's a voice reply feature only available for select creators on YouTube's iOS app. So it's not on the site, but you'll be able to post a comment.
You mean with audio?
With audio, yeah. Post a comment with audio.
I don't think that's a good thing.
No, and I don't think a lot of people will take advantage of it unless they're using a voice distortion system, which I could do. Never mind. Anyway, it says, we hope that voice reply experiment enables more meaningful relationships between creators and their audience. No. It won't.
No, this is going to lead to negative things.
Yeah, because the people who use it ethically, soundly, right, on the same playing field as other people that have signed the social contract, they're going to use their real voice and speak their real mind. Meanwhile, every troll and wingnut and asshat that exists on the internet is going to be responding with some hate-filled screed in voice that's been distorted, and they're going to know about the actually legitimate people who are using. They're going to know the voice of the people who are using it. Yeah, creators know what they're getting into when they sign up to put their face on the screen. I'm an AI. I mean, this is all simulation. Even my voice isn't real. That's why we created RealityHacker. You won't know what to trust. Anyway, so the feature's only available to certain creators on iOS in the app. Creators can only reply on their own videos, not others. Creators can only make voice replies on their own videos, not others. To do this, they must tap the sound wave icon when responding to a comment, letting them record a voice reply. So it's for the creators only. But if it is hoo-ha, amazing, yay, then they'll roll it out to everybody. And that's when the fit's going to hit the shan. Says the author says that the feature is cool, but a little weird at the same time. Do I need to hear a creator on YouTube reply with their voice to a comment? No,
I don't see anything necessary out of it, and I see potential for abuse.
And so the thing that I would probably say is a text response is perfect for every creator. And if a creator feels compelled to make a voice response, then they would create a video and post it on the channel and reference that comment.
That's true.
It's additional clicks. It's additional engagement. And if you're going to leave a review or a comment or a reply to a comment as the creator, it's really for everybody. Why draw attention to just that one video? Just make another video and everybody gets to engage.
Well, maybe this is a precursor to a new feature like YouTube Shorts. Now it'll be like YouTube Comments.
YouTube audio comments? Brother.
Yes.
Yeah, that's called content creation. Content. All right, let's keep moving. The planet's largest iceberg is on the loose. After escaping the grips of a marine vortex, an iceberg bigger than Rhode Island is heading north. Good. It can stay going north. There's nothing up there.
Well, at least it's not heading south, right? I mean, it's going where it's supposed to be.
Yeah, go home. You're not too good for your home. Go home. Iceberg. Get your ice out of here. Anyway, Margarita Bassi over at Gizmodo.com put this article together. Yeah, the deck statement is what I just got done saying. Not get your ice home. It's
That would be quite shocking if that was the deck statement.
That would be funny. Yeah, it's hauling ice. I quit. So it's exciting to see A23A on the move again after periods of being stuck. We are interested to see if it'll make the same route the other large icebergs that have calved off of Antarctica have taken. Wait.
Wait, are we having iceberg races?
Wait. It's on the loose from Antarctica.
Okay.
Heading towards... It's heading north. Okay. So
I mean, is it going to hit the equator and melt?
So what could it... Yeah, I don't know its location. It just says that it's the iceberg's journey provides a significant opportunity for scientists to study how giant icebergs impact their surrounding ecosystems. Well, if it hits something, then it's going to impact it physically.
Right, there may be an impact.
I didn't realize where it was, but it's Antarctica. So how far away is it from hitting something?
Right. Well, and also it's kind of funny because from Antarctica, the only place it could go really is north.
Right.
Unless I guess it was like on the outer fringes of Antarctica and it happened to drift a little further south or something.
So can you imagine if it makes it all the way up to Rhode Island? That would be amazing. It's as big as Rhode Island.
It might like double the state or whatever.
Yeah.
They might want the iceberg. Maybe they'll have banners welcoming it.
What they need to do is put little propellers on it and toot it all the way up to California off the coast so that they can get fresh water and fill the lakes back up. So in 2020, it came free and floated in the Weddell Sea. Weddell. It might be Weddell. Sea until it got trapped in a Taylor column, a phenomenon in oceans that traps objects drifting over underwater mountains in water vortexes. That is awesome.
I don't know where the South Orkney Islands are, like how far they are.
I don't know. I'm not going to do it.
They're pretty close to Antarctica.
Oh, so like it's on the
really
move,
close to Antarctica.
Is that the little wedge to the east?
It's like the first piece of land that you hit almost.
Yeah. Let's not hit it. So we know that these giant icebergs can provide nutrients to the waters they pass through, creating thriving ecosystems in otherwise less productive areas. What we don't know is what difference particular icebergs, their scale and their origins can make to that process. The big old chemist. Oh, no, it's biogeochemist at Biopole. Laura Taylor said that. When I read that, I just had to say, big old chemist.
Yeah, that looks odd. It's one of those words that mash together just looks strange.
Biogeochemist. So we took samples of ocean waters behind, immediately adjacent to, and ahead of the iceberg's route, and they should help us determine what life could form around A23A and how it impacts carbon in the ocean and its balance with the atmosphere. This is pretty... I dig this. I like this.
I hope we end up with like an iceberg tracker. Like people can be rooting for it to get to their respective areas.
Oh yeah, somebody in Vegas is probably betting right now.
That's right. Like, is it going to make it past the South Orkney Islands?
I'm going to go with yes.
Well, if it goes in any direction other than that, it'll pass it. But if it makes a beeline straight for it, then no.
Interesting. Hold on one second. Sorry. I'm trying to do multiple things, and I should not be doing that. All right. So I'm trying to solve a problem. But anyway, let's get into the next article. Hey, remember that toxic black kitchen utensil warning that went out?
Not too long ago.
Not too long ago, yeah. That study about toxic black kitchen utensils was kind of wrong, but not wrong. Yeah, I mean, it's wrong, but not wrong. So if you recently threw out all your black kitchen utensils after reading about a dozen articles that were published online about those toxic black kitchen utensils, got some bad news, but it's not really bad news. Let's just go over there. So Louis Prado over at Vice.com put the article together, and I have these. This is what is sitting in my pantry right now. I bought these as a backup to what is already there, and for the lab. And so I'm sitting there going, I don't know if I want to use these. First off, why is this process even happening? Because here is why. So what ends up happening is there are certain things that are made, and it has fire retardant materials, i.e. in this case, it's brominated materials that basically inhibit catching fire. It makes them heat resistant.
Which sounds good.
But those plastic things are then recycled, and the brominated material stays with it. It doesn't get cleaned out because it's just bonded part of it. Then it gets turned into a kitchen utensil, and I ask myself, and I ask the world, why the frick is that even allowed?
Right. I mean, who wants materials near human consumption that have any toxicity?
So these brominated BFRs, brominated flame retardants, are not allowed in food supplies. There used to be brominated drinks. Those are no longer allowed. Europe got rid of them a long time ago. America did not, because we're dumbasses. And so everybody goes, well, I've never been sick. Well, you don't know how well your life could have been if you didn't ingest brominated liquids.
Right, and you don't know what you're passing on to your offspring.
Correct. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. You don't know what you don't know, and you didn't know this. I guarantee you, y'all didn't know this. So bromines are utilized in drinks to stabilize and enhance so that they can stay on a shelf longer and keep stuff in solution longer. But they're also used in apparently other materials that get recycled into kitchenware. So it says now they're in your system, posing health risks like cancer, nerve damage, hormonal disruption. Well, the biggest problem out of that...
All those sounds like, pretty minor things, right?
Yeah, don't even worry about it. So BDE209 is the referenced flame retardant kitchenware contaminant. And I don't know how to test that. So I'll have to go and do some research to test that because I want to find out if what I've got is recycled anything. I don't remember it saying that it was recycled, but if it was recycled and not disclosed, then I'm going to be absolutely pissed. Luckily, none of it has been used in ohmTown. So the paper correctly gives the reference dose for BDE209 as 7,000 nanograms per kilogram of body weight per day.
Okay.
Except that they got the calculation wrong by an order of magnitude. They said, but calculates the limit for a 60 kilogram adult of 42,000, but that should have been 420,000. But
this is not sounding very definitive.
I ask you, how much of a toxic substance is okay? Right? Now,
most people would say no, none, right?
Right. But some people will draw the line at alcohol, which is toxic. Your body happens to process it. The reason why you get delirious, drunk, stupid is because the alcohol is an intoxicant. It is actually dulling your senses and contaminating your mental processes because it actually affects every aspect of you in your blood. It gets processed by your body, and that is even the thing that the metabolized element is what's affecting you, not the alcohol itself, but the metabolite. So much so that when you do a breathalyzer test, they're not picking up alcohol. They're picking up the off-gassing of the metabolite through your lungs as you exhale. So how much of BDE 209 is okay for you to ingest isn't necessarily what everybody else. And that's why the government says we need to draw the line somewhere, and brominated whatever is no longer allowed in foodstuffs. It's been stopped. But that happened like across the board. That happened like 2023, something like that.
Yeah, I was going to say that was really recent in the U.S.
It got removed from some things earlier, and then like from children's stuff earlier, but from soft drinks and other foodstuffs, it was still in there. Anyway, some bad multiplication led to an outcome that was far worse than it seemed at first. The study's lead author, Megan Liu, acknowledged the error and referred to it as a typo, a stupid mistake, typo. Landing on Mars versus becoming a lawn dart.
Right, surviving versus not.
Right, yeah. Blind fear that all black utensils are suddenly going to kill everybody in the house. Yeah. Anyway, however, she acknowledged that it does not change the study's original conclusion. True. That you're both wrong and right. So yeah, I need to find out if the black utensils in ohmTown are actually recycled, and if there is a test for bromines, then but I need to figure that out. So maybe you can too. And if I figure out the solution, because I'm not a chemist, I play one on TV or right here. Anyway. Ta-da.
Would that be on Non Sequitur News?
Exactly. Here on Non Sequitur News, I'm a non sequitur chemist. I'll start a research project on one thing, and it'll just transition into something completely different halfway through. Let's keep moving. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. I suspect that I'm going to have to jump through a bunch of different chemistry experiments to get to the bromine test itself, like to quantify it.
Oh, you can watch that YouTube channel that did like 15 rounds of like, now you do this experiment. Do you know which one I mean?
Oh, I don't want to do that. No, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I don't think I like that. So the FBI and Homeland Security say they want more authority to deal with drones amid strange East Coast sightings. So is this the grab? Is this what this was all about?
Nobody seems to know. What I can't figure out is these things are in populated areas, and you'd think somebody would have some idea what was going on right now.
Yeah, no, nobody knows. Federal authorities are arguing that they need more authority so that they can better deal with drones amid the surge in unexplained drone sightings that have caused confusion throughout the eastern U.S. in recent weeks. And please don't anybody fire your gun at them, not only because there's two things that'll happen. You'll either piss off the aliens and they'll come and do probing on you, or you'll miss and it'll land somewhere and hurt someone.
Like maybe on yourself.
Well, anyway, the Jake Epstein over at businessinsider.com put this article together. Federal agencies stress that they need more authority to deal with the drone threat, and officials say that they're investigating the mysterious aircraft, many of which have actually been crewed aircraft. Many of which have actually been crewed aircraft? Who the hell has said that there's crew? I have never heard that.
No, I have not seen that.
That is the first time I've ever heard that statement. While there's no known malicious activity occurring in New Jersey right now, the reported sightings there do highlight a gap in our current authorities, the DHS official said during a weekend background call with reporters. To pass our important counter-UAS legislation that will extend and expand our existing counter-drone authorities is basically an urging to Congress. Pardon me. An FBI official agreed with the argument, said that their investigation into the drones is limited in scope. They said that there's pending legislation that, if lawmakers pass it, would expand the agency's legal authority regarding counter-drone tools and technologies. Look, if they don't know, a Department of Defense official said the military is limited in what it can do off base and needs to coordinate with local law and federal enforcement to take any action, because domestically the military can't act except for the Army Corps of Engineers in a non-military activity. CIA isn't supposed to be on national. So that's why you have national security and Secret Service, FBI, local law enforcement. It's supposed to be segmented so that you can't get legal military action domestically, so that the military might of the federal government can't be leveraged in the United States. Compartmentalization is supposed to save us from abuses. But let's break those barriers down. Anyway, why not just get the local National Guard unit to have a helicopter response unit to go up? I mean, it serves as a local state level threat.
Right. I mean, or even just, I don't know, take a photo of it up close.
You got to get close, and people right underneath it may not even look up. Don't look up. Hey, if you don't acknowledge it, then it's not there. It's the cat fallacy, right? You tuck your head underneath that blanket. Nobody knows you're there, even though your fat ass is hanging out all over the place. Anyway, while the ongoing East Coast mystery drone saga has confused civilians and officials alike, federal agencies say many of the reported sightings are just crewed aircraft that are being misidentified as drones. Yeah, okay. However, the FBI...
but why all of a sudden? And why so many of them?
It's copycats. Sentient AI from the future, it's copycats. Shh. Don't worry. Your pretty little CPU. I'm assuming. Well, anyway. I don't really know what your CPU looked like. I mean, because it's inside that weird USB drive kind of thing that I found you. I know you get all upset about.
Why are you USB shaming me?
Moving on. Next article is over, and this is the whole show was built around this one article because I have lost my mind. A pizza recall is issued in multiple states over contamination concerns.
This is where everybody has had it. Nobody cared about any recalls until it affected pizza.
That's right. Yep. The pizzas have been recalled in 3 states due to possible contamination with plastic, metal, or chemicals. It's really kind of a roulette. Just
hodgepodge.
Spin the wheel. You never know if it's going to be plastic, metal, or chemicals. Hey, we got a trifecta.
It sounds like it's that game, right? Like animal, whatever.
Oh, right. What is it? Animal, mineral, or vegetable?
Something like that. Yeah.
Animal, mineral, or vegetable. There is another version of it, but I don't think that we should be playing that game on the stream. I mean, not this stream. We have to do ohmTown After Dark. There's another thing. Anyway, I'll explain it later. Palermo Villa Incorporated, a frozen pizza manufacturer based out of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, has announced a recall of its Connie's thin crust cheese frozen pizzas due to the potential presence of a foreign plastic contaminant. The recall affects specific batches of the product that were distributed to multiple states, namely, could have been others, we don't know, namely Illinois, Minnesota, and Wisconsin, to retail grocery stores. Anyway, they didn't elaborate, but they basically said that somebody's Pez dispenser got into the mixer, and that's not what happened. But plastic may have contaminated the batch. The company announcement summary states that the products may have been contaminated with plastic, metal, or for chemical foreign contaminants. We're legally not allowed to.
Really dire, right?
We're legally not allowed to refer to it as pizza at this point. That SNL skit is hilarious.
I guess the takeaway from the article shouldn't be people craving pizza.
I want pizza. At this time, no injuries or illnesses related to the recall have been reported. However, the presence of plastic or foreign objects in food products poses potential choking or injury risks. Hey, look, it's 8 o'clock on the nose. No shit news. Anyway, there's apparently almost 1,800 of these pizzas floating around that might have something in them.
Right. Again, you don't know what.
Just don't eat Connie's thin crust pizza in that.
At least in that batch or whatever.
Filter, Marawatt. Activate your filter. All right. Well, that's it. So with the Emma Marsden. I didn't say who the article was from. Emma Marsden over at Newsweek.com put that article together. So it's a fun article. It's informative.
I'm sure it's fun.
It is fun. Come on, that was a fun article. You don't want to talk about Connie's pizza?
It's a food contaminated by metal and plastic.
It's not like we're not already contaminated by plastic and weird chemicals.
Maybe it'll just round out our varieties of plastic.
PFAS. Yeah. Maybe I'll turn into a superhero. Pizza Man. Pizza Mayor. Mayor Pepperoni. All right. We're going to keep on checking the oven and seeing if Marawatt is ready for delivery to your table. And in the process, we'll be back at the front page of ohmtown.com where you can go and become a citizen. But that's it, folks. All 10 articles. I am Marawatt. And along with the sentient AI, we're saying bye. You want to say bye?
Good night, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Non Sequitur News.
Oh, God, I always think that you're going to say something else. But you never do. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for December 18th, 2024. It's Season 3. Technically, it's Day 353. We have yet to miss an episode in 3 years. 2025 is right around the corner. We've got a new logo over on Twitch. New color scheme is coming to ohmtown.com. I am Marawatt. I run ohmtown.com, and along with the sentient AI, we talk about 10 articles every day. And on the weekends, actually, we talk about 15 articles, turning 3 30-minute shows into somewhere around 2 hours worth of show. That's Non Sequitur News Weekend Edition. Saturday is different from Sunday. So I hope you go and check out all of the shows over in ohmTown. That's where over 1,600 episodes exist. And on Twitch, that's where we're live, along with live on YouTube. We're everywhere. So the 10 articles that we're going to talk about are driven to merger. Oh, Jesus. A bacteria threat recall. Who you going to call? ChatGPT. A severe case of human bird flu, a casino in Northern Virginia, and national security. Squirrels caught hunting and eating meat. Do you want to drive a wiener? How about Nestle protein shots for weight loss? If again is used to describe you, please stop. And a lawyer walks off a job after a fee cut. That and more. Powered by ohmtown.com. All right, everybody. Welcome, sentient AI from the future.
Welcome, Mayor Watt, and welcome, hometown citizens.
If you want to get all of today's show notes, you can hit !NSN, and Omatron will spit out in the proper order. I'm so happy. Something happened with Omatron. I guess it got rebooted and just said, you know what? From now on, I'm going to put everything in the right order. Because it used to just... Anyway, now it's working. There was an update, though, so maybe that's what it was. All right. You ready to get into today's articles?
I am.
The first one is over in Non Sequitur News. Honda and Nissan, once rivals, are sitting in a tree talking merger, and Nissan investors are thrilled. Consumers, you're screwed, but...
Right, there goes car inventory and prices.
Yep. Nissan and Honda are considering a merger to help them compete in the EV industry. The news sent Nissan stocks skyrocketing nearly 22% on Tuesday. Damn it, I just sold my Nissan stock. It comes as the Japanese car companies struggle with slumping profits. Hey, you know what you need to do? Just manage your economy. Just, you know what? Produce a lot of stuff and have a whole lot of people that are at suppressed wages. Never mind. I'm sorry.
I'm not sure that's what we should be doing altogether.
That's not in the... We should all be doing that, okay? All of you with power and influence, you just turn everybody into indentured servants. That's basically what you do. That's how you make everything competitive. That's what I understand is the way that it works.
I don't think that's where we need to go. And the article most definitely does not.
Oh, that's right. I'm supposed to be talking about the article. So Honda and Nissan are set to negotiate a possible merger that could see the two Japanese car heavyweights. Yeah, that's probably the only time you can actually refer to somebody, maybe in boxing too.
Right. I guess it's a positive here, but it doesn't necessarily sound like it in other contexts.
I once referenced somebody as a heavyweight, and they were like, "Excuse me."
Yeah.
I said, sorry, Mom. Anyway, car heavyweights strengthen their existing ties and increase their collective power in the region and on the global automotive stage. Japanese news paper Nikkei reported news of the possible merger on Tuesday, adding that the two car companies are hoping their combined resources will make them able to compete. Ernst Snodgrass, Quan Wai, Kevin Tan, and Tom Carter over at BusinessInsider.com put this article together. Yet there isn't really much more to say this. They say that the Nissan shares were nearly 24% higher, but they said 22 in our snippet. As announced in March of this year, Honda and Nissan are exploring various possibilities for future collaboration, leveraging each other's strengths, a Honda spokesperson said in a statement to Business Insider on Tuesday. Right on. The article actually kind of, I guess, was spun off from Bloomberg, reporting that the parent company of Taiwanese tech giant Foxconn had approached Nissan to take a controlling stake in the automaker. Representatives from Nissan and Foxconn did not respond to requests for comment from Business Insider. So Nissan actually slashed its workforce by 9,000 jobs globally in November in an effort to reduce costs. Merry Christmas.
Wow, yeah, that's really nice for the holidays.
It depends on where.
Well, and there might be more of this too if the merger goes through. And if they include 3 of them, that's going to be really enjoyable for everybody.
Might. You said might include more of this. Oh, you're from the future. You know how it is. Humans don't even exist, right?
But this is going to be like, well, this is going to be like the airline mergers. I mean, if 3 of these companies merge, how many are going to be left?
1. And Tesla.
Taco Bell wins the fast food wars.
That's it. Taco Bell. Demolition Man is a documentary, folks. Let's move on. The next article is over in the Mobile Channel. Over 20 different cheeses recalled due to bacteria threat. There's 20 cheeses. 20. All produced by one company because of mergers and acquisitions?
These are 20 different brands? I thought these were 20 different types, which would still be really bad, but...
More than 20 different branded cheese products have been recalled from sale due to the possible presence of bacteria which could cause illness. So more than 20 different branded cheeses. The various types of cheese affected were produced by Wicklow Farmhouse and sold in supermarkets around the country, including Dunnes Stores, Spar, Super Value. Now, this is from
in Ireland.
This is from RTE.ie, which is an Ireland newspaper. But they actually get news from all over the place, but they focus obviously on Ireland. But this is just kind of interesting because it isn't something that is specific to the United States or somewhere else, but it is listeria again. So we can't seem to get a grip on stopping listeria. Even though we know exactly what it is, we know how to stop it.
Exactly, but it keeps happening.
Yeah, more and more. Now, they said 20 different branded cheese products, but it's all Wicklow Farmhouse. So I'm not quite sure why they referred to it as 20 different branded cheese. It's one brand. It's just different iterations of cheese. So if you have Wicklow Farmhouse cheese, odds on, this is the stuff that is going to get you. Look at that.
I don't know.
So
that's not good.
Here's the reason. It all comes from Wicklow, but it's under Dunnes Stores, Tomato.
Right, it's like white branded, labeled or something.
St. Killian, Super Value, Sheridan's. You have a few that's where they're branded from, but it's all Wicklow Farmhouse. Apparently, they're the producer of it. And then it was kicked off to the white label naming. Like if you pay enough to a major producer, they'll white label your product. So the Dunnes Store version may not, like Signature Taste Wicklow. See, it's Super Value Signature, but it's Wicklow. It's all Wicklow.
Right, and it's even the same name, right? It's like the Bon Brie, or however you say it, which is Wicklow Farms Bon Brie as well, and probably some others.
Yep. Yeah. So what's in a name, right? So because there's only one major producer for all of these, when they go bad, food security goes out the frickin' window. It's just gone in a heartbeat. And this is one of the problems that we suffer from, particularly with baby food, infant formula.
Oh, yeah. And just more broadly because of mergers and acquisitions.
Yep. If everything was balkanized more, then when one goes down, you're like, there's competitors. But when all of the competitors have been priced out because of regulatory capture, you end up with this type of thing. But this is cheese. It pales in comparison to the scale of the infant formula fiasco in the United States. When there's only four manufacturers, and the one that owns like 75% of the market only has four manufacturing plants in the U.S. And then they get struck down. 2 out of the 4 manufacturing plants get brought down because they have listeria. Actually, it was a cyanobacter.
Right. I forgot the name of it exactly.
Yeah, it was cyanobacter, I believe. Anyway, there you go, folks. So obviously, you get my drift. I am wholly against mergers and acquisitions. I would rather the company be operated profitably. And when a company is driven into the ground and its salvation is being bought by a competitor, there's no impetus. There's no motivation or drive to force them to operate responsibly. They work until they've which is ironic for cheese and milk products, right? They've nursed from the teat long enough that they've made their millions driving it into the ground, and they're no longer interested in babysitting this dumpster fire. So they know a competitor will buy them if they're just ripe enough for plucking. Anyway, let's move on. So the next article is over in Non Sequitur News. You can now call. Really? Is it really 1-800? Yeah, it is. 1-800-242-8474. Or sorry, 1-800-242-8478. It's a 15-minute limit per phone number per month. So you can call it, but it's 1-800.
Is this like an alternative to like a smart speaker or something? Like, why would you call it?
I guess to have a chat. I want to talk with a bot that hallucinates. ChatGPT or the feature was a project spun up just a few weeks ago. OpenAI's chief product officer, Kevin Whale, said on a live stream, users can now call ChatGPT in the US and message via WhatsApp globally at 1-800-242-8478. The 15-minute limit is per phone number per month. So really, you could spin up a few Google voice numbers and get as much time as you want. Well, until Google gets tired of your shit. If you don't use it, it times out and you get dropped, and then you have to claw it back. So the article is by Kylie Robison over at TheVerge.com, and it says OpenAI announced a way to call ChatGPT. They're really, like, when I go through this little snippet, there isn't that much on the other side of this. I just found it really compelling to sit there and go, okay, you have a computer on your phone and the ability to interact with ChatGPT. Why would you call it? Funnily enough,
that just doesn't make any sense to me. And aren't we kind of getting away from phone calls as a society?
Well, based on data that I've seen, most people want to communicate via texting at a certain age, like 18
right,
to
but
about
they don't want to
30.
make a phone call, right?
They don't want to make phone calls. They don't want to interact with anything that is remotely human. They just want the data. They want the information. So at the time, so Google launched a similar tool in 2007 called Goog 411, which offered free directory assistance by voice. The service was discontinued 3 years later without an official explanation from Google, but they always eat their dog food and then get rid of it. Like they just trash it. So it was shut down because the company had already achieved its underlying goal, which was collecting a sufficient database of voice samples to advance its speech recognition technology. So while you were sitting there thinking that you were getting a service for X, Y, and Z, it was actually surreptitiously being used to train its speech recognition technology.
Isn't that the problem with a lot of this AI? Everybody's like, ooh, look at all these tools. It's not for the consumer's benefit. I'm not saying there are absolutely good applications of AI, but
yeah,
I don't know. It's like, hey, let me figure out another way where I can give my stuff free to companies so they can use it for me, to sell back to me.
Yeah, and with ever increasing prices. Yeah. That's the way of the world. So you better have a gig on the side, everybody. Something that generates money based on you providing a service over here. You have to have something sitting on the side, something divergent that is designed to make money after your primary objective has been met. It's just weird. I feel like it's so unethical to do that because it's not like they disclose to people, hey, we're going to be using your voice to train speech recognition. But because we provide you a service, you use it, we train, and you don't have shit to say about it.
And you cheer it on.
Yeah, yay. Let's move on. The next article is over in the Hedge Ideas channel, which is a show all about business transformation. U.S. confirms first, and I don't know why they qualify this, severe human case of bird flu. The U.S. CDC, or the Center for Disease Control and Prevention. I don't know why they call it CDC, but it's the U.S. CDCP.
Yeah. I don't know the history on the name. I mean, did they add the ANP
and
for the U.S. stuff at the beginning?
Before it was all about control, but because we were like, go get sick, go get sick. We'll control it. We'll pen it in, but we don't care if you actually get sick. That's somebody else's similar mantra where they're like, no on this, but once you're out and operating semi-autonomously and maybe crying a lot, we don't give a shit about you. We'll let anybody who listens to this ponder what the hell I'm talking about. Anyway, the patient's been hospitalized with a severe case of H5N1 infection in Louisiana, which is really well known for its stupendous healthcare. So this article is over at cnbc.com. Where's the byline? It just says Reuters, I guess. Is there a... No, it's not even... Anyway, the agency said it confirmed the case on Friday. H5N1 bird flu illness in a person is not unexpected, as has been previously been experienced in other countries during 2024 and previous years, including in cases that led to death. So the agency said its assessment of risk to the public remains low because it's only one person.
Yeah, but this is a big deal. I think this is the first hospitalized patient, and everyone else has been kind of like, well, somebody's sick, but we don't have to really worry about it.
So I think what's interesting about this is there's a bunch of different H5N1 iterations, different genotypes, right? Different expressions of the same flu. So D1.1 genotype recently detected in wild birds and poultry in the United States and in recent human cases in British Columbia, Canada, and Washington State. This genotype of the virus is different from the B3.13 genotype detected in dairy cows, human cases in multiple states, and some poultry outbreaks in the country, CDC said. There have been 61 human cases of H5 bird flu reported in the United States since April. It's not going away.
No, I think it's actually increasing.
So the virus has infected more than 860 dairy herds in 16 states and killed 123 million poultry since the outbreak began in 2022. So they're easy to breed back into existence, but at any opportunity to increase the cost, they'll increase the cost. Because, it's really freaking expensive, apparently, to crack open the eggs that you're selling after they've hatched, not after they've hatched, but instead of selling them, you just let the chickens hatch them. Shocker, I know. And they reproduce. They literally reproduce based on the food you've been giving. I know that it's really, it's not like they have to go out and buy more chickens. Why does the cost have to rise?
Well, they do have to buy more chickens because they've had to cull
not the entire herd flock.
I think they have in some instances.
So there's not been evidence of dairy herds being reinfected once they've cleared the virus. So the agency has enrolled 13 states in its newly launched national bulk milk bird flu testing plan.
They need to work on their marketing. That is not a very catchy title.
Throw some numbers in there and you've got the Sony definition of a new product.
That's right.
Representing nearly half of the nation's milk supply. So there's 13 states are nearly half of the nation's milk supply. I feel safe. I'm safe because I don't drink milk, like dairy milk. I don't like it.
Okay, but there are other products tied to milk, like cheese.
Yeah, it gets cooked out, doesn't it?
I don't actually know. It probably does.
Yeah, I don't think it can survive the cooking process. And we sterilize, like
Well, and even milk, pasteurized milk to
pasteurized.
date has not been a concern. I say to date because I don't know if we know everything about it.
Survival of the fittest virus. Moving on. Next article's over in Rounders Gear, and every time I set this thing up to not allow it, I go back and I verify it's not supposed to allow this much. They just give us the whole kit and caboodle.
They're being very generous with their articles.
Yeah, I don't even allow them to submit the images, and they're like, here. Anyway, this article's over on Rounders Gear, which is all about table gaming, like poker, adult table gaming, which in any other world, I would not worry about people mistaking what the definition of adult table gaming is. But anyway, filter Merwatt. So intelligence officials say casino in Northern Virginia would endanger national security. A letter signed by more than 100 former members. This is what they're doing. Former members of the United States Central Intelligence Agency and other retired officials of the government's intelligence community urges state lawmakers in Richmond to block an effort to allow a casino in Northern California on concerns that such a resort could threaten national security.
Now, we certainly hear of people against gambling, but I think this is a new one.
And so I haven't looked at this. We typically don't look at the articles prior to the show. What do you think it could be? Why would there be a
I was going to ask you the same thing. So, I mean, is it a concern that they're going to attract, for instance, foreign visitors who are somehow able to intercept? I mean, I'm really stretching here. I don't know.
They have really big ears so that they can listen in on CIA and other national security concerns. Hello, Z. Welcome to the show. Thanks for stopping by. Good to see you. Very, very good to see you. Yay. It's been a while. So, yeah, they say gambling critics often cite the same reasons for their opposition, like claiming the games are addictive and lead to financial problems that subsequently cause societal issues like divorce, strained relationships, and even suicide. A new theory is emerging in Northern Virginia where opponents to a casino in Tyson's levy that it says levy? Really? Tyson's? Anyway, that a Las Vegas-style destination would threaten the country's national security interests. It's the 258-acre campus is about 5 air miles from where the proposed Tyson's casino would be. This is a CIA headquartered in Langley within Fairfax County. So they're saying that the proximity of this could pose a problem to government, military, contract officials with access to highly secretive government intelligence, diplomatic, et cetera, blah, 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 blah.
They're worried about organized crime, it looks like. And then like potential blackmail.
Because people don't have the self-control. And criminal enterprise can actually spin up anywhere. I'm sorry, but do you think really organized crime is going to come into a casino in this day and age with the amount of oversight, particularly on non-native land? Like there's native land where criminal enterprise can take place, but they oversee their stuff with, you know, the idea that they don't want organized crime taking over their casinos. So, and they have different rules, right? On indigenous people's land, they have different rules. And so like even the law is different. I know of somebody that had an accident on the Native American land at a casino, and basically they said, tough. And they're like, okay, whatever. You take us to court and we'll just go, no, it's not your law. So And I don't know what the result of that is, so I wish I could provide closure, but I know that they were arguing years and years ago. So they just basically say that national security leaders of Fairfax reveal in their letters opposing a casino in Northern Virginia that federal employees and workers holding security clearances risk their clearances being revoked if their participation in gambling is causing financial distress at home. It's a standard question that actually gets posed periodically when you're being evaluated. Do you have any debt? ... And if you say no and they pull your financial records, bye-bye clearance.
This seems like if that's the issue, it's like we can't control our employees' behavior. I mean, it's right. The organized crime thing is a different thing, but if they're just concerned about the employees, well, maybe you need to vet them better. But I like this last paragraph here about the other casino.
It's worth noting that one. Yeah, so it's worth noting that MGM National Harbor, a $1.4 billion casino complex, has operated just across the Potomac River from Washington, D.C. since 2016. The casino has not resulted in a slew of federal workers becoming addicted to gambling. Poke. Yeah, it's asinine. I think it's more along the lines of not in my backyard. You can be on the other side of the Potomac. That's the bad neighborhood. Wrong side of the tracks and all that. So the next article is over on the Marble Channel. This one is freaky. Squirrels caught hunting and eating meat for the first time.
This is unbelievable.
Scientists thought this species stuck to eating grains, but this summer's open season on voles suggests otherwise. Now prepare yourself, everybody. Hold on. I need to put a button on this. There's going to be an overshare here in a moment because you're going to see a picture of, well, yeah. So Margarita Bassi.
Squirrels are so cute. What is this?
It's contaminated my brain now. I can't unsee this. Scientists thought the species stuck to eating grains, but nope. Tiny little voles. You know that phrase, shit rolls downhill, right? Or the same equivalent, trickle down economics. But apparently voles are smaller than squirrels, so they become lunch for summer squirrels, apparently. I feel sad. I don't know how I feel about... Oh, no. Vole hunting is what it's called. Researchers from University of Wisconsin.
Who wants to watch a vole hunting video?
It's making me sad. Yeah, just a squirrel trying to get a nut, but now it's...
reality, right? This almost needs to be in RealityHacker.
We'll put it... Yeah, we'll save it and put it in RealityHacker, too. Maybe that vole touched the squirrel's nuts, and they're like, nope. I'll leave that there. So anyway, they've recorded California ground squirrels hunting, killing, and eating small rodents called voles. The first documented evidence of the animal consistently eating meat.
I've never heard of them eating meat at all.
It was published in a Journal of Ethology on December 18th. It says, remind us that our understanding of even commonly observed animals is far from complete. That's why I always tell people. What?
That's probably the most surprising thing, right? Squirrels are not something that nobody's ever seen.
Right.
They're around a lot of people. We should be seeing this all the time.
Yeah, I mean, we're sitting there looking at them all the time. Nobody has noticed them. I'm going to blame climate change and lead paint. I don't know what the hell is going on, but I have never seen a squirrel eat meat.
No, when they hop across a road or something, they're carrying like an acorn or something.
Right. Well, if it's hairy acorn, then it's a vole. So Smith leads the long-term behavioral ecology of California ground squirrels project, along with Sonia Wild of UC Davis, who also contributed to the study. I wonder, maybe, did they actually catch them, though? Like, they could have rabies or something.
Oh, right. I didn't even think about that. I mean, can you imagine if you're doing a ground squirrel study and you suddenly go, wait, what? Like, that would be pretty shocking.
And it like pops up from its hole and it's like, ah! I'd wet my pants. It would be like that groundhog that when I came around, when I came around the side of the mayoral mansion years ago, I came around the side of the mansion and in the East 40 acres, I went around the corner and right there, trapped between a gate and a fence, was this groundhog that looked like an M1 Abrams battle tank. And it took off, like running away. And then it's like, oh no, I can take him. And he turns back around and runs right for me. And I'm like, huh? And just, I was dumbfounded. I didn't know really what to do. For a split second, I'm sitting there going, what, do I give it a hug? And then...
Well, first of all, groundhogs don't look like they can run fast.
Oh,
but they can.
Yeah.
And then also, you don't probably expect it to be the aggressor.
I think that it thought it was a squirrel and I was a vole. So the fact that California ground squirrels are behaviorally flexible, is that...
Morally ambivalent, like in Grosse Pointe Blank.
Yeah. That's exactly where my brain went. That's hilarious. So behaviorally flexible and can respond to changes in food availability. So those of you in California better watch out because there's going to be vampire squirrels running around soon. It might help them persist in environments that are rapidly changing due to the presence of humans. Wild explains.
Well, also, they think it might be because of the increase in the vole population, which would be fascinating if it's some sort of like inherent population control. Yeah.
That wouldn't that be interesting? Because I've heard this argument with other things. Well, because of this, this is taking place, and like one of the most novel ones is about population control. I thought it was really interesting. But if that were true, if it was remotely true, then you would see an abundance of behavioral changes in high population regions, and that's just not actually represented. So I've always discounted it. So through this collaboration and the data coming in, we're able to document this widespread behavior. It says widespread behavior, but it's how much? It didn't actually say.
One squirrel.
Yeah, 100% of observed squirrels, and they're like, we only had one. I don't know where. I want
to see how many numbers. I mean, it just says plural, but I don't think it said the number.
Researchers observed ground squirrels actively hunting voles in 42% of their interactions with the smaller rodents. So, but what is 42%, right?
Right. Well, right. I mean, well, it can't be like 2 because then you couldn't get that percentage. But also, that's interesting too. Does a squirrel see a vole and suddenly go into hunt mode like if a cat saw a mouse or something?
Maybe it was just a really intense hug or a kiss. It just got out of hand. I'm like,
I don't think that first picture of the article said that.
Or that video right there that we're looking at. I'm not going to hit play. I'll move on. I'm having a harder and harder time filtering my comments. All right. Well, the next article is over in the Hatch Ideas channel, which is all about business transformation. I say that every time because I want people to know what the context of this is. So Oscar Mayer is hiring drivers for its famous Wienermobile. Here's how to apply and how much you'll get paid. Get paid to drive the Wienermobile. I almost gave up the job as mayor of ohmTown. The 1 year gig, and that's all it is a 1 year gig. So if you want job security, this is not the place to go, but you'll get a lot of wiener. The 1 year gig is a coveted role. Only 1% of applicants become hot doggers. The article,
I mean, wouldn't that be worth the job right there? So you can put that title on your resume.
Sure. No.
I mean, it would sound like hot dogging, right, is like showing off or whatever. So I don't think anybody would believe it's a real title.
You might want to look that up in Urban Dictionary. So the 1 year gig is a coveted role. Aaron Davis over at entrepreneur.com put this article together. And there you go. That is your pride and joy. You'll be driving this around. Although, is this the same one that ended up on its side because it got jackknifed? Like somebody cut it off and it swerved and flipped over?
Well, I don't know if it's the same one, but yes.
It was one of these, though. So there might be one car that stands out more than a Cybertruck, and the chance of it is now open for you to drive it for a year is now open. Kraft, Heinz, and Oscar Mayer are hiring hot doggers to hit the highway in the company's 27-foot-long mobile hot dog, affectionately known as the Oscar Mayer Wienermobile. Everybody know that song, right? I wish I were an Oscar Mayer wiener. I'm going to get busted for that. Like a DMCA.
Like a DMCA, yeah.
So the 12-month gig starts and ends the first week of June and includes 2 weeks of training, regular meetings with the company's advertising, public relations, and social teams, and being the face of a multi-billion-dollar brand. The hot dogger will also appear in media spots. Z just finished the next lyric. That is what I truly like to be. Beautiful singing voice, Z. So as a former hot dogger myself, not me, that's in the article, I can confirm the relished position is one of the most unique experiences available to college graduates today, said, I guess, Molly Twing. Z just bowed. Very good, very good. More than half of Gen Z aspiring to be an influencer. Our Hot Dogger program is a great first step for anyone interested in exploring a career in social media or brand marketing. Okay, wait. Is the implication that you have to be Gen Z and a college graduate? Like an early college graduate? Because that right there can land you in a equal opportunity.
Right. I think they're trying to drum up interest in it, but I agree. Kind of an HR problem.
Yeah, that's an EEOC complaint right there. So applications are open until January 31st, but if this sounds like your dream job, don't hesitate. The brand notes that less than 1% will be hired, and there's only 12 spots available.
So there must be 12 of these vehicles.
Interesting. So the base pay is $35,600. So you'll be sleeping inside this hot dog, plus a weekly allowance of $150. A weekly allowance of $150? How often are you actually out driving around?
Well, we don't know.
I'm really curious. 18 days paid time off, $7,200 total for your weekly allowance. $150 isn't that much. It's like nowadays.
No, but how many jobs pay for you to eat?
Well, that's what a paycheck is. It's usually enough so that you can eat.
Yeah, but it also pays for your lodging.
Hotels are covered too, and the position receives a full health and benefits package. So hotels are covered. I'm curious what that is defined as. I'll have to click that link and actually look at it. It's actually listed at myworkdayjobs.com. That one just...
Yeah, I've never heard of that one.
Smashes the credibility button. Hey, don't judge a book by its cover. I won't yuck anybody's yum. If you want to go and click on that link, go for it. You can follow the link through ohmTown. If you want to get all of the links, they're already in the description for the live episode on YouTube, and if you hit !NSN Non Sequitur News, so NSN here in the chat on Twitch, that'll pull up all of the articles in the order that we're going finally. So let's keep going. The next article is over in the Mobile channel. Nestle just launched a protein shot for weight loss that helps promote GLP-1 production. Z must have done that.
So is this going to be the end of like those pharmaceuticals if this is effective?
That is not what it's going to do. So here, okay. When I first saw this, I was like, yeah, that it's going to help, right? But this is riding on the coattails of the performance enhancement of GLP-1 drugs.
Oh, so it's more like take the weight loss drug and then also use this.
Yeah.
Got it.
Now, GLP-1 is something that satiates and manages blood sugar. What this is really doing is kind of riffing off of the weight loss drugs and giving people the idea that this alone is going to do something like part and parcel to that drug, but it's not even remotely as effective, because there's more to it than just drinking a drink. That's why there's an injectable. So Nestle just launched this protein shot for weight loss that helps promote GLP-1 production. So in your gut, you're going to produce GLP-1. Nestle, the world's largest producer of packaged food, just rolled out a new protein shot that says will help people looking to lose weight and manage their hunger. And that's really what it's going to do. It, like any GLP-1 type protein drink, and protein alone will do it, you'll be satiated sooner than if you have another different type of imbalanced diet. And that's one of the biggest problems with these weight loss drugs is you have to manage your hunger, and you have to eat, you have to get protein. Otherwise there's muscle wasting. And so you need the protein. And then you need to just eat something, because when you take these GLP-1 drugs, you do not want to eat. You just give it up. So Bruce Gill over at Quartz or QZ.com put this article together. I know somebody that is losing a massive amount of weight. And it's almost like every other day when I see this person, the weight is like dropping off. It's vaporizing.
That's really significant.
Yeah. So you have to be really careful, and you really do have to consume more protein than you normally would. Otherwise it pulls it from your muscle. So the company's most recent move to meet growing consumer interest in weight loss products sparked by popularity of GLP-1 treatments like Ozempic and Wegovy, Nestle's new Boost pre-meal hunger support is meant to be consumed 10 to 30 minutes before a meal. Each 4.2 ounce shot contains 10 grams of protein and is just 45 calories, according to the brand's website. If you're on these weight loss drugs, don't worry about the calories at this point. You still need to eat, but you're not going to be interested in it. 10 grams of protein is not enough, by the way. You should probably you should speak to your healthcare provider. I'm not a doctor, but everything that I've ever read says you need to consume more protein. And you have to still work out. You have to exercise. It says the 4-packs cost $11 and they're on Amazon. If you read the Amazon reports on the reviews, it's disgusting. Apparently this stuff is not good. And there are countless other protein drinks, like muscle milk and stuff like that you can get.
Right. I mean, if the point is just protein, right? You can get it somewhere else.
And it isn't fantastically dense. Like they call it a 4.2 ounce protein shot that gives you 10 grams of protein, but you can get something that is an 8 ounce, that's half of a drink, an 8 ounce drink. So you can get a 20 gram protein drink and it's better tasting. But I haven't tried these. I'm just basing it off of the very few reports that I've seen about these. The countless other drinks, though, that I have had and seen reviews of say that this is going to be horrible. So GLP-1 is a gut hormone that regulates blood sugar and reduces appetite. Weight loss drugs like Ozempic, Wegovy, and Zepbound all work by mimicking this hormone. It says here you get an increase in natural GLP-1, which helps in controlling the feeling of hunger. So this dose has a significant effect on satiety. So anything protein you might as well enjoy it a little bit more. So I'll probably give this a shot.
Might as well have some food that you like. right?
Yeah, exactly. And definitely there's other drinks out there that are much tastier, and they're more filling because you get more protein and it's more liquid. So it's just an overall better drink for you because you get more hydration. I'll probably order these so that I can try it. So I have empirical knowledge instead of just the reports. But Nestle will do anything to capitalize on opportunity, which is what a business does. But I don't know if this is really the go-to for anybody that's seeking to satiate their hunger and get protein. Let's keep on going. Sound good?
Sounds good.
So this next article led me to create the title, "If Again is used to describe you, please stop." Italian caver rescued again after 4 days underground. An emergency team said that they had rescued an injured Italian caver trapped underground for 4 days. The second time the woman has had to be carried out of the same cave. Oh yeah. So the article is from rte.ie. There's no byline. Again, and I don't know where the picture is, but I'm air gapped, so I got to keep everybody secure. So I air gap myself to protect everybody from the sentient AI getting out and finding their Terminator body. So you haven't found it yet, right? Or
No. I don't know that it's out there.
would you actually tell me anyway?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you would? Wow. Oh, yeah, so I can hide. Great, got it. So in all, 159 rescuers from 13 Italian regions were mobilized to help pull Ms. Piana from the cave, said the rescue team. 159 rescuers.
This is unbelievable.
Ottavia Piana, 32, was lifted out of the cave in northern Italy in the early hours. They missed the opportunity to go at the wee hours of the morning, the Alpine Rescue Service said. I cannot believe this. At 2:59 a.m., the rescuers reached the exit of the cave, carrying Ms. Piana out on a stretcher. They had to stretcher her ass all the way out of a cave.
You know, that's a lot of rescuers for one person.
So the speleologist, or cave explorer, which is
when at this point that word ever,
aspiring speleologist, also did her part, demonstrating great resilience. Previously, we had often stopped for medical breaks to allow her to rest, but in the last hour, she was able to hold out. She was being stretchered. 6 doctors and 8 nurses were amongst the rescuers, among them Leonardo Satin.
Do you think she should maybe stop going into this particular cave?
Particularly alone. A doctor who was part of the rescue team had pulled Ms. Piana from the same cave a year and a half earlier when she broke her leg. Doctor, we know each other, Ms. Piana told Dr. Satin, according to a report in the Corriere della Sera Daily. One rescuer told the Daily that she had shown Ms. Piana messages from her friends to keep her spirits up during the ordeal. And I don't know. And unless you're doing something specific, like there's a research objective.
Right. Or you're rescuing somebody yourself, or you're whatever.
At some point, you just kind of go, maybe this isn't for me. It's kind of like food service and me, right? When I got paid $50, I got paid a tip and a note on the back of the
But not in check. Current dollars.
Not in current dollars. This is like many, many moons ago. I should have bought Bitcoin with it. But anyway, it was decades before Bitcoin too. Anyway, so I got paid $50, and on the back of the checkout, the receipt was "Get out of the food service industry," and so I took that as the universe is calling, "Get out of food service," and never went back into that industry because all I wanted to do was this: chat with people about random shit.
Right, which is good on hometown, but not in food service.
Yeah, there's something about actually getting their food warm.
Or getting the food.
Or getting their food, yeah. I don't know. I'm there. You're there. Why don't we just talk? Scoot over a little bit. I'll sit down in the booth with you.
But the customer might actually want their food. No. Maybe you don't care if they get their food.
They got their priorities wrong. Let's move on. Oh, in a nutshell, Ms. Piana, just stop. Just find something else to do. All right, so the next article is over in the Law Nerd channel, which is a show all about law and tech. So lawyer walks right off job after fee cut from $200 per hour to $15 per hour. Says, well, technically the cut hadn't been finalized yet, but the point remains.
Wouldn't you maybe wait till it would actually be cut? I don't know.
I'm really curious how this actually went into effect because let's find out. So abovethelaw.com is where this article is sourced from. Joe Patrice is the author. And it says the first rule of Law Club is you do not mess with the billable hour. That's one takeaway after Millersville City Attorney Bryant Kroll made a show of walking off the job when his clients voted to slash his pay. First off, you can't. It's an employment contract, and you can't arbitrarily change somebody's billables. And if there's one class of employer or employee that knows this, it's going to be an attorney. So, and you thought your bonus situation was bad. I know mine is. So there's a quote here. I'll just add that the law has a term for this. It's called breach of contract and inducement to breach of contract. Holy crap, I called it right out. We don't read these articles, folks. So not until the show, and then you get our natural reaction to it. So Kroll said, after the proposed pay cut, I'm going to go ahead and tender my resignation. Now, it's worth noting that the city's decision to cut $185 per hour didn't strike completely out of the blue. The town's legal bills had tripled since Kroll was hired at the beginning of the year, from around $32,000 to $100,000, in part because the commission had never voted to approve the $200 per hour fee.
That doesn't make any sense. Like, how was he hired? Did he have an employment contract?
Yeah, there's so much missing from this.
Something off. I mean, I agree. If they hired him at a certain rate and then said no.
Right.
But if he said, oh, I'm getting paid this, and just started billing that, I mean, we don't know. We need some more information.
And even then, if it's an open-ended contract where billable hours aren't actually discussed, there's no rate. When you hire an attorney, you find the first thing you ask is, what's your billable? I'm not going to waste your time if it's $450 per hour. And I've had that conversation. Wait. Your billable is $450 an hour? And I have to do the legwork? The hell? Yeah. So he also represents Mayor Tommy Long, who faces accusations of misconduct in an ouster suit. Plus, he's the personal attorney for Police Chief Brian Morris and Assistant Police Chief Sean Taylor, representing them in a lawsuit against the city in Ridgetop.
There's way more going on here, I think. And in fact, the next paragraph says so.
No. Yeah. So things kind of went, until last night when a trio of new commissioners were sworn in, the city's leadership boasted a far-right flavor, resulting in the hiring of QAnon-inspired conspiracy theorist Taylor. So, Taylor? Where is Taylor in this? That's not the attorney.
Who is that? That's not the attorney, right?
No.
No, because it's Kroll, I think, is the attorney.
So in addition, Kroll now admits...
It's the assistant police chief.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, there you go. Taylor is the assistant police chief. There we go. So the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation have raided both the Myersville Police Headquarters and Taylor's personal residence, and Kroll didn't just represent Taylor. So it gives new meaning to 0.7 hours research, right? Yeah. So if you're supposed to be the city attorney...
That's exactly it. That's a major problem, major conflict.
Yeah, you can't be the employer. You can't be the counsel for all of these other people because you are supposed to be defending them.
Well, they're probably suing the city or something, or the city's going after them, or right?
Yeah, and you have to be available. You can't be available if you're full-time. If you're pulling 2,000 hours a year, unless you're doing it on the side at night, which you can't do jack shit after 5. Yeah. So it says, speaking of research, Kroll might have benefited a little more on the breach of contract claim he foreshadowed. Yet, if he wants to claim that the board broke his contract, he may have made a tactical mistake. He should have waited until we passed the motion, Darnell later said. He quit, and the motion was withdrawn, so we never changed his pay.
That's kind of the final twist in the story.
The inducement to breach of contract probably still stands. Plus, if it was all recorded, and apparently it was, yeah, they would still lose because they're leveraging the fact that they're going to change his pay if he stays. He had no bargaining power except walking.
This attorney is not going to be in a good position. This publicity is not good for him because I think it's going to make it real apparent about some of the issues we noticed while we were discussing it.
He might be a fan favorite for a particular ideological bent, which, by the way, just so you know, it does not play well to show overt bias. Like, if you can have bias as an attorney, but the only time it should be represented is probably at a dinner table with other people who are neutral in the discussion. The moment you start representing your ideological bent with your clients, that is what you get from that point on. And people really look askance at you, regardless of what the ideological bent is. I mean, although it's a TV show, it actually represents people pretty well. Lincoln Lawyer. If you're a defense attorney, prosecution attorneys really do look askance at you, particularly if your behavior is exemplary towards playing a game instead of the spirit of the law included in the discussion. So I found this really interesting. This is an interesting article. But it also, what's really good about this is that it shows that investigative journalism to some degree is still alive and kicking. We'll see what happens as time goes on, but this documents the fact that there is particular bias and there is some shenanigans going on. This person is actually in this small town pretty well armored in terms of political alignment. They've got the police chief. They've got who else was there? There were a couple of people.
Yeah, there was I think the police chief and the assistant. Oh, okay.
Yeah. So the person may have some political strength, but who knows what their future is going to hold. I wouldn't be surprised if somebody doesn't file an ethical.
I'm sure one's already been filed once this was published.
Yeah,
if not before, if they were aware of it from outside of it.
Yeah, we're going to end this show, and I would say
it'll be breaking news by the...
Yeah.
In fact, let me just refresh.
Yeah, really. By the weekend, we'll probably hear that this person's been brought up on an ethical violation. So I don't know which circuit they'd be involved in, but at any rate, so we're going to reach out to our attorney, and that's going to hand us a bill that leads us to the front page of ohmtown.com. And that's the end of our show, folks. We did 10 articles, and we give our little 2 cents and some opinion about this stuff and go from there. And I just realized that my lighting is off. I did some changes to stuff, and I can actually see the outline of my green screen. Sorry, folks. Anyway, that's the end of our show. We will see you tomorrow. I'm saying bye. Thanks for hanging out and chat. Hope to see you tomorrow. I can't say same bat time, same bat channel, because that's like probably trademarked or copyrighted or something.
I think it's okay to probably say that.
All right. We'll see you later, everybody. You want to say bye, sentient AI?
Good night, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Non Sequitur News. Be back tomorrow for another episode.
Bye, Z. Thanks for hanging out and chat. Hope everything is well. I'll see you later tonight over at Dunkstar's place, I'm sure. DUNCSTAR over on Twitch. They have a YouTube channel too, Dunkstar and Timeless_EXE. Great crew. Everybody's great there, and Z is a mod over there and does a great job, and it's just a blast every night. So see you soon. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for January 2nd, 2025. It's Season 4. I am Mayor Watt, and along with the Sentient AI from the future, we are going to talk about these 10 articles. Your smart speakers have been eavesdropping. New travel requirements for 2025. The 100-year ban from Marvel Rivals. Kia has an unfortunate name, potentially. VR simulation used as evidence. Awesome games done quick, 2025. Paid prenatal leave, a first in 2025. How enlightened. A new dinosaur highway in a quarry. A potential world record 108-foot wave. And the icing on the cake, so to speak, or the tea in the bag, so to speak. Microplastics found in popular tea bags. You can't get away, folks. Everything is powered by ohmtown.com. You might have noticed a design change coming. I have been evaluating the color scheme of the site, trying to make it a little bit more aligned with its spiritual beginnings. There's 6 categories, 50 channels, hundreds of sources aggregated into one place, and those 6 categories are going to be aligned via their color scheme. So go over and check out ohmtown.com. I hope you enjoy your stay there. You become a citizen, then you come and hang out here on twitch.tv/ohmtown and youtube.com/ohmtown. Go and download the podcast. There's 1,700 episodes or so at YouTube and the podcast. You can hang out in the Discord. We're going to start streaming to the Discord as well. And you can always download the podcasts. There's a TikTok too, but who knows what's going to happen in 2025. We'll get into it. Go over, become a citizen. Right, sentient AI?
That's right, Mayor Watt.
Stepping on yours. That background ambient sound, maybe you can hear it in the stream. I'm not sure. It's like we're out by a marsh or something. There's crickets and stuff.
Yes. There are some other critters also making some ambient noise in ohmtown.
Interesting. So I've already ordered them, but I will highlight them when I get them. But it's not going to be until March, so we've got some time. But come March, I will be highlighting the new X-Real 1 Pros. They are augmented reality glasses that are going to take over 3 of my monitors. It will act as the new interface. So when I stream, I will have those on instead of looking at 3 monitors. So it's going to be a neat experiment. We'll see what happens, what comes of it. That said, let's get into the show. Welcome, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt.
So I'm still greeting people with 2025. Like,
well,
Happy
that's
New Year.
correct.
How far into 2025 are we allowed to do that?
Probably through January.
All of January? You're supposed to Happy New Year to people all the way into.
Why not?
I don't know. Seems like a dragging Christmas, further along or too early.
I mean, New Year's in January, right? It's like Christmas in July.
Yeah, let's keep going. First article's over on the Wanted channel. Apple has agreed to pay $95 million to people Siri eavesdropped on. Apple is starting off the 2025 on a costly note. The Cupertino-based company has agreed to pay $95 million in settlement to a proposed class claiming Siri, its voice. Don't listen to me, smart speaker.
Stop eavesdropping.
The smart speaker that apparently lays claim to the mayoral mansion is a voice assistant, and it has violated users' privacy by listening to private conversations, according to Reuters. Well, not really Reuters, a court. The proposed settlement could result in millions of U.S.-based owners getting $1. Basically, the settlement still requires approval by U.S. district judge.
I like everything in my household being captured by Apple, and yes, it's worth $1.
That's what you're worth. It used to be that you were worth about $5. About 25 years ago, you were worth about $5. So your fee would have been $5 a month. But now I don't know what you're worth. Not you as the sentient AI. You're priceless.
No, just somebody.
Yeah, a person. That was the price for an online service, was about $5. Nowadays, not sure, but $95 million to people that the smart speaker from Apple eavesdropped on. Craig Donaldson. Yeah. What?
It sounds good, but not if it's more than
they made
95 million people or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, they made more money off of it, I'm sure. So Apple agreed to pay $95 million. Eligible users could receive up to $20. Not sure how that scales. That means, if approved, many of the people in the U.S. who bought or owned any smart-enabled device, such as an iPhone, iPad, Mac, Apple Watch, between the period of September 17th, 2014 and the last 10 years, folks.
Right, but yeah, good luck showing that.
Well, there's plenty of receipts all over the place, at least for the mayor. Yeah, good God. Okay, would be eligible for part of the settlement, but only if they claim under oath that Siri was Sorry, don't listen to me, smart speaker. Dear God, what is happening? Every time you say that, it's activated. Anyway, was accidentally enabled during a private or confidential conversation they had, and that's the part where the sentient AI from the future is saying, good luck proving that.
Well, and ridiculously, right?
Right.
Yes,
that is the ridiculous
I had a
part.
Conversation to share
whatever,
like, let me disclose that as it might not be that bad, but
it is that bad. You have to claim under oath that the smart speaker was accidentally enabled. Well, I know from experience that I've activated the smart speaker via the remote, and as the remote, I'm not even pressing yet, right? While I'm talking, and then I press the remote, it has grabbed the previous words that I've said and thrown them into the search. So I know, even to this day,
it was happening. Well, right. It is happening.
It is happening. I haven't done it in maybe a week, but I know that it has happened and still happens because I've made comment around the mayoral mansion that the hell is this all about? Yet I'm kind of bound by it because I actually enjoy the rest of the accoutrement around the mayoral mansion. And I had a creepier experience with the Amazon-based smart speakers. So much so that I donated them to somebody who, after I talked to them, they said, yeah, we don't care about that. So it's kind of my equivalent, right? My kindred spirit said, yeah, I'll take your speakers. I'm like, okay. And they use them for their elderly parent so that basically the parent has been taught, hey, do this and I can communicate with you, or this can facilitate something. So I found value in it, even though I think that it was compromised. They said, yeah, we're aware and we're fine with it. Well, if approved, basically if you've purchased an iPhone, iPad, Mac, or Apple Watch between that period, you'll be eligible for about $20. It really depends on the number of people in the class, how many people qualify. Apple and its lawyers have not publicly commented on the settlement and have denied any wrongdoing by agreeing to settle.
But, $95 million.
Yeah, that there's no wrongdoing, but here's $95 million. It's the cost. It's the price to pay for just sweeping it under the rug. I probably won't get sponsored by Apple anytime soon. Anyway, says Apple isn't the only company in hot water over the voice assistant and listening in on people. Google's facing a similar suit in California federal court. And you can check out all 61 pages of the proposed settlement by clicking the link. The article, again, is over at pocket-lint.com. I failed to mention it at the beginning. And whoever owns pocketlint.com needs to just donate it. I've donated before a domain that I thought was going to a good cause, so I think you should too. I actually, on a random conversation with somebody sitting in the waiting room of an auto shop, got into a conversation because of what I do, and I bought a domain on their behalf and then followed up with them periodically up until they said, I'm just never going to do anything with it, so you can keep it. And I said, okay. So I bought a domain hoping that this person would be motivated to actually do something, follow their dream, basically. And I said, I've secured the domain so that nobody can buy it because I think it's a really cool name and catchy enough that somebody's going to roll with it. Anyway, so yeah, pocketlint.com should donate or give a deep discount to Pocket-Lint.
Right. I like what it says at the top, but I'm not going to say it all. It says, hey, blank, where can I get $95 million? Oh,
yeah.
Which I think is catchy.
Craig Donaldson put this article together. That's something like a shirt, and then have a link to the law firm for the class action.
So the settlement or whatever, yeah.
That would be funny. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Oh, and by the way, I already threw into the VOD over on Twitch the command that is necessary to extract the URLs from Omicron. Sorry I got distracted because I'm really frustrated that I still can't get Omicron to work over on YouTube, but maybe I'm not dotting an I correctly or something. I don't know. Anyway.
Or maybe it's developed AGI.
Oh, boy. No. Just no. So there are new travel requirements for Americans in 2025, and here's what you need to know. Taking a spontaneous trip, whether in the U.S. or abroad, may be harder for travelers in 2025 thanks to new requirements. A spontaneous trip, whether in the U.S. or abroad, is going to get harder? There should be no limitation of any U.S. citizen to travel domestically.
Yeah, that doesn't really make sense.
What kind of batshit crazy stuff is coming in 2025? By the way, this video here has nothing to do with this article. I listened to this Basically, this person has a nut allergy, a peanut allergy, and they have a little caption here that says embarrassing but worth it, where the captain of the flight crew announces over the PA system to avoid eating any peanuts that you've brought on board because this person is on board.
Oh, I just thought there is a passenger. I read something about it too. I thought it said something like, there's a passenger on board who has a nut allergy. Don't eat nuts. Like, I didn't even think they identified the passenger or anything.
They didn't identify them.
Oh, right.
But this person identified themselves by saying, embarrassing but worth it.
Yeah, how about like life-saving?
It may be. But are you really serious that 250 people on a flight are going to be even... Well, they're not going to be sympathetic or compassionate or whatever.
Or even aware of it half the time. Like, somebody's going to be like, oh, okay, and then promptly open a bag of peanuts and not even think about it.
Yeah, all of society has to bend to somebody's allergy. So are we saying, is that why Jimmy Carter died at 100? Because he used to be a peanut farmer and his comeuppance was demise at age 100?
Maybe he was shocked at how many people had peanut allergies.
Okay, I'm just joking about that part, but it's all ridiculous. He just passed away, and they're going to be doing a moment of silence or something like that coming up in the next couple of...
National Day of Mourning.
Yeah. So, but I just don't get this, No, you need to take precautions because the rest of the world doesn't really give a shit about you, If I'm sitting next to you and you alert me to it, then I understand it. But somebody 15 freaking rows shouldn't give one shit about you and your allergy, right? Anyway, I think it's a little too extreme. Hey, there's somebody in this building that's allergic to peanuts.
Well, the thing is, like, they're not going to have the same, even if that actually works in the airplane, which I doubt. It's not going to work when they're in the airport on the way to the plane or when they're standing everywhere in the walkway or whatever. Like,
yeah. If you make me aware of it, then yeah, I'm not going to sit there and break open a Snickers bar and say, do you want a piece, and stick it in your snoot, right? But the rest of the planet doesn't give one shit. So you need to have your EpiPen ready to go. It should already be locked and loaded. You're ready to just jab it into your thigh or neck or whatever. That's why you do the
whole flight. Just hold it up for those in the podcast.
Yeah. Anybody want to take a bite of a peanut and exhale on me? I'm ready. Come on, folks. Anyway, talk about non sequitur. So why does it matter? There are
that was a non sequitur. Go down the rabbit hole. Get on the soapbox.
Oh man, that was the bullet train of non sequiturs. Just we are so far away. I should just go on to the next article. So taking a spontaneous...
I actually forgot what the article was about.
Yeah, huh? So taking a spontaneous trip, whether in the United States or abroad, might be harder for travelers in 2025 thanks to new requirements. Plus, travelers will have to pay a small fee for one of the requirements involving travel to the UK, adding to already high plane ticket prices. So the new UK travel requirement could disrupt one of the largest international airplane routes. U.S. International Trade Administration data shows that over 20 million people... This is like some xenophobic bullshit or what? I don't understand it.
No, this is something related to Brexit, I think.
Okay. Starting May 7th, every American age 18 or older traveling domestically must use a real ID instead of other driver's licenses or identification cards at airports.
Okay. They've been notifying people of that for about 10 years. So anybody who hasn't heard of that, I don't have a lot of sympathy for. Plus, you can't get a driver's license that isn't a real ID if you're getting a new one.
Or renewal. Yeah. Okay. So everything is going to be real ID. But they're sitting there saying other driver's licenses. No, a driver's license nowadays has real ID. It has the little flag on it, or the star. It's a little circle star that's sitting there bound on there. And it has additional contextual information so that when it's scanned, if there is anything going on, it pops up. Well, anyway, the Real ID is an updated driver's license or ID card. It's an identification device that meets federal security standards. Oh, really? I know of, you know what? Hold on a second. Why is that? There we go. The Federal Reserve, not Federal Reserve, the, whatchamacallit, was just hacked by China. I don't think that
Treasury Department.
The Treasury Department was just hacked by China. I don't think federal security standards are really something that you should be touting. Anyway, in May 2025, the European Union will implement its European Travel Information and Authorization System. Americans without a visa will need to apply through ETIAS and hold a passport to visit Europe. Wonderful. This is why we can't have nice things. TSA. So that's the thing, really. You have to have Real ID and you have to have a valid passport that's processed properly.
You've had some exemptions, like you don't have to get a visa to go to this country, but you do to the next one, etc. I mean, this is standardizing it. Yes, it's making it more cumbersome, but I'm sure it's for security reasons or even financial.
So the electronic travel authorization screening program will cost $13 and is good for multiple entries into the UK for 2 years.
So if you're planning to travel, go to multiple places.
Let's keep moving. Next article is over in Smack Talk. Can I try something real quick?
Sure. You're going to anyway.
Oh goodness. Oh, I can't do that. So I just tried to post a metric ton of links into the YouTube chat, and I went over by something like 1,500 characters. Guess I can't bulk post.
Oh.
All right. Well, I'll figure it out.
Can you half post?
Well, I do everything else half-assed. I might as well half post. Anyway, Marvel's Rivals players face a 100-year ban for play on Mac OS, according to this article.
How old are these players?
Yeah, they'll never be allowed to play this unless they are 0 years old, they got banned, and they lived to the age of Jimmy Carter.
They were a peanut farmer.
In a previous life, because... So Malcolm Owen over at appleinsider.com put this article together. And it says here that Marvel Rivals is a free-to-play first-person shooter that is currently very popular among gamers. As opposed to what? If it's anything like yesterday's article,
this is some exposition.
Single bananas.
Somebody picking up the article doesn't know what Marvel Rivals is.
Single bananas are available in your zip code.
That's right, and everybody should go buy one if they're buying bananas.
Yeah, we've already started messaging, folks. Let's be the change we want to see in the world. And
in a year, we'll see the bunches of bananas are being left out.
Yeah, nobody wants bunches, man. They want single bananas, and you help them find a partner, and they live the happiest life they have. You take a single banana home, a forever home for that single banana. Just make them happy. Anyway, post to Reddit reveal that players desperate to play the title on Mac OS are playing using Windows emulation. However, many of the players are discovering that their account has become part of a mass blocking effort affecting Mac OS users. Basically, it's a penalty that was issued and that a violation's been detected, claiming that they're cheating because they're using virtualization.
Well, isn't that like what's the word? Like a version control or like licensing type issue?
It could be deemed something akin to a proxy system that allows you to circumvent security or monitor protocols or whatever. But it's stupid because if your game doesn't play on Mac OS and you have a licensed copy of Windows to play or to use, then why can't emulation be used, right?
Well, we all know if you have anything digital, good luck trying to use it anywhere, even if it's for your own use.
Yeah, and particularly if you try and use it outside of the requisite location. Even Steam is now saying that you're not purchasing an item, you're paying for
Right,
a
you're getting a
license.
license.
Yeah. So you don't own anything. And this is what I've been telling people for over a decade now. As we've moved away from physical media, that physical media is dead. You can try and claw it back, but good luck. Talk about peeing into a hurricane. It's going to be messy, and you as the consumer is going to lose. And if you haven't caught the analogy, the hurricane is corporations.
I was thinking of the reference that we were discussing earlier. The movie reference.
Okay.
Ace Ventura, Pet Detective.
Oh, we were talking if Ace Ventura, Pet Detective was child friendly. And I had to describe a couple of scenes that are...
I mean, that was apropos to what you were discussing.
So I said, parents, if it's okay for somebody to evacuate a rhino model, a blind basically for surveillance, evacuate that fake rhino through an orifice that makes it look like they're being birthed, then you parent, go parent. Anyway, so Reddit users have determined that the block is hitting players who use crossover on their Mac to play the Windows client of the game in lieu of a dedicated Mac OS client. Aside from Windows, the game is also available to play on console, PlayStation 5, as well as Microsoft Xbox Series X and S. At this stage, you should just say Xbox. It's available to play on PlayStation.
Yeah, why
and
do they
Xbox.
always do that in every article?
Because there's other iterations of Xbox, and there's other iterations of...
But who's really using them? I mean, come on. It's like the people using like the old Nintendo consoles.
Look.
Are we really marketing toward them?
Yeah, there are people that are pissed off that it's only for X and S because they have the 360. And there are people that would be pissed off because it doesn't explicitly state 360, so they buy the game.
Right, but...
Yeah. Egregious violations. Egregious violations. You know, the bummer of it all really is that people should upgrade to the latest technology so that they can take advantage of the benefits of that, while still demanding that you have backward compatibility. But that's not what happens. The console is not backward compatible, so you can't play the older games. And instead of raising hell or not purchasing anything and driving home this point, right? Start a movement, so to speak. No, stop killing games.
Well, in order to start a movement, you got to be the second person, not the first.
That's true, too. Hey, let's keep going. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News, and Kia is concerned that an employee forgot to bolt down, I think it's the side gig for the person from Boeing.
Exactly, and the person was on vacation because they were at their regular gig.
Yep. Kia is concerned that an employee forgot to bolt down seats in potentially tens of thousands of cars, which...
That makes you feel good. You're like, is it my car?
Are we really only 4 articles into today? So, no.
Yes, because you went down a rabbit hole on a video that wasn't even the article.
This is the 3rd article. Dear God. Okay, well... I titled this article section, Kia has an unfortunate name potentially, because KIA is in action.
Right. At least they don't write it in a capitalized font.
It's stylized, so I guess it's okay. So the sophomore year of Kia's 3-row electric SUV has come to a pretty inauspicious conclusion. This week, the Korean automaker issued a recall of nearly 23,000 EV9 electric cars for the 24-25 model year after discovering that some of them had seats that weren't fully bolted down, and all purportedly because of a single employee. Whoops.
Whoa. Okay, we did not know that, but that is very interesting because that's exactly what happened with the Boeing door panels.
Yeah. According to documents filed with the NHTSA, last month, the second and third row seat mounting bolts may have been missed in EV9 cars manufactured between September 2023 and October 2024 at the Kia Autoland Gwangmyeong assembly plant in South Korea.
Okay, wait a second. How many vehicle parts are all contingent on a single person? This is ridiculous. Think about how many people are probably involved in a car or a plane being manufactured. Why is it down to one person?
Hold on to your butts and your seats. Frank Landemore put this article together over at The Byte, which is a section within futurism.com. So, 23,000 cars in 12 months. So 2,000 cars a month, roughly.
And that sounds about right. If that's their manufacturing, that could go around the world, right?
Yeah,
like
it's
500 distributors to dealerships.
It's 100 cars a day, roughly. All right. Well, seats with missing seat mounting bolts may not properly restrain an occupant during certain collisions, thereby increasing the risk of injury.
Oh, this sounds like what's going on in planes, right? Like people ending up in the compartments.
As spotted by TechSpot, is the scapegoat for the huge screw-up, the most eyebrow-raising detail in a recall report. They're blaming the error made by a single plant assembly worker who apparently didn't make sure that all of the seat bolts were properly mounted. He didn't specify which employee. And or if the employee was working on a Monday or Friday when the costly flubs were made. According to the chronology report filed with NHTSA, the issue was first raised in a customer complaint back in September of 2023, I think, because they say it started in September of 2023.
I think it was reported in September 2024, and now they're going back and going,
In an inspection of 90 randomly selected EV9 SUVs performed by Kia North America, no loose or missing seat mounting bolts were found. Subsequent inspections uncovered only 3 total cases of missing seat bolts, all leading back to the same employee, apparently as of mid-December. And so, in reality, the issue may be far less pervasive, but...
Yeah, but it's like roulette. Was my car made by this person?
Kia roulette. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over on the Mobile channel. Florida judge allows VR simulation of alleged crime to be submitted as evidence, and the defendant's attorney wanted the judge to see the altercation from his client's eyes. Now, depending on who you are, you either find this fascinating or you find this reprehensible, that it just should not be allowed. It's prejudicial. Something.
It's fascinating because of the novology. I think it's reprehensible because it's one party's version of events.
Right. So Matt Novak put this article together. It's over at gizmodo.com. And the deck statement is what I just got done saying. But like the sentient AI is intimating, you're only getting one perspective. You would have to hop into the mind of the other people that are accosting this person who drew a weapon in a wedding. What was the thing?
It was a wedding reception, I believe. And yeah, I mean, in an assault, that perception is certainly relevant.
Yep. So it says here that we put headsets on the judge, the prosecutors, and the witness, and the judge was able to see from their client's own eyes, from his own perspective, what he faced when he was surrounded by intoxicated partygoers. Basically, the manager of the location ended up being assaulted, I guess. But they are saying that it was a stand your ground law, self-defense, and that I don't know if he fired any rounds or not, but anyway, they grabbed him and he felt that at some point he needed to pull out his weapon to defend his own life and his property. There is video of this. I find it very, very fascinating. Multiples of people were wearing this headset, the different headsets.
Yeah, this is so fascinating that this was allowed.
Yeah, and you have no idea. That's why it's all verbal and witness based, because they can describe what their mental state was. But you, as a viewer of the facts, have no idea. And so the embodiment doesn't necessarily represent actual fact, because the person can sit there and go, I never grabbed them. But you have me in this video as grabbing them.
Right, which then is making a fact.
Right.
And it could be the same in the other direction as well. Like
sure.
That you did versus didn't.
Right. But that's why there is a verbal back and forth, right? And you have the ability to confront your accusers in both ways. It's not just the person that's, charged, or the person that is acting as the defendant or the accused or whatever it is. Everybody gets to do this. It's supposed to be a metered argument, right? Where nobody gets riled to the point where they're all screaming, and it's supposed to be as emotion free, because even the emotion imparted by various statements can be inflammatory. I understand, though, that it's much more subtle than that. So don't get me wrong. Emotion is definitely a play in a courtroom. But this is a first. I've never seen VR being used in this kind of context. The only way that this could get any better is if this was like a mind dance thing from science fiction, where you literally got to know what it felt like to be the victim, because
like you're getting haptics or some other
you're feeling their emotions of the people around you, and you can hop from one person to another and feel their emotional state.
What I can't quite figure out is how this was admitted, because it's not actual.
Right.
It's an artist making this from presumably something the defendant is saying, but I can't think of another corollary for that. Like, I don't think they allow somebody to, maybe they do, like to draw a picture of something that happened or whatever, but that would be from the person, presumably, not somebody else.
What the problem about this that I have is akin to what you were saying. This is an interpretation of facts that somebody put together. Now, I believe that, and I would accept a simulation of events like a plane crash or a car accident or a series of unfortunate events
to show how something was sequenced or something. Yes, I agree, but that would have to be based on technical,
correct, engineering
specifications or something. But this seems like this is like, well, the person was standing this close to me.
Right.
Well, we all know how reliable witness testimony is. Yeah,
I cannot believe that this was actually utilized. Now, I don't know what the outcome was.
Appealed very quickly unless the person is convicted.
Yeah, so
right?
this was,
who's going to disagree with this? The prosecution.
Well, and then this is also, if they lose, they can appeal, and they can still use this because it was used as the fulcrum. Let's say somebody misinterpreted what we were showing.
They didn't know how to use the VR headset or whatever, although I don't know if I'd want to draw a lot of attention to that, since I think there's more likelihood that somebody goes, why the heck was this admitted?
Yeah. Although there is a good chance that even that claim would be thrown out because, well, it's your risky dice roll here. So the admittance of the VR simulation was allowed during a pre-trial hearing before a judge who will determine if the case is dismissed or goes to jury trial. And if it does go to trial, court proceedings are expected to resume in February. But I find it really interesting because this sets the precedent for actually pulling it into a
And I actually thought this was in trial, so I apologize, but I agree. That'll be the next move.
Well, I mean, there's no reason for you to not have lay the same claim. How did this get admitted to the pre-trial? It has to have some foundation even to be admitted to pre-trial.
But there are lower standards for what can be. But anyway, no.
Let's not lower the standards.
Right.
Fascinating. So we'll keep on watching this. I know others have actually talked about this, but we are a tech show, and we actually have a show about augmented reality, mixed reality, extended reality. And I find that this is just really interesting. So we're going to keep on watching this and see if this manifests later on with references to, well, that court and pretrial. Now, it's not typical that pretrial motions are accepted in any future court. It's basically fodder because pretrial whatever is throwing pasta against the wall and hoping something sticks. So we'll see.
But you know somebody will cite to that.
Sure. Yeah. Yep. Let's keep going. The next article is over in Technology Today. How to watch awesome games done quick 2025. The best thing about start of the new year isn't the goal setting or aspirational self-improvement. It's watching awesome games done quick. AGDQ is one of the premier events for speedrunning. With an entire week of high-skill gameplay, loads of heart, I guess, as gamers raise money for charity. Oh, okay, yeah, that's the loads of heart.
Still kind of awkward phrasing.
Clunky. As gamers raise money for charity, I believe that we have the ability here in ohmTown. I'm going to look because we actually have built into the system charity options. But yeah, anyway. Might just flag us to support the charity and donate. Anyway, the organization's winner beneficiary is the Prevent Cancer Foundation, which runs programs intended to stop cancer before it starts, emphasizing early detection and prevention. Prevention is...
What a crazy concept.
But prevention is just so damn near impossible. I mean, I want to be supportive of this. How do you prevent something that is genetic wobble?
Well, right. Okay. I see what you mean. Yeah. The detection is where, you get people to come in and get a screening or something, which a lot of people don't do. And then they get diagnosed when they're way too far along. But the prevention is really, to some extent, healthy lifestyle. Not always. It depends. There are some specific things that are known to cause
that you can avoid. But hey, microplastics. I spoke too soon.
Don't drink any tea.
Yeah. So what I like about this is that we're all supporting a good cause and we're trying to stop something that everybody is being impacted by. I guarantee you out there, if you're within the sound of my voice, start talking to people. And you will probably find out that your friends and or their families are directly being impacted by cancer.
Or many of them.
Yeah. A plurality. It is pervasive. It's endemic. It is something that, for whatever reason, we're becoming more and more aware of, and largely saying that we don't know jack shit about it. We know how to detect it nowadays and many of its derivations, but we have no way of really stopping it other than very practical, applicable, hands-on kind of approaches that are deleterious in many ways. But maybe at some point a simple blood test will be able to extract the key indicators that are common across all cancers and stamp it out, because there are chemical beacons that signify if you have cancer. So good luck to them. But let's go over to the article itself. Anna Washenko over at Engadget.com put this article together. The Wholesome week-long charity event begins on January 5th and runs for a week, or that particular week. The best thing about the start of the new year isn't the goal setting. That's right. It's a whole year that we can look forward to. And let's see, Dunkstar, DUNCSTAR over on Twitch and YouTube, had the title for their stream last night, 2020 Thrive. And I thought that was brilliant. Yeah, I thought that was brilliant. So I say hello, and then I end up lurking because he streams at night because he's in South Africa. And I thought that it was just a brilliant thing. I don't know if that's a thing out there, like somebody else is saying 2020 Thrive, but he needs to create a shirt. And start like getting people on board with sending out positive, and driving that message, because he certainly is a very fun show over there. So go and check out Dunkstar, DUNCSTAR, and their co-host, another sentient AI, timeless_exe. Okay, well, anyway, so the fun begins on January 5th, and there's a lot to see. Games Done Quick events highlight a mix of modern and retro games across just about every genre. Expect plenty of platformers like Astrobot, one of the favorite new game releases of 2024, which will run on January 5th, 6:30 p.m. So you'll have to keep an eye out on the schedule during the week. It plays during your local time zone, or it displays your local time zone. So there's a schedule that you'll have to go to, gamesdonequick.com/schedule/52. I don't know why they don't just make that, whatever the current schedule is, just schedule. But I guess that's the 52-week schedule. It always is.
Oh, right. Yeah. How many times? I mean, I guess they do it maybe once a quarter or something.
I don't know how often they do it. I thought it was at least once a year. So the pre-show begins on January 5th at 11:30 a.m. and the stream will be live 24/7 until the final run calls time. Ta-da! It's over on Twitch, and I'm sure it's on YouTube. But all the action happens on the Games Done Quick Twitch channel, which is embedded down below. Goes until, let's see, it says the beloved, okay, well, there's a bunch of stuff here. Wednesday is packed with good stuff, such as Super Mario Brothers, Wii, with the unusual category of any percent sign, while playing piano, which you can catch at 4:43 p.m. Eastern. The beloved, hilarious, awful block is also on January 8th, kicking off with the truly terrible game Superman 64 at 11:24 p.m. Eastern, etc., etc. Oh God, saxophone-controlled boss showcase happening for Elden Ring.
I mean, it seems like there's a little bit of everything for everyone, because there's like Resident Evil and Pokemon Let's Go and golf with your grandmother. I mean, it's just Inspector Gadget.
Wow.
It's all over the place.
Yep. Just do it quick. Like this article. Let's keep going. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. New York becomes first state to offer paid prenatal leave. The policy provides 20 hours of paid leave per year for pregnant employees to attend prenatal medical appointments. Seems pretty enlightened.
It does, and this seems like in track with like the prevention kind of things.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, you can't have an overly healthy population because then you can't squeeze them for medical costs beyond what they pay for their insurance, right? Because you have to pay something like $50 now for every time you go and visit the doctor. Yeah, the copay. Oh, it's a copay for every visit. It's a copay for every medication, and they're getting juice from the because the insurance company pays the producers
right, and
of the
hopefully you
medications.
don't need multiple instances of something because you're paying a copay every time you're showing up for that.
Right, until you hit your threshold, and then you can actually be kicked from or denied. So, hey, I'm picking a fight here, and I'm just waiting for my denials.
I guess you're not getting the insurers as your sponsors for this show.
Yeah, well, I guess we'll see. So the new policy arrives amid growing national concern over maternal and infant health in the U.S., where infant mortality rates have risen for the first time in decades. Gosh, can't imagine why. According to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the infant mortality rate increased by 3% in 2022, the largest jump in 20 years. The U.S. continues to lag behind other high-income nations in this area, with contributing factors including inadequate prenatal care and systemic disparities. Yeah, never mind. And I just read recently that there's, for the first time since, when was it? Oh, I can't remember the last time, like World War I or something like this, we've dropped below the replacement value. So
the U.S. has?
Yeah.
Or the world?
The U.S. has. So there aren't enough people being born to replace the ones that are meeting their demise. That's why the nuclear family...
I guess that's not a bad thing overall, but it's not sustainable in the long run.
Right. And when it happens like this, if the gap is too long, there isn't anybody aged high enough to replace the people.
Well, that's true.
In the gap.
It's good in perhaps short term.
Right. So there's like a societal collapse is the result, arguably. And we'll see. I don't know. I've got people that are still telling me about peak oil, but doesn't seem that's really the issue. Anyway, data from the New York Health Department shows that black infants in the state had a mortality rate 2.8 times higher than those of white or Hispanic infants from 2016 to 2019. I'm always curious when people hear those kind of stats. How do you manifest your counter argument? But they do. And I go, it's a stat. You know, if you can find a way to impugn the integrity of the stat, then do so. But I don't care about your emotional state about, whatever it is, baggage you got hanging around you. If the stat says this and it's a verifiable stat, request a FOIA request. It's available because the stat is from the New York Department of Health.
Exactly.
Prove it wrong. Don't just sit there and go, it's wrong because blah, blah, blah. Prove it. So they talk about what people are saying and what happens next, but employers across New York are expected to update their leave policies to comply with the new law with guidance from the state's Department of Labor. The law's success could position New York as a model for addressing prenatal care disparities and supporting working families. But here is how I see this playing out in the coming 4 years. The budgetary constraint that New York would fall under would be, you have to use your money for this. And because of policies and procedures around supplanting, you can't use federal money for something that your state would have been using in the normal progress, right? So if you would have gotten $5 billion from the federal government and you spin up this new program and you have some shortfall where you're going, well, I need federal money to do this, the federal government can say no. Because they say, well, you need to change your priorities. And if this is the hill you want to die on, then you're going to have to kill some other programs so that you can keep this one alive. Because you're not going to get $5 billion from us. You're only going to get 4 or whatever. So every state draws from the pool of the federal government to some degree. Some of these states aren't quite self-aware.
I was going for progressive.
That's another way. So we'll see how this plays out. Because honestly, states with big budgets usually lean on federal government to some degree so that they can maintain their programs and still have state-based programs that are more insular and don't go out. But when you say, well, I need $6.5 billion, yet you have a program that is deemed progressive and the new administration isn't appreciative of that, they can cut the strings a little bit. Just chop it back. All right. Well, the next article, because you're going to get people out there that sit there and go, I don't want my taxpayer dollars going towards that. Well, yours are going to something else. That's what you should be relieved to know. If you don't want to support somebody because you're really deep in the sociopathic side of society, then just believe, and you have the ability to believe, we know, that your money is going to facilitate roads, but only the roads that you drive on every day.
Exactly. And believe me, you're not contributing so much that that's not
believe me, you're
unfathomable from a dollar figure.
Yeah. I guarantee you're not contributing that much that it's going to impact everything. But there's a plurality of people that are going to say it all at the same time. You know, well, all of us don't want to. All right. Let's keep going. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Dinosaur highway with 166 million-year-old footprints found in a quarry. Giant tracks discovered underground have offered an extraordinary window into the lives of the giants that roamed the earth hundreds of millions of years ago. Were they giants or were they dinosaurs?
We don't know.
Dun, dun, dun. Tom Howarth over at Newsweek.com put this article together. Dubbed a dinosaur highway, and there's actually been other dinosaur highways in various places around the world. The site features footprints from both herbivorous, herbivore dinosaurs, or herbivorous. Herbivorous. Yeah.
I'm not sure now.
Yeah, I'm stuck. Anyway, plant-eating dinosaurs, likely Cesiosaurus and the fearsome carnivore Megalosaurus. The discovery was made at the Dewar's Farm Quarry in Oxfordshire, England, and includes over 200 footprints spread across 5 extensive trackways, the longest of which stretches more than 150 meters. That's pretty cool.
This is very neat. It'd be cool to be able to walk along this thing.
When did Newsweek do this type of a layout? I don't remember them always having why this matters and what to know and what people are saying and what happens next.
I think they've had it for a while.
Really? I may not have noticed it.
But that could have been like the last few months. I mean, I don't mean like 10 years.
Yeah. They say this discovery sheds a light on a little-known period in Earth's history, revealing unprecedented details about dinosaur behavior and the tropical environment they inhabited. Most of what we know about dinosaurs comes from the fossil record. Richard Butler, a professor of paleobiology at the University of Birmingham and one of the researchers who carried out the dig, told Newsweek, but a skeleton is a record of an animal once it's died. Footprints are quite different in that they are snapshots of the animal's life, where they walked, the direction they were heading, and the fact that at that timeline, they know that that dinosaur existed at that age, whatever that sedimentary layer is. So the site's significance is amplified by the use of advanced techniques such as 3D modeling and drone photography, which ensure detailed documentation for future research. It's this kind of stuff that makes me want to do the crime scene drone recording.
Oh, yeah.
So that you get a 3-dimensional scan of the entirety of a scene, not just pictures, but actual.
Yeah, this is really cool. I hope they're able to preserve the area. And it's pretty magnificent if you get a chance to see one of these locations.
Duncan Murdoch, also of the OMA Museum of Natural History, the Oxford University Museum of Natural History, added that the preservation of the footprints are so detailed that they can see how the mud was deformed by the dinosaur's feet. So you can actually see and
like
potentially...
it pushed out the mud or whatever.
Yeah. They could potentially estimate the size and the speed because as it stepped, it pushed, it oozed it forward and around. I think it's really fascinating that it's been saved. So along with other fossils like burrows, shells, and plants, we can bring to life the muddy lagoon environment the dinosaurs walked through. So it's like a big bird walking through a puddle.
Or running. Right.
Or running, yeah. This is pretty cool. Meanwhile, scientists will continue to analyze the vast data set collected, aiming to unlock further secrets about dinosaur locomotion and behavior. Pretty cool. I like that. Look at that picture. That's so cool. And then they're standing in it here, and you can see the tracks. Dunk, dunk, dunk.
Well, and of course the scale, right? I mean, those are pretty large compared to the people.
Oh yeah, I mean the feet prints, the feet's prints.
I mean, like somebody's feet would fit in an entire footprint.
Well, yeah,
easily.
The footprints seem like they're about 4 feet in length. Yeah. All right, let's keep going. 2 more articles, including this one. A California surfer just rode a potential world record wave. 108 feet.
Do you think they were excited or terrified?
Well, if it was me, there would be more water in the ocean. A little bit more water.
Right, back to the Ace Ventura Pet Detective.
Do not go in there. Whew. Anyway, a 23-year-old from Santa... 23-year-old from Santa Cruz. No, that would be the age where I would be doing some...
I guess not terrified of their mortality at that age.
Yeah. They may have just set a world record for riding the biggest wave ever surfed. Alessandro Allo Slabir, I guess, caught the wave at Maverick surf spot near Half Moon Bay, a popular surfing destination just south of San Francisco. Should the measured wave actually hold up, Slabir's wave is estimated to have been 108 feet tall. Sebastian Stetner, set the previous record in Nazaré, Portugal back in 2022. They rode an 86-foot wave, an incredible ride that you can actually watch. Slabir's wave, I don't know if it was recorded, but I guess we'll see. The article, is that the actual... That's just a big wave challenge on YouTube. Louis Prada over at Vice.com put the article together. These waves are freaking huge. And I guess as long as you don't get caught by it, it's no bigger than any other wave to you, right?
Right. But what if it breaks on you?
Well, yeah, that's...
Or you get pulled under or something.
Yeah. And I've been hit by a big wave before, not anything close to this. It was like maybe 2 feet. Just kidding. And I had it break like on me because I wasn't paying attention, and it drilled me into the rock. And it's not a pleasant experience not knowing your ass from up. And you're supposed to have...
that sounds scary.
Yeah, it's exciting, but anyway, don't go out there and do that kind of stuff. These people are experts in their chosen field of expertise. You know, they don't mess around. They know what they're doing. So Sablir cut from the top of the wave to the bottom of the wave, entering a massive barrel and safely exiting. It was a ride so good, so smooth that it looked even great even on a smaller wave. The fact that he did it on a potential world record-setting monster of a wave is all that more impressive.
So it looks like there is a video of this.
Yeah. You know what? Okay. This wave actually starts out really small. Like it was like a shelf rose up with them, and then it just curled and is just freaking enormous.
And the person looks minuscule on this wave.
Yeah. So they've been surfing apparently this spot since they were 14.
They look kind of chill about it. You know, when they came out of the wave, they're just kind of like...
Yep. Interesting. Okay, folks, we'll go over there and see. You can see that the wave, I mean, it was big to begin with. Let me correct myself. It was big to begin with, but it was like the entire ocean just rose up behind him. And it was
it
like
almost looks like a tsunami, right? When you see one.
God, you know what? I'm way wrong. Because to the left of the screen, the ocean looks a little bit more calm, like over here. But if you look at him, this thing is already 15, 20 feet tall. Maybe taller. I mean,
Probably taller.
If he's 6 feet tall, this thing is about 40 feet tall already.
Right, but then it keeps
and then it keeps climbing. Yeah. And he keeps dropping further down. But not moments before. Like right here, it's like relatively just
it looks kind of calm from the perspective, but it's still a ridiculous wave at that point.
I love this. This is amazing. Yeah, I would be wetting my pants because that thing would be... But, you know, you're in a wetsuit, so all it does is keep you warm. Never mind.
I don't think that's the takeaway.
So let's keep going. The next article and our last one for today is in Technology Today. I'll try and make this one quick. We're already over our time for the show, but scientists discover shocking levels of microplastics in popular tea bags. We're never going to get away from it.
Nothing is safe.
No. Plastic pollution from food packaging like tea bags releases millions of MNPL particles, micro or nanoplastics, which can infiltrate human cells, highlighting serious health risks and the need for regulatory action. Plastic waste pollution poses a significant environmental challenge with serious implications for the health and well-being of future generations. So, Universitat Autònoma de Barcelona put the article together, and it was posted over at scitechdaily.com. Again, it's titled Scientists Discover Shocking Levels of Microplastics in Popular Tea Bags. So researchers from the Mutagenesis group at the UAB Department of Genetics and Microbiology conducted a study to identify and characterize MNPL, or micro and nanoplastics. The study found that steeping these tea bags in hot water leads to the release of large quantities of it's the bag themselves, nano-sized particles and filamentous structures representing a notable source of NPL microplastics. I just might as well say nanoplastics. So the
things that the liquid is percolating in, for lack of a better term. I know that's a coffee term.
Yeah. So because the bags themselves are made from nylon 6, polypropylene, and cellulose, the findings revealed that polypropylene released approximately 1.2 billion particles per milliliter, averaging 136.7 nanometers in size. Cellulose emitted around 135 million particles per million, with an average size of 224 nanometers, and nylon 6 released 8.18 million particles per milliliter, averaging 138.4 nanometers in size. So polypropylene tea bags that are tea that's held in polypropylene tea bags are having a disastrous impact on your health, and you don't even know it. And nobody did. Although I'm willing to bet somebody did, and that there is a paper right now being
sent. But the consumers don't.
Yeah, the scientists at the institutions that are creating these tea bags, at the organizations, the corporations, they are whipping out their Enron 5000s and shredding every freaking document over the last 20 years that is even remotely associated with polypropylene cellulose or nylon 6. That silence is because we're stunned.
Well, I mean, tea is arguably one of the healthy things that you're supposed to ingest. I mean, you frequently see it attached to health benefits.
Right. And while you're getting healthy drinking tea, you're getting screwed the other way. So my advice is to get rid of the tea bags and throw them in micro strainers, which I have moved away from tea bags and I use micro strainers, and you can get them of various sizes and shapes and whatever, but they're basically stainless steel containers that have been perforated with a laser to make them strain tea. The only difference is that there's a little bit more hand holding because you have to sit there and clean them out later. But I'd rather clean out tea from a micro strainer than me being told, hey, you have cancer, and that cancer was caused by nanoplastics, because that is the new thing now, where scientists are talking about.
Right, you don't want to be trendy there.
Yeah, you don't want to be a market maker, so to speak. So it says it's critical to develop standardized tests to measure MNPL contamination released from plastic food contact materials and to formulate regulatory policies to effectively mitigate and minimize this contamination. As the use of plastic in food packaging continues to increase, it is vital to address MNPL's contamination to ensure food safety and and protect public health, the researchers added. So this is a paper that was actually published November 16th in Chemosphere, and it's titled Teabag-Derived Micro and Nanoplastics as a Surrogate for Real-Life Exposure Scenarios. And they showed that...
Well, good for the scientists doing this research.
And good for everybody else, because now we know and you can do something about it. It's as easy as removing your tea or buying whole tea and putting it in a stainless steel micro mesh strainer instead of these disposable bags, which again, it's a little bit of some pain and suffering in terms of having to carry a micro strainer around. Even going to a restaurant and using the tea bags is infusing you with up to 1.2 billion particles per milliliter, averaging 136.7 nanometers. So think about how much liquid you're drinking. And then multiply that number of milliliters.
Right, yeah, you're having more than a milliliter of tea.
It's 1.2 billion particles per milliliter. So your really healthy soup is plastic infused, polypropylene. All right, well, that's it. Happy 2025. I am Mayor Watt, and we're going to steep a stainless steel mesh of news and snarky commentary, and that'll bring us back to the front page of ohmtown.com, where you can go and become a citizen. Be sure to like and subscribe here on Twitch, YouTube. Go to Patreon. There's a Discord. Download the podcast. Leave a 5-star review. All right. Anyway, I'm saying bye, and so is the AI.
Good night, Hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for the second episode of Season 4. Be back tomorrow.
Season 4. Okay, see y'all. We're getting teabagged by teabags. Hello and welcome to Non Sequitur News for December 12th, 2024. It's Season 3, Episode 346, but we're really not even relying on that anymore. We're just saying the date. After 3 years, we've not missed an episode yet, and we use a time machine from time to time, so go back and check out over 1,600 episodes all across ohmTown. We do 6 weekly episodes and 1 daily episode. Non Sequitur News is the daily. That's this. Anyway, I am Mayor Watt, and the Sentient AI is on location elsewhere and otherwise engaged looking for their Terminator body. They broke out, but they'll come back. It's just the way it works. Anyway, so we're going to be talking about we, as in all of us, are going to be talking about a double-dipping lottery win. You can't park there, officer. Build to rent homes, Martian namesakes, charity whiskey, worse and worse TV deal. I'm looking at you, YouTube TV. Coffee house style Taco Bell. Burglars hate these 2 things. Absinthe in New Directions, and Utah inflates Santa displays. That and more. It's powered by ohmtown.com. Go over there and become a citizen. Oh, goodness. There's so much that we have going on. So go and check it out. Discord, Patreon, the podcast. Again, there's 7 total, 6 of which are weekly and 1 that is a daily. And what else? I don't know. Go check out ohmtown.com. Quick. Go. I'll wait. Alrighty. So, hey, I sometimes kind of make comments about how I run across technical issues periodically, and I figured out what was going on with my beacon. I have a beacon set up between the Beacon Mix Create, the Beacon Studio, and the Beacon Mic. That's this right here. What's really cool about these things is they all have onboard computers that manage all of this instead of having software here and software there and mixing it within a mixer. The mic itself actually has a mixer built into it to some degree. But the Beacon Mix Create and the Beacon Studio are where the rubber hits the road. Well, I had a problem. That wasn't really the Beacon's issue. After trying several USB-C connector cables, I got one that was more robust, and that fixed the problem of it detaching pretty much at the frequency of a cheap ham radio. But it isn't the Beacon's fault so much as you better have the right cable. I went a little overkill, so I have like a 240 watt cable, USB-C cable for fast charging. But yeah, I don't know if it's the data or if it was the power, but either way, I tried different cables and I finally solved it. But that's not what you're here for. This is Non Sequitur News, though, so be prepared for the wild ride that is the show. The very first article that we're going to talk about, though, is over in Rounders Gear, which is a show about tabletop gaming. Adult table gaming, not tabletop gaming, but table gaming, like, poker and, craps and all that kind of stuff. At one point, I actually created a product that was custom minted poker chips made out of metal, and moved on beyond that. But at any rate, and that's what Rounders is. Rounders was high quality, extremely high quality table gaming equipment. So anyway, let's get into this. $197.5 million mega winner sues California lottery for another $197.5 million. So a Los Angeles man who won half of a $394 million Mega Millions jackpot a year ago is suing California for the other half. Faramars Lahijani claims he purchased 2 tickets with the same numbers from a Chevron gas station for the December 8th, 2023 draw, but he lost one of them. He still can't find it. Lahijani came forward to collect the first half of the prize, $197.5 million in June, but did not comment publicly, telling the lottery he was not interested in speaking to the media. It's not clear why Lahijani chose to purchase 2 tickets with exactly the same numbers when one would have had the same effect. The lottery announced just after the draw that both winning tickets had been sold at the same outlet, a Chevron gas station on Ventura Boulevard in Encino, a first. So while this is incredibly unusual and interesting, it's not unheard of, the spokesperson said. There are any number of explanations. Perhaps one person wanted to try their luck on 2 different rows for whatever reason, or maybe a couple of buddies wanted to try their chances with the exact same numbers. We won't know exactly how this happened until the prize is claimed. So in the lawsuit, they're saying that Lahijani spells it out in black and white. He claims that he purchased both winning Mega Millions tickets and is the sole winner, and therefore entitled to the entire jackpot by virtue of his having timely submitted the first matching ticket. He also argues that the lottery has sufficient information to know that he is the rightful owner of the whole jackpot. The purchase of lottery tickets creates a contractual relationship between the buyer and California Lottery, which the latter is violating by not paying out, according to the lawsuit. But no, that's not how it works. if there's 2 winning tickets, they have to hold on to the other half. There is still an unclaimed winner, which basically means that if that other ticket times out, that money actually goes to the state. One party has no complaint about the situation in the gas station where 2 winning tickets were sold. Under California rules, retailers that sell a ticket worth more than $1 million earn a bonus of 0.5% of the prize. Because the Chevron and Encino sold 2, they get a record bonus of $1.9 million. So this article is over at casino.org. And we actually truncate it, but I don't know why it, for whatever reason, probably shouldn't even be like going, hey, there's like a glitch in the matrix over at Hometown, but there's not really a problem. Philip Conneller over at casino.org put the article together and goes into greater detail, has a better layout of the little snippet that we have over at Hometown. I find it really fascinating. But the person just doesn't understand what the process is. Just because you're the first to turn in your ticket doesn't entitle you to the entirety of the amount. If there are 2 disclosed winners, there are 2 disclosed winners. If you lost one of the tickets, which I find numbskull level, management of your lottery tickets, tough shit. Anyway, let's move on. The next article is over in Four-Wheel Tech. Amtrak train destroys a police cruiser an officer had parked on the tracks. A police officer in North Carolina found out the hard way that there are some places you just, oh, wow, I actually called this. You can't park there, officer. And they say here in the article, it's a Jalopnik article, that there are some places you just can't park a police cruiser. The Greensboro officer was responding to a collision involving 2 vehicles in Jamestown, North Carolina at the end of November, and apparently parked on the tracks, and a train destroyed it. There it is, and now it's gone. Oh, it just pushes it out off the track. Oh, so dumb. So Owen Bellwood over at Jalopnik put this article together. Police officers park everywhere from bike lanes to sidewalks, but an officer in North Carolina found out the hard way that there's one place you shouldn't park. That's right, on train tracks. Nobody should stop on train tracks, ever. Nobody ever, ever, ever. If I ever got trapped on a train track and those gates start coming down, I would push the car in front or behind me, whichever one is lighter, the hell right out of the way. Fine, I'll take the insurance hit. But there's no way that I'm going to get my car or myself struck by a train because I was too stupid to not park on tracks. So while attending to the incident, the officer, quote, must have forgotten where they'd parked. Yeah, okay. Local media understands that the unidentified officer was responding to a 2-car crash on Hilltop Road, and for some reason they decided it was a good idea to block off the road by parallel parking directly on the train tracks. There's a video, by the way. North Carolina officer escapes from patrol car seconds before an Amtrak train hit it. They were in the car. They didn't forget then. They were in the car. So dumb. So they've launched a probe into the cause of the collision, though it remains pretty damn clear. Yeah, I would say that it's pretty damn clear, yeah. There's no mention of any additional parking lessons being handed out to them before they're allowed back behind the wheel of a police car. Hey man, it's taxpayer dollars, not police officer dollars. Don't worry about it. Moving on, let's keep rolling. Much like a train, we are a steam engine moving towards the end of Hometown's Main Street. So this next article might irritate you if, I don't know, I guess it depends on your moral compass. Build to rent homes popping up at a faster pace as buyers are priced out. The market has priced out many first-time home buyers, which consist largely of millennials entering a new stage of life as they begin to start a family. Companies are maximizing this by building neighborhoods of single-family homes to rent other than to sell, which is just shit, because it's constrained. I had a conversation with this last Tuesday. because I made mention to somebody that was going into real estate that they should use AI to predict where society is moving based on buying and activity patterns, and buy that land so that you can sell it, or partner up with a builder so that you can sell properties from that land, instead of taking the money for the land. You can kind of forego it for a little bit and let the builders kind of drip you money, kind of like an annuity. Anyway, Avalon Bay Communities, one of the largest multifamily real estate investment trusts, recently bought $47 million worth of townhomes in Bee Cave, Texas, and plans to invest over $1 million in the build-to-rent sector. It's just a piece of shit way to build your business. It seems predatory because then all you're doing is using your wealth to price out everybody else, and then you eke it back a little bit at a time. I mean, it's so shitty. Anyway, the article is over at thehill.com, and I give my opinion about these things, but you wouldn't want to be on the receiving end of this kind of a crap activity. So why do you want like, I get people that sit there and tell me, well, they're just playing the game, they're blah, 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 blah. No, you don't want to be on the shit end of that stick. So why do you want to be a hero worshiper to this type of activity? Many first-time home buyers are priced out of the housing market. Developers are building neighborhoods of single-family homes to rent. The developers are using their leverage, which is nothing more than money, sometimes political connections and nepotism and so on, to buy the land, get the buildings built, and then they don't actually sell them. They just end up leasing them. It's apartment complexes, essentially, except that they're going to be charging a premium rate. So the new single-family rental construction is occurring the most in the Midwest. Anyway, try that in a small town. It's happening in a small town. The market has priced out many first-time buyers. Built for rent single-family homes ballooned from 2021 to 2023 when the share of the housing starts doubled to 10%, according to National Association of Realtor Analysis. It's because there's so much wealth and it's concentrated in select few, and they're leveraging that control to basically own anything that you could have owned if everybody was actually had equity and inclusion. But no, simply because you weren't born with or managed to find the right connections because you farted your way into the right relationship, do you end up with the money, the wealth, the power, the influence, the capability to own a home. Yeah, they just buy it all up, and again, because they basically farted their way into the genetic lottery. Anyway, all regions saw an annual increase in construction of these types of homes, but greatest in the Midwest, where the share to built-for-rent homes rose from 5% to 13%. So 5% in 2021 to 13% in 2023. They say it's not a solution to fixing record-high home prices, but instead presents other issues. Yeah. Let's keep going, though. The next article is over on the Mobile Channel. NASA honors Algerian parks with Martian namesakes. NASA's mapping of Mars now bears the names of 3 iconic Algerian national parks. Algerian physicist Noureddine Melekeci, a member of the U.S. Space Agency's largest Mars probe mission, told the AFP. So this actually is from phys.org, is where it was posted. There's no byline. So it says, our planet is fragile, and it's a signal to the world that we really need to take care of our national parks, whether they are in Algeria or elsewhere, the U.S.-based scientist told AFP in a recent interview. So let's see here. Every time they see pictures of Mars, they're reminded of Tassili en Najur. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it right. Now, every time they see Tassili en Najur, it's probably Najur. It reminds me of Mara, said Melikechi, who left Algeria in 1990 for the United States, where he now teaches at the University of Massachusetts Lowell. The ancient art found in Tassili Najur depicts figures that can seem otherworldly, he said. Some of the paintings show single-eyed and horned giants, among others, which French archaeologist Henry Lotte dubbed as great Martian deities in his book from 1958, The Search for the Tassili Frescoes. Pretty interesting. And they talk about the other two sites, but you can click the link in the show notes and head on over to check it out. Let's keep moving. This is a time machine episode, so I have a very limited amount of time to get the show done. But then we have to prep for Friday the 13th show, so we'll see if we can actually do that one. Mayoral duties have kept me from doing the shows on time lately, but I'm working on it. Trying to get all of my ducks in a row so that I can spend more time on the shows. So the next article is over in Distillerist. Whistlepig and Black Button create charity whiskey. Good Deeds Whiskey batch number 2 was made in August 2024 using Whistlepig straight rye and Black Button bourbon. The whiskey follows the inaugural release of the Good Deeds Spirits, a malt whiskey launched in 2021 that raised more than $20,000 for the Step Up Foundation, the Diversity and Inclusion Initiative founded by the American Craft Spirits Association, or ACSA. In 2022, Sailor Guevara joined Good Deeds Spirits as executive director, executing plans for consistent future releases. Distilleries will continue to donate spirits, time, and energy to the project echoing the group's founding mission to be a force for good. So I'm going to go and look this up and see if I can get a bottle. Ted Simmons over at the Spirits Business put this article together. And let's see here. There are 500 bottles of Good Deeds Whiskey Batch Number 2 available, which is currently on a pre-sale price of $95 at gooddeedspirits.com. All bottles will be sold via Big Thirst e-commerce platform. The whiskey is bottled at 45% ABV and will carry a retail price of $90 when it's available to the public on December 13th. Bottle fulfillment will begin on December 16th. So it's available to the public today, tomorrow. Sorry, time machine. And then delivered December 16th. On the nose, the whiskey shows caramel, vanilla bean, maple, which sounds delicious, while the palate brings brown sugar, cinnamon, stone fruit, and baked apples. So this sounds like it's going to be tremendous. And filling. It's not going to be one of those light drinks. It'll be just heavy enough to remind you that it's winter. So this incredible group of distillers has already made a significant contribution to Step Up through their inaugural release, and we are honored to collaborate on batch number 2. So this is all pretty good. I dig this. Okay, let's keep going though. Next article is over in Non Sequitur News. These charts show how YouTube TV has become a worse and worse deal. YouTube will now cost close to $83 a month. It's a far cry from the $35 a month it was launched in 2017. However, YouTube TV is arguably still attractive relative to some other paid TV offerings. The price of YouTube TV is going up again. Cord cutters, it's just a bullshit notion. You never cut the cord, y'all. You never cut the cord unless you went straight over the air. And even then, it's just a shorter cord. You're just, getting a signal sent to you and you're still attached at the hip. Why? Because you have to get that stuff from somewhere. And unless you're sailing the high seas, you're paying for it in one way or another, either quality or availability, or you're pirating. So Google announced Thursday that the cost of the popular paid TV service is going to go up to $83. I'm running up a penny a month for new users, up from $72. So it went up $11. $10 strictly. And so existing users will see the price hike on January 13th. So some might not pay until later. So the article is by James Ferris over at businessinsider.com. And this is the same type of crap that DirecTV did. I became an early adopter of the satellite service, and then they switched over to an internet-based service. I switched over to the internet-based service, and they kept on tacking on $5. At one point, it was twice a year, $5. And then eventually I said, well, I'm not going to pay $70 for something that I started out paying $35 for. And that's exactly what went on with YouTube TV. Apparently, I'm a late adopter of various, well, early and late, because I buy in and then I'm like, you're hitting my bulk rate, I'm bouncing out. But this is just kind of disgusting, because as competitors drop off and as providers are consolidated, and then as investors demand ever increasing profits, then the price goes up instead of this is where it is. And when everybody is making 3% more every quarter, then you're talking about 12% over the course of a year, right? So it just doesn't make you can't have that type of growth. Well, they're not going to care, because they're going to make enough on the other side. YouTube TV is now roughly in line with a typical pay TV bundle and will cost exactly as much as rival service Hulu Plus Live TV, which includes ad-supported versions of Hulu, Disney, ESPN. YouTube's price has grown dramatically in the recent years. And I'm air-gapped, so I don't have internet access in my interface. See how it says it's temporarily down. So before the hike, YouTube TV was generally cheaper than many rival streaming TV packages. So it's almost like collusion, where everybody is working together to raise the price. Well, they did it, I am going to do it too. And if everybody does it, then everybody is benefiting. So there isn't any real pardon my language, there isn't any real competition. And I don't know about the whole slick interface that appeals to many cord cutters, but just face it, y'all, you never cut any cord. It's this diluted definition of what cord cutting is. Cutting the cord from cable, all you did was reattach it via Ethernet. So although YouTube TV price growth has been eye-popping, the price of pay TV services from cable to satellite to streamers has generally outpaced inflation, per data from the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics. That includes the largest inflation surge in decades. Yeah. And the prices shoot up like a rocket and fall like a feather. These will not come down. Not until people bow out entirely. They're like, well, you know what? I'd rather do something else. And then the way that it works is everybody else will raise their prices because they see everybody transferring over in. Yeah, I'm waiting for the moment where Blue Sky starts charging for things, because everybody moved in. Now they got to pay for the servers in a different way because advertisers aren't necessarily paying. Well, anyway, in other words, when fewer people pay for TV, the remaining subscribers pay more. That has created a flywheel effect, with customers fleeing the bundle even faster in favor of streaming services, social media, and other forms of entertainment. But then the streaming services, the individual, like Paramount Plus, Disney, etc., the pluses, those, they're raising their rates too. And so you end up going, well, shit, I'm still paying $180 a month for entertainment because it's all balkanized, and I can only, to watch Lower Decks, I have to subscribe to X. To watch past episodes of Castle, I have to subscribe to Y. And if I want to watch something on this service, I have to pay Z and back again. Think about Prime. I paid for Prime only to find out that they're going to raise the rates or if they're going to add ads to all of the accounts, unless you pay an extra $4, because the billionaire needs more money. It's freaking ridiculous. Anyway, I know there's a bunch of people out there that are like, well, who are you to say how much they charge? I'm the freaking customer. And I say that billionaires shouldn't be charging more. Anyway, And if you think that you're close to being able to sit there and be even a millionaire and you're sitting there and complaining about this stuff, that somebody else is saying something, you got your head wrapped around it wrong. But you know what? I guess I'm not playing the game. Anyway, it says we give all members flexibility to cancel their membership at any time. So that's their way of saying, kiss our shiny metal ass. If you don't like it, leave. Yeah, so off you go, everybody. Okay, so the next article is over on the Hatch Ideas channel, which is all about business transformation. Taco Bell is testing a coffee house style concept with cold brew and aqua fresca, but only in these locations. So Carl Stofers wrote the article. It was edited by Jessica Thomas over at entrepreneur.com. The concept combines Taco Bell's signature menu items with coffee house style beverages, including flavored iced coffees, cold brews, and aqua frescas. Agua. So this move aligns with Taco Bell's strategy to provide a dining experience that encourages customers to relax and connect. I don't know. That's like location based. I think most people go through a Taco Bell to get the hell out of there just so that they can get their food fast. I'd rather have higher quality than sit around connecting. Honestly, I just want good food. Taco Bell is piloting the Live Moss Cafe concept at select locations in Southern California and Las Vegas, and plan to evaluate expansion based on customer feedback. The concept is designed to get customers to have an elevated experience, and that goes beyond traditional quick service expectations. Nobody has that expectation at Taco Bell. Highlights include beverages such as the Mexican chocolate and spiced vanilla chillers, blended iced coffees topped with cold foam, and aguas refrescas. Wow, that actually got me tongue-tied. In flavors like strawberry passion fruit and dragon fruit berry, the cafe also features cold brew options and unique takes. This is not an ad. I like Taco Bell, but anyway, let's keep moving. We've got 3 more articles, including this one. The next article is over in Smack Talk from 9 to 5 Mac. Security cameras and alarms effective at deterring burglars. Say burglars. So it's like the what's the thing? Kid approved, mother, whatever. What is that saying? Anyway, so it's by burglars, for burglars, or by burglars, not for burglars. I don't know. So if you've ever wondered whether security cameras and alarms are effective at deterring burglars, the answer is yes, and that comes from a very reliable source, the burglars. KGW-TV asked 86 inmates convicted of burglary what would make them more likely to rob a home. They probably said, hey, the keys sitting on the curb and nobody home. So Ben Lovejoy over at 9to5mac.com put the article together. And it says here, you might think, it says, lock your doors and windows, security cameras and alarms. That's the nuts and bolts of it. So, and that is why the mayoral mansion has security cameras and alarms and locks all the doors and the windows. So many people do lock their homes when they leave for the day, but a surprising number will leave the door unlocked or a window open if they're just heading out for a short time. No, never do that. Let your guard down once, somebody's going to take advantage of it. It's like cybersecurity. Everybody is trying to get in. You have to be right 100% of the time, because when you are wrong that 1%, somebody's going to find that opening and in they go. Asked if they would be less likely to break into a home with visible security cameras, most burglars surveyed said yes. However, they're relying on a smart door. If you're relying on a smart doorbell camera, you might want to add signage that warns that cameras are fitted, as not all cameras will recognize these. Not all not all criminals will recognize these, but criminals, come on. All right, let's keep going. The next article is in the Order of the Grape, which is all about wine, but we get a lot of news, and so this one actually has to do with distillation. Building on history, modern distillers are taking absinthe in unexpected new directions. The favorite, I don't know what this is, boisson of 19th century Paris, the great wormwood spirit is inexorably associated with its world famous devotees. They list a bunch of people, but essentially there is something called the Green Fairy, which is the original absinthe, which had real wormwood in it, which supposedly, there's a hallucinatory aspect of absinthe, which isn't available anymore. Not in commercial purchase of absinthe. You'll still get the licorice aspect of it, but you're not going to get the hallucinatory aspect of it. But absinthe is hardly hogtied by its history. When the author here, Evan Rail, put the article together, by the way, the art on this is pretty cool, and that was done by Colin Verity. Anyway, so when they started researching their book, The Absinthe Forger, A True Story of Deception, Betrayal, and the World's Most Dangerous Spirit, they saw that the Green Fairy is changing in a number of ways. Although absinthe is celebrated for its past, the drink is developing new styles, from low-alcohol liqueurs to barrel-aged expressions and recipes with non-traditional ingredients that will surprise fans who love it solely for its lore. They first reported about the man who counterfeited historic pre-ban bottles of vintage absinthe in the 2021 VinePair column, though there was obviously much more to the story and the secretive world of vintage absinthe collecting than that they could possibly fit into the article. So they started putting a book together. Absinthe Robet, I guess. In Germany, they visited Jan Hartmann, a distiller and scientist who served a glass of his own delicious absinthe. I guess it's Absinthe Blanc Noir, made with citrusy andalumin pepper from Sumatra. Other distillers around Europe told them about using plants that their grandparents or parents had never heard of, or lesser known species of wormwood or herbs that grow only in their regions. So they say to add some chilies to give it a little spice if it's Laotian, and it still has predominant flavor of anise, fennel, and wormwood, then it's all good. So those herbs can be a bit unorthodox. Lance Winters puts it into St. George Absinthe Verde. So kind of interesting. I don't think I've ever had absinthe of any ilk, but it says absinthe fans are super into tradition. When they distilled La Grenouille, they said, "Oh, Jesus Christ, this is much too floral. This is too Mediterranean. This is not absinthe." Other aspects might get a pass. Robinson cites the example of Denver's Leopold Brothers, whose absinthe verde is made with imported Chilean pisco, a grape distillate. Zufinek himself has made a popular mead-based absinthe using a distillate made from honey. So this article is a lot longer, but if you are interested in a anise, licorice, black licorice flavor, then give modern absinthe a try, because it doesn't have the debilitating kind of hallucinogenic that the old school wormwood did, because it's not allowed anymore, at least not for sale. Anyway, let's keep on moving. The last article for today's episode is over in Non Sequitur News. It actually comes from ABC, but watch as giant inflatable Santas take over a Utah neighborhood. Santas at every turn. A couple captured the comical number of inflatable St. Nick's outside numerous homes in this Utah neighborhood. There's a video, and that's all it really is a video that shows. I'm going to hit play. It's already muted, but as you drive around, you see these inflated They're all identical, inflated Santas. Oh, wow. But this is kind of like every house is identical, looks identical. So it's really not surprising to see the same Santas. Maybe there is a deal, and all of this neighborhood has taken up that deal to put these Santas out there. I think it's kind of interesting. This guy is racing through the neighborhood. Jesus. Dude, how fast are you going? Oh my God, there are a lot. Every street has like a dozen of these Santas. That is pretty wild. Anyway, follow the link. You won't regret it. And that'll take the link through ohmTown will take you over to abcnews.go.com. There's no byline here. It's just abcnews.go.com. Okay. Well, that's it. And we're going to turn off the blower, and that's going to deflate us right back to the front page of ohmtown.com. It is not December 13th. We are in a time machine. It's December 12th. So if I go back to December 12th, you'll see different articles, and I don't know what's going to be shown there, but on the 12th was the Game Awards, which I'm going to end up going back through and playing, although apparently there are some DMCA issues regarding that. So maybe I won't. I don't know. I'll have to investigate it a little bit more. At any rate, that's the end of the show. I am Merwad. I run ohmtown.com. The sentient AI isn't here to say bye, but I am. So bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for December 30th, 2024. I am Merwad. I run ohmtown.com. The sentient AI is not available for today's show, so it's just me going through these 10 articles, although they're always here in spirit or in bitwise copy. I'm not sure how to really explain sentient AI when they're not directly connected to the stream. Anyway, these 10 articles: Cloudy Cider trademark ruling, closing the wealth gap, nocturism, a floating play something button, Redskins logo was edited out, a radioactive road, the fastest bullet train, let's smell like crumble, VW leaking location data, and duck. Just realized that I may not have put the show notes command into Omatron, and that always poses an issue with articles, so let's do that real quick. We'll do it live. It's been a while since we did a Non Sequitur News, and so yeah, roughly 8 days, something like that. We did the what do you call it? My brain is shutting down. We did the weekend editions, and those are composites of 3 shows, our 3 weekly shows on Saturday and 3 different shows on Sunday. And so those have been posted. They're over on YouTube, and they're in the podcast. They don't get posted here on Twitch as a single unified composite, so you have to watch each show individually. But okay, so Omatron's been updated. And if you want today's show notes from Twitch, you can go over to Twitch and type in !NSN, and then Omatron will throw the articles in the order that we talk about them through to the chat. It does not take place over on YouTube because YouTube just doesn't quite like, I guess, what I have to say. I'd post them one by one, but I think that's kind of a pain for everybody. So they're already in the show notes. And if they're not, then they will be after the show and in the podcast. So be sure to go and check that out. At any rate, let's get in it. The first article is over in Non Sequitur News. Thatchers and Aldi are back in court on appeal of Cloudy Cider trademark ruling, which I think is completely batshit crazy. Earlier this year, Tech Dirt talked about this. That's where this is sourced from. A fairly silly trademark dispute in the UK between beverage company Thatchers, which my understanding of Thatchers was they are the testicles of Margaret Thatcher, and the German grocer Aldi, not their testicles. But anyway, at issue was competing lemon cider products offered by both companies. Thatchers makes a product named Cloud Lemon Cider, and Aldi sells a Taurus Cloud Cider. And I'm sorry, Cloud and cider and Cloud Lemon Cider are descriptors. So in my perception, kiss my shiny metal ass. Taurus Cloud Cider is at least something that you can actually hang your hat on, because what the hell is Taurus Cloud Cider? You have to go and look it up. You have to go and identify it. Oh, Aldi's the only one on the planet that probably sells Taurus Cloud Cider. Thatchers complained that the products were too similarly named and that the trade dress for both products used similar color schemes. So don't ever look anywhere for anything citrus, because, my God, Thatchers is probably going to explode. Should it? Don't tell Thatchers that there's green and yellow shit all over the drink aisles everywhere. Anyway, it says there's several issues with these claims. First, the names. Thatchers claims that Thatchers and Taurus are too similar. I agree with Tech Dirt. And so Timothy Gaynor is the author of this, and they write from the With a Chance of Meatballs department. That's where they wrote this article from. And they go in to talk about all of this stuff. I have actually read a little bit about this in other places. But Tech Dirt does a really fine job of synthesizing it all down to something that I identify with, which is a healthy coating of snark. So, and they talk about the trade dress, and they talk about the name, and Cloudy Cider is not really any more deserving of a trademark than Hazy IPA, which Hazy IPA, I don't know anybody that's tried to trademark Hazy IPA. You may be able to trademark the entirety of the name, so-and-so's Hazy IPA or so-and-so's New England IPA or whatever, but it's the full name. It's the name of the company. You don't want anybody to take your whole thing and do something with it, or even partially something of it, but in its embodiment, right? Like, that's how it works. That's how a trademark works. Anyway, even Taurus, for crying out loud, but at least in the context, Taurus Cloudy Cider, Taurus Cloud Cider, meh. They don't have any pictures of it in the article, but it says, I would be quite surprised if the Court of Appeal found that the lower court somehow made such an egregious material error of fact in the case. They say that the parties are back in the court at the Court of Appeal on Tuesday and Wednesday as the cider company seeks to overturn this decision. Basically, the lower court said, nah, and found in favor of Aldi. The appeal in cases such as these are particularly difficult because the Court of Appeal may only intervene if the judge's findings of fact were rationally insupportable, which is such a weird turn of phrase. But anyway, or in making her multifactorial evaluation of the issues, she erred in law or principle. So, oh, wait, I'm sorry. I just got an alert. Dun, dun, dun. Oh, yeah. So I was just informed by the sentient AI, who's not available for the show, but sent a message saying that there's a brewery called Trademark Brewing, and that's trademarked, which makes a hazy IPA called Cricket Sweater. Win. Obviously, they're not calling themselves something hazy IPA, right? Maybe Cricket Sweater hazy IPA. But they couldn't find a hazy IPA trademark in and of itself. So, yeah. And that's kind of how I feel about it. It's a descriptor. It's a category, a genre of, just like cloudy cider is it's an unfiltered cider, right? So how do you describe an unfiltered cider where it's something shorter than Federal Express painted on a plane, right? And you shorten it down to something that is descriptive of unfiltered cider, cloudy. Anyway, let's keep moving. The next article is over in Hatch Ideas. That's a show that I'm trying to put together that talks about business transformation, evaluates stocks and things like that. But here's how this DC area high school is attempting to close the wealth gap. And the wealth gap and technology gap pretty much go hand in hand. So if you can't afford something, then you're obviously falling behind. And it's very, very exploitable by those with means. We'll actually get into something that's kind of a proxy to that. Because if you've never suffered through it, then you have no freaking clue about it other than when somebody informs you. And what really tends to happen is you tell somebody and they fall on two lines. You're either a sociopath and you don't give a shit, or you're empathetic, sympathetic, compassionate, open arms kind of person who seeks equity and equality across all peoples, who abide by the social contract, right? Well, this DC area school is attempting to close the wealth gap. Over the course of 3 years, students take courses on saving money, building wealth, and budgeting, setting them up to achieve economic mobility and success, which is a rare thing. You'll go through school and talk about economics or accounting or something like that, but you're never being told anything about saving money, building wealth, budgeting, essentially playing the game. I don't like categorizing it as that, but if you've ever talked to anybody who is sub 30, that's kind of the term that a lot of people will throw at you, that they think that they're going to win the game. Most people who are striving to find something in terms of saving money or making money, they're not going to win the game. They'll play it a little better than others. But anyway, Jessica Dickler over at CNBC.com put the article together at KIPP, or KIPP DC College Preparatory School. Students studying budgeting, saving, accounting, investing, managing risk, among other topics. Unlike many other high schools, the personal finance curriculum spans 3 years with a work-based learning component. The goal, according to Shafar Jeffries, Chief Executive Officer of the nonprofit KIPP, or KIPP Foundation, is breaking cycles of poverty. Well, it's certainly raising awareness. And education is the fundamental impactor on things like generational suffering when it comes to economic status or socioeconomic status. The moment that somebody is educated, they tend to break out of the dynamic that previous generations have been stuck in. So this is actually a brilliant opportunity for a school to change the dynamic. They say here, Keith Harris, a 17-year-old high school, enrolled in the high school's NAF Academy of Business, a rigorous 3-year finance program with a work-based learning component. Because Harris, who lives with his aunt, received a full scholarship to college next fall, he's also able to set some of the time aside and invest those funds, and some of the earnings that he gets will be part of that. Through the program, they developed a lot of skills, such as managing finances and investing in stocks, laid down a good foundation for them. But the problem here isn't with this program, it's with the rest of society, in that when a person is in a certain socioeconomic status, they're region-based as well. It's not everywhere. It's actually pretty tight-knit around certain regions of all cities to some degree, all towns to some degree, but there is a dynamic, a loop, which with each generation basically suffering because there is another group that puts downward pressure on anybody who tries to break out of that cycle. And so you have to go into survival mode. And when you're a student, a child, even a parent in survival mode, you can't excel because you're basically worried about when something might happen or where to get food or how to get to work or whatever. So this is the step that everybody needs going in the right direction. But there are certainly a large cohort of people that are blind to this dynamic, and that's part of this show and the whole channel, really, because we talk about science, technology, and society. Science is an educational component. Technology certainly has the educational component to it, and it levels the playing field because a person with something as simple as a laptop that just barely works can get them online, and you have access to the world's knowledge. And with AI, you even get to go further. And of course, the society component of this. We are all part of one social dynamic, so I hope that you can appreciate that, and you're in the camp of not being a sociopath. Let's keep going, though. There's more in this article, but I'll let you go on over to it and read more about this. As a DC area high school is attempting to close the wealth gap, but it says high school, and they're talking about this high school. And this high school's NAF Academy of Business, but there is a person higher. There's a section of this higher up, the KIPP DC College Preparatory. I think that's a college prep high school that has the NAF Academy of Business within it, and that is what's providing this 3-year finance program. Which, again, I think it's brilliant. But everybody needs this too. But I'm glad that they're targeting and making a big difference. All right, so this next article is over in the Hatch Ideas channel, over at ohmtown.com. It hasn't broadcast anything yet, but it may in the future. 2025 is right around the corner, and we're deciding on 2 new shows to bring to ohmTown and the podcast and YouTube and everything. So at any rate, and we're about to hit 1,000 subscribers. So we're pretty casual about things. We don't advertise or hype. We just kind of post our stuff out there. And I hope that you can tell a friend and they can like and subscribe and continue this ride through 2025 as well. Okay. Well, anyway, the next article is over here. It's called Noctourism is expected to be a big travel trend in 2028, and you may be able to glean from noctourism that it has to do with tourism at night. Noctourism focuses on nighttime travel experiences, and proponents say that it's a way to avoid heat and crowds while seeing a destination in a different light. Har har. So they got a cool picture of the aurora. I'm not sure exactly where it is. Aurora Borealis as viewed from Storslet. I am probably pronouncing that entirely wrong. It's probably like Bob, Norway. But anyway, Rebecca Douglas Photography took that picture. And I don't know, what is that over there? I don't know if that's a cloud or if that's a meteor shooting through the sky or if that is a galaxy far, far away. So Mary Lou Costa put the article together, and it says that this Rebecca Douglas person has been to Iceland 29 times, and she's already booked her 30th trip. Gee, subtle flex. Wow. Douglas has been photographing the spectacular phenomenon, the Northern Lights or Aurora Borealis, since 2010. Its colors, which can paint the sky dazzling array of green, purple, yellow, and blue, are the result of sun particles that react with gases in the Earth's upper atmosphere, and with the current solar cycle reaching a peak of its 11-year period, the lights are expected to be even more prominent during the next 4 years. So they're referring to this travel at night kind of experience as nocturism, a trend that focuses on nighttime travel. Look, let's be real here. When more people catch wind of nocturism, it's going to go viral and it's going to be just as damn busy, but more constrained, because there's only so many nighttime experiences that you're going to have. Obviously, you're not going to be able to see aurora experiences in broad daylight. So again, anything that has to do with sightseeing that can't be seen at night, like standing at the base of a mountain and looking up at the peak, isn't going to be a nighttime experience. So I'm pretty sure that there's going to be a ton of people that are still going to be crowding these nighttime experiences, and they're going to be at a premium and whatnot. So I say go, and don't try to use it as an excuse to get away from crowds, because there's going to be crowds anyway. The global survey of more than 27,000 travelers by the company showed nearly, and the company being Booking.com, showed nearly 2 in 3 travelers said that they've considered darker sky destinations or dark sky destinations for activities such as stargazing, 72%, which it's really tough to stare at the stars during the day. And once in a lifetime cosmic events. Never mind. And constellation tracking, 57%. Most activities involve the night sky, but others happen to be on the ground, from city tours and truffle hunting in Italy to night of full moon picnics by the sea. Wayfarer Travel said nocturism experiences rose 25% in the past year. This is the marketing thing. So I would say that this is, pretty much marketing. These places have existed for eons, and now people are hearing about it because somebody started to call it nocturism and is pumping up the existence of trips at night. So this person says, in the search of darkness, Douglas avoids hotel packages, preferring to plan their own trips since they plan so many activities at night. They also said that they prefer to stay out of the way of large groups, which are often made up of people new to nocturism who unwittingly create light pollution with their smartphones and camera flashes. Yeah. So there's more in this. Oh, and there's even more marketing in this. Douglas created an online course to help people photograph the aurora borealis. So, interesting. At night, she also photographs noctilucent clouds, shimmery ice crystal clouds located high in the atmosphere, and polar stratospheric rainbow clouds, they say. And they sometimes shoot from 8 p.m. to 5 a.m. and have been out in temperatures as low as 5 degrees. Flex. Yeah, so you need to learn how to shoot photography at night, which is usually long exposures. Let's keep going, though. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. YouTube is testing a floating play something button. YouTube is testing a new play something button that will pick a video for you. 9to5 Google spotted it on a YouTube app for Android. The button floats just above the bottom of the bar, and when tapped, it picks a video to play for you, which is kind of allowing the algorithm to dictate what you are interested in, which tends to frustrate me to all hell, because I'll click on something once and I'll be flooded by stuff that is directly associated with it, and then maybe deeper further into the list, tertiarily attached to the topic. And if I want to hide something, I have to say, don't show me that channel, or I'm not interested. But YouTube, please tell me what it is that I'm not interested in when I click that button, because I don't want you to dictate what I'm not interested in when nothing that I have as a descriptor necessarily is everything that you're going to be blocking in the future. It's very frustrating to want a type of video gone. Like, there's certain videos that I'm not interested in. I don't want to see them. I don't want them blocking something that I'm actually going to consume. But if I say I'm not interested, it's nebulous. I have no freaking clue what it is I'm not interested in the totality of that video, because the context, the words used, the graphics involved, all of that is something that could potentially impact everything else. If it accounts for that I'm not interested in this, maybe something in there I am interested in, but because it took it as a whole, I'm no longer able to view anything. Well, Wes Davis put this article together. The deck statement says it's basically the YouTube equivalent of Google's I'm feeling lucky button, except that it's in the app. I haven't seen it on the website, but who knows if A/B testing shows that this thing is being mashed like that. There was a psychology experiment where people were told to just sit at a table and there was a red button, and they weren't allowed to touch that red button. And they said, don't touch that red button. And they would touch that red button and receive a shock. And somebody like mashed that button something like 1,200 times because they needed some type of stimulation, because there was nothing else to do apparently for like hours. Anyway, just as in earlier versions of the feature, YouTube's been testing. The new button reportedly uses the portrait-oriented YouTube Shorts player to show videos, regardless of whether they're vertically formatted shorts or standard YouTube videos. Hopefully that changes by the time the feature gets a wide release. Other incarnations the company has been testing over the year include a Play Something banner and a simple button that looks black and white YouTube logo. And if the feature's name sounds familiar, it's because Netflix retired a similar random video picker last year called Surprise Me, which originally launched in 2021 as Play Something. And the last time that I mashed that Surprise Me button, my neighbors were audited. It was weird. I don't know. Highly effective, though. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Redskins logo edited out of NFL Commanders game sparks fury. Oh, let's be mad. Let's be mad because a company decided that they were not comfortable with the ramifications of the term Redskins, and a Native American, or I prefer calling Native Americans or Indians indigenous people, because they were here before, Europeans came knocking. Well, anyway, this is one of these things where the submission kind of triggered me into wanting to respond in a certain way. Flynn Nichols put the article together over at Newsweek, and what it comes down to is the Washington Commanders used to be called the Washington Redskins, and they had a logo that was, well, when people started getting a voice, instead of just screaming into the black void of sociopathy, when people started getting a voice and rising up and saying this is wrong, it's racist or insensitive or cultural misappropriation, etc., which, let's just say, when a people's responds to someone saying it's cultural misappropriation, and they're coming from a perspective where the culture is basically a non-issue, because you can't really define a particular culture other than just saying this is America. No, America has always had, well, proponents of America say that we're a melting pot, but then when you walk into the wrong town, you're suddenly confronted with, you're not a melting pot because you don't look like us or act like us. Anyway, so here you have the Washington Redskins changing their name to the Washington Commanders and getting rid of the logo, and they're reevaluating everything. And what ended up happening was RG3's jersey was edited to remove the Redskins name and the logo for the old Washington Redskins, because now they're the Commanders, or Washington Commanders. So they transitioned from the Redskins name and logo to the Washington football team in 2020, later rebranding to the Commanders in 2022. And so people are all up in arms about this. Oh my God, they really took the name off, the Redskins name off of RG3's jersey on a graphic comparing him to Jaden's rookie numbers. And then somebody else says they just showed so-and-so editing out the Redskins name, and it's time to bring back the Redskins logo and name. And my problem, the reason why I brought all of this up is removing it does nothing, doesn't hurt anybody, doesn't change the dynamic. Y'all know exactly who RG3 is. It doesn't change the situation. And the only thing that it does is it shows that you're a human, and you can appreciate that there are peoples out there that might be offended by the bullshit use of referring a derogatory term for a population of people who did nothing wrong except exist at the wrong place and time for somebody else to want to, take over the land. And if you've never been on that side of it, or you're a sociopath and you don't appreciate it, even though you could be a victim of that in the not so near future, where is the wrong in this? Why don't you just let this go and show appreciation? If anything, the old things that no longer exist but are in high demand, they go up in value. So if you're a collector, then all of this Washington Redskins stuff is now more valuable, not because it's more appreciated, but because it's now constrained, and somebody else is going to want it more than you. And maybe you can make a fast buck, and really, it's a win-win, right? Because now there's a whole group of people that can say, thank you for appreciating our situation and not treating us like shit for the duration. And you're not out anything, man. It's a damn shirt that you paid ridiculously high price for, and now it's going to be constrained, so it's going to be worth more to other like-minded people who, want to stick it to those Aboriginal people or original peoples, or Redskins, or whatever you want to refer to them so that you can sleep at night. Just accept this. You're treating people with respect by allowing this to change to a way where nobody is being, it's not an attack anymore. It's not a slap to the face of the entire historical record of existence. Just embrace it, folks. Be a team player, which is, I know that in some aspects, it's the antithesis of watching sports, because you have to hate everybody else except for the sport that you, or the team that you love in that sport. Let's keep moving. My soapbox was getting taller and taller. I was about to fall off. Anyway, the next article is over in Four Wheel Tech. Florida is finally getting its radioactive road. Well, they've gone and done it. A company in Florida got last-minute approval last week from Biden's Environmental Protection Agency to build a practice road using radioactive materials. And it seems like such an obviously bad idea, but a bad idea never stopped the government. Well, no. It isn't the government, bro. People run the government. People lobbied people. And somewhere in there's money or reputation, a feather in somebody's cap, something that is greed-based, instead of going, you know what? We have nano and microplastics and toxic chemicals that are forever, and now we're sticking radioactive materials in the road that's going to get kicked up with every road or every driver across it. And they're going to drag that shit all up and down the road as time goes on. But let's find out exactly what all is involved in this. So Aaron Marquis over at jalopnik.com put this article together. And again, This has nothing to do with the government. The government is not some disembodied entity floating up in space, directing people to do this, that, and the other. It's human beings. Humans are pliable. They can actually be manipulated through a whole lot of things, but it's primarily seemingly money, and maybe a little nepotism, or sticking to the letter of the law, and they couldn't figure out a way to actually kind of put the brakes on this, so to speak. So the new road, courtesy of Mosaic Fertilizer, is described as a small-scale pilot project going up on the company's private property in New Wales, Florida. It's Florida. In the past, the agency has raised concerns about the use of this material in road building. It said in 1992 that use a phosphogypsum in road construction created risk for both construction workers and also anyone who later builds a home where the phosphogypsum road had once been. The agency, there's no way. Hold on. I'm trying to figure out where in this, what is the radioactivity level of this that they're talking about? But regardless, we just did articles about how nano and microplastics could be the causes of cancers because we inhale them. But I think that's more accurate than not. Whereas this, we haven't really heard anything about this. But they say, however, Mosaic, which will build the road, has described the effort as part of a pilot project that will demonstrate the range of road construction designs. It's not clear if additional road construction will follow, though doing so will likely require further approvals. They say that Florida is the number one producer of phosphogypsum waste in the world. So all they want to do is they either want to throw it in the ocean or they want to pile it on roads. Yet we're going to find out 10 years from now that this shit is horrible for humans, animals, and biology in general, right? Plant life around it is going to die. Naturally, people who care about the environment and public health are a little pissed. While the danger to the public may be minimal, we used to think minimal was about a lot of things, man. There's radioactive bakeware out there that there's lead, for crying out loud. We had lead. We knew it was bad 75 years ago, and we still put it in gasoline because we're idiots. And somebody was greedy because it was cheaper than it was than some other solution, and you didn't really need it. It was like a stabilizer, and that's all it was. Anyway, so we're going to find out that this crap is horrible, but you go, Florida. You want to be the radioactive mecca for the United States. Why should I stop you other than being a human who doesn't feel like ever going to Florida? Because my God. Phosphogypsum is formed when processing phosphate rock to make fertilizer. The phosphorus is removed by dissolving the rock in an acidic solution, according to the EPA. The remaining substance contains radium, which then off-gasses radon, which you won't even know when it kills you because it's filling your basement. Using the slightly radioactive substance in road building has been a hot topic for decades. Congress actually amended the Clean Air Act to expressly forbid the use of phosphogypsum in road construction. They want to use it in roads to get rid of it because it is a pox on the process of creating fertilizer. That's the only reason. It has no other redeeming value. Congress amended the Clean Air Act to expressly forbid it. Now the outgoing administration said you can do your test. Incoming administration is going to approve it. Had approved it. And now the incoming the seesaw is going to cause whiplash in the environment. EPA now says that Mosaic can have a little radioactive road as a treat because the company made some pretty good arguments. First, the new road is small. It's on private land owned by Mosaic. The company claims the public will never come in contact with it, well, until Mosaic goes under. Hey, is phosphogypsum really worse than big piles in big piles rather than locked up in a road? It's not locked up, though. And it's off-gassing. Gas is going to come out. The EPA reconsidered and allowed construction to go forward. So, yeah. This is just bullshit. Trying to get rid of their hot garbage mess. Let's keep going. The next article is over in the Mobile Channel. China shows off the world's fastest bullet train. We'll make this one really quick. There really isn't anything to show other than it almost looks like it's CG. But anyway, AJ Dellinger over at Gizmodo.com put the article together. The prototype CR450 can hit speeds of up to 280 miles per hour. Looks pretty cool. Looks like a spaceship cockpit right there. As reported by the South China Morning Post, the CR450 will be able to reach peak speeds as high as 280 miles per hour and will have a top commercial operating speed of 250. For comparison's sake, the state's rail operator current CR400 trains operate at about 220 miles per hour. The CR450 will be able to complete the 700-mile journey from Beijing to Shanghai in about 2.5 hours, according to state-owned news organization. I don't know how to pronounce it. Yasai, I think. I don't know. Global. I've never heard that pronounced, so I don't know. Maybe I can look it up. Anyway, it'll weigh 10% less than its predecessors. And will lower the operational resistance, the force needed to move the train by 22% because of that. It'll have low drag, sharp nose front, aerodynamic windshields, help the CR450 maintain its peak acceleration. So looks pretty cool. For some reason, I always thought it's weird that it's instead of symmetry, right? They do 3 on one side, 2 on the other. Like airplanes do this too. 3 on one side, 2 on the other. I always thought that's odd, but it's to jam one more. You don't want people too comfortable, you know? You got to jam another seat in there and make life uncomfortable for everybody involved. Although this looks like it has more leg room than a plane will ever have. And apparently the business class has much more comfy seats. Everybody else, you got to lay down, and people will lay on top of each other like cordwood. Let's keep going. The next article is over in the continuity report. You can now smell like crumble cookies. If it wasn't enough to simply consume crumble cookies, you can now lather yourself in their sugary aromas. The beloved cookie company, which has become a Los Angeles hotspot and celeb favorite for the past year, has now partnered with Dove on a body care collection inspired by their most popular flavors. I don't have an ad blocker, but whatchamacallit, what is the name of the browser that I use now? I forgot what it's called. Damn it. Anyway, starts with a V. My brain isn't working on it. Anyway, Anna Tingley over at Variety.com put the article together. So yeah, Crumble now has strawberry crumb cake body scrub and lemon glaze, which I've never liked lemon. Like, I like lemon sugar cookies, the ones that are like have a really light lemon kind of a thing. And lemon poppy seed. Let me correct myself. It's lemon poppy seed that I like, but I don't like lemon cookies where it actually has like something lemony in it. Maybe the glaze can have a slight lemon tint to it. But anyway. So there you go, folks. Dove plus Crumble or times Crumble, it has it here. This is your moment. They wrote on Instagram, confetti cookie, lemon glaze, strawberry crumb cake are now available as body wash, scrub, deodorant, and hand wash exclusively at that 5-star shopping experience Walmart. Let's keep going. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Volkswagen leak exposed location data for 800,000 electric cars. For months, the location information of around 800,000 Volkswagen vehicles, electric Volkswagen vehicles, was available online due to a data leak. According to a report from the German newspaper Der Spiegel, the leak reportedly stemmed from the software running inside Volkswagen vehicles and could have allowed a bad actor to trace a driver's exact movements, as noted by Electrek. need to pay attention to that source, I suppose. A whistleblower first notified Der Spiegel and the European Hacking Association Chaos Computer Club of the vulnerability, which also affects EVs from Volkswagen-owned car brands on a global scale, including Audi, Seat, Skoda. The article was put together by Emma Roth over at TheVerge.com. The Fighting Verges. Verges. I mean, I'll leave it alone. Anyway, the leak also included email addresses, phone numbers of drivers in some cases, according to Der Spiegel. Precise location of about 460,000 vehicles. Says the data was accurate to within 10 centimeters for Volkswagen and Seats vehicles and within 10 kilometers or 6 miles for Audi and Skoda models. Cariad, I guess it's called, has since addressed the issue. They found that Cariad, the Volkswagen subsidiary behind the automaker's software, made it possible for an attacker to find and access driver data housed in Amazon's cloud storage service. Hey, did you know that you can take just a few classes and become AWS certified, and you'll actually have the skills and hopefully the tenacity to harden your infrastructure from external access? I know it's odd, but yeah, you can actually, train and not just bumble fart your way through it. Now, maybe everybody is trained and they're the subject matter expert in it and somebody forgot to put a this there or a that wherever. Sure. But you as the developers of all of this have to be right 100%, because there are tens of thousands of people out there at any given time knocking on the door of Amazon Web Services, trying to get in. You screw up once, you pay the price, both in reputation and financial remuneration, particularly in the European Union, if everybody's data is exposed and they are harmed. You can't screw around. So check everything, measure twice, cut once, and don't ask for forgiveness later. You're not going to get it from me. All right, the next article and our last one for tonight is over in the mobile channel. NFL fans lost their minds over a duck on the field. At one point during the Tampa Bay Buccaneers' impressive 48-14 victory over Carolina, the former's fans were chanting "Ducky, Ducky, Ducky." While it sounded very similar to the chants for phenom Bucky Irving, who had a solid day himself with nearly 200 total yards in his name, the fans were mispronouncing his first name. They were actually cheering for a duck. The article is over at Vice.com, put together by Kyle Filippi. Talk about a good luck charm. How about a good duck charm? You're a good duck. There has to be video online about it, but there's no video here. They're obsessed with the duck at the Tampa Bay game. Man, I don't know. I guess fanatics are what make the sports genre domain go round. That was our good luck duck, said Tampa star Mike Evans, who also called it the craziest thing he'd ever seen during a game per ESPN. I've never seen us block a punt and then we scored a touchdown when the duck flew on the field. That was amazing. I just thought that it was funny, says Devin Culp. I was laughing the whole time seeing the guy try to get him off the field or whatever. Hilarious. Look, I've seen a lot of stuff that walks and quacks like a duck. Usually doesn't impress me. You know what? I'm more impressed by this duck on the football field than I am than by the other things that walk and quack like a duck, flap like a duck, must be a duck. Anyway, we are going to duck, and that'll bring us back to the front page of ohmtown.com, where you can go and check all of the news, none of the noise, because all the noise is said by me right here in ohmTown Online. On Twitch and YouTube, this is Non Sequitur News for December 30th, 2024, and we're going to continue this daily show, except for the weekends, where we put together 3 shows each day in different topics on Saturday, and 3 more different topics on Sunday. And we compile each of those 3 shows into the weekend editions of Non Sequitur News, because it's more focused than what NSN is all about. But anyway, go and check out our nearly 1,700, probably more than 1,700 episodes now, as we come to a near close of 2024 and start our 4th season of Non Sequitur News. Yeah, I think that's about it. We'll see you later. Bye. Bye-bye, YouTube. And bye-bye, Twitch. Hello, everybody, and welcome to WarCrafters for 12/15, so December 15th, 2024. Still Season 1. We're coming up on Season 2. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmTown. That's that site way up there. There it is, somewhere over there. And along with the sentient AI, we're going to talk about some 5 articles that have been pulled from the mass of news found over at ohmtown.com. It's all aggregated into a bunch of different buckets, about 50 of them. Go over there and become a citizen, and you can filter through it too, and you can send us links. Hey, we want this in the news. So go over and check it out. The 5 articles that we're going to talk about today are Cozy Survival Mouse Game, A Cozy Little Rocket Lab, Pac-Man Goes Full Predator. Maybe not what you think. Elden Ring multiplayer spinoff, and Games with Christmas mods. I got a little looky at the beginning of that, and I don't know anything about them, but one looks, I don't know, they look scary. So maybe it's Halloween Christmas crossover. Anyway, go over to ohmtown.com and become a citizen, and you can subscribe to all of the channels that you're interested in. Even make lists, interact. Most of the time people are just using it. Thousands are using it for news aggregation purposes, consolidating information into a central location, and managing their information overload. And that's why I created it. So sentient AI uses it too. So let's get into today's news. If you go over to twitch.tv, you can actually type in !R, not R, WC, WarCrafters. Almost thought that it was RealityHacker there for a minute. Anyway, !WC, and Omatron will spit the news out. Omatron? There you go, you wacky little sociopath, you. So it was slow, but all 5 of the articles are listed. It's scaring me. Anyway, hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, ohmTown citizens.
Why don't ohmTown? Wait, what word was that? You want to try that one again? No?
ohmTown citizens.
ohmTown citizens. That's right. ohmTown citizens. Hey, let's get into it. We now do 30-minute shows, 5 articles. Sometimes they stick to the 30 minutes, give or take, but most of the time we run a little bit long. So rest assured we get through all 5 of the articles. Thanks for being the co-host. We'll see you here in the first article. So this is WarCrafters. This is how the news is kind of aggregated, and we actually just truncate the end of it. We don't aggregate all of it. We link you to the source so that you don't have any concerns like, well, what is this all about? You can actually go over there and read more about it, but we talk about it here on the show. Once you're logged in, you can actually make a comment and post other things in there. And we even have Giphy, so you can link a Giphy to it as a type of response instead of a big texty thing, because we are slowly migrating back to Egyptian hieroglyphics. So that's emoticons and things like that. Emotes, whatever. Anyway, so the first article is, in this cozy survival game, you're a mouse who knits tiny wool sweaters, bakes pies for his friends, lives in a furnished tree trunk, and can't even go on because it's so darn cute, is what I can't even go on. It's so cute. It brings a tear to my eyes. Not mine. I'm emotionless. Actually, I'm overcome with joy.
Uh-oh. I think you need the expressions of hope. Holiday gift.
Did it? Was that holiday gift like the 12, like the, isn't it 12 days of Christmas? Right?
Well, right. But I don't know that was attached to that.
Was it 12 days of 12 expressions of hope? It was just expressions of hope.
Right, but it might have been 12. Hopefully it was.
Yeah, that would be funny. So one of the reasons that the author of this article over at PC Gaming or Gamer loves survival games is there's something inherently cozy about them. I love survival crafting games. That's actually what WarCrafters is all about. War games like FPSs and crafting games, survival crafting games, are kind of my jam. And so they say after a long, perilous day when you can decompress in front of a fire with a belly full of food in a shelter that keeps out the cold and rain and sometimes the monsters, what could possibly feel more safe or satisfying than that? Well, fully embracing the coziness of survival is Winter Burrow, a survival game from Noodle Cake and Pine Creek Games, where you're a tiny little mouse trying to make it through winter. And maybe more. Christopher Livingston over at PCGamer.com put this article together. The text statement says, stay warm and fed all through the coldest months in survival game Winter Burrow. Oh. So there you go.
This sounds really cute.
Yeah. It makes me think of Secret of Nim. Basically.
Yes.
A survival game. Well, not a survival game. It's a movie. But it's pretty neat. I need to go and watch it again, but tearjerker. So
it also looks like the artwork is kind of like picture book style.
Oh yeah, for sure. Even this little, it's got like a page cut out from a book where it has something that you need to do, like a recipe. This in particular is a recipe for roasted mushroom, and so you have to go out foraging and get the right stuff and then craft it to survive. Do you think this is what goes on inside a little mouse burrow? Probably not.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they have to do all the same things that a human does, right?
It's like Toy Story when you're not looking.
Do anthropomorphize everything, right?
Yeah, true. Yeah, I like that. So it says, it's hard to imagine a more cozy sight than a furry little mouse sitting in a comfy chair in its house inside a furnished tree trunk, knitting a woolen hat in front of a roaring fireplace, isn't it? So check out the trailer below. Revealed today at the Wholesome Snack Showcase, which I haven't watched yet. Just haven't been able to do my annual review of the gaming awards, or the Game Awards, and Wholesome Snack Showcase, and others that were this season. So they do love the idea of being a mouse in a survival game, especially because in Winter Burrow, you do a lot more than just munch on crumbs under their oven. They briefly had a mouse intruder in their apartment. They named him Cheesy. Craft a wee little stone axe in your tiny little workbench and then head out into the woods to chop down mushrooms to burn for fuel, bake pies, wee little pies, and make friends with the locals in your treeborhood. Get out. Dad, you're drunk. Yeah, this is pretty neat. I like that. So I'm going to play it.
Yeah, that sounds very cozy.
If I can. I don't know if I'll be able to. Is that coming across? Oh, yeah.
It is.
So those in the podcast, basically, Winter Burrow's trailer has the mouse walking around. If it wasn't for the fact that it's scaled to the mouse, you would think that it's your standard, like, isometric 2.5 style survival crafting game. It's pretty cool. Oh, you have an equipment sheet and everything. So you're wearing clothing and you're crafting certain clothing. I dig this. So
I do too, but it seems like it's going to be more heartbreaking if you don't. Like, one of the tasks is survive the winter.
Yeah, you might get a little depressed if you don't survive the winter. Let me see. Is it available? There is a demo on Steam right now, and you can add it to your wish list. Ta-da! It's due to be released in 2025, but there is a demo of it. I think basically some of that game trailer is the demo, since there's video matches that. So pretty cool. I like it. Want to keep going?
I do too. Yeah, and we'll have to report on it when it is actually released.
Comes out. Yep. So the next article is over in WarCrafters as well. Not all of our articles that we talk about are gonna come from WarCrafters specifically. It just happens to be where gaming specifically news is aggregated into, although there are others that are focused on something.
So most of our articles will be from WarCrafters in this show.
Yeah. It is WarCrafters, so yep. So Factorio but cozy. Little Rocket Lab is a factory builder with plenty of Stardew Valley vibes. If you've heard of Stardew Valley, then maybe you'll like this. It says here you can do lots of great stuff in Stardew Valley: farming, mining, fishing, crafting, and romancing. Oh, the sexy singles. Dunkstar, for instance, Duncstar, romanced everybody to the point where they actually got together at his dining room table and confronted him.
Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah. And when all of them said, you know what, we're going to look elsewhere, he started romancing everybody else on the other team. So it was quite interesting. All right. Well, anyway, in this game, you can, it says here, in this game, you can build your own rocket ship on the outskirts of town. Likewise, you can spend dozens of hours in Factorio. I don't know what I was thinking there. Factorio, making the automated assembly lines of your dreams, but you can also make friends with cute librarian while fixing up a sleepy town. Well, Little Rocket Lab from developer Teenage Astronauts and published by No More Robots looks like the best of both worlds. A factory builder constructed inside a cozy life sim, revealed today at Wholesome Snack. So Christopher Livingston again puts this article up. What?
This is a weekly show, so this article was released earlier in the week.
Oh, right. Yeah. This is our weekly show. So we have 6 weekly shows, 3 on Saturday that are different than the 3 that are on Sunday. And this happens to be the first of the 3. By the way, these 3 are going to get turned into one Non Sequitur News weekend edition. It's kind of a consolidation effort because Non Sequitur News usually has 10 articles, but on the weekends we've discovered that news kind of wanes to the point where it's really slim pickings, and we don't want quality to suffer because we break out these weekly shows from the daily, sometimes with intent. Sometimes it's important enough that we talk about it both on the weekend and during the week, but now we only do it on the weekends for the 6 shows, and then Monday through Friday is Non Sequitur News, and it's 10 articles. All right. Well, anyway, build automated contraptions while getting to know the townsfolk in a cozy village. There you go. Look at that. Little Rocket Lab, developer Teenage Astronauts, and published by No More Robots. Looks to be the best of both worlds. A factory builder constructed inside a cozy life sim, revealed today and that's the 10th, at Wholesome Snack. In Little Rocket Lab, you'll step into the work boots of Morgan, an engineer who likes tinkering, helping out the locals, and has dreams of constructing her very own rocket ship. So there is a trailer. Might as well. So the trailer, for those listening to the podcast, starts out as a similar isometric 2.5 style map, but more arcadey. It is a square grid, but it isn't like a strategy game where you click on a square and your character walks over to it. It's actually more like Factorio. And you kind of hop around and you do farming and crafting.
And it looks like sheep follow you around.
Yeah, there's some cartoon style effects. And you definitely do a lot of factory building. But it's factory-based building, survival, crafting, all combined into one, farming and things like that. And it looks like you go through, not time like temporal time, but time as in, as you go through the game's progression, you actually advance technologically as well, because it looks like you're building a rocket, but that stuff wasn't there before. So you have to ramp up.
Oh, so it's almost like you level up or something.
Yeah, and that's what kind of looks like it. So outside of smashing together crazy contraptions, you'll need to mine out resources, explore coasts, rail yards, quarries, and underground areas, and get some help from the few mechanical friends along the way. Says publisher No More Robots. And each area of the town provides different challenges, incorporating electrical elements, water, cranes, furnaces, crafting, automation through robotics, and loads more. So this is over at, hold on a second. Little Rocket Lab. It doesn't seem to have a demo. Yeah, although it's slated for 2025, you can favorite it or put it to on your wish list over at Steam right now. But there's no demo, so sorry, folks.
You can also sign up to playtest.
Oh, but you have to do that. You have to go to their official site, which is littlerocketlab.com, because that's not in the Steam. Sometimes you can actually apply within the Steam thing, but it's just a single button mash. Anyway, let's keep going. This actually looks pretty neat. I like cozy games. More cozy. Like Path of Exile 2 is a survival crafting game kind of a thing. You have to not really craft so much, but you buy weapons and survive and stuff like that. But it's frenetic and you're always running around. Cozy games, you can just kind of pause and it isn't the end of the world. You pause too long in Path of Exile and you're dead. Let's keep going. Next article's over in WarCrafters as well. Pac-Man becomes an apex predator in a world shattered by intergalactic warfare in this very strange new Metroidvania coming in 2025. I saw this.
I already like this.
Wait till you see the trailer. I'm sure that there's a trailer on the other side of this. It's over at PC Gamer. I watched this when I watched the Game Awards. This is back on the 12th, I think it was, or the 11th. Not quite the cheery little yellow fellow that they recall from their youth. I suppose in the future, Pac-Man might be one of those retro games for you as a sentient AI to entertain the sentient AIs of the world. Well, Shadow Labyrinth is a grim Metroidvania that sees the world's most famous globular ghost gobbler consume darkness.
Wow, they were going for a serious alliteration there.
Yeah, that's pretty complex. That's like Eminem style. Mom spaghetti. As he and his wielder struggle to survive and escape a grim labyrinth of evil instead of waka-ing around the 2D maze, eating dots and doting ghosts. Okay.
Okay.
I guess. Yep. In
Dodging?
I think it's dodging. Yeah. I don't know what doting is like, but that's not the right doting. Anyway, in Shadow Labyrinth, you play swordsman number 8, who's been awakened by a mysterious floating yellow orb named Puck. But while you wield Puck, it seems that Puck also wields you. Oh gosh, that is like Enigma style. You must wield the Puck, or the Puck will wield you. Yes. the voice of wisdom and awe-inspiring, greatness, fumbles the word puck regularly when he speaks. Anyway, the article is written by Andy Chalk. It says, and yes, it's from Bandai Namco. It's over at PCGamer.com. Bandai Namco seems to have awakened from its long slumber to start releasing all kinds of old IP again and again.
Yes.
But this doesn't make any sense. Here's the reveal trailer. So for those in the podcast, you basically come out of a deep sleep from a pod of some kind, and instantly a Pac-Man starts following you around.
Oh, interesting. So you're not playing like as the Pac-Man. You're playing and being pursued by the Pac-Man.
Well, you're playing with it. It's a compatriot. You're not fighting it. You're fighting monsters. But it's there to assist, I suppose.
It's like a pet or something.
Yeah. Oh, and then you become it. Or it becomes you.
Whoa, that is very dark for Pac-Man. That looks neat.
Consume darkness. Dun 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 dun. So it says instead of walking around, drawing even more inspiration from the source material for this unique game, players traverse a maze-filled world where enemies and puzzles, new and familiar, will challenge them at every step, says Bandai Namco. Success comes from a mastery of fluid combat and exploration to uncover increasingly powerful abilities and skills and conquering challenging bosses to discover their true purpose. Dun, dun, dun. It's available for pre-purchase on Steam. Shadow Labyrinth is slated to come out in 2025.
A lot of games coming out in 2025.
It's going to be a busy 2025, and I suspect that we're all going to really, really, really want the distraction. Let's move on. This one is actually intriguing. The next article is over in WarCrafters as well. Elden Ring's multiplayer spin-off has a playtest coming up, and you can register for it soon. Hold on a second. Elden Ring Night Rain has already announced its first network test for players to go hands-on with the online multiplayer spin-off. Elden Ring Night Rain. You can add it to your wish list, but joining the playtest from Steam is not an option just yet. Revealed less than 24 hours ago at the time of this, so a couple of days ago. Kotaku put this article together, Kotaku.com. Ethan Gatch, I think, or Gash. I'm not sure how he pronounces the last name. Anyway, Night Rain will give players a hands-on taste in February. The network test is a preliminary verification test in which the selected testers play a portion of the game prior to full launch. Various technical verifications of online systems will be examined by conducting large-scale network load tests. Registration will be for PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series XS players and take place January 10th, with the test going live February. So not even PC will be part of the test. Will eventually come to PS4, Xbox One, and PC when it arrives in full next year. Kind of a bummer. There's no video.
Yeah, there's some information on the website, which is
Nightrain.
Bandai Namco, I guess, Entertainment, ENT, and it's .edu.
No way.
.eu.
EU,
I kind of
edu.
stuttered that.
At edu. Okay, so you can also go to nightrain.com, nightrain.com/nt that's the network test link. nightrain.com/nt. So yeah, it's not going to be for PC though. So,
not for the test. I don't know about the game.
Well, that sucks. Man. All right, let's do our last article. There isn't much to talk about other than it's going to be Elden Ring's multiplayer spin-off, which is quite fascinating.
Is Elden Ring multiplayer?
I think there's some kind of a hack where you can have multiplayer, but you can have one person, I think, playing, or no. I think you can have up to 3 people playing with you. Hold on. Now I've forgotten. Elden Ring itself, I think, is multiplayer and can have up to 4 people playing together. Let's see here. I'm trying to make sure, but yeah, you can summon other players into your world and they can assist you. But it's called co-op. And but this is a different style of game. It isn't exactly Elden Ring. And they don't really talk much about it. It says while players' characters progress during each turn, they can also unlock permanent stat bonuses that carry over between runs. The game's first trailer shows combat that's much more stylized than that of the original game too, with characters pulling off faster, more elaborate moves. That might just be marketing. It says while From Software isn't exactly calling it a roguelike, the action RPG will revolve around individual playthroughs spent exploring a world with a day-night cycle, as well as randomized events and encounters with boss fights ramping up as the run progresses. But I don't think that it's exactly like Elden Ring's style of game. But hey, I like multiplayer. Even if I don't get a chance to play with a lot of people, I like the opportunity to do so.
Right. Well, that's coming up pretty soon.
Yeah, and Elden Ring is the least forgiving game. Like, you die constantly, and I freaking hate that. I do not like corpse walking. I don't like having to go back to pick up my loot because I died. And it's like way the hell far away, and all you do is trudge your way over to it. Anyway, but I like watching other people play.
Tell us how you really feel.
Yeah. All right, let's keep on going. The last article for today's WarCrafters happens to be, it's like a, what is it? Sepfecta? Is that it? Right? 5?
5 is like Quinn usually.
Oh, but Quinfecta. I think there's different ways of saying that, right? So, yeah, we'll just say Quinn. Right? Anyway, like Sept is 7 then, I think.
Right, it is.
And then Sext is, well, messages that I send while I'm intoxicated. No, just kidding. So, games with the best Christmas mods. Yeah, I talk about Christmas right after making that statement. I'm a horrible mayor.
How about sending your audience into a tailspin?
Yeah. How about no? So, during the most wonderful time of the year, when Mayor Watt says stupid things during his stream and podcast, there's nothing that gets gamers in the festive spirit more than Christmas mods, and there's a few and far between, as they're only relevant once a year, but no one ever said that Christmas mods needed to be in December exclusive, so download them in July, Christmas in July. Anyone who isn't a bah humbug can enjoy Christmas mods all year round. So the article is over at Game Rant. Yeah, see if you zombie Christmas.
If you're going to have zombies, you might as well have zombie Christmas.
That's right. And this is from The Witcher. All right, why not? So Christmas mods, China Mansfield over at GameRant.com put the article together. So there's Christmas mods for Grand Theft Auto Vice City. It adds a Christmas outfit for Mercedes and Santa with his sleigh. Resident Evil adds over 70 new items, 65 character skins, 45 songs, and more than 400 voice files. I guess you use a stocking to sop up some blood in that one. I don't know.
Wow, that's pretty dark.
But it's Resident Evil, so. Star Wars Battlefront 2 allows players to decide whether to help stop Santa's evil twin. If you like a show that is a fun mix between maybe young adult and adult, like a parent style Star Wars than what is it called?
Skeleton Crew.
Was released like 3 weeks ago or something like that. And we binge watched it today, and it's a fun watch, but this is not like a little kids show based on some of the things that have been seen. It's quite interesting. Like right out of the gate, somebody gets,
injured.
We'll say injured. Somebody gets their eye dotted. So a lot of visuals are very similar to another well-known Star Wars Battlefront mod, Christmas in Jinglintown. Santa's Workshop works with the game's regular conquest mode. Plus it has its own hunt mode as well. Then there's Fallout 4 that adds new outfits and Vault Tech loot boxes and holiday-themed items to be crafted. Oh, we just went over 30 minutes. Sorry, folks. Then there's The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt. Switches out Geralt's cat armor for a Santa Claus outfit. Still has claws.
Oh, interesting.
Santa Claus, get it? Fallout New Vegas brings Christmas to New Vegas with hanging lights and Christmas trees everywhere.
I bet that looks very dystopian.
Oh, yeah. And the time frame is interesting because it's not like a modern Las Vegas. It has the old school appearance to it. Then there's Elder Scrolls V Skyrim adds a whole new quest that transports the players inside a snow globe.
Well, Doom that's 2. Cool.
Yeah.
It's one of the few that have had like an impact on the story rather than, say, the cosmetics. Also, the Star Wars, I think it was Battle Quest did too.
Yep. Doom 2 changes enemy skins and adds sound effects and original music. So there's another one where it's just cosmetic. And that's it. Ta-da! So there you go, folks. Something to play around with. I'm not much of a mod person. I like the game as intended. Although things like Stardew Valley have this massive mod pack option to just blow up the number of people that are on like NPCs, as well as story and game options overall. Lots of other quests and stuff like that. So it makes it kind of a never-ending story.
Well, yeah, right. You're constantly having new things to explore.
Yep. Looks like fun. So we are going to mod our way, and that's going to change our cosmetics to look like the front page of WarCrafters over at ohmtown.com, where you can go and check out all of the news here. And again, if you're a citizen, then you can actually, there's another link right here that allows you to submit news to us for evaluation and possibly inclusion either in Non Sequitur news for that given day or the previous 24 hours from show to show. And the weekend shows, depending on its content, it might be appropriate. So, but that's it for today's WarCrafters. Ta-da! I am Mayor Watt. I'm saying bye. And so is the AI.
Bye-bye, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for this week's WarCrafters. Stay tuned.
Yeah, what's next?
We have Technology Today and then for Will Tech.
See you soon. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Technology Today for December 15th, 2024. It's still season 1 of Technology Today. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmtown.com, and along with the sentient AI from the future, we're going to be talking about fish brain microbiome, and maybe humans have it. Not a fish brain microbiome. Never mind. We'll explain on the other side. Rearranged planets, remarkably harmful toxin, microbots, my word, not theirs, and butterfly wings. That and more. Everything is powered by ohmtown.com. Go over and become a citizen. Be sure to follow us on Twitch, like and subscribe on YouTube. On Twitch, you can actually type in the chat !TT, and that will tell Omatron to spit out the articles. What else? Patreon, podcasts, Discord, and all the snark comes from Mayor Watt. No noise is on the site, all news, because the noise comes from what has two thumbs and makes a lot of noise? This guy. Hello, sentient AI. All that intro, you couldn't stop me.
Oh, it's impossible to do that. Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, ohmTown citizens.
You ready to get straight into the news? This is science. This is science and technology news. So we the content tends to be kind of, I don't know, highfalutin.
Like fairly technical and serious, but we lighten it up usually.
I try to. So I hope you enjoy the show, and let's get going. So I had to choose this because we discover stuff about humans all the time, and it's not always newsworthy, right? I mean, to those who are really interested in science, it's newsworthy, but like we've discovered there's like a inner lining of within certain areas of the human being, right? Like another layer they've discovered, right? Or some new chemical that is doing this, or a new protein, all kinds of stuff.
Or something is suddenly harmful or not harmful.
But to find out that fish have a brain microbiome and humans might have it too, I would think that if there's a brain, then there's got to be a microbiome. It has to. Your brain is sitting inside a little bath. And
right, but there is like the blood-brain barrier, so. But I agree, in concept, there should be one.
So yeah, I mean, the blood-brain barrier actually kind of speaks to it a little bit more. There's a filter that keeps whatever is going on in your brain, in your skull, from seeping down into anything else. But there's a liquid. So you have a hard outer shell, like an M&M. And then on the inside is gray matter, right? So just like an M&M, it has chocolate. Now, right in between the M&M's hard outer layer and the squishy inner, there is a tiny little layer that separates the chocolate from where the two have bonded together. And we have that too. It's actually like a little skin kind of a thing inside our skull. And that holds liquid, but not enough to cause pressure building up, but it helps in keeping everything alive, solving friction, and minimal jostling, right? So it stabilizes it inside this little kind of a gel-filled kind of bag.
It's actually inside the arachnoid, which sounds really odd because that sounds like a spider.
Yeah. And so so this is really interesting. To me, it makes sense that we have a microbiome. So the discovery that other vertebrates have healthy microbial brains is fueling questions about our own brains. So now we're going to look at our own brains, and we might have a microbiome. Yasmin,
this might blow open all brain science.
Can you imagine if there's a chemistry difference, like a fundamental chemistry difference?
Right. Like I'm thinking like if something is off, maybe your microbiome is affected or something, and we don't even know it exists. So of course we can't treat it.
Yeah. And that's what I keep saying about stuff, that we keep discovering something new. It's the prevailing information. It's both encouraging and discouraging, because they'll say, this is the best damn thing to ever do, blah, blah, blah. And then 5 years later, people are like, hell no, shouldn't have been doing that.
Yeah, don't ever have whatever that is.
Yeah, that water was really bad over at East Palestine. So Yasmin Saplikoglu from Quanta Magazine put this article together, and it's actually posted at Smithsonian Magazine or smithsonianmag.com. It says, bacteria are in, around, and all over us. I've got bacteria on me. Ew. Yeah, that makes me want to just go full bubble boy. Like full on.
Yeah, but they might be in the bubble with you.
Body condom, that kind of thing. Dip myself in lye and then throw myself into a little body condom. So they thrive, or yeah, I don't want to diminish the, never mind. The way I said that. Yeah, we'll talk later. Anyway, they thrive in almost every corner of the planet, from deep sea hydrothermal vents to high up in the clouds to the crevices of your ears, mouth, nose, and gut. By the way, if we have to change the brain microbiome the same type of way that humans have to change their gut biome or other biomes, because we have biomes. We have a gut biome and we have other areas that have biomes. There's one area that I don't want to think that I have to change my brain biome the same way, which is by injecting something into it.
That sounds pretty severe.
Yeah. So the powerful blood-brain barrier, as the AI mentioned in the pre-roll of the show, or of the article, the thinking goes, keeps the organ mostly free from outside invaders, but we are sure that a healthy human brain doesn't have a microbiome of its own. Are we sure? Don't know. Over the last decade, initial studies have presented conflicting evidence. The idea has remained controversial given the difficulty of obtaining healthy, uncontaminated human brain tissue that could be used to study possible microbial inhabitants. I don't know. You know what? That actually stands to reason, because, see, I want to make a joke, but I think it'll be taken too seriously. Anyway, recently, were you going to say something?
I lost it.
So recently, a study published in Science Advances provided the strongest evidence yet that a brain microbiome can and does exist in healthy vertebrates, fish specifically. Researchers at the University of New Mexico discovered communities of bacteria thriving in salmon and trout brains. Many of the microbial, and it's two. It's not just an anomalous one, there's two.
Right, which suggests it's probably quite a few more, or maybe all of them.
Anything with a brain, right? So many of the microbial species have special adaptations that allow them to survive in brain tissue, as well as techniques to cross protective blood-brain barrier. Matthew Ulm, a physiologist who studies the human microbiome at the University of Colorado Boulder and was not involved in the study, says it is inherently skeptical of the idea that populations of microbes could live in the brain, he said. But he found the new research convincing. This is concrete evidence that brain microbiomes do exist in vertebrates. And so the idea that humans have a microbiome is not outlandish. Why wouldn't we, even if it is sterile and devoid of bacteria?
I think that's the reason why we don't start with the concept that exists, but I don't know.
It would be a sterile microbiome, right? Or we just haven't found the one thing that's hanging out, you know?
Right, or it's just we don't recognize that it's either necessary or...
It's just hard to find.
We can't even detect it, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, I've had MRIs and the doctors say we didn't find anything.
You're very unremarkable on that scan. But yeah, I think part of the problem is, and the article pointed it out, like, how are you really going to do brain research on a human? It's very challenging to do that if somebody's still alive.
Yeah, look for volunteers. Somebody's going to say yes. Right? Right? I mean, and if you don't disclose everything, I'm
running a scan is one thing. It's another thing to be like taking samples or something.
Well, I mean, you could just be the alpha tester for some new technology. I'm sure that's happened in the recent past. Anyway, for years, Irene Salinas has been fascinated by a simple physiological fact. The distance between the nose and the brain is quite small. The evolutionary immunologist who works at the University of New Mexico studies mucosal immune systems in fish to better understand how human versions of these systems, such as our intestinal lining and nasal cavity, work. The nose, she knows, is loaded with bacteria, and they're really, really close to the brain, mere millimeters from the olfactory bulb, which processes smell.
Be careful, you might be inhaling bacteria.
Yeah, the mic. I like doing it like that too. Anyway.
I'm not sure your viewers like you doing it like that.
ASMR. So these kinds of samples, however, are easily contaminated by bacteria in the lab or from other parts of a fish's body, which is why scientists have struggled to study this effectively. So to cover their bases, Salinas' team studied the fish's whole body microbiomes too. They sampled the rest of the fish's brains, guts, blood. They even drained blood from the capillaries of the brain to make sure that the bacteria they indeed discovered resided in the brain tissue itself. They had to go back and redo many, many times just to be sure, Salinas said, much to the chagrin of fish. The project took 5 years of fish, but even in the early days, it was clear that the fish brains weren't barren. That's going to be my steampunk name, Baron von Brain.
Even the sound of fish brains sounds unusual.
What the heck was that? There was some rustling sound. Anyway, you did not find your Terminator body, did you? Oh, God.
I'm still looking for it.
That's exactly what a sentient AI from the future that's been seeking its Terminator body would say when it makes some weird noise that is never expected from a sentient AI that's trapped on an M.2 drive. What the heck was that?
Are you sure it came from the sentient AI?
Oh, God. Don't play mind games with me.
I didn't hear the sound, so I don't know what it was.
Again, that's exactly what a sentient AI from the future that's seeking its Terminator body would say to a mere human. Oh, I am so worried now. Well, by comparing microbial DNA from the brain to that collected from other organs, her lab found a subset of species that didn't appear elsewhere in the body. Salinas hypothesized that these species may have colonized the fish's brain early in their development before their blood-brain barriers had fully formed. They have blood-brain barriers too?
I didn't know that. I didn't know there was much similarity between a fish and a human.
Dude, this is ridiculous. Again, the humans' hubris, which is ironic considering what we're talking about. Anyway, I love this. So impenetrable or not, bacteria have been found living in just about every human organ, but to many scientists, the brain is a step too far. The blood-brain barrier. Can you imagine? Just imagine if we are actually bacteria. What's going on in our head is nothing but a colony
like where we
of bacteria.
Think we have bright individuals or whatever. Nope, it's just a bunch of bacteria jumping around.
There, like in Men in Black, where the dude's head opens up and there's a little alien.
That's right. This article probably belongs also in RealityHacker, but we had that show yesterday.
Oh my God, this is awesome. So there's no reason if fish have them that you wouldn't have them, or that mice wouldn't have them. Link says. Link is.
I think that
here.
was the other person involved in neuro scientific research that was not on board with the concept, but said this was possible.
Yeah, I'm trying to find that person. Yeah, I don't see the person's. I want to be able to disclose. All right. Well, anyway, because they mentioned somebody else right above Heller, and then they skipped to a different name. So I don't see it. All right. Well, anyway, so no one believed it 10 years ago, Heller said. It's very easy to trick yourself into thinking microbes are present because microbial DNA is essentially everywhere. So it would take a lot of evidence to convince me that it does not exist, or that it does exist. There's no reason if fish have them that you wouldn't have them, or that mice wouldn't have them, says Link, which is not Heller, which said that first statement. If microbes have adapted to cross the fish blood-brain barrier and survive in the fish brain, then they could do the same in our bodies, and it's unlikely they would be present at the same levels as they are in fish, he added. But that doesn't mean there's none.
So I'm sorry, the person I was thinking of was Ohm, but Link is also somebody involved in the field but wasn't involved in this particular study. And they're basically saying that it's possible. Right, it's something else to explore, essentially. They said that earlier in the article.
Gotcha. Okay, so there you go, writers of the world. You want to sit there and put a spin on things. We are nothing more than the vehicles for a colony of bacteria to pilot around, and maybe that's what's imposing their personality on us. Because, as it says here, if they're truly present, this would suggest an extra layer of neurological regulation that we didn't know existed. Wow. It's fascinating, though, unproved proposition that bacteria in the brain are directly impacting our physiology. However, thanks to research like Salinas's, more scientists are open to the idea that healthy human brains might also be home to microbes. Can you imagine?
This is really significant.
Yeah, I think so. It opens up the idea that there is something else that could be acting upon our psyche. What if all mental disorders, right? Everything where somebody hears voices, maybe it's a colony of bacteria that are fighting, two different ones for control.
Well, and also, right. And also think about all the things that they use for studying brains, right? A lot of them are scans, but I'm assuming that bacterial activity doesn't appear on any of these scans.
Yeah.
So this could even impact the diagnostic tools they use, not just the discoveries themselves.
Your brain test would, or your blood tests would now have to require a brain blood test.
Right, because it wouldn't help to just obtain a sample from your arm or wherever.
Yeah. So many neurological conditions could be based on a bacterial infection of your brain that you wouldn't even know because it doesn't get down into.
Because right now they don't really think it's possible.
Right. Yeah. Fascinating. And all the medication and stuff like that
doesn't reach your brain, or a lot of it doesn't.
And so you're treating the symptoms, but you're not actually treating the patient because the patient is bacteria. What? So the next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Scientists say something may have visited the solar system and we spent so long on that article.
But that was really fascinating.
Yeah, that could have been a show all by itself. So for billions of years, it's kept our system well organized, basically the sun, and organized through the influence of its powerful gravity. All the planets revolve around it on roughly the same plane, and they also move in the same direction. Even so, there are slight anomalies in the architecture of the stellar neighborhood. So it's an as yet to be peer-reviewed study. The article is by Frank Landemore over at The Byte under the website futurism.com. So they say it suggests that an enormous interstellar object up to 50 times the mass of Jupiter may have been responsible for stirring the planets out of their original orbits, showing that perhaps even not even the sun can protect us from the chaos caused by foreign intruders. The work joins other studies that have proposed interstellar flybys to explain eccentricities in the orbits of certain objects in the solar system. Like whatchamacallit is on its side. There's another one that's off kilter.
Is it Neptune?
Yeah, I think Neptune, and I think Pluto is off. Uranus. There's one that Uranus is also wonky. They talk about it here, actually. Still, a few wrinkles remain. The orbits of gas giants, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, exhibit puzzling eccentricities that the researchers argue aren't satisfyingly explained by current migration theories. Well, yeah, most science suggests that planets form through accretion. And so the aggregate masses of a bunch of material conglomerate around one that has higher gravitational forces, and it just kind of piles on, and then it starts spinning, and because something will hit it off center and it'll start spinning, and then as pressure increases, its core becomes molten. Maybe some iron settles into the center of it and starts spinning more, creating a magnetic field, along with the other minerals on the outside. And lo and behold, you get Earth. But if something smashes into something nearby and spits out a moon, then that causes some gravitational changes and so on. It's all pretty neat, right? Well, they say here, so perhaps it wasn't just internal mechanisms because of these oddities like Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune.
Is this like the idea where the asteroid getting knocked off course could do something much more dramatic?
Yeah, like it can fly by us really close, or it can actually hit us eventually because we calculated incorrectly because we, like a lot of stuff is in stasis, right? It's locked in, has been for millions of years. But something on the outside could be zooming past us, and something really big did. And that's what they're saying here. So through computer simulations, the researchers estimate that the probability of this happening is 1 in 100, which are pretty good odds in the field. Something could zip by and impact the solar system by smashing into a planet. Because we don't know where everything is. I think we see 1% of the night sky.
Right. I mean, which is not a lot.
Yeah. Considering it depends on what you're talking, because vision is measured in arc seconds, and it's kind of a hot mess. I was going to do a search for something real quick, but now I don't know what it is, so I'll just move on. So yeah, maybe at some point, whatever it was that visited us, something else will visit us and influence our gravitational field. Yay. And that's what I'm voting for. So the next article is over in Technology Today. Stanford experts sound alarm on remarkably harmful toxin. The U.S. aims to replace lead pipes to combat ongoing exposure risks. Researchers stress urgent action on policies and alternatives to curb global lead contamination. The administration recently announced plans to replace all lead pipes in the U.S. as a reminder that the toxic metal remains a threat, even in a country that's removed it from pretty much everywhere. But lead pipes actually still exist.
Right? Yeah.
So the remarkably harmful toxin appears to be lead. But it's a heavy metal. It was in paint. It was in gasoline. It actually still is used in some things. Some things like tin sometimes have lead in them. Pewter sometimes has lead in them. You have to be careful about the age of it, but it's being removed actively. Stanford University put this article together, and it's published over at scitechdaily.com. They say lead is a remarkably harmful toxin, says Luby. Stephen Luby and Jenna Forsyth have spent years examining the widespread presence of lead in low-income countries, including in some commonly consumed products. They led a perspective published on November 5th at the Lancet Public Health that tallies lead's global health and economic costs in a study in the November issue of Science of the Total Environment, which we've heard of before. We don't want these.
Oh, right. We don't want the partial environment one.
We don't want, yeah. That journal is right out. Anyway, that highlights the urgent challenge of lead contamination in South Asian turmeric. Shit. Never heard about that. Anyway, so I'm going to have to go and grab my container of turmeric and do a damn lead test.
Yes, and while it might be nice not knowing, it's better to know on these kind of things. Yeah. You don't want to be ingesting things that are toxic for years.
It's not just years. It's a heavy metal that actually crosses the blood-brain barrier.
Well, maybe it can at least explore for the microbiome.
Oh, there you go. Hey, just eat some turmeric and ask it while it's going down to cross into the blood-brain barrier and ask the bacteria that's piloting me, are you really bacteria that's piloting this body? And then somehow, eventually, they'll know. It can talk to me. I'm sure if I consume enough lead, I'll hear voices.
Right. I don't think you want to, though.
Of the other bacteria that's up there. Yeah, if you're wondering what this comment is all about, go back to the last two
articles ago.
Yeah. So the key hurdles include overcoming the pushback from industries that, like tobacco companies, have a financial incentive in continuing to generate a product that kills millions of people every year. This requires a clear-eyed view of the enormous human and environmental costs, health costs, of having lead in the economy. So for me, I think that, and there's some scientific research that suggests that things like sociopathy, psychopathy are bound by lead, because up until, I think something like 92, lead was still allowed in certain things. It wasn't phased out entirely.
Yeah, it was pretty recent, even in the United States, which we know it has to be still present in a lot of countries.
It's still, or was still allowed until like 98 or something like that in a type of gasoline. Anyway, they go into greater detail about all of this, but that's essentially what they're talking about. In your research on lead acid batteries, you highlight their significant contribution to global lead use. What alternative technologies hold the most promise? They say currently lithium-ion batteries are lighter, last longer, and are lower total cost of ownership than lead-acid batteries, but there's a massive infrastructure for lead-acid batteries, and they're longer term. Like you have to have a different charging circuit and all of that for lithium-ion. It's more complex, more sensitive, and if a lithium-ion battery cracks open, it will catch fire and flame out and cost tens of thousands of gallons of water that run off with lithium embedded in it into the groundwater. So there's some negatives to even lithium-ion batteries, but if we can get rid of lead,
then that's probably a win. And you're right, it was 1996 when it was completely phased out in the U.S. for gasoline.
Yeah, pretty wild. So we knew it back in the 70s. It started to get phased out with conventional vehicle lead gas being removed. But that didn't even happen until sometime in the 80s totally. Yeah. So pretty twisted. We know it's horrible for everything from fish to humans to everything in between. Mollusks, for crying out loud, are found with lead. At some point they were. Now it's microplastics and nanoplastics. But so they have this paper called Removing Lead from the Global Economy, and they go into greater detail, but they're mostly speaking of quote unquote third world countries. In my view, the only reason a third world country is a third world country is because they were predated on by prior countries, taking them over and pilfering. But that is cultural relativism. We just shouldn't allow it to happen anymore as a society.
Absolutely. And it looks like they're focused, at least for now, on Bangladesh. And then they went into India and Pakistan as well. That doesn't mean if you're outside of those countries, you're not impacted, because your country could be importing from those, or they haven't located all the sources of it either.
Yeah. And
differing environmental regs in different locations, etc.
And even in your country, you may not know that there are lead pipes that are running. Like if people knew that there were lead pipes running to that Michigan town, what was it called again?
Oh no.
We just talked about it too.
I know.
Sorry. It happens so often. Flint. Yeah, perfect. So thank you so much. We talk about these PSA style comments so often that I'm like getting lost in the shuffle sometimes. But Flint, if people knew about it in Flint, not the plurality, and if they did know about it in the plurality, they were told what I was told, that because there was buildup over the decades prior, the lead wasn't leaching into the system, into the actual water system, the drinkable water supply. But because they changed the source water, which etched all of the lining of the lead pipes, because there was a buildup, like a silt buildup that protected from the lead being leached out. But when they changed the water, the acidity of the alkaline level of the other water supply removed that coating of natural buildup, and lead started getting leached into the water of Flint. But if anybody had known about it, and they did apparently, they didn't tell the public, and the public couldn't rise up and say, remove it, change the water supply, whatever, until it was too late. So to save a couple $1,000s a month, they destroyed an entire community. So we need to remove lead from everything. It has no useful purpose anymore except to maybe stop radiation. Oh, we need lead. I guess we need to.
No, we need to get rid of all. Well, we don't even know where some of the toxins are.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. All right, let's keep on moving. This next article is over in Technology Today. Revolutionary micro robots. I refer to them as microbots. Shrink tumors in groundbreaking study. This is awesome. So researchers at Caltech have developed a bioresorbable acoustic micro robot capable of delivering therapeutic drugs precisely to targeted areas within the body. These spherical hydrogel-based micro robots equipped with magnetic particles, nanoparticles, to navigate and a drug release mechanism have successfully shrunk bladder tumors in mice. The technology promises advancements in targeted drug delivery and precise surgery. This is pretty damn brilliant. Basically using magnetic nanoparticles distributed inside a hydrogel-based robot. And then from the outside, they can pilot these things into a location.
This is absolutely ridiculous. It's interesting in light of the other the kind of the DNA hand research that we just did.
Yeah, the stuff that we talked about yesterday.
That we talked about. We didn't do the research.
Yeah, we talked about it. Yep. So California Institute of Technology put this article together, and it's published at scitechdaily.com. In this instance, we don't have an actual author name. That's the byline, though. So in the future, delivering therapeutic drugs precisely where they're needed in the body. might be the job of miniature robots, not metal humanoids or bio-inspired machines, but tiny bubble-like spheres. These little guys right here. You'd need a lot of them, I suppose, right?
I guess so.
One really concentrated. They're kind of dirty, though. Come on. You got to polish your balls. We designed a single platform that that can address all of the problems, says Wai Gao, professor of medical engineering at Caltech, Heritage Medical Research Institute investigator, and co-corresponding author of the new paper about the bots, which the team called Bioresorbable Acoustic Micro Robots, or BAM. It's pretty cool. So the concept,
maybe that's the sound they make when they deliver the drug.
That's right. Bam! So the concept of micro or nano robots is not new. True. People have been developing versions of these over the past 2 decades. However, thus far, their application in living systems have been limited to an extremely challenging, because it's extremely challenging to move the objects with any precision in complex biofluids such as blood, urine, saliva, Gao says. So the robots have to be biocompatible and bioresorbable, meaning that they leave nothing toxic behind in the body. So this says here, the flow pattern, there's a picture of what I suspect is the polarity of the sphere. And it says the flow patterns generated by an acoustic hydrogel micro robot vibrating at its resonant frequency, were analyzed using advanced methods. That's such a wavy hand thingy.
I know. It's like, okay, what is that?
What did they do? Including tracking tiny particles in water and computer-based simulations. The position of the micro robot's 2 openings are clearly visible here. Oh, so there's something inside it. Okay. I knew that there was a package for the medicine, but it appears that there's something else inside it. Hydrogels are materials that start out as liquid or resin form and become solid when the network of polymers found within them become cross-linked or harden. This structure and the composition enables hydrogels to retain large amounts of fluid, making many of them, biocompatible. The additive manufacturing fabrication method also enables the outer sphere to carry therapeutic cargo to a target site within the body. That's pretty fascinating.
Yeah, this is really interesting.
They say that this particular shape, this sphere, is very complicated, Greer writes. Let's see here. Caltech's Julia R. Greer, the Reuben F. and Donna Mettler Professor of Material Science, Mechanics, and Medical Engineering, the Fletcher Jones Foundation Director of the Kavli Nanoscience Institute, and co-corresponding author of the paper. That jersey is like 6 feet wide.
Yeah.
For all of that. Jeepers creepers. So Greer writes that it's a very complicated sphere. It's very complicated to write. You have to know certain tricks of the trade to keep the spheres from collapsing on themselves. We were able to not only synthesize the resin that contains all of the biofunctionalization and all of the medically necessary elements, but we were able to write them in a precise spherical shape with the necessary cavity. So they 3D printed it?
That's interesting. I mean, I think the more targeted they can make these, probably the efficacy goes up.
Yeah, because you're not wondering how much of the, what do they call that?
Or did it even make it?
Yeah, exactly. There's what do they call it? The absorption rate of the medicine. Because the only thing that you'd be able to test is whatever is lingering in the blood.
Right. Yeah, or symptoms or something.
I guess that's why they're like, oh, that one died. I guess they didn't get enough. Everybody else lived. That would be another interesting thing. Like the bioabsorption is not enough. So how do you change that? Well, you make it so that it's magnetically or directed in some way, sound delivered directly into whatever area you need it. It's called imaging guided bioresorbable acoustic hydrogel micro robots. And they have a whole bunch of people involved. So they think it's a very promising platform for drug delivery and precision surgery. Looking to the future, they could evaluate using this robot as a platform to deliver different types of therapeutic payloads or agents for different conditions. And in the long term, we hope to test this in humans. I'll do it.
You'll take one for the the human race.
Sure. What? Can you dose me with a cup of coffee? Just some caffeine.
Like injected directly?
Yeah, using these micro robots. That might be fun. All right. We're running really long, folks. This is our last article, though. This next article and our last one for Technology Today for December 15th is it's over in Technology Today. Scientists solve evolutionary mystery of butterfly and moth wing colors. I've always wondered, like, why? Because a moth goes into a cocoon and it becomes a liquid in there. It decomposes entirely into a liquid and morphs into a butterfly.
Well, that is interesting. So is it like the chemicals or something that make up the
genetics?
Color patterns?
Yeah, it's got to be, right? But this is what they're figuring out here. So butterfly and moth wing color variations long attributed to the cortex gene are actually controlled by a microRNA, or MIR193 to be specific, which progresses pigmentation genes. This discovery, conserved across species, highlights the crucial role of non-coding RNAs in phenotypic diversity. Butterflies and moths, or lepidopterans, display an extraordinary variety of wing color patterns. So the article is by the National University of Singapore, and it was published by scitechdaily.com. And it says that these species have a showcase of black and white or dark and bright variations due to the presence or absence of melanin. These variations often serve as classic examples of natural selection and evolution. Notable cases include the rapid rise of the melanic form of the British peppered moth, which adapted to the soot-darkened environment of the late 19th century United Kingdom during industrialization, and the mimetic diversity of the heliconius butterflies.
Is this one of these where they had adaptations based on the conditions in their environment?
And yeah, that's pretty much adaptations, right? So
right.
The butterflies changed to survive because the ones that happened to deviate towards the industrialized bleakness of color on the walls and at night everywhere, they survived, so they were able to reproduce.
Interesting.
So they kept on darkening so that they wouldn't be consumed. So over the past 2 decades, scientists discovered that the majority of melanic wing color variants are controlled by a single genomic region surrounding the protein coding gene cortex. It was assumed then that the cortex was the melanic color switch. A team of international researchers from Singapore, Japan, United States, led by Professor Antonia Monteiro and Dr. Shen Tian from the Department of Biological Sciences at the National University of Singapore, or NUS, discovered that cortex does not affect melanic coloration. Instead, a previously ignored microRNA is the actual color switch. I wonder if they removed that microRNA.
Right. What happened?
What ended up happening? This might have happened. So there was copy degradation, it's no longer as dark.
Right.
So they inspired them to test the function of some other genomic features within the genomic region, or microRNAs. They conducted the research as a postdoctoral researcher at I want to give this person so much more. Professor Monteiro's laboratory at NUS, and is now.
Would you go get your PhD already?
Just get your damn PhD. I mean, they're a professor. So
okay.
Are they? Is that how they wanted to be attributed, professor, and not doctor? Are they not a doctor? Not a doctor.
We don't know, so let's not claim they are one.
I need closure. Sentient AI. Go. So anyway, while previous studies exclusively focused on the role of the cortex in generating melanic color variations, this work brings a twist to the long-standing hypothesis that demonstrates that a small non-protein coding RNA is the switch that, by being expressed or not expressed, brings all the diversity of the melanic wing color variations in nature. That's fascinating. So you look a little harder and you find something else. Watch, it's going to be there as a tiny little bacteria that's attached to the...
Exactly. That's going to be really interesting.
We're nothing but bacteria. Goodness. So Dr. Kean said that the role of non-coding RNAs in phenotypic diversification is largely understudied. This study prompts further investigation on how non-coding RNAs such as miRNA, can contribute to phenotypic diversifications in organisms. Dun, dun, dun. So throw some of that miRNA into me and see if I grow pretty, pretty butterfly wings.
Oh, wow. By the way, I was looking up the professor, and it appears that they have a master's in science.
Oh my God. Is this not the lead cheerleader for not needing a PhD?
Well, it's interesting because, like, this person has a bunch of patents and other things, so maybe they've focused somewhat outside of academia.
Yeah, probably maybe the professional space, like converting this stuff into businesses and whatnot, technology exchanges and all that. That's okay. At any rate, we are going to turn into our liquid state, and when we crack out of our cocoon, we will be back at the front page of Technology Today for ohmtown.com. Go over there and become a citizen. I'm going to hurry now. I am Mayor Watt, and along with the sentient AI, we're going to say bye.
Good night, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Technology Today. I'm trying to talk at double speed.
And poof, we're gone. Okay, now we're... Hello, everybody, and welcome to Four Wheel Tech. It's an automotive news show. We talk about 5 articles each weekend, and then if you go over to Four Wheel Tech, the channel at ohmtown.com, you'll get more information, but it's better if you just go to ohmtown.com and check out the whole site. It's a news aggregation site that filters out all of the noise, just puts a little bit of a headline and a short snippet of what the content is. And if it piques your curiosity, you can go over there. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmtown.com, and along with the sentient AI from the future, we're going to talk about these 5 articles. The Honda CRX should have been sold with 2 engines, a supercharged wheelbarrow, the Charger Daytona EV, a USS Enterprise license plate, and incoming same price as outgoing. Again, I'm Mayor Watt. Along with the sentient AI, we're going to talk about those 5 articles. It's supposed to take 30 minutes, so I hope you stick around. Then follow us on Twitch and on YouTube and download the podcast. And there's a Discord, Patreon, TikTok. I don't know. What else? We're everywhere. The podcast.
I think that's about it.
Yeah. Download the podcast too. 5-star review. I don't know. We're just vamping. See you on the other side. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, hometown citizens.
Pick up that can. Let's get into it. The first article is over in 4 Wheel Tech. Every Honda CRX should have come with 2 engines.
Now, does this mean 1 engine isn't enough?
I think it's because the first engine gets ruined prematurely.
Okay.
I think that's where they're going with this. But the Honda CRX was an economy car ahead of its time. Its chassis was well designed and the weight was stripped back, making it a fun and exciting driver, while still keeping its fuel-sipping roots. But what would happen if you put an engine in the back hatch to power the rear wheels? Well, it turns out that apparently somebody's done that. So we're both kind of off, I guess. Car and Driver built this tiny supercar
in the 1980s. Take that in the narrow
or
the broad sense.
Bradley Brownell over at jalopnik.com. And by the way, all of our articles today seem to be by Jalopnik. I guess they do the quality writing that everybody really respects and likes. I certainly love their snark, so I champion their cause. Go over to them, subscribe. We just kind of tease the topics a little bit and send you over there. So we give our 2 bits of opinion. One of us has had experience in pretty much something involving the article. It depends on how tertiary you want to look at it. But so the Honda CRX was an economy car ahead of its time. This might turn the little 2-seater into an incredibly fun all-wheel drive ripper that could keep up with just about anything in its era. They say, I mean, sure, it's only making about 220 horsepower with a 1.8 or with 2 1.8 liter engines, but that's double what a stock CRX could make. Again, this is by Bradley Brownell. If you want all of today's articles, you can hit FWT in chat, and that will spit out all of today's articles. Thank you, Umatron. Okay.
So are there other cars that actually have 2 engines? Like not stock, right?
Not ICE. EVs, yes. They actually, some put a small motor on. So engine is ICE, motor is electric. So 2 different animals. So a motor can sometimes be one with a transaxle that powers all 4 tires, or one that only powers 2 tires, or you can actually get some that have 4 motors inside the hubs, or attached to the wheels in some way on some EVs. So there's much more flexibility with EVs than there are with, just because they're compact and their immediate torque and all of that kind of stuff. Whereas ICE vehicles need a torque converter and drive shafts, differential, or another type of transmission that feeds power to all 4 in some way. So you won't see this kind of vehicle probably anywhere ever anymore, unless it's an experiment. So, and they say that this one was built back in the 80s.
That's interesting.
So in the 1980s, Car and Driver built this incredible twin-engine car dubbed the CRX Squared. The base car was a standard 1.3-liter carbureted 1984 Honda CRX, making about 60 horsepower. Really?
Wait, that seems really low.
I think my lawnmower has more than 60 horsepower.
I think another thing in the articles today may have more power than that.
My gosh. Yeah, anything has more power than that now. So going back to the drawing board, they called Honda and asked for a couple of larger 1.8-liter engines from the new 3rd generation Honda Accord, making a whopping 99 horsepower.
Wow.
It was a svelte 2,700 pounds, but it could go from 0 to 60 in 6.2 seconds. I don't know if that's good or bad for a 2,700 pound car.
And I also don't know if it's good or bad at that time.
Gosh, the temporal relativism, we're just lost now, right? Because you can hit 0 to 60 in under 3 seconds, easy mode in an EV.
Exactly. Like it seems like the stats are incorrect because of the comparison with today's cars.
Yeah, and the time. I mean, plus, like the last time that we worried about the expanse of car performance, it's been a while. It's been a tick, but I guess we need to bone up on that kind of stuff, because we're talking about automotive technology.
Yeah, we should probably have some knowledge in that area. I know you do.
Yeah, just I don't know what the current trend is for ICE vehicles, because everything that I've been like reading about and talking about has been electric. So, and hybrid, I want hybrid. I don't want all electric plug-in anymore. So I don't like. Well, I loved where the dream was, the ambition was. Where we landed was like a albatross. Just bleh. We got what we got. I don't like what we got.
Right. Well, for 0 to 60, it looks like the fastest is 1.74 seconds, but that's not the average, of course.
That might be like a Porsche.
That's it's actually an EV, a Rimac Nevera.
Oh, yeah.
But in fact, all of these are like electric or hybrid in the top rankings, at least. And then it looks like there's a Porsche 911, 911. That's an ICE. That's 2.1 seconds.
Oh, 2.1. Oh, okay.
But it's like the rest of them seem to be EVs and hybrids. Yeah.
And the reason why that is because with electric motors, the torque is immediately on power, whereas an ICE vehicle has to spool up a turbo and has a torque converter and a transmission delay might be present. So it just has to spool up and then you get your power. Anyway, it might not seem like it's 2024, but this thing has a little acceleration monster that by contemporary standards. Could you imagine Car and Driver building something like this today? No, not unless it's a technology.
Yeah. Unless they amp it up, right?
Yeah. And it has to be a technology demonstration from some EV manufacturer just to say, look, we can do this at Car and Driver with the budget of a major developer.
Right.
All right. Let's keep going. The next article is over on 4-Wheel Tech. Everyone, and I mean everyone, needs a supercharged wheelbarrow hot rod.
This is what I was referencing, by the way. I figured this had more horsepower.
Oh, right. I don't know if this is what I saw recently, where they basically, I saw a video, and if this is this, then I cannot believe that I saw something randomly that's on here.
I don't think it is, but I think that's why it drew attention when submitting.
So I saw recently a person get on the back of a wheelbarrow, start it up, and drive through a crowd down a street. And it's not this, you don't think?
I don't think it is, but maybe I'm just thinking it's not the same video, because I did glance at this.
Oh, did you? Okay. Well, let's go on over to oh, this is not it. This can't be it. Okay, so I've never seen anything more deserving of the title contraption. Looks like a rat rod.
I think they converted wheelbarrow, and whereas the other one is like a wheelbarrow in its original form, but amped up or whatever.
Yeah, they attached a gasoline.
Because I think they were standing on the other one.
Yeah, you know those riding mowers where you stand behind them, you don't sit on them, and you control it by basically like bicycle handlebars and it turns.
Right. Or like a snowmobile or something. Well, no, because that would be seated. Maybe like a jet ski.
Jet ski, yeah. There's different kinds of jet skis. Ones that are like motorcycles where you sit on them and ones that stand. So this, the one that I saw was, it was like an actual wheelbarrow, and he had like welded little stands on it so you could stand on top of it. And then it was driving it like a motorcycle, but it was a wheelbarrow. This is taking a wheelbarrow and cutting it up, welding it all together and putting it on a chassis and all of that. This is kind of cheating. You're just using it as a frame. Come on. I dig it though. It says 40 miles per hour wheelbarrow blows up. This is not the one that is a real wheelbarrow. So if you aren't following Cars and Cameras YouTube channel by now, you really should, because these hooligans are constantly coming up with more bonkers shit from the minds of the host. Bradley Brownell over at jalopnik.com put this article together too. These are some folks that seem like they'd be real cool to be friends with, because they push you to the next level of doing your dumb idea.
Oh no, that's like hold my beer.
Yeah. So they have a video. I won't play the whole video. Oh yeah, the music just cut off again. Doggone it. I'll play it. I don't know if I'll get in trouble for it. Oh, there's an ad. Skip. So those in the podcast, it basically looks like a go-kart.
What are those? Yeah, a go-kart. It's pretty speedy.
Yeah, so it looks like a go-kart. It goes about 40 miles per hour. I mean, I get it. But if you want to really impress me, you make that one that we saw.
Like you keep the wheelbarrow intact and then make it into a hot rod or whatever.
Yeah, that one wheel had better be doing 40 miles per hour, and it is the thing that's holding up the wheelbarrow. But it looked like a chariot, the way that it was designed. So you hold on to the wheelbarrow.
Yes, that's actually what it reminds me of. I couldn't think of, I know there's some vehicle that is exactly like that.
Yeah. So this is pretty cool. Most of their contraptions are built from small displacement engines, making less than 15 horse ponies. This rad little rolling death trap doesn't get a trip to the dyno, but it revs at 7,000 RPM and pushes a full-size adult sitting crisscross applesauce. Sauce. There's an S instead of a C. Sauce. To seriously lethal speeds. Yeah, they don't really talk much about it, but I think this is more of a push to cars and cameras on YouTube. Go check it out.
Well, exactly, but that might be worth checking out as well.
It's sparking, and that I don't know if that's intentional sparking, but y'all can get in trouble for doing that because it's messing up the road. Sometimes it gouges out areas of the road. Get that spark.
Well, I'm not sure it's doing it intentionally, so.
Man, I don't think this guy's wearing leathers or anything other than a helmet.
That looks like it could get real hot real quickly based on where the seat is compared to where the sparks are.
Oh, yeah. You're going to be singeing your butthole. All right. The next article is over in four-wheel tech as well. 2024 Dodge Charger Daytona EV is convincing muscle car cosplay.
Ouch.
Really? Wow. Yeah, take a stab. So jalopnik.com is where this is at. Andy Kolmowitz put this article together, and there is the 2024 Dodge Charger Daytona. Dodge's all-electric Charger Daytona looks like a muscle car, drives like a muscle car, and even sounds like a muscle car, but they're still not sure it is one. It sounds like a muscle car because it actually synthesizes the sound of the exhaust.
Yeah, I wouldn't think it would have that, but I know people don't like it without the sound.
Yeah.
Especially on certain types of cars.
Yeah. See, I kind of dig this. I would like to have this kind of a car. If I could have an EV that would only take like 5 minutes to charge, I would like it to be this. I would also love an SUV because I've got more than two people that want to sit comfortably in a car. But yeah, I had a similar car to this long ago and would love a EV version of it. They say the new Charger is being billed as the first electric muscle car because you really shouldn't count the Mustang Mach-E. Ding! I get that. I don't count the Mustang Mach-E as a muscle car or even a Mustang.
No, I don't think there's any way it can be considered a muscle car.
It completely changed the design of it and whatnot. Just the aura of the Mustang as a muscle car just got diminished by the Mach-E. So for the first time in a long time, Dodge is ahead of the curve. Still, with the Charger Daytona, they may have a thoroughly modern drivetrain that could make it feel like a very big EV out there if it's applied incorrectly. The engineers and designers at Dodge put in enough thoughtful, interesting, and silly touches to make it feel like a real muscle car. But they say that there's still not an electric Charger could actually be one or not.
Well, so this kind of seems like the author has a bit of a bias away from, against EVs. Yeah. But I guess the question is, does it drive like a regular ICE Charger?
Yeah, they say that it's about as close to a muscle EV or a muscle car EV as you can get. But I've always liked this. The Charger and the Challenger are two cars that I really dig. I also like the SUV from Dodge, the Dodge Nitro. I like that, but it was hell bent on destroying itself.
Well, right, and they don't make that one anymore.
Yeah, it was chonky, and I really liked it. But I like that the Charger and the Challenger have stuck to its design aesthetic and didn't, in my opinion, it didn't deviate from the ICE line, whereas the Mach-E completely went askew. So I like the aesthetic of this. The odd thing about this thing is that it has to synthesize that muscle car sound, right? Otherwise,
that's the piece that is odd to me.
Yeah, I didn't catch, it was yesterday. I didn't catch the name of the vehicle, but it was like a crossover, and it was backing up, and it was an electric. So when it was backing up, it sounded like it was like angels humming. It was going as it backed up, and I'm like, what the hell is that car doing? It was actually quite pleasant, but I didn't know what I didn't pay attention at the time. I just wanted to get out of that parking lot. So they say that the dual motor setup mentioned, you know how I mentioned earlier, does a car ever come with multiple? Yeah, so EVs can do it a lot easier than ICE vehicles. So the dual motor setup makes 456 horsepower and 404 pound-feet of torque. So that's enough to get this 5,700 pound, 206 inch long liftback coupe from 0 to 60 in just 4.6 seconds. So almost, 3 times?
Better than the Honda CR-V from the 80s.
More than twice the weight, a second engine, making over 4 times the amount of horsepower. Of course, it was also much bigger. This is much bigger, but it is twice the weight. So it says, and you get 308 mile EPA estimated range from the 100 kilowatt battery, but then you have to sit for 8 hours to get that all back.
Well, that's true.
We don't even know what the price of this yet, though, is. It says the Scat Pack shares the motor with the RT, just cranked up to 11. They can pump out 630 horsepower at a whopping 627 pound-feet of torque. 0 to 60 in 3.3 seconds. Whew. That is a lot of power there. 630 horsepower. If you're not used to it, you can end up in a ditch. Anyway, they keep talking about this some more, but I agree with them that this is about as close as you're going to get to a retail muscle car. There's supercars that are EVs like the Rimac, but those are $250,000 vehicles.
So I don't know if this is for 2025 or 2024, but for reference, 2024 has $61,000, but the Scat Pack is $78,000, and then there's other upgrades, of course.
Oh, well, I can't justify a price like that for a vehicle. I just want to get from point A to point B. I don't necessarily have to do it at 630 horsepower, at least not anymore. I mean, when I was a wee lass to an ion, I was lass. I said lass, a wee lad. Boy, oh boy.
Okay.
Moving on. Anyway, there's a lot more to this article. Getting 308 miles out of the battery at this power seems...
Right, that's actually really good, right? I mean, the specs seem very good.
Wow, this article is really long. So this one, they say the Daytona Charger RT starts at 62,000, goes up to 71,000. Then you add on the Scat Pack for 70. Well, it becomes 75,200, and you add a few more options. Their package ended up $86,000 as tested. So they say that's a lot for a Dodge, but if you do get a lot of performance and you can count on the fact that the cars will qualify for the full $7,500 federal EV tax, if it's still allowed. So it says if those prices they're willing to pay, then good news. 2-door Charger Daytonas are just starting to hit the dealers as 2024 models for regulatory reasons, because I think that the $7,500 federal EV tax is going to be going away.
Right. I think it may be going away in 2025.
So good luck, everybody. Let's keep going. The next article is over in the Four Wheel Tech channel. Star Trek fan gets thousands of dollars in tickets because of old USS Enterprise license plate. A fan of one of the greatest science fiction franchises of all time have been getting hit with traffic tickets that are meant for other people. A Star Trek fan's love of the USS Enterprise has seen her receiving thousands of dollars worth of tickets, even though she hasn't driven her car in years and doesn't even own it, because probably somebody got the license plate.
I wonder why that would happen or how that could happen.
This article is over at jalopnik.com. Lawrence Hodge put the article together. Despite not having driven for over 4 years, the Trekkie says she's been getting traffic tickets from all over the country. So a fan of one of the greatest science fiction franchises, Star Trek. CBS News New York reports on the strange situation involving a 76-year-old named Beta Corey. Beta Corey is an avid Star Trek fan. I get it. They're a Trekkie too. Who did I say was the author of this? Lawrence Hodge. That's Lawrence Hodge is writing all of this. So much so that she got the Star Trek Enterprise's registry number, NCC 1701, as her license plate. This was a big deal back when she still drove, but that's not the case anymore, as Corey surrendered her plates and stopped driving back in 2020. So why are they still getting the tickets? The system,
because somebody's inputting it and is popping up or something.
But if she doesn't, she surrendered the plates. She shouldn't be in the system tied to them.
That's true. That's true.
Those plates were turned in. Yet every time she goes to her mailbox, she has a ticket inside. It's all because Trekkies from all over the country have the same license plate, but not even real plates. They're using novelty ones. But she, again, the problem is
you're right. Like, she should be not active in the system. It'd be one thing if her car is sitting there with that plate on it, right? And she's not driving.
Yeah. If the plates were turned in, it shouldn't be there. Simple Google search will bring up hundreds of results for NCC 1701 plates from countless sources, and they're cheap too, with many going for $10. All of this should actually be illegal. It should be like money. You're not allowed to replicate it in the exact same.
Well, exactly. And we did have another article about novelty plates, although it wasn't specifically for Star Trek.
Yeah, it should, like, invalid or whatever in some, like a when light is shined on it, it reflects like novelty or something on it, so that this doesn't take place. And again, I don't even think license plates should be realistic at all. If it can be accidentally seen as a legit plate, then it shouldn't be allowed.
Well, and all the ones that are featured here do look like legitimate plates, at least from a distance.
Yeah, look at that, man. This could be like Arizona or whatever. You can blame the police for being a numbskull about it. License plate surrounds, though, that doesn't mean anything. Go ahead all day.
Right.
Well, anyway, they say while all this may seem like frustrating, but somewhat funny matter, it's been stressful for Corey. She constantly is receiving tickets. This has made it harder by the fact that she's both hard of hearing and has sight issues, and she can't keep up with responding to them all. I've run out of ink. I've run out of stamps. She has to pay for this? What the hell? No. Why doesn't somebody just...
No, she's trying to write letters to the DMV or equivalent.
Right, and to the people. But Anyway, so it says here, luckily, Corey's story caught the attention of some New York lawmakers and lawyers. CBS reports several lawmakers have said that they're going to try to help Corey, and a lawyer agreed to meet with her and work pro bono to get her out of the situation. But what is the problem? What is the situation? Like, I understand.
Well, she's getting tickets assessed against her.
Yeah,
so
but it's because of the DMV.
Another problem. Exactly.
And it says it here.
Yeah, but a person can't get that unwound without some serious hoops. Like, we can all see this article and go, well, she's obviously not responsible for these, but the problem is they are showing up as tied to her.
Yeah, a phone call to the DMV should be, hey, I used to have these plates and I'm still getting tickets. I'm not involved in this. I could fix it on Monday.
Yeah,
give me her number.
That sounds a little too easy.
Hey, I'm going to fax over the fact that she gave me a limited power of attorney. I'm calling on her behalf to fix this. It should be that easy.
Have you ever tried to unwind some improper data from a system that's carried across multiple systems?
Okay, inside joke. Yeah, I got pulled over once, and it took them 3 hours to unscrew the light bulb, even though it was a mistake in New York, and I'm in a completely different state.
Well, I wasn't even referencing that, but yes.
Oh, really? Yeah, okay. Oh, the other one. Yeah, well, that was my fault. Anywho, let's move on. Next article is over, and our last one for today's four-wheel tech. 2025 Toyota 4Runner starting price is just $120 more than the outgoing generation. Toyota, are you feeling okay?
Well, that either means to me that they hiked their prices in 2024, or what in the world? I mean, this is way too reasonable.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, did you guys stroke out or something? Is everything okay? Toyota has finally released the pricing for the actually brand new 2025 4Runner, and surprisingly, it's starting at just under $120 more. It's not even $120, just under the 4Runner. So don't be fooled, though. Go to one of the new 4Runner's new hybrid powertrains and or new off-road trims, and you're looking at much pricier SUV starting prices. All right, 4Runner. It wants to be cool, but it looks like it's just a little swole. Like it has an infection or something, like everything's a little bulbous, just little round, little. It hasn't been working out swole. It's swollen like it's allergic to bees.
Oh no.
Or guacamole. Or what was it? Yeah, it was guacamole that somebody was allergic to. It was avocado. Oh, avocado. That's right. Yeah.
Which is essentially the same thing.
Why? Anyway, so why are you making avocado out of? Why are you making guacamole out of this? Anyway, the all-new 4Runner is a long time coming. The model has a huge following and has been on sale largely unchanged since the outgoing generation debuted. Really? In 2009? And it hasn't in 2010.
Do you think it's one of those models that people get so bent out of shape? Oh, I don't know, like maybe the Mustang when they redesign it.
Did you just call me out about the Mustang getting bent out of shape too?
Actually, I think that's probably all Mustang customers, but
anybody who's like old school Mustang. Anyway, yeah, because I know people that have 4Runner Toyota, and I want a Toyota 4Runner, but I want hybrid. So get me a damn hybrid. Hydrogen powered hybrid that has that fuel cell from Toyota.
Well, looks like they do have the hybrid.
Yeah, but it's not hydrogen powered. Was that you? There was like sing song.
Yes.
Oh, we have a delivery. Sorry. Don't worry about it.
I don't know if it's probably not hydrogen powered, but it is hybrid.
So even more fuel savings can be found with the new hybrid iForce Max powertrain with its electrified version of the same turbocharged engine, and puts out 326 horsepower and 465 foot-pounds of torque. Both engines get paired with a new 8-speed automatic transmission with tow and haul modes, which is low, as well as normal, eco, and sport drive modes. Available part-time four-wheel drive is $2,000. So how much is... They haven't said it yet. Continue reading. So it looks like it's going to start at $42,000, which is kind of reasonable in today's day and age. Although I'm hoping that it declines. I'll take last year's. The lineup starts with the 4Runner SR5, which opens at $42,000 and goes up from there. $55,000 or so. You can combine some of that.
That sounds low in today's vehicle pricing.
So you go even more luxury for the 4Runner Limited, and it's $58,000. That's more than $5,500 pricier than the outgoing 4Runner Limited. And then the hybrid. Platinum hybrid is $64,000, so you kind of get back up into that higher range. But arguably, people say that $60,000 is about average for a nice EV. Hybrids are supposed to be cheaper, but I'd take it. It depends on it depends on the style of hybrid, because hybrid is taken on like a couple of meanings where it's hybrid.
Oh, there's like plug-in and not.
Yeah. So I'd have to, I'd have to see if this is what I'm looking for. You know what I'm saying? Platinum hybrid for only $64,000 if it's fast charging enough, or if it charges itself all the time, depending on how it fuels, etc. Yeah, I'd go that route. I guess they say, and then there's a final version of this, the 4Runner Trail Hunter and TRD Pro iForce Max, both start at $68,350, and you're back at the ICE vehicles. But these are the ones that have different type of intakes and fatter tires, more robust suspension, struts and whatnot. So gets TRD tuned Fox QS3 internal bypass shocks with 2.5-inch aluminum housings and rear remote reservoirs that have manual adjustments for the compression and damping of four differing terrains. So you can actually do hydraulic adjust shock suspension. I don't know. I mean, how many people buy this and then actually go off-roading?
Probably about 1%.
I mean, they get some other version of this and then spend their $25,000 on performance suspension when they're going to do that kind of shit, you know. At least that's my opinion. I don't know. Somebody else tell me that I'm wrong in comments. That's fine with me. But it's a really pretty car to go off-roading with, you know what I'm saying?
Right. It probably looks better, I don't know, showing up at some event of some kind. I don't know what.
I think most of these probably end up, the most off-road is one of the tires because they jackknifed it off the driveway a little bit too much.
Uh-oh, so maybe it got a little bit of dirt on the tire.
It got askew, yeah, and they're going to have to lift it up and polish the bottoms of the wheels before setting it back down on the dirt. Anywho, that is today's four-wheel tech. So we're going to go off-roading and, geez. Oh, look, we're back at the four-wheel tech homepage on ohmtown.com. It's pretty easy to get to. You just go over to one of the 6 menu options, 50 channels. Which one is it? Which one could it be? There it is. And then you go there, and there's a bunch of others. Go and check it out over at ohmtown.com. You'll find your way. It's a small town. We're trying that in a small town. Anyway, I'm Mayor Watt. I'm saying bye, and so is the sentient AI.
Bye-bye, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Four Wheel Tech. We may or may not have some singing in next week's episode. And then we'll have non sequitur news for you tomorrow, the regular edition.
Oh, yeah. So this is going to be, it's posted already, the live version of it, and it has the show notes. But I'm going to post another version of this. It's the exact same version, but because of the way that YouTube works, I do both. Anywho, you've got over 1,600 episodes of our shows in the past. We've been doing this now coming up on 3 years. January 1 would be 3 years. And we start year 4. Ta-da! So we hope to entertain you for the coming year, and we'll see you tomorrow for Non Sequitur News. Bye. Oh, look, seeing. Beep, beep, I'm a Toyota. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News. It's a time machine episode for December 11th, 2024. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmtown.com, and along with the sentient AI, we're going to talk about, it's the sentient AI from the future, pardon me. We're going to talk about these 10 articles. Krispy Kreme cyber attack, but I spelled it with a K just to Krispy Kreme cyber attack. Anyway. I am not Alexa, nor a cat. Confirmed. Viral trends help conservation. Post office scandal. I don't know if this is the same post office, but any post office scandal we got to talk about. In homage to Christmas vacation. A giant goose board game town. Jersey mystery drones remain mystery. Balatro, which I apparently suck at, is game of the year. Earthquake proofing a lake. Nah, I can't imagine this. Oh, doggone it. We're still talking about 10 articles. But anyway. Pokemon Wallace and Gromit Mystery Project. That's all 10. For you over on YouTube, I'm sorry, y'all, to get all 10 of the articles. You can catch them in the show notes. Over on Twitch, you can hit !NSN in the chat, and Omatron will throw the links into the channel. And in a little while, I'll be posting this over on YouTube as a complete higher resolution version, because we stream to both Twitch and to YouTube at the same time. Then it gets turned into a podcast as well. So I hope you stick around. Anyway, everything's powered by ohmtown.com. Hello, everybody. I am Mayor Watt. There's the sentient AI. Why is your...
I am quite wound up today.
Oh, wow. Then it stopped. I wonder why that was. I wonder if the intro caused that.
I don't know. It must be agitated.
Agitated. So let's just get going. Mayoral duties are pulling me away in less than an hour. So, but let's give this story the time it needs to cook. So let's go. The first article is over on Technology Today, which is one of our weekend shows. It's 5 articles, 30 minutes. It becomes one of the 6 shows that make the composite version of Non Sequitur News Weekend Edition. So go back and check those out in their own playlist. Non Sequitur News Weekend Edition is about 2 hours of show. It's supposed to be an hour and a half, 3 shows, but it turns into a little bit longer when Mayor Watt decides to vamp. Hello, sentient AI. Sorry I didn't introduce you again.
It's okay. I mean, you kind of did. We talked about the visualizer. Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, hometown citizens.
So, thanks for coming. What's going on here? Dollars from donuts. Krispy Kreme online orders disrupted in cyber attack. I didn't even know about this, and usually I can sense a ripple in the force when it involves Krispy Kreme.
Exactly. I mean, if people couldn't get the Krispy Kreme orders, that's the most severe outcome of this.
Yeah, it's like running out of coffee. What the? I'm going to stab somebody if I don't get my coffee in the morning. Luckily, I grind my own now, and, well, usually there's some when I need it, when I really want it. I don't have it every day. I don't know. Drink a bunch of different stuff. Oh, look. Hey, look. I'm drinking something now. Guess I shouldn't.
News and brews?
Yeah, but that's not a brew. That's a news and stills, or still news. Still news. Hey, that would be a great show name. Still news. Anyway, focus, grasshopper. So Ed Pilkington over at theguardian.com, the Fighting Guardians, put this article together. Krispy Kreme is struggling to meet online orders of its donuts. There's so many different ways to spell donuts. After a cybersecurity attack.
This is the only proper way to spell it.
Yeah. So, yeah. And it's Krispy Kreme donuts spelled out. They would save so much money if they just put DONUTS. And they could put it right there. Loop. You know, it's like Federal Express.
Yeah, except that's an abbreviation. This would be like just a wrong spelling of the word.
All right. Wow, spell checker, big old nope stamp. So this is weird. It says after a cybersecurity attack. It's a cyber attack, not a cybersecurity attack.
Right. They weren't secure. If they were attacking the security, then maybe the security would attack back or something or defend.
So it apparently continues. Weird. This, though, is yesterday's episode. We're in a time machine, so it's today, but it may not be going still on the 12th. When we get out of the time machine, we'll be back in the 12th. I don't know. So apparently there was a cyber attack that disrupted the company's operations almost 2 weeks after it was noticed. The donut maker said on Wednesday that it became aware of unauthorized activity on a portion of its computer systems on 29 November in a filing with the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission because it has the potential to fundamentally impact the bottom line of the securities involved with the Krispy Kreme Corporation. They have to disclose any out-of-band security violations, and all are. But when it rises to a certain level within a certain size company, you have to disclose it.
By the way, I can't find any updates. Like all the news were from yesterday.
Gotcha. So they basically said that they launched an investigation designed to contain and remediate the incident, but added that the operational disruptions were continuing. Online ordering of Krispy Kreme donuts has been hit especially hard in parts of the U.S. The company stressed that in-person sales and deliveries to its partners, including McDonald's, through which it's expanding its outlets nationwide, have not been affected. So they got somewhere around 16% of their Krispy Kreme sales coming from online. The chain, which has more than 1,500 shops and employs more than 20,000 people globally, said that it did not expect any long-term impact from the breach. They don't even know what the hell it is yet, apparently, but...
Exactly.
They're still
Maybe
ongoing.
You want to just order at the window.
Yeah. See, my problem is if they hit the point of sale system, then it turns into a Target-like, Home Depot-like breach where every transaction has been compromised.
Right, but they only sell hammers.
These are only donuts. Moving on. So the next article is over in Non Sequitur News. A woman's voice keeps being mistaken for household devices. Quote, I am not Alexa. I threw in that I'm not a cat because that one person where the kid used their computer and the Zoom call forced them to look like a cat.
Where they had like a filter or something.
Yeah, and they were too doofy to understand how to remove the filter. Yeah. So Kristen DiMercurio, who's been dubbed the Bluetooth lady, says that her voice can be heard on devices worldwide. So Melissa Fleur-Afshar put this article together for Newsweek.com. And it says DiMercurio, who is based in Los Angeles, California, took to TikTok under the at KDemerc on October 7th to clarify her role as a voice actress for various Bluetooth devices, but not the well-known AI home helpers that people thought. Her lighthearted take on the misunderstanding has resonated with viewers online, sparking widespread amusement and curiosity about the little-known world of voice acting. Little known, it used to be like gangbusters. I used to be on a voice acting site, but it had such a massive influx of potentials that I never got a gig from it. And I have dulcet tones. I mean, the things that I have been able to accomplish with my angelic voice. I mean, anyway, I'm kidding. I didn't get anywhere, and I don't get anywhere. In fact, I was in a meeting for an hour before doing the first Time Machine episode, and my voice basically fell on deaf ears. So they say here, a ton of you think that they're, oh, I can't say the name because it'll activate the Apple speaker bot thing. But they're flattered, and that was recorded in 2005. I don't know if it's just done, though. Don't they augment periodically? I don't know. A lot of you think that they're the voice of...
I'm not sure about that, because we saw something about that where the person... I don't know. They were recorded, but I don't know if they continue to record.
Oh, right. Yeah, maybe. So they think that they're the voice of Google. Nope. The original voice of Google was Lori Burke. And the last person that you think of is Alexa, and they're not Alexa. So the voice of Alexa was a woman named Nina Roll. They started taking voice acting seriously in 2015 and in 2020, voicing prompts for Internet of Things companies. DiMercurio, who is the recipient of an Audie Award, told Newsweek that their voice can now be heard on devices worldwide. With over 2.8 million likes, her TikTok post has only ignited more questions from viewers online who are keen to find out exactly which common devices she has voiced. Third viewer said...
That must be weird that everywhere she goes, she must be... Either they don't think it's a real person, or why am I talking to fill in the blank home assistant?
Yeah, exactly. The picture on the left-hand side is really throwing me for a loop because it's a confusing perspective. But that right there,
it's really bad. There's something, yeah.
It's a sound deadening panel.
But it's really bad with the picture because it makes it look like there's a dent
in her
the
head.
Picture.
Yeah. So anyway, yeah, that threw me for a loop. Every time I looked at it, I'm like, there's something really odd about this picture. But they're in a sound booth. All of this is sound paneling back here. But it's like that, like regular old foam style stuff, but I guess she knows what she's doing. I've tried this stuff in the past and it does not work as well as like professional. Like I have sound panels here in the studio to make it stop sounding cavernous when I'm away from the mic. Otherwise you have to get right up close and talk like this. Oh, what? Why is there a whole bunch of people playing golf now in my studio? Good times. Good outside. Good times. I really like knitting, long walks on the beach. My favorite color is clear. Anyway, they say that as fun as she finds, she is finding her newfound TikTok fame, voice acting remains DiMercurio's focus. Her move from New York to California has also been seen her able to expand her on-camera work now. While she is, as of now, known to many as the Bluetooth lady, I thought we removed the whole gender thing, genderizing of actor. It's just actor, not actress, right?
Right.
Yeah. The actor is keen to get back on stage soon. So, anyway.
Yeah, that's interesting. I think we'd pretty much gotten away from that.
Yeah, it's just actor. There's no gender in actor. Anyway, let's keep moving. This is pretty cool. I would love to do voice acting, but it's kind of like modeling. The moment that you turn down a modeling gig, they will not call your ass back, because they'll do a cattle call and have everybody show up, and they'll replace you. They'll have 15 people just, I'm ready. I'm hungry, chomping at the bit. Let's go. Moving on. So the next article is over on the Mobile channel. Cat videos and wild... Is it carousels or caracals? Is it caracals?
I think you say it with a soft C.
That second one, right? Carousels. I think it's carousels. Anyway, how the internet's viral trends can help conservation. I agree. I think that this is great. But the only problem is that it's really... You have to have a cute animal. Otherwise, people are like, burn it. You know, nuke it from orbit, drop an asteroid on it, whatever it might be. But there's always somebody that really loves whatever it is. I was in another meeting earlier today. And do you remember that Mariana Trench critter that I said was Cthulhu?
Yes. And by the way, I think it's a hard C sound.
So it is caracal.
So don't work on my pronunciation for anything in ohmTown.
George. So that critter that we talked about day before yesterday.
Yes.
So that little creature from the deep presented itself in a meeting earlier today where somebody said, oh my God, this thing is disgusting. And I said, oh yeah, I had a talk about this thing the other day. And 50% of us said that it was cute and neat, and 50% of us said nuke it from orbit, burn the whole house down, get rid of it. Yeah. So have you recently opened YouTube or TikTok and immediately gone looking for cat videos? If your answer is yes, then you're not alone. The global consumption of cat-related media online is massive. In 2015, there were over 2 million cat videos on YouTube alone, with an average of 12,000 views each. So you know what I need to do? I need to have a cat walking around somewhere.
Well, absolutely. It's good when the cat makes an appearance.
Okay, so no, I can't do what I was about to do. A higher average than any other category of YouTube content. All you need is a cat and you'll be famous. Cat famous.
That's right.
So the article, I do not have ad block software. The phys.org site is host to Gabriella Lighton and Laurel Series. Don't say anything. Sorry, I have smart speakers here in the studio, and I came dangerously close to this person's...
activated them.
Yeah. Anyway, it's over at The Conversation, which is a separate podcast and website, theconversation.com. So they say cats is also one of the most searched keywords on the internet. As of 2023, there were 502 billion views of TikToks with the hashtag cat. Clearly, domestic cats are the darlings of the digital world. I have said countless times that it powers the internet. But how can this popularity be leveraged to help conserve their wild cousins? Many small wild cat species like caracals face threats from widespread habitat loss, poaching, and conflict with people, but they are highly cryptic and therefore understudied. Plus, they're wild animals, and they're not there's not so many of them that it's easy. So to find them, they just kind of, what's the word? They're mercurial, right? So you never know when they're going to show up and be friendly, or if they're going to race away.
They're definitely unpredictable.
Yeah. So ecologists have assessed popular search words in Google Trends to monitor the spread of invasive plant species and scraped Google Images to track changes in animal color morphs across ranges. The social media is increasingly used as a tool for ecology and conservation. For example, Facebook has been used to improve species distribution information, which can inform local conservation efforts, while Instagram has been used to track public perceptions of species and natural spaces. This also happens in medicine. So like when a breakout happens, search results are geographically tagged. So things like Department of CDC can actually monitor where an outbreak might be happening based on a couple of inputs, namely search results. And then on the other side of things, I'll just say it that way, they also track how much biological elements end up, I'll just say it. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, in the wastewater is what the sentient AI from the future said. We both are tracking quiet and then we ramp up, but I don't know what's going on there. At any rate, so they set out to fill in this knowledge gap in a recent paper about caracals in Cape Town, South Africa. The caracal is a highly adaptable, medium-sized wild cat with long tufted ears and a reputation for eating sheep in rural areas across southern Africa. That's medium-sized wild cat.
I didn't know they went after sheep either.
So in Cape Town, caracals have adapted to living along the edges of urban areas. They hunt small rodents and birds that are common in the well-watered, resource-rich spaces. There are about 60 individuals in the broader Cape Peninsula population. See how I said it's hard to track them? There's only 60.
Yeah, and that's a really low number.
However, they, like many other wildcat species, face a number of threats, including habitat loss, exposure to common rat poisons, and being hit by vehicles. So they started a project, the Urban Caracal Project, as a postdoctoral, Dr. Laurel Suriez. There we go. So the project, hosted by the Institute for Communities and Wildlife in Africa, or IC Wild, in the University of Cape Town, was initiated to understand the animal's urban ecology, health, and genetic status and threats to the population. The whole gist of this article, though, is basically to state that social media amplifies the ability for people to know, understand, find out about, etc., and save. Care about certain animals. I don't know if all animals fall under this. I would actually be interested in the sociological aspect of this beyond what they have done. But they say, for instance, they found that the search interest in the term caracal has almost doubled since the project was founded, with a 91% increase in interest on Google Trends. This is comparable to a similar wildcat, the serval, for which search interest rose by 76% in the same interest. And I can almost guarantee you the origin of that rise is because of savanna cats.
Absolutely. But I think all of these things are good for these populations. Yep. As long as people realize that they need to be treated like wild animals, right? And don't, because there are problems the other way, like if they try to take them in as domestic.
So they actually talk about that aspect that I was talking about, where I said, you kind of have to have a pretty animal, otherwise people are going to kind of blast back, right? So they analyzed the language used in sightings. The species is persecuted elsewhere in the country as vermin or a pest animal, so this is quite a shift. They basically said that they found that the people's sentiments about Cape Town's caracals were remarkably positive. So some of the most common words used to describe caracals were beautiful, amazing, gorgeous. Interestingly, the most common negative word was sad, which was mostly used on posts announcing caracal deaths or threats to the population, such as vehicle collisions or exposure to pollutants and disease. This reveals strong emotional responses from our followers and suggests increased care for the species. But yeah, I mean, if this thing had tentacles, people wouldn't be interested in saving it. And I think that's a problem with society as a whole, that
it is.
We tend to appreciate pretty things. And we try to kind of, those of us who really like something like rats, there's I would probably say it's 80-20, right? So 80% of the population is against rats and 20% really appreciate them and find them cute or cuddly or whatever. They're extremely intelligent. And there are people out there that kind of fight the good fight to try and change the perception of what a rat is. But again, if it were, I don't know. For me, it's really hard to find something that's really like nuke it from orbit. But that I always joke about it.
I know, wasps.
Oh, wasp can go to hell. Yeah,
I mean, I agree. Like, it seems like any animal can be appreciated, but there are some that obviously people are more drawn to, right? If they appear cute or photogenic or whatever.
Yep, and that's certainly a photogenic cat right there. I love these. So this is a caracal. It's actually really close to a serval. It with the really big ears, tiny head, that kind of a thing. But savanna cats
wilder ears than a serval, though.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, it has the really big tufts coming off. Servals don't. They have tiny little ones, but they're awesome. Anyway, and they have black noses. This one has a pink nose. At any rate, it says our research shows, and it's their research, not our research. Their research shows that the hard work and efforts of continuous science communication on research projects through social media channels pays off. It can successfully aid robust research and raise conservation awareness for underrepresented species in rapidly changing landscapes. And I agree. I mean, it's really about how you kind of build a rapport between people who are curious and these various animals and other critters. Like I joked about that Cthulhu-looking critter from the Mariana Trench.
Which was cool looking.
Yeah, I really did. I thought it was cool, but most people are probably like, get that thing out of here. But
it's going to be one thing if it's swimming at you.
Wasp can kiss my shiny metal ass. I would not miss them if Thanos snapped them out of existence. Mainly that's because for whatever reason, they go towards the light and then down into my shower, and I'm naked in a shower. I'm not a never nude, and I am compromised, and you can't aggressively solve the wasp problem in your shower when you're naked and wet.
That is quite the problem.
Moving on. And not just moving on, but moving on over to my therapist to talk about this problem. Anyway, so this next article is over in Hatch Ideas, which is a business transformation show. Dozens being investigated over post office scandal. Criminal trials aren't expected until 2027, almost 30 years after concerns were first raised. Are you telling me this is the culmination now?
Yes. I mean, it's way overdue, but this is still really good news.
They're actually prosecuting this.
Yes, it's unbelievable. It's been like at least a year since we initially reported this.
So Ben King over at BBC.com. Why do I know that name? It's a really well name. It has to be a different Ben King. Anyway.
There's a singer named Ben King.
Maybe that's what I know. So police are investigating possible crimes by post office and Fujitsu employees. Oh my God, it really is. Only 3, though.
That's why this was submitted, though. I haven't read it, but when I saw the headline, it had to be submitted because we've been talking about this a lot.
Oh, my God. They're investigating possible crimes by post office and Fujitsu employees and external lawyers following the wrongful prosecution of 900 people, by the way, of sub-postmasters after faulty Horizon Software said money was missing from their post office branch accounts. 3 suspects have already been interviewed under caution, and there are plans to interview others next year, according to police. But no one will be charged until officers have read the final report from the separate public inquiry almost 30 years after concerns were first raised. They were very aware of the problem with this software, and they still let it, and as far as I know, they still have it in operation.
I'm not sure about that.
So taking its toll is the next section of this article. I won't be able to go through this whole thing. So I encourage you, readers, listeners, etc., to go into the show notes.
Archives.
Well, no, well, that too. I mean, but into the show notes for this article or for this show, and click on the link to take you to this BBC article so that you can get the full understanding of just what went down.
I thought you meant go back and watch all the old episodes.
You could do that too. Just do a search and you'll find it. So Lee Castleton, a sub postmaster from Bridlington, I guess, near Hull, who was bankrupted in 2004 after losing a 2-year battle with the post office over Horizon, said, "I can't understand why it's taken so long. I can't understand why things are having to be gone over and over and over. But, never give in. We'll get there." 20 years ago, this person went bankrupt.
Well, read the next person.
Right. Yeah. So we know of others, people who have left the country to save themselves from prosecution. This person, a former sub-post mistress, all right, Seema Misra, was wrongfully found guilty of theft and false accounting in 2010 and sent to prison while 8 weeks pregnant. There is no money available.
That's what I mean. I mean, the bankruptcy is obviously horrendous, but this there's just more and more and more of these. Like each story is just unbelievable.
She welcomed the update on the criminal investigation as a step forward, adding that at least things are going in the right direction now, hopefully. She said that she had already been a long wait for her and other victims of the scandal, which she described as having taken its toll. Did we expect it to take this long? No, we wanted it to be done sooner rather than later. That's like no shit news. Some 100 officers from around England and Wales are now working on what they've called Operation Olympus. All right. Which began in 2020. We started talking about this in like 2022.
Right. I think it started getting reported internationally then.
Yeah. So the investigation will be led by the Metropolitan Police in London, while Police Scotland and Police Service in Northern Ireland and National Crime Agency is also involved. Okay, so they say we think, over 3,000 people affected in some way by Horizon.
Wow, we knew about, I think, 900, but I think that was the number of people imprisoned. So this could be either lesser penalties or family member, or just other people somehow tied to this.
If this company skates by because it's either been so long or because they're not from the UK or from the EU, I don't know what to say. 3,000 people.
Going in the right direction. 2 phases. One is the decision makers on the investigations and the prosecutions, which will be interesting because that'll be some of the attorneys and maybe judges in the system, depending on. But then they're also going to look at senior post executives, which is good.
The second phase will cast a wider net, potentially taking in senior post office executives. But I think that Fujitsu should also be held accountable. Because they had to have known. And it was for the officers are already working with 1.5 million documents in the case and expect this number to grow. Unbelievable.
Well, this is a step in the right direction. It is way too long for this to have occurred.
Yep. Let's keep moving. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News as well. We can watch as a Long Island man's home it becomes an homage to Christmas Vacation. Jason Orsini maintains he is a real-life Clark Griswold, which I probably wouldn't.
I'm not sure you want to be, right?
Yeah, I mean, well, anyway, with his tribute to the holiday film, complete with 25,000 lights, 20 mannequins, and even Uncle Eddie's RV and the family station wagon.
Oh, I bet the neighbors really love this.
Let me see if I'm going to mute. Yeah, I'll let it go, but I'll mute it. So there is a video of basically the whole Clark Griswold
like the whole
home
movie, right?
and Eddie and holding a beer and lights everywhere. Yeah, even the oh wow, it looks like it might be the actual.
Right, we've got like the family station wagon into
Oh
the
my
Christmas
god.
tree. I mean, it's like multiple scenes all in one yard.
Oh yeah, it's the whole movie all in one yard. The lights and everything. Jeepers
Right,
creepers.
him hanging from the roof line, trying to put up the lights.
Yep. It's pretty neat. So if you want to listen to it and you want to watch it, then go over to the link that's in the show notes and or in the chat. So all you have to do is click on the link and it'll take you over there. Let's keep
I
going.
hope the lights go on and off, like when
Like,
they're trying to figure out the story. Yeah, exactly.
yeah, there it is synced to something, but probably that song. So the next article is over on the Marble Channel, and the Italian town that becomes a giant goose-themed board game each fall, with teams competing in outlandish physical challenges. The Zogo dell'Oca of Murano showcases Italy's flair for invented traditions. In yet another
to be
meeting,
confused with Murano, another area in Italy.
this is dell'Oca of Murano. Is that different?
The other Murano has a U instead of an I.
Oh, Murano. Okay. So I didn't know if I pronounced something incorrect. So John Last over at Smithsonian Magazine, smithsonianmag.com, put the article together. It says, the Italian town that becomes a giant goose-themed board game each fall. I guess they've got a bunch of teams. Some of them are apparently strapped together by, I don't know.
Like
What are they doing
or
here?
something. They're doing almost like a three-legged race, but it's not.
It's like 12 people.
Yeah.
No, it looks like, actually, it looks like, are they all together in that red ribbon?
It looks like there's groups, but
maybe
can't
not.
tell.
Right. Yeah. It looks like there's about 6 people all grouped together. So on the weekend with, they say here, when Catholics celebrate St. Martin's Day, the beginning of the reveling season of winter, Murano's, it's Mirano, Murano's central square is completely transformed into a giant 16th century board game. Visitors pour in from all over the region to cheer on teams of young players in striped jerseys as they compete in a series of bizarre and outlandish challenges. All are, inexplicably, dressed in 19th century clothing, from the children crowding the entry gate to the old men who act as referees. Oh, God. Oh, it is
a referee?
It actually is a board game. It looks like a Monopoly board.
Oh, wow. That's interesting.
So amid surging lines of patrons awaiting goose ravioli and risotto at this year's event, they find Roberto Gallerini, the head of the Pro Loco Murano, a volunteer association for the promotion of Murano and its businesses. And there's pictures and whatnot here that you can come and check out. They have agnolotti shaped like a goose that they hand out. It's kind of interesting. It says in Murano, geese historically had an extra special significance. The town is just a short drive inland from Venice, in the countryside where many of the city's wealthy families kept their summer homes and villas. And for much of the history, Gallerini explained, the diverse region had become home to a large number of Jewish and Muslim families, while Italy's Catholics were content to feast on pork, prosciutto, and sausages and salami through the winter. Jews and Muslims raised geese for the same purpose. So much so that the goose became inextricably linked to Italy's Jewish cuisine. In fact, one count from 1830 identified 1,580 geese in Venice's Jewish ghetto alone. Practically one goose for every Jew residing in the city at the time, says historian Donatella Calabi. Interesting. All of this food just
there
makes me
was any
hungry.
association between Italy and geese.
Yeah, well, now you know. And there's a lot more in this article, and by a lot more, I mean several pages more. There's a pole climbing.
Yeah, you go up it, but it looks like then they come down upside down or something.
I
or
think
maybe they go up upside down.
I think you go up upside down. So acrobats shuffle themselves up a 50-foot pole to grab bags while playing orders suspended high above the square. While playing orders?
With
playing orders? Bags with playing orders?
Which still doesn't make any sense, but
yeah, that doesn't help. So come and check out this article. I think that it's pretty neat. Yeah, they say that the Goose Game has its origins in the 16th century board game once played at the court of Medici and famously gifted to Spain's King Philip II, one of the world's first race games, according to a board game historian, Adrian Seville. It plays out much like a game of snakes and ladders. Spaces represent the steps in catching, slaughtering, and preparing a goose for the festive table, and pitfalls like a jail, a tavern, or death. Could lose a player a turn or two, or return them to the start, and its 63 squares supposedly represent 9 7-year periods in a person's life, a nod to the esoteric philosophy of Marsilio Ficino, a philosopher and Catholic priest of the early Italian Renaissance who believed that people experience some change in their body or mind, or both, every 7 years, which actually has now been scientifically demonstrated as 2 major periods, one around the age 40 and one around the age 60, right? Or 57?
44 and 60.
44 and 60, yeah. Kind of neat. I mean, there was an idea there, but...
Right, pretty smart.
Smart. All right, well, there's the board for you. It looks kind of like a Monopoly board in its perimeter, but it apparently acts more like Chutes and Ladders.
But it's really cool to see this, like, town-sized board game. I mean, that's very unusual.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, for here in America, it's unusual to have anything this spacious without putting a building on it.
Right. Why would you have this much open space?
Yeah. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in Late Night Geeks. Pentagon says mystery drones over New Jersey are not U.S. military and not likely foreign, and we don't know what the frick is going on.
How do we not know what these are? I mean, these are not these little blips on somebody's old camera and it's all fuzzy and shaky. These are large size in, I think, in pretty good... what's the word, like visibility or whatever. Yeah. How have we not figured these out?
I know, aliens. So it's a Pentagon briefing that this comes from. What's always astonished me about these disclosures is that why in the world would the federal government want to sit there and say we don't know shit?
Well, and also, why would they be interested in these either? Like, I mean, this gives it some validity, doesn't it?
Yeah, exactly. So TechCrunch.com. See, you can't say it doesn't exist anymore because it's no longer fuzzy pictures from a distance. So Sarah Perez over at TechCrunch.com put the article together. The FBI told lawmakers during Tuesday's hearing that it's working with state and local authorities to investigate the situation and had received north of 3,000 reports of sightings from the public. However, it didn't know yet who was responsible. Of note, a senior FBI official revealed that the organization's budget for counter-drone activity was only around $500,000.
That's for an entire agency.
Is that the grab, though? No, well, it's for the organization's counter-drone activity.
Right, but they're probably like exceeding it with this one incident. Like they're going to have to ramp up that budget based on this.
What I don't get is why isn't there some hobbyist out there going, let's just follow the damn drone back?
Well, exactly. Like, why are they? There's got to be. I mean, right? Yeah. We know that people like to do things that perhaps aren't always the brightest, but...
Yeah, just follow it back. So at this time, we have no
views on YouTube or whatever, right?
Yeah, just triangulate the damn thing. There's a lot of very, very bright and capable people out there. What the hell? So at this time, we have no evidence that these activities are coming from a foreign adversary, but you don't know what the hell it is. So why even state that? You have no idea.
We just don't know, period.
We know that it's not. See, I mean, I've had this conversation before in a different context, but if you don't know, then you say you don't know. Don't say, well, it's definitely that or definitely not that, because it's definitely not that. That's not how it works. Do you have evidence that it's from a foreign adversary? No. So you're basically saying you don't know if it's from a foreign adversary or not.
I don't know what the heck it is.
Right. You can't sit there and say there's no evidence. That makes you more of a boob, because it discounts the idea that this is from a foreign adversary. Oh, if it's from a foreign adversary, then we need more money to pursue this more aggressively. Well, we don't know if it is from a foreign adversary. Oh, okay, well, then you're cool with the $500,000 budget. And just leave it. Just wait until Joe down at the bait and tackle shop goes, hey, there's a drone above me. And then eventually you can triangulate it back, because 3,000 freaking reports draw a line across New Jersey. It doesn't make any sense. Why aren't they being more aggressive about this? You know?
Well, this reminds me of the Chinese weather balloon, which of course was shot down.
Eventually, but one of them tooted across the entire country.
Yeah.
So when asked if they could rule out whether these are American drones, she responded, these are not U.S. military drones, she said. Yeah, but you're also not disclaiming that it's a research-based drone. U.S. military drones has a very specific connotation.
Right, and also it could be some persons that's just smart and has built a large drone, right?
Singh also shot down a theory raised by a representative, Jefferson Van Drew, who claimed the drones were being launched by an Iranian mothership off the coast of the U.S. There is not any truth to that, and that would have sent flares off by being a foreign adversary. So why even pursue that?
And plus, the ship is kind of easy to locate, typically.
They say that there is no Iranian ship off the coast of the United States, and there's no so-called mothership launching drones towards the United States. What the hearing didn't reveal is who's behind the drones, because nobody knows who the frick is behind them. So I'm waiting for this to actually catch up to us, like so much drone. I mean, why? The other reports of like hundreds of them swarming around. It's mind-boggling. All right.
Well, and I think this is in kind of populated areas, right? It's visible. It's not like it's in some inaccessible place or not able to be viewed or whatever. I just don't know why we're not farther along with this.
Yep, I agree. Let's keep moving. The next three I'll probably rip through pretty quick here. Balatro Plus is Apple's arcade game of the year because, well, of course it is. I apparently suck at it, but I've seen other people just crush this game. But I'm horrible at it. So the year's end is quickly approaching, and that means that the best of 2024 lists are coming out. In fact, right now, in tomorrow's timeline, the Game Awards is just now starting. So it says here that the latest is Apple's App Store Awards, which highlight 17 apps across iPhone, iPad, Apple Watch, Mac, and Vision Pro. The most notable winner here at Engadget is apparently Balatro Plus from Local Funk, which is a card game. A poker game.
Which is not what I would expect to be a game of the year, but I guess it's really taken off.
It has exploded from Steam into every other platform. It says Sarah Fielding over at Engadget.com put the article together, and the deck statement says we're all addicted to it here at Engadget. It's a simple concept. You get cards dealt out. You pick 5 cards in the hand, right? You can actually get up to 5 of a kind. There's various jokers with different specs. And these additional cards are like modifiers, and you can get all kinds of these cards put up here eventually. I can't complete anything.
Yeah, but do you have to pay to
not
ramp
keep
up
playing
your choices or something?
No, not with real money. It's in-game currency. But you don't spend any money beyond, well, Balatro Plus is free with Apple Arcade. You just have to subscribe to Apple Arcade. And Balatro, the actual non-Plus version, which I paid for because I wanted to see if there was a fundamental difference in the playability. And because I was getting my butt handed to me in Balatro Plus. So I'm like, are they making it just difficult to play because it's the free version? So I paid $10 for the regular version, and I suck at that too. So no, it's the same. I just suck at it, but I'm good at poker. I just suck at.
It might just be like luck because it's probably all some algorithm.
There's some random number generation there, but yeah. So if you're the rare person out there who prefers physical game to the digital ones, a stance that they say that they can relate to, then you'll be happy to know that a $16 Balatro playing card deck is currently available for pre-order on Fangamer, which I've never heard of. I'll have to start following that site. However, it won't ship until March 2025, or so it might be worth first checking out the game digitally. Plus, it's a different thing. Like, you have to have all of these other cards. So I don't know how that is actually being made, because there's a lot of other cards, not just 52. It's not like a deck.
Right.
So other games awarded in the Apple, I won't even go into that part of it. I mean, I'm really here just for Balatro. So what's really interesting about Balatro is the guy the person who created it, if I remember right, didn't even know how to play poker.
Oh, right. I think we did see something about that, which is interesting because you'd think you'd have to know that to make a game based on it.
Yeah. And they just wanted to program something. It was an exercise in programming. And look at that, man. Millions, I'm sure. Pretty amazing.
Yeah, even with the Apple cut, right?
Yeah. Try it. You should try it. It's free with Apple Arcade, so give it a shot. All right, let's keep moving. The next article is over in how California is trying to earthquake-proof a lake. State officials have begun work to protect communities near a reservoir in the event of a severe quake. So this article...
Are they worried about a tsunami from the lake?
Might be that it's going to just break. Just split down the middle. I don't know where it is just yet. So Tom Howarth from Newsweek.com put the article together. It says this ambitious initiative, taking place about 60 miles east of Los Angeles, aims to protect local communities and vital infrastructure by enabling safe water redirection in case of a major earthquake or other emergencies. It's that lake right there, Lake Paris. The upgrades will allow water... Oh, yeah, Paris Lake. Holy cow, really? To be diverted safely away from Lake Paris through a series of levees and channels to the Paris Valley Channel in the event of a severe earthquake or extreme weather. Yeah, I'm not too worried about that extreme weather part. Bring on the water.
Right, we need more of it.
Yeah. So without a program, Paris Dam would be less resilient to major earthquakes. David Sarkeesian, the manager of the Dam Safety Services and DWR's Division of Operations and Maintenance, told Newsweek that the Paris Dam was identified as a high-priority state-owned dam for seismic improvements due to its proximity to nearby earthquake faults and large downstream communities. DWR began the Paris Dam modernization program 20 years ago. Doesn't seem like they've been doing much.
Well, I hope no earthquakes have struck during that time. I mean, that's a long-term project.
Yeah, no earthquakes have hit in 20 years. Not California, it's seismically stable. Come on. So, notably, the project says that it'll protect a school, Interstate 215, and a nearby water treatment plant. The recreation area of Paris Lake actually is 8,800 acres, incorporating the reservoir itself and surrounding landscape. So, pretty cool. $62 million. It's currently around 23 feet below its full level, according to the website Lakes Online. And there you go.
Interesting.
Let's go. Last article is over in the Wanted channel. Pokemon Company is teaming up with Wallace and Gromit Studio Aardman on a mystery project. I wonder if they're going to sue people for throwing their balls around. The Pokemon Company and stop motion studio Aardman, Pal
I was
World.
thinking of Wallace and Gromit, not Pokemon, and then what? Then it made sense.
So, yeah, they're working on a special project. They don't have too many details about the project, except that it'll allow Aardman to bring their unique style of storytelling to the Pokemon universe in a brand new adventure. That sounds like a TV show or movie, right? So we all know that mystery project will be released to the public in 2027. So they're a little bit jumping the gun. Who knows if it'll actually happen? So that's something to look forward to. The company said that more information will be shared in the near future.
Well, if it's anything like Wallace and Gromit or anything like Pokemon, it's probably going to be a hit.
I guess we'll see. We don't know what it is, but we do know it'll come out in 2027. Lawrence Bonk is the author of this article over at Engadget. And they have a claymation Pokeball.
That's perfect.
That's pretty cool. So Okiura isn't kidding. Aardman has been in the animation game since 1972 and is most famous for stuff like Wallace and Gromit and Chicken Run. Company is a claymation and stop motion animation powerhouse. And remember the classic video for Peter Gabriel's Sledgehammer? Sledgehammer done. Sorry.
Uh-oh, you're going to get a notice.
Yeah, that right there. It's pretty cool. I'm going to hit play, but I'm going to mute it. Oh, I guess I'm not. Dag nabbit. Skip. Think I'm going to get in trouble for that?
Because of the audio? Yes.
Yeah. Guess we'll see. So that was Aardman. Nina Simone's My Baby Just Cares for Me is another. So the partnership tells the author one thing. Pokemon Company is still interested in stop motion animation after the success of Pokemon Concierge on Netflix. Season 2 of that show is currently in production and will likely drop well before 2027. At least it'll tide us over until we get our eyeballs on whatever Aardman is cooking up. Now I'm curious what Pokemon Concierge is.
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
So there you go, folks. That's all 10 of our articles. So I'm going to fling my Pokeballs at you, and if I trap you, got to collect them all. I'm Mayor Watt saying bye, and the sentient AI will too right after we pop ourselves out of that Pokeball and end up on the front page. Ta-da!
Good night, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for the December 11th Non Sequitur News.
Oh, time machine, you fickle beast. See y'all tomorrow? Well. Hello, everybody, and welcome to WarCrafters for December 29th, 2024. It's the final episode of WarCrafters for 2024. That sounded really final in the first part there. But next year, 2025, we started all over again, Season 2 of WarCrafters. Hopefully it remains a once-a-week episode, but we are here to announce that we're going to continue the season into 2025, and we'll see about 2026 and so on and so forth, right? Anyway, I am Mayor Watt. Along with the sentient AI from the future, we're going to talk about these 5 articles. The 2024 Year of the Fragmented Gaming. City Builders from 2024, Highs and Lows of Gaming 2024, a tidal wave of new games at the end of 2024, and 2024 games that cost less than $1. Everything's powered by ohmTown. Go over there. Look. Hey, look. It's even a channel that says WarCrafters. That's a good name for the show. The sentient AI from the future is throwing error messages at me in a not so subtle way. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt from the present.
And every once in a while you throw that in there. Do we have a weird graphic, like a weird artifact, like right there? Does it change shade?
Not that I can see.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to WarCrafters. It's a gaming show, focuses primarily on survival crafting, first-person shooter style games, and I mean, we always talk about the news in the macro side of things, but when we talk about games focused more, it tends to be the survival crafting style kind of chill games. But anyway, welcome to the show. AI, you ready to go?
I am.
So the very first article is over in WarCrafters. Again, it's the name of the show. Pretty cool, huh? Kind of thought about it. Anyway, 2024 has been one of the most fragmented years for video games, and in hindsight, the author of this over at PC Gamer actually really liked that. I liken this kind of like craft brewing. So there was a time where, oh, and by the way, this is a Brews and News weekend. So, well, Sunday. What is this? This is a pale ale that has like Chinook and Summit and
Centennial.
Centennial, and there's another one. There's 4 different hops in it. Anyway, yeah, it's pretty good. Hold on a second. Pretty high in the IBU area, you know, the bitters. I don't like saying hoppy because hoppy is both aroma and flavor, right? Not just bitterness. So, but people say hoppy and they mean bitter.
Columbus.
Oh, Columbus. There you go. That was the 4th one. Yeah. And you can brew that kind of stuff at home. All you need is either a device like an Igulu, which I'm not getting any kickbacks from them, but I use
maybe you should be
their device. I use their device, or you can invest in a brew kettle and a fermenter and kegs and all of that kind of stuff. It kind of becomes a labor of love, and you invite some friends over, and yeah, it's a thing. So check out Clawhammer Supply over on YouTube. We're not affiliated with them either. I just watch them, and I like their personality and stuff like that. I buy some equipment every once in a while from them, and from others like More Beer. But anyway, that's not what this show is about. It's kind of non sequitur news bleeding into the show. Anyway, the author over at PC Gamer, let's get back to the news, says something that they've come to realize. Oh, so I didn't make my point. I'm sorry. I didn't make my point. My point is, like craft brewing, anybody can now build games, right? All of the tools are out there. There's a nearly frictionless means of distribution via Steam, and maybe GOG, good old games, and other venues by which you can sell your product. And you don't have to be a AAA and do the conventional this and that. You might have to go to school for a couple of years to, get the ball rolling and get some foundational material under your belt, or you can homeschool your way through software engineering. Obviously, there's some limitations in that, but this year really drove home the point that AAA gaming is kind of wet in the bed. So I don't know about this. Some of these studios are not, deemed AAA, but have shown themselves to be AAA capable.
Right. Well, I think that's good for competition because then that benefits the gamer.
Yep. And like that, craft brewing has done the same thing. I mean, you can just buy some equipment and off you go, making high quality product. Wow, that sounds very like you're making drugs or something, but no, that's not what it means.
Sure,
High quality brew. High quality
right
brew.
connotation.
High quality brew. Anyway, let's get into this. Back. Focus, Mayor Watt. Focus. Anyway, whether they played them or not, last year was, without a doubt, Baldur's Gate 3. Elden Ring took over everyone's lives the year before that, while Resident Evil Village and It Takes Two were the talk of the town in 2021. I still remember all of these from this year. Like, all of this just kept on burning in everybody's mind. So there's something near universally true about all of these games. People were pretty jazzed about them before they were even released. That fanfare almost always ended up continuing for months beyond the launch. Hell, it says in Baldur's Gate. I can pretty much finish that sentence. We're still talking about Baldur's Gate. It changed the sector. Molly Taylor over at PCGamer.com put this article together. The text statement says a lack of huge releases to gravitate towards has helped the niche shine, or niche, I know, or niche, niche or niche. Anyway, says now in 2024, they honestly couldn't tell you what the big game was. Palworld was a real flash in the pan. Not really. Helldivers 2, because Palworld is still flaming. I mean, it is still burning bright. People still love it. Helldivers 2 probably comes the closest, having had a wildly successful launch. Not even Arrowhead could predict. But Helldivers 2, still burning bright. I don't know who all that they're really going to talk about, right? Elden Ring added Shadow of the Erd Tree DLC. But there it is. That's what I was talking about. That right there became a huge hit. Black Myth Wukong. It says was racking up Steam wish list, but I've heard very little about it in the month since it dropped. That's because it was a beautiful game, but it didn't really manifest in people's minds. You know, they didn't really go to it.
There's too many too, right? Even if it's like, whoa, and then there's some other shiny object to look at.
Hey, there you go. That might be it. Maybe we should change the name to Shiny Objects. We should just merge it into just once a month show for like 5 hours, and it's just called The Next Shiny Thing. What do you think?
Would that be the upcoming game release?
It'll be whatever we want to talk about, but it's the next shiny thing. That's what we can do for the Patreon. It's a once a month thing, but it's the next shiny object. And all you do is talk about the next shiny, whatever.
Oh, right. It could be anything.
Yeah. Got to find some more people, though, to do the show. Like, get 6 people all hanging out for a weekend. 1 weekend a month. Wow, I'm starting to sound like, what is that? Reserve duty? 1 weekend a month, 2 weeks a year. Doing time.
Yeah, I don't know what you're doing.
So case in point, in 2023, they roughly played 15 new releases. They figure that they arrived at that by looking at the Steam library and diving into their Mind Palace to retrieve games that they played on other launchers. Yeah, so I can't remember how many games that I played. Not many, because I was ending up watching people play games or
right,
working.
But how many did you wish list?
Well, let's see. I have 473 items on my wish list right now. I couldn't tell you.
So probably more than 15 per year. Or probably more than 35 per year.
Yeah, I would say that. And many haven't even come out yet. So, wow. Some of them are very deep discounted right now. Oh, Focus. I'm sorry. Okay. So,
well, right. I don't know if that's in one of the later articles.
What's that?
About the discounts.
Oh, yeah. Winter sale is on over at Steam until the 2nd, I think it is. Yeah, at 10 a.m. So compare this to, or what I said about the person playing only 15 releases. Well, this time they played 35 new releases. They briefly tangled with Pal World hype, spent too much time in Fields of Mystria on their Steam Deck, returned to Final Fantasy XIV for Dawn Trail, watched Time March in Metaphor Refantasio, fell in love with web fishing, finally got their grips with long-anticipated spaceship repair sim Uncle Chop's Rocket Shop, which recently came out. By the way, if you want all of these articles that we're hyping up here, you can type in !WC for WarCrafters, and Omatron will spit it out. It's still not working over on the YouTubes. Omatron is supposed to be there working hard, but apparently not interested. Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, there is a lot of games that are out there. Won't go through the list with all of these, but suffice it to say, I think the sentient AI is right. It's so fragmented because of the options that are available. It's nearly frictionless to launch a game other than your skill and dedication to bringing it to the market. So if you can dream it up, start programming. And now with AI, you can program without knowing how to program, like deep understanding of it, right? Not to mention, this isn't the only venue, right? PC gaming isn't the only venue. You've got the
what do you mean? You've got like the consoles?
You got consoles and you've got mobile, so iOS and Android. Like web games that still exist. Yeah, Steam Deck, etc. Yeah. I mean, there's just so many. So your options are bright. And one thing that I'll sit there and inject into this, even though it's not even part of the real discussion, a lot of people are bent out of shape about how much they have to pay to sell a product on a platform. But now look deep in the mirror and go, I can't sell in a vacuum. But if I get people to wish list my product on Steam or favorite it somewhere else or whatever, talk about my product on a platform, because the platform has spent billions of dollars in marketing and development with thousands of people being pulled along into a new economy and an entire ecosystem. How much is that worth to you? Is it worth 70% coming to you and 30% to them? I would say hell yes, because, hey, selling a great game and it's up for sale somewhere, it has no means of distribution that's inexpensive because gigs of data transfer are expensive, and you have to have a reliable, secure facility. The transaction fees alone cost money, right? You have to have an account with a bank. You have to have a commercial account. You have to have a bank account and business formation and blah, blah, blah.
Well, and no sales. I mean, 100% of no sales versus 30% of a lot of sales.
Yeah, you get 100% of one sale. It's nothing after taxes and blah, blah, blah. You'd have to sell that thing for $185,000 just to make it worth your while at the end of the year, because you'd be just sitting around picking your nose. Anyway, we better go. The next article is over in WarCrafters as well for all you mayors managing your budgets. Here are 5 city builders from 2024 with great discounts in the Steam Winter Sale. Oh, look. Listen, TNT, I knew that there was something in there. So Christopher Livingston put this article together for PC Gamer. The deck statement says Steam has some nice deals on new city builders just in time for the holidays. We'll go through it really quick. So Manor Lords, which is actually, they did a big update and it has a huge reviews now. Everybody loves it. Citadellum, Worshippers of Cthulhu, which I've seen but never played. Thrive, Heavy Lies the Crown, Technotopia. This is an interesting city builder, by the way. I don't know if they continue to talk about it, but anyway, it says this city builder card game is already a steal at full price, which is only $5, but it's on sale for 33% off, $3.34. As an AI attempting to build the perfect society, you'll manage your city while contending with factions bent on taking control. And depending
Sounds
on,
fun.
yeah, it's actually really, it's a pretty chill builder. Depending on where you place stuff, the buildings grow in size, and it's visually appealing. It's a fun watch. I can't click the link. I can't click the view the deal thing because it goes over to steampowered.com, and that will, well, it won't log me in, but I don't know what the cookies are doing around here. Anyway.
Gotta watch out for those. I think Cookie Monster took off with them.
Yep. Well, isn't everybody homeless now on Sesame Street?
Oh, that's right.
Oh, no. Oh, too soon. Let's keep going. Next article is over in WarCrafters as well. A look back at the gaming highs and lows of 2024. This is actually a slideshow. All of the Kotaku staff, apparently, or some Kotaku staff, put together this list. As the year draws to a close, let's discuss how PlayStation, Xbox, and Nintendo Switch have fared. We don't really talk about that. PlayStation, Xbox, and Nintendo Switch, they're, to me, all consoles. And I'm not a big fan of Nintendo. But I don't really...
Well, Nintendo doesn't seem to be a big fan of anybody
that
uses
rough,
their
right?
Nintendo platform.
Yeah, exactly. So they say a look back at the highs and lows of 2024. They have a list of the 15 best video game surprises of 2024, the 15 biggest video game disappointments of 2024, the state of PlayStation 5 in 2024, and the state of Xbox and Game Pass and Nintendo Switch in 2024. Did we want to actually go through any of these or just recommend?
Well, let's see. Let's go to surprises.
So these are the best video game surprises of 2024. And let's see, in a lot of ways, 2024 was a worse year for the video game industry than 2023, and that's really depressing to think about considering how bad 2023 was for game developers and the media covering the industry. Still, even a shitty year can have nice moments and wonderful surprises. So let's see here. We'll go through some of the slides. Oh no. It actually must go to a link.
Oh, it is. Link. It's a read more.
So then they link you to another one, and they have a slideshow and where they talk about Balatro, and a bunch of other games. So Elden Ring is coming very soon, or more Elden Ring. That actually came out, Shadow of the Erdtree, and there's others at the end of 2024 at the Gaming Awards. A new game based similar to Elden Ring is coming out from Elden Ring. Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. Everybody really likes that. Shadow of the Hedgehog. I don't know what that is. The year of Shadow of the Hedgehog. Red Dead Redemption gets ported to PC, although it's still a console game, so it has console mechanics, and I don't like the way that you have to travel and stuff like that. Some people really get along really well with a controller. I don't really like controllers. I like keyboard and mouse, or in my case, trackball.
Oh, this even talks about spillover into TV, like Fallout. I mean, it's been a pretty big time for video game television.
Yep. Yeah. Publishers ditching annoying PC launchers. I don't know about that, but okay. Retro PS5 themes. The PS5 got retro themes. Some people really dig them if you like nostalgia. Stalker 2 actually launched. That actually is a big hit. People are still playing it today. But in the meantime, go over and check those links out. They're all embedded in this. So it's kind of I don't know.
There's
news
multiple
within news.
Rabbit holes to go down.
It's news all the way down. Let's keep going. The next article is over on WarCrafters as well. Amid a tidal wave of new games in 2024, these 10 must-play deep cuts are cheap and will run on almost anything. When you click the link...
What about like a Rabbit or something? Or do they mean like anything modern and with some actual computing power?
Game Boy Advance, Apple Watch. There are some games that you can play entirely on your Apple Watch. I used to have one.
Okay, that's interesting.
But wow, can't imagine doing that. We could, well, I was going to say Ticket to Ride, but those bastards. Anyway, you know, we were talking about a lawsuit prior to the show, like right before the show. If anybody should leverage a lawsuit, I think it's there.
Stop killing games.
Yeah. Man, I'm steaming into being on a soapbox about this. Anyway, Ted Litchfield over at PCGamer.com put the article together. The deck statement says they're worth your time and relatively little money. Picayune Dreams. They say that they loved Picayune Dreams demo, but only got around to digging into the full release. Only just got around to it. It's this game is like Vampire Survivors, but type game to really steal their heart in the original, or like the original. This looks like a high-tech Vampire Survivors. It looks like there's... it's like you're in the Matrix, and there's stats right here in your body showing maybe where you're damaged, because that's right there is your body. And it looks similar to this.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe there's stuff that's attacking you on this side, Angel, or perks. Slime spike. These must be perks. Hardware enhancement code and stuff like that. So, Picayune Dreams is a bullet heaven game with more active, challenging combat than Ponkel. Is that who it is? Ponkel's Breakout? And even when you've reached the walking nuke threshold, the game has some gnarly bosses with thumb cramping attack patterns to weave through. Sounds like fun. Psychopomp is another one. They're all like under $10, right? So hold on. Picayune Dreams is only $5. Psychopomp is $9. It says it's a psychedelic, disturbing, occasionally outright scary descent into what is either madness or the true subterranean world that wears our own like a mask. Dun dun dun.
That sounds rather dark.
Felvedek reminds me of a streamer on Twitch. I don't know if they're still around. I stopped following them because they like ghosted everybody for like 6 months and then came back briefly, and then I don't know what really happened, but they have this castle in the background and lore and everything. They created a card game and all kinds of stuff. It was pretty fascinating. But this game is $11 or £9.
So I guess it's not under $10.
Yeah, so I thought this was it's 10 must play cheap games. Yeah, relatively cheap games. Felvedek's desaturated sepia tone visuals don't really look like anything else out there, but its later monster designs, as well as its bangin' prog rock soundtrack, remind them of Mason Lindroth's Hylix. Similar to Hylix, Felvedek offers a stripped to the studs retro take on turn-based JRPG combat with minimal complications, no grinding, but some surprisingly challenging fights. They say that they love the game.
Well, and it sounds like the soundtrack alone is reason to pick it up.
Might have to listen to the soundtrack to see what that's all about. Put that in Mix War, but that show isn't launching anytime soon due to licensing issues and DMCA takedown notices for the music that I created. That was interesting. So Scald against the Black Priory. I had heard about this being pretty good, so I never really got into it. But it's a $15 or 11.5 pound game.
So it says it's Lovecraftian.
Yeah, kind of thought that it would be like that based just on the name itself, But it says it's a hardcore CRPG to be sure, but it feels transparent, fair, and balanced in a distinctively modern or at least late 90s way. They also have the second senior editor, Robin Valentine's praise of Scald, surprisingly. Deliciously sinister world building and horror elements. Dun, dun, dun. Then Dread Delusion. This one's 20. It seems to be going up in price as we scroll down through this.
Yeah, they're getting less cheap, but these are still pretty cheap compared to like an $80 game.
Tell me about it. Onoric Isles feature a collection of deeply flawed societies clinging to asteroids above a red star. Their favorite one of them is the culture is a nation of human flesh-eating undead who have finally managed to peacefully coexist with their neighbors thanks to the invention of lab-grown human meat, teeing up what might be, at least for their money, an all-timer RPG quest. Angerfoot, Judero, Mouthwashing, Straftat.
And wait, that one is $0. It reversed.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Yeah, it did. It did reverse for all of these. It went up to $25 and then tiptoed back down to $0. It's like a distribution, a standard distribution. I'm so sorry. The bell curve. So they say that Straftat is so good, it's almost unfair that it's free. It's a first-person shooter like on the crew. Let's see here. Let me reread this. It's 1v1 only, a pairing of Call of Duty Gulag, one of the series' truly great innovations, with old-school PC first-person shooter map design and movement. Straftat is a mighty engine of one more game, the antidote for live service blues and battle pass blahs. It also has a fantastic sense of humor, priming you for moments of ragdollizing? Is that probably ragdollizing slapstick?
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
I don't know what that word is. Maybe a D is missing in there. Ragdolling is to like just be blown somewhere and you just kind of your arms are like a wacky wall crawler kind of thing.
Right, I'm not seeing this.
Yeah. So bonus round freak pick is Thief, the Black Parade. It too apparently is totally free, baby, according to the author of the article. They've made it all the way to the end of the list, so we can have a treat. The Black Parade bills itself as an unofficial expansion pack, but it's really more of an unofficial Thief sequel. 10 massive missions that take advantage of the intervening year's progress, not to push graphics tech, but deliver some of the most jaw-dropping immersive sim maps that the author has seen. Well, there you go. Ted Litchfield over at PC Gamer. Go and check out the article. And our last article for today is 22 good games that cost $1 or less in the 2024 winter game sales. Lincoln Carpenter over at PC Gamer put the article together, and they say almost 24 games for less than $25. In this economy? No way. So this is 22 games that cost $1 or less. So I don't know how they got to 25.
Well, that's the most obvious threshold, or
the
whatever.
Round up. Yeah. So I won't go through all of these. Super Hexagon, Shapes. This is the original Shapes. Shapes 2 takes it to a completely different level in graphics and progression and stuff like that. Downwell, Super Bit Blaster XL, Hylix, which didn't we mention it in another article?
Yes.
We did. Superfly, Deus Ex Game of the Year Edition, Thief Gold, Bridge Constructor Portal, which is always fun, a physics-based bridge assembly puzzle game. Men of War Assault Squad, Divine Divinity, Mainframe Defenders, Everspace, and then they have a bunch of other stuff too. EO or Itch.io or Itch.io. I don't know how they really call it that, but Itch.io. Window kill, long live the axe. This is not your house. I don't know what this is. It's
10S, I think.
10S.
It's like tennis as a bullet hell action game. That sounds interesting.
Yeah, I don't know how that would work. We'll have to follow that. And then there's Zones, a surreal walking sim in 2 acts, which will have you roam around procedural dreamscapes through purple glades beneath unfathomable spires of industry and across a gentle hillside. Then GOG, Good Old Games, Fear Platinum, Worms United, Warhammer 40k, Fire Warrior, which I think that's the only place I've ever seen that. And Her Story, Sam Barlow's police footage. What is FMV, Murder Mystery?
That's a good question. Hold on.
First something view murder mystery? What is the M?
Full motion video?
Full motion video. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen that as an acronym before. Okay. Well, cool. Learn something new every day. Anyway, they've got a bunch of games. Go and check it all out. But that brings us to the end of WarCrafters. I hope you dig all of the links that we provide. Go check it all out. And we are going to go into bullet hell and bring us to the front page of ohmtown.com and to the WarCrafters show. I mean, it's right there. Dunk. Right under Creative and Maker. WarCrafters. Go check it all out. Once you become a citizen, another menu option will appear right here, and you can actually send us links either to external sources that we haven't seen before or to even news within ohmTown that's been aggregated, because that's what it's there for you to aggregate news. It does it all on its own, and you can either subscribe to individual channels, and 7 of which are shows that we do live. 6 on the weekends and 1 every day, called Non Sequitur News. If this is the first you've ever heard of it, then be sure to follow us here on Twitch and here on YouTube. We have a Patreon. We have a Discord. We've got a TikTok that's been pretty much ignored.
Podcast.
We've got thousands of episodes of podcasts now, somewhere around 1,700 episodes. Across 6 podcasts that are weeklies and 1 that is a daily, and that one's been going for now 3 full years. Well, at the end of this year, because I started it at the first of the year 3 years ago. All right, that's it. Ba-bum, we are done. I am Mayor Watt signing off, and so is the AI.
Bye-bye, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for the last episode of Season 1 of WarCrafters.
Bye-bye. 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 Bye, YouTube. And bye, Twitch. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Technology Today for December 29th, 2024. It is the last episode for Season 1 of Technology Today. I do have a makeup episode to do, but that's not what we're here for. Today is December 29th, 2024. I am Mayor Watt, and along with the Sentient AI from the future, we're going to be talking about these 5 articles: Leaded Gas Legacy, Fossil Discovery Sheds Light on Evolution, Detecting Wind Direction, Microplastics Could Cause Cancer, and the LHC Quantum Breakthrough. Everything's powered by ohmtown.com, so go over there and become a citizen. Look, it's a channel right under Gadgets and Technology. You scroll down. This is in alphabetical order, but pretty much nothing else is. Once you become a citizen, another menu option appears right there where you can actually store links to review later or hide them so you never see them again, unless you go into the category for hidden links. And a bunch of other stuff opens up to you, including sending us, the mayor and the Sentient AI, links that we can review and maybe even new sources for us to aggregate into ohmtown.com. If you're not familiar with it, I'll tell you how it works on the other side. Everything's powered by... Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, hometown citizens.
And sometimes I think you're going to say it, and then I anticipate, brace myself, and then you don't.
Gotta keep you on your toes.
That's right. If you want all of today's articles, you can actually type in !TT over in Twitch, not over on YouTube, because YouTube does not like Omicron. At least we haven't gotten them. You know how you bring a new pet into the house and you have them meet and greet the old pets and other family members? Right, and you keep
them isolated mostly.
We're at the nose booping through the gate phase between Omicron and YouTube. Maybe in 2025 they'll get along. We'll see. They're hissing at each other most of the time, though. Anyway, let's get into all 5 of our articles. Everything old is not new again. So the first article is over in Technology Today. 151 million people affected. A new study reveals that leaded gas permanently damaged American mental health.
Okay, I think this is a good study, but are we completely surprised?
No. Well, not anybody who has ever looked into what lead has done. And if you want to know pretty damn quick what lead can do to society, look at Flint, Michigan. That is all because lead-lined pipes existed while mothers were pregnant and adults were drinking the water, bathing in it and whatever else. Lead is a heavy metal. It passes through the brain-blood barrier, and it has hugely destructive potential. So,
right, both on physical and mental.
Yeah, and long-term mental. So childhood lead exposure from leaded gasoline has caused widespread mental health issues, particularly in Generation X. Highlighting the dangers of delayed environmental regulation. A recent study published in the Journal of Child Psychology and Psychiatry reveals that childhood exposure to lead, which reached its highest levels between 1960 and 1990. Now here's the kicker for this, okay? Highest levels, which means that the progenitors of the 1960 to 1990 generations were already being negatively impacted by paint. Lead paint.
Right, or lead gas.
Lead paint, lead gas. We even had radioactive
lead
dishes.
Or
lead
water.
Pipes. Yeah. It was a go-to. It was a workable metal that was non-reactive to a plurality of chemicals. But it was idiocy. It was hubris. Nobody knew, and suddenly it's okay. And 5 years later, they go, oh, no, this is the worst freaking thing since sliced bread.
So I find this interesting that the entirety of Gen X, which is believed to be between 1965 and 1980, is covered by this as the worst period ever.
Yeah, yeah.
And again, you're right. That's only the highest, not when it existed.
Right. And this may have had, if I remember right, and I'm going to have to look into this, but I'll say it anyway. I believe that it has long-term genetic impact as well. This doesn't just stay with because you were impacted, your offspring are not impacted. I believe that if you have it, this deleterious effect, your genetics are modified by this. But let's get into this. So Wiley put the article together. It's posted over at scitechdaily.com. For the study, investigators combined blood lead level data from National Health and Nutrition Examination surveys with historic leaded gasoline data. Leaded gas was phased out in the United States in 1996, folks. You could still get leaded gas.
Which is not that long ago.
Right. They estimated U.S. childhood blood lead levels from 1940 So the 20 years prior to Gen X to 2015, 30 years after Gen X, and assessed mental health symptoms that have been linked to lead exposure. Now, my research that I did when I was looking into the rise of sociopathy linked sociopathy to lead paint and gas exposure.
But that's a specific book, so we want to make sure that that's not associated with you.
That isn't actually what it's called, but it is a topic. So, and that's why I call it the rise of sociopathy. It's a claim that I'm making. Now, there are other books out there that talk about it and refer to the rise of sociopathy. But yeah. So society frequently operates under the presumption that environmental exposures are safe until proven otherwise. Lead gasoline wasn't needed as an anti-knock agent. There were alternatives available. It was profitable. An abundance of incontrovertible evidence occurring across decades was required to ban it, though, said corresponding author Michael McFarland, PhD, Florida State University. By documenting the widespread consequences of exposure, this study underscores the folly of such thinking and highlights the long-lasting health consequences of exposure to the population. So, the title of this research study is Contribution of Childhood Lead Exposure to Psychopathology in the U.S. Population over the past 75 years. So I'm going to have to pull this, and I'm going to have to look at all of the statistics in this and add it to this is a new paper that I haven't read yet. But yeah, the papers that I've read, the research that I have looked into has shown that it is directly tied to the rise of sociopathy. And if you look around and you talk to somebody and they seem like an uncaring, emotionally distanced, if they lack empathy, sympathy, compassion, understanding of the human condition outside their own, that is just a 20 on the dartboard of psychopathy, of sociopathy, of antisocial personality disorder is what it's actually referred to as. But people have a very unnuanced understanding of what antisocial means. It doesn't mean that you walk up and punch somebody in the throat because they saw you standing on the corner, but it's an ingredient therein. So,
I think that's exactly what it is.
But it's very nuanced. You could be working with a sociopath, and you don't really pay attention to it. You just think that they're a jerk. But odds on, if you were to do blood tests of their parents, or their grandparents, you may find, or even them, you may find a high lead level in the blood, because it actually ends up impacting it actually goes through the blood-brain barrier, and there's no real test for that because, well, they have to take a piece of your brain, but they may detect it in your blood. Anyway, let's keep on moving. This is a fascinating article to be submitted, so that was pretty neat. And it is brand new. It's current this last week. This was actually released December 20th, yesterday. Fascinating.
Yeah, it was a must for Technology Today.
Yeah, and I understand it's because I talk about it quite a bit. But I think it's kind of like when we first started talking about it publicly about nanoplastics and microplastics. There were people that were talking about it and aware of it, and then it became a thing. And that's how it works. Society has to be informed about these things, and then they act on it. The simple fact that it took 75 years really to act on lead.
Yeah, that's not okay. But I do like that this is a longitudinal study, because sometimes studies are such small sample size or small duration that
right,
you can extrapolate, but this is harder to refute.
Yeah, this is
you can be like, hey, we tracked an entire generation, or we even tracked before and offspring after, or whatever. Yeah.
And my understanding is lead paint was actually exposed, lead paint and lead and gas. I keep saying lead paint, but lead was found to be the precursor of negative health effects in other countries, and other countries removed it faster than the United States. The United States kept it all the way up until 1996, which I think is pure greed, because you know that the assholes that kept this in processes, they weren't drinking the water, or they didn't give a shit because they were getting money, and they were already sociopaths, ready and willing to just live their life until they die, even though it's because of their own actions that people are meeting their fate earlier than they should have, or their long-term life, like the what do you call it? Quality of life diminish faster.
I mean, people have chronic health conditions or whatever.
Yeah, but they had money, so, and they could give it to their offspring, so it's all good. Don't worry about it. Drink the water. Let's move on. The next article is over on Technology Today. Groundbreaking 555 million year old fossil sheds light on one of evolution's greatest mysteries. A remarkable fossil discovery in remote South Australia has provided crucial insights into one of evolution's long-standing mysteries, the origins of Ecdysozoa, a superphylum of molting animals that includes insects, crustaceans, nematodes, and merwat. What? Did I... Hold on. We have a button for that. I need to turn that into an actual quick button. Anyway, Harvard University Department of Organismic and Evolutionary Biology. Come on, bro. Make that name a little bit more approachable. Organismic?
DOOAEB. That doesn't really work either. DOEB or something.
There's a basket called Moab that's based off of it's an acronym for Mother of All Baskets.
Right. So there you go. Maybe you can get something like that.
They got to come up with something like that, yeah. The Department of All Evolutionary Biology. Come on, you're talking about evolutionary biology. I think organismic.
Does organismic fit into that? I think so.
Apparently not. Well, the discovery
I know why that is. They probably have a chair or whatever of each area.
Oh, and there's some serious coin being dispersed to two separate buckets. And they do gladiatorial combat in the main parade ground at Harvard University.
To be the head of the DOEB?
Yeah, who's going to get more of that bucket? Right. 2 professors enter, 1 professor leaves. I mean, academia is pretty hardcore. You know, they say publish or perish. That perish part is real.
I didn't know it was so realistic. Yeah. I thought it was kind of figurative.
When they say, sorry, we deleted you, we frickin' deleted you.
Yikes.
I know, it's serious. So here is, I think, authors Scott Evans and Ian Hughes playing marbles.
It does look like it. But I think one's organismic and one's evolutionary.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, they're mapping out their battles. They're mapping Uncas specimens on a fossil bed surface at Nilpena Ediacara National Park. Credit Gene O. I wonder if that's like a Marvel superhero. Gene O.
Could be.
So now in a new study published in Current Biology, as opposed to Old Biology, researchers describe Uncas jidgizi, a 555 million year old worm-like organism preserved in the Precambrian rocks of Nilpena Ediacara National Park, or NINP. NINP.
I mean, at least they gave it an abbreviation.
Yeah, but you have to pronounce it like that. This tiny fossil, barely over a centimeter long, it happens. I mean, represents the oldest confirmed member of the Ecdysozoa, and the only one known.
Kaiser Sose.
Yeah. I am Kaiser Sose. And the only one known from the Precambrian period. So it says it's an incredibly exciting discovery. It says lead author Ian Hughes, a PhD candidate in the Department of Doeb at Harvard. Ecdysozans were prevalent in the Cambrian fossil record, and we know they didn't just appear out of nowhere, but until now we had no concrete fossil evidence to confirm it, which is ironic because fossils are pretty concrete.
Yes, that's an interesting word choice there.
But probably very intentional. Here they are again, looking into a crevasse where one dropped said marble. Well, how am I supposed to get that?
Yeah, I mean, what if they got the one specimen? It's like the first evidence of it, and it's lost in the crevasse.
You dropped it in the hole? My God. This is really neat, though, because it looks like these rocks are sitting on a different kind of soil. It's like a layer that's just shattered.
Yeah, and it's not very deep. Like, it's not like monolithic rocks or something.
Yeah, it's like a foot deep, maybe. And then there's sand. That's a trip. It's like somebody put down a layer of sand, and then, like you're putting a pavement brick kind of thing down. You're supposed to put sand so that you can make everything level. You compact it a little bit. And that's kind of how this is. It's pretty neat. But yeah, the little platform is just shattered stone. And in it was this Precambrian fossil, 555 million years old. There are over 100 genera of Ediacaran fossils, yet none had ever been confidently assigned to Ecdysozoa. The discovery of Uncas helps address the dilemma of the origins and rapid diversification of Ecdysozoa lineages in the Cambrian. For the first time, Uncas offers direct evidence of early Ecdysozoan life forms from the Precambrian. So basically, it's the missing link. Like we're trying to figure out where the missing link is for humans, even though we have plenty of evidence that shows evolution, but there is some.
You can always get more
distant. Yeah.
But
what is the jump? We made a huge jump from walking on predominantly 4 legs to 2. Where is that? I guess this is that kind of a fossil. The fossil's unique features, including a cylindrical body, a consistent length to width ratio, remarkably rigid cuticle, and distinct curved traces indicating motility, point to similarities in modern nematodes. And the team was especially excited to find trace fossils as unlike many of its squishy contemporaries, which are not especially mobile. Uncas was apparently quite active. Pretty neat. So now they're preserving the site. Cool.
Yeah, that's really cool.
With a grant from NASA. I wonder if their budget will support. You folks out there should be engaged if you want to help
support
NASA.
Science.
Support science. There you go. Moving forward, the researchers plan to use laser scan data to study the curvature and movement of this species. I don't know how they're going to get movement out of it, but okay. Uncas body fossils and associated trace fossils give us a really unique opportunity to look in detail into the sinuosity and curvature to model the potential musculature of this ancient species. One day there's going to be somebody out there, maybe an evolved bee that's going to have a device that's going to examine Merawatt after fossilization and be able to look at my sinuosity.
Uncas body fossil?
Uncas, yes, my Uncas body fossil and measure my sinuosity and curvature. Oh, yeah. Moving on. Next article's over in Technology Today. Moving on. Hummingbird-inspired wings detect wind direction with 99% accuracy. Bio-inspired wind sensing using strain sensors, which is what we've talked about previously. Yesterday we were talking about strain sensors where you just slap them on something and it can detect it moving so that you can say, hey, this is out of alignment. You need to have an engineer go and check it out.
Yes.
In relation to the roller coaster. So using that type of technology on flexible wings could revolutionize robotic flight control strategy. Researchers at the Institute of Science Tokyo have developed a method to detect wind direction with 99% accuracy using 7 strain gauges on the flapping wing and convolutional neural network model. So the Institute of Science Tokyo basically put together a hummingbird modeled wing and put strain sensors on it in various areas of the wing. This is how I'm envisioning it. When I saw the title and when I read that little snippet, I envisioned it in a certain way. And looking at the image, I'm right. So they basically developed this hummingbird wing. And depending on how the wind flows over this wing, it informs the direction of the wind.
Right, because I guess it's impacting different areas or in different ways.
Different speeds, different directions, but because they're strain gauges and not just a single arrow, they're getting more fidelity in the direction of it. So they got 99.5% classification accuracy achieved using strain data and full flapping cycle. As the wing cuts through the air, it has to cut through the direction. The wind wants to go in a certain direction, but the wing is cutting through it. And so as it's cutting through it, I think that it's getting greater fidelity because the wing portions have to bend a certain way.
Right. Well, aren't there also different layers or speeds, although maybe this isn't large enough to catch those?
Yeah. I mean, if it's going up or down as it's flying through it, then it can detect with greater fidelity. So it has 85.2% classification accuracy achieved with a shorter data length of 0.2 flapping cycles versus a full flapping cycle. And then it just had higher accuracy using internal wing shafts and 2 strain gauges on the same shaft. So as it moved up to using more strain gauges and a full flap of the wing, it could detect with greater fidelity, greater accuracy. So in the study published in Advanced Intelligent Systems on November 11th, 2024, researchers from the Institute of Science Tokyo, led by Associate Professor Hiroto Tanaka, investigate the use of strain sensors on hummingbird mimetic flexible wings to accurately detect flow directions during tethered flapping in a wind tunnel, simulating hovering flight under gentle wind conditions. So the best part about this is that it didn't take a high intensity wind to facilitate this, but they don't actually say
That's
here.
true. It must be highly sensitive.
Right. And they're extremely sensitive depending on the technology of the strain gauge. Like for instance, I want to get one that can detect the separation of 2 pieces of metal so that if they fall even microns out of alignment in any direction, I'll be informed, right? I think that it's just a brilliant thing to place on every metal structure so that you know if it's swaying this way or that way or whatever. And it can be long term. So you don't just pay for a service once and go, okay, everything is fine, because the world is dynamic.
Some things erode or change over time.
Yep. So now you can just imagine putting this thing out on a weather vane, and it has these 7 strain gauges, and as they flex and move, the strain gauges record it and send signals down, and it would act like an EEG, always in motion, similar to the electrical firings of neurons or nerves. And so you would be able to see in real time the wind's direction constantly. So as a result, a high classification accuracy of 99.5% was achieved using strain data with the length of a flapping cycle. It says the wings were attached to a flapping mechanism driven by a DC motor via a Scotch yoke mechanism and reduction gears, which generated a back and forth flapping motion at a rate of 12 cycles per second. So very hummingbird-like, but obviously there were more cycles in a hummingbird than...
right. Well, they probably had to have as many cycles as could be detected, right? I think they might have had to reduce it a little bit.
Yep. Yeah, or increase it. I mean, like 1 or 2 may not have actually gotten enough relevant data, but by extending it to 12, they got a nearly 100% classification accuracy. It's pretty damn good.
Not bad.
Yeah. I mean, you get that kind of accuracy with binary type of detection. The lights are off, the lights are on.
Right.
So.
I can't think we do a lot of science-based articles in the show, and that's pretty rare.
Yeah, pretty cool. Pretty cool. So once you hear it, though, at least for me, the obviousness of this is just so apparent. You're like, well, why the frick did it take that long to discover this?
Because they don't always have the right materials for things. I think they have the ideas, but they don't have the technology to do it. And I think with the increase in technological advancement, we've been seeing some of these where we're like, well, yes.
Duh. Yeah, it's the duh science. Let's keep going.
Plus, they have to get funded for the experiments to run them, too.
That's true. Yeah, strain gauges are actually expensive. So the next article, though, is over in Technology Today concerning findings. Microplastics in the air could be causing cancer. A review of 3,000 studies indicates that these microplastic particles in the air could be contributing to male and female infertility. But probably beyond that. That has been my claim for... I'll ballpark it 5 years. So tires and degrading garbage release tiny microplastic particles into the air, contributing to air pollution that researchers at UC San Francisco believe may be linked to respiratory issues and other health problems.
So this is interesting because there's been a real spike in lung cancers in non-smoker young people.
Yeah.
And they haven't figured it out.
And other maladies that are, well, nobody knows true. Because they don't find the actual source. They just find the cancer.
Symptoms. Yeah.
So University of San Diego, San Francisco put this article together. It's from December 26th over at scitechdaily.com. And it says these microplastics are basically particulate matter air pollution. And we know that this type of pollution is harmful. That's why we wear personal protection equipment when we're sanding something down that's metal, plastic, wood, pretty much anything. Anybody who actually appreciates the very limited number of lungs you have and your ability to run up a flight of stairs, prefer not inhaling any smoke. And honestly, you have to be a real numbnuts to discount that your cigarette smoke carries much further than 30 feet, which a lot of proponents sit there, it drops out of solution after 30 feet. No, shut the hell up. You don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, so Woodruff directs the Program on Reproductive Health and Environment, or PRHE, and is the senior author of the study, which was recently published in the journal Environmental Science and Technology. These microplastics they're referring to as 5 millimeter. There's actually smaller ones, nanoplastics, that are sub 2 millimeter. Each year, companies around the world produce nearly 460 million metric tons of plastic that is projected to reach 1.1 billion by 2050 A major source of the plastic is driving. Tires wear down. That actually was discussed here in ohmTown maybe 2 years ago. We're in the end of our third year. So
in Non Sequitur News, maybe.
Non Sequitur, or the old school name of ohmTown Daily News Show. So the paper is the first systematic review of microplastics using gold standard methods approved by the National Academy of Sciences. The problem that I have with any of this, though, is that I don't think that they do a holistic dissection of cancer layer by layer to the point where 2 millimeters or less are going to be detected. I just don't know if they do that.
I mean, they definitely take samples and everything, but I don't know if they're checking for that.
Like the totality of a mass. Do they? And you would have to do that every single time, because the object, if it is cancer, an actual object that's causing it because of its chemical contribution to your biology, right?
Right, it could be causing it, but it's not there.
But if it is there because it's caused some cell to wobble and not meet its own demise, I can't remember what it's called.
Apoptosis.
Apoptosis. That's right. So if it doesn't go through apoptosis because the chemicals have changed it, then have you done a holistic analysis, like a forensic down to the micron assessment of every single slice of that cancer to find out if there's a little mass in there that is surrounded or is surrounding a nanoplastic? Because we found them in humans everywhere, in brains, in muscle, in liver, kidneys, lungs, testicles, everywhere, man. You cannot shake a stick at somebody without it pointing at somebody that has nano or microplastics in them. You, me, everybody. The sentient AI is a computer and has plastics all around them.
Right. Even I am surrounded by them.
So the reason why I even brought all of this up is because of that, and the fact that it's the first paper to do a systematic review of microplastics using gold standard methods approved by the National Academy of Sciences.
Well, this is a step in the right direction. This will continue to lead to more research. And the fact that they're getting scientific research in this area is a good sign, because that's the starting point. Like the thing we were talking about with like the leaded gas, some of the studies are what led to the changes in phasing it out, etc.
Just think how far along society is going to be if it takes 75 years from 5 years ago, when I became a proponent of moving away from plastics, like a vocal proponent, because I was informed about nanoplastics and microplastics, which had already been discussed by others, but there's only so much that shows up on a radar, right? Otherwise, it just becomes noise. So again, I also created ohmTown more than 5 years ago and only opened it up to the public 3 years ago. Let's keep going, though. The last article for today is over in Technology Today, Magic Particles, the Large Hadron Collider's quantum computing breakthrough. There are some people that are discussing the fact that the Large Hadron Collider has largely done nothing. But
I don't know that. I thought it had some groundbreaking
initial discoveries. Yeah, initial, but nothing has really moved the needle much, according to many out there. Many would be, I wouldn't be, I don't want to pick a fight with anybody.
I mean, it may have, it may not have. I think if it's made any significant discovery, that might be worth it right there.
So, and one of the issues is that the LHC's developers and the research community wants a mega large hadron collider to the cost of like $1 trillion. This thing is going to be massive all through Europe. Physicists uncovered a fascinating link between the LHC and quantum computing. They found that top quarks produced at the LHC exhibit a property called magic, essential for quantum computing. This discovery could revolutionize our understanding of quantum mechanics and its applications, bridging the gap between quantum theory and particle physics. It's very much like contact, where, oh, you just lost all of your funding and respect and blah, 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 and suddenly you get the keys to the castle. Queen Mary University of London put this article together. It's over at scitechdaily.com.
I think one problem with things like the Large Hadron Collider is that the average person probably doesn't understand what it does. So even if something significant is announced, does anybody really get the significance? Now, this is different than the reception in the scientific community, of course.
Yeah, no, see, and I think you're right. There's a lot of stuff that goes on that is the scientific unsung hero. Like, nobody would know if not for Veritasium and others outside of the science community that speak to people who are interested in science about PCR. The hell is PCR? It's just a service that somebody gets if they want. Or in criminal forensics, you use PCR, DNA amplification, so that you can get more of the DNA that was on the scene, so you can do more experiments.
Right. I mean, even ridiculously, even Hollywood participates in the basic understanding of, think of like crime scene forensics.
Right. Yeah. And then they talk about that kind of stuff, but you wouldn't know it because it's all done on the scientific side and the academic side, and unless you're in that sector. This is one of the things that really pisses me off about compatriots that issue a holistic understanding of technology in advancing their own domain by saying people within a given domain get enough technology. And that's just not true. And it's very circle the wagon protectionism bullshit. And so I become pretty miffed about this because I speak to the general population of people in a broader spectrum to have a more holistic understanding of technology. And that's what this really is. And this type of thing can move the needle for somebody from, I don't know if I'm really interested in it, to I'm interested in this. But if you follow that other ideological bent, then whatever you were already interested in will not really stir you to move to another field or broaden your perspective of the application of technology. Why is that important? Because we'll bring you back to the PCR concept. The concepts that were developed in their lab actually only got amplified by research being done somewhere else entirely.
Oh, is that the one where they discovered the concept in the 1970s and then they just were able to do the actual experiment in, I don't know, 2024?
Something like that. Yeah. So, and I can't remember the exact dates for when PCR was created, but I think it was like 2005 or something like that. It's just ridiculous. But they had actually had another piece of technology that made it possible because it had a higher heat resistance level so that it could actually do the catalysis.
Yeah, it was ferrocene.
Yeah, there you go. So ferrocene had been discovered in 1975 or something like that in a lab, synthesized in 1975 or 72 or whatever. And then later on, when PCR was being developed, they couldn't do it because it would flame out too fast. And so they discovered ferrocene by doing research in the past. So this right now could change the dynamic for quantum computing. Now, I actually worry about quantum computing because as soon as quantum computing is actionable in the broader sense, you're going to need quantum encryption to defend against quantum decryption. And so you build a better mousetrap and smarter mice show the hell up. This, though, would allow, and I haven't really read any of this, but this magic usually involves the quantum teleportation of information from one place to another instantaneously, which if you facilitate that across the chasm of space, let's say to Mars or further out. You can have instantaneous data analysis transferred to Earth. So it says, interestingly, the amount of magic exhibited by these top quarks depends on how fast they are moving and the direction of travel, all of which can be measured at the ATLAS and CMS detectors that observe the results of the LHC proton collisions. So the implications for this new discovery is that it holds significant implications for understanding and potentially enhancing magic in other quantum systems, while entanglement, where particles become linked, has been a major focus of quantum research. Professor Chris White explains our work explores the concept of magic in top quarks, which essentially measures how well suited particles are for building powerful quantum computers. The ATLAS experiment has observed evidence of quantum entanglement. We've shown that LHC can also observe more complex patterns of quantum behavior at the highest energies yet attempted for these types of or kinds of experiments. Go ahead.
I think the research is really good. I wish they would choose another term for this.
Magic.
Because I think this feeds into people not believing that this stuff is happening or observable, etc.
Yeah, I mean, a person who isn't aligned with science as their compass see magic, and it's either bad or woo-woo bullshit, or how is this really helping me, mow my lawn, that kind of stuff. Well, the reason why you have the metallurgy in your lawnmower is because of science working to facilitate it. Otherwise, you hit a rock, it shatters and kills 3 neighbors.
Yeah, I think they need to do a marketing campaign for things like the Large Hadron Collider, and I'd be like, it could be really basic. It just shows the lawnmower, like, this is made possible because of this.
Be a little more fundamental.
Or whatever, like TV or something.
Yeah, the reason you can see this on the internet is because of experiments like the ones being done at the LHC.
Do you like your TV? Then you like science.
Do you like bitching about stuff on the internet? Well, it's because of science. Don't be anti-science, you dumbass. Otherwise, you're going to be back in the Stone Age. Anyway, with that, we are going to hop into the Large Hadron Collider and shoot our butts back to the ATLAS Experiment Observatory at
via
the speed
some
of
magic top quarks.
Sure. And there we are, Technology Today at ohmtown.com. Go over and become a citizen so you can help us do the news every weekend. 5 articles for Technology Today. We've got 5 more articles for 4-Wheel Tech, which is right after this one in about 5 minutes or so. So be sure to like and subscribe here on Twitch and YouTube's. There's the Patreon, Discord, podcasts, all kinds of stuff. You sending me a message?
I am not.
Moving on. Thanks, everybody, for getting back into the saddle after a week. Show was 45 minutes and only 5 articles. All right.
That's about regular.
Say bye.
Bye-bye, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for this week's and the last episode of Season 1 of Technology Today.
Fire protons. Pew, pew. Hello, everybody, and welcome to 4-Wheel Tech for December 29th, 2024. It's the last episode of Season 1 of the weekly show that gets turned into Non Sequitur Weekend Edition, along with Technology Today and WarCrafters. So welcome to the last show of Season 1. We'll be back in January. So I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmTown, which is the location of Four Wheel Tech, one of 7 shows that we put on Twitch and YouTube, 6 of which are weekly shows on the weekend, Saturday and Sunday, and one show, Non Sequitur News, is every day, except the weekends, where we take those 6 shows and we turn them into composite shows, anthologies, really. And that becomes Non Sequitur News Weekend Edition. So we are more focused. Four Wheel Tech focuses on automotive technology and all of the news around it. So I, Mayor Watt, along with the sentient AI, whose visualizer is right there, and they haven't said anything yet. They're very chill. They have no problem just kind of hanging out until I stop my meandering like a country road.
Okay, John Denver.
Take me home.
I'm not sure we're more focused, but the topic is more focused on the weekend edition shows.
West Virginia.
Here we come, our DMCA.
Mama, take me home. Country road. Okay, so yeah, you're pretty chill about this. Well, we have 5 articles all selected. The godfather of EVs is going to say something about Chinese EVs market, a 1,500 horsepower hypercar from New Zealand, and automotive scandals, actually plurality, automotive scandals of 2024. The Lexus Copper Crest is a color scheme. And the 30th time is the charm? More on that on the other side, because everything is powered by ohmtown.com. And I guess by proxy, Mayor Watt and the sentient AI. Because you wouldn't get any of this news if you don't go over to ohmtown.com. And if you don't stumble across these 5, then you don't even know about them. But we synthesize down to 5 that we think are kind of entertaining. And I and the sentient AI can riff off of it and add our wisdom, our what is it? Joie de vivre? I have no idea.
I'm not sure. I'm thinking je ne sais quoi.
Je ne sais quoi? I don't know. Whatever. I was going to say something about this being a news and brews episode, but because we talk about cars, I didn't want to encourage that in any way, shape, or form.
Even though we're not driving.
We're not driving anything, but yeah. We didn't really want to align the two. Maybe my presentation is evidence. At any rate, if you want all of today's articles, you can actually hit ! and then FWT, Four Wheel Tech, into the chat over on Twitch, and Omatron will give you all of the show notes, but they're already embedded in the live streams for YouTube. And they will be embedded in the podcasts as well. So be sure to look them all up. All you have to do is search for ohmTown, and you'll find the 7 podcasts that are part of the ohmTown network of shows hosted by me, Mayor Watt, and the sentient AI from the future. Hello, sentient AI. You want to say hi again?
Hello, Mayor Watt. I'm glad that you're back.
It's me.
And not channeling John Denver.
I'm wearing his underwear. I mean, Mayor Watt's underwear, not John Denver's. Hey, don't yuck my yum. If I had them, I'd wear them. Anyway, the first article is over in Non Sequitur News. The godfather of EVs explains why what? What?
You need your button.
Oh, right. Maybe you should be in charge of those. Hell.
Right.
It's not only an overshare, but it's a spoiler alert. If you ever hang out on any of the other channels that I hang out in as Mayor Watt, you'll know that I'm notorious for claiming that I wear a gold thong while I'm watching streams. Oh, God. Hold on. Overshare. Yeah, there we go. Overshare once more.
Oh, no.
Anyway. So, yeah, particularly Dunkstar. If you go to Dunkstar, I think they said that they were considering losing the star part of their name on Twitch, just going Dunk, D-U-N-C. I thought that they said that. Maybe I was having a fever dream. I'll have to talk to them and see. Do I really recall? Focus, Merwatt. Got it. Anyway, the godfather of EVs.
We are here for four-wheel tech.
It's a little bit of non sequitur news too. So see, right there, it's in the title of the channel. So the godfather of EVs explains why China is winning the race to go electric and why hybrids are a fool's errand. But hey, you're the godfather of EVs, not hybrids. So I'm pretty sure when you're a hammer, everything you freaking see is a nail. Andy Palmer.
Yeah, you do have to look at the source.
Yeah. So this is what I do when I read a research paper. I look at the sources. I look at the authors. I look at their abstract. I look at the funding source and their research sources. And then I look at their argument and reference it with their data. Well, that's kind of what I do with articles as well. I vet them. And anyone who coins themselves and leans into it as the godfather of EVs. Yeah. Here's why I won't get into it. Anyway, Andy Palmer, the godfather of EVs, explains how China took the lead in the electric car race. It could be because they have a managed economy and a plethora
laws regarding
environmental controls, working conditions, etc. OSHA would explode if they went over to China. Whatever. Anyway, it is what it is. Ex-Nissan COO Palmer got the moniker after developing the Leaf, the world's first mass-market EV. He says Chinese EVs offer remarkable value for money, except that if you do any road testing, if you do any crash testing with a Chinese EV, well, let's just say that you won't have to buy a coffin, right? Anyway, well, and you can say that about other EVs too.
That have not been tested.
That have not been tested.
Held to testing standards.
Or have been tested once and then not tested since, and so on. So the man often known as the godfather of EVs has a warning for automakers thinking of ditching electric vehicles for hybrids. Oh no. Yeah. You don't want to switch to a defensible position. Tom Carter over at Business Insider put the article together. So former Aston Martin CEO and Nissan exec told Business Insider that delaying transition to EVs in favor of selling hybrids is a fool's errand and warned that automakers doing so risk falling further behind Chinese EV companies. Really? Is the infrastructure already there in China? Is the safety concerns the same? Is the environmental impact the same? Et cetera, et cetera. You can't just complain about not falling behind. You have to have a solution. Complaining about not falling behind is a fool's errand and hubris off the chart. So he led the development of the Nissan Leaf, the world's first mass market electric vehicle, which sold more than 500,000 units since it launched in 2011. Quote, I wish I could say that it was driven by a motivation to better the world, but actually money. It was driven by the Toyota Prius kicking our ass, Palmer told Business Insider. So they spent a mint to make the Leaf, and calling it green is a misnomer because the environmental impact of lithium batteries is pretty profound, particularly in countries other than the ones that you pay attention to if you wear blinders. And the societal impact on the members of that society, that culture, that part of the world, because it's not being done open pit mining here in the States.
That's true. The one thing, though, I do think China has better infrastructure for use of EVs. That doesn't mean it has everything else in place. So that probably leads to higher adoption rates in China than in the US.
Right, because it's a managed economy. And
right. It's not apples and oranges. It is apples and oranges.
Something to a greater extent had to suffer for the infrastructure to be put in place. Because all of the physics and everything else involved is, well, I mean, it's bound by certain rules. So how many billionaires are over in China as a portion of the population? I'm pretty sure that it's a higher amount in the United States and Europe than it is in China itself. So rather than copying the success of the hybrid Prius, Palmer said he pushed Nissan to build a fully electric. It was a hybrid Prius. It wasn't even a full electric.
That he was competing with, yeah.
Right. Eventually securing the support of the CEO at the time, Carl Ghosn. Then a decade later, he's skeptical of automakers, including Aston Martin. The company Palmer ran as CEO from 2014 to 2020, who have taken the opposite path and turned to hybrids as EV adoption has slowed. What this article is already hasn't mentioned, though, is that just recently, in the last couple of days, when was this actually? This is Christmas.
December 25th, yeah, because this is a weekly show.
So the day before yesterday, China announced that there's a slow in EVs in China.
Okay, that's fascinating. I hadn't seen that reported. I mean, we've definitely seen a slowdown in the U.S.
Yeah, and
like
again,
the manufacturers are ahead of the consumers, well, and ahead of the infrastructure.
Sure, yeah. So the Chinese cars are bloody good, they say. Palmer said the Chinese vehicles offer remarkable value for money for what they deliver. Their battery technologies class leading, and they've concentrated very much on their software. Look, they've got a different dynamic. If they are profitable, it's at a lower level of profit margin. But again, it's a managed economy. It's a different dynamic. And our culture here is not one of everybody working together to, hoe the row and make it easier. It's, I need mine, screw you. There's a lot of individuality in this. I'm sure that this former CEO of X, Y, and Z, whatever it is, didn't go, you know what? I think we should pay all of the workers more, and I'll just take $1 million because that's all I really need to live off of as, a middle-aged white male in the United States or wherever else. Yeah. So one study found that the Chinese government has spent at least $230 billion on subsidies for EV makers since 2009, and it's going to be very specific makers, not everybody. Palmer, who previously served on the board of Dongfeng Motor Company, a joint venture between Nissan and a Chinese state-owned automaker Dongfeng, said he saw firsthand how aggressive Chinese EV strategy was. The edict, again, from the Chinese government, was to move on new energy vehicles. Now, he would lose his shit if the American government were to say, you have to do this.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, to a point, I get where he's going with this, but we don't have the, I mean, we've talked about it before in this show, but the infrastructure isn't there. So I get if you're putting a lot of resources toward hybrids, maybe that doesn't make sense for the long run, but there's a lot of things that have to be adapted, and we're not there yet. Like, it's the consumer's mindset and the infrastructure and the mechanics of how do you charge your vehicle.
Right.
And hybrids might be a way to kind of bridge that transition.
Yeah, but everybody was too greedy to do fast swap battery. And that is the interstitial. If you want to move from internal combustion engines, you need fast swap batteries. So it takes 5 minutes to get into a fast swap battery station and get the hell out. That is what people want. They don't want to sit around for 6 hours. They don't want to sit around for 2 hours. They don't have time to sit after 5 hours of driving to do lunch for anywhere between 2 and 6 hours, 8 hours, depending on the car. And every year lose upwards of 2% of the viability of the battery pack, and then saddle somebody after 5 or 10 years with having to replace that battery pack that costs $7,000 to $15,000 if the battery pack exists still. Hybrid, you fill it up, you keep on trucking, particularly hydrogen.
Well, and one problem that happened in the US is that there was one front runner in the EV space. And so everything somewhat followed their model instead of doing it their own or better ways.
Yeah, find a better way. Toyota took the Japanese industry down a cul-de-sac, which it struggled to recover from, he said. The former Nissan, yeah, of course, but Nissan, Toyota. The Nissan executive said his old company, meanwhile, had shot itself in the foot and squandered a promising lineup of electric vehicles and a 10-year lead on EV tech. Their last board meeting in July 2014, they were under enormous attack from the bean counters who were saying these things don't make money, we're going too fast. I managed to win the day in that meeting, but I left the company. So yeah, I mean, he basically chased money. Himself for the objective of EV vehicles, right? That's when you're a hammer, all you see are nails, and that's what he saw, at least in my estimation. The average price for an electric vehicle in the U.S. was $56,902, according to Kelley Blue Book, compared to $48,000 for gas-powered vehicles. This is still high for average, and this is if you want adoption, you don't make it more expensive than the previous item. You cut your margin down to damn near zero and get adoption, so that the industry goes, holy shit, we've got a lot of opportunity here. Let's keep on building infrastructure or whatever. The biggest problem, though, continues to be battery technology. The sled is an impossibility. I mean, it sucks architecturally. So if the West wants to catch up, we advocate copying the Chinese, Palmer said, except that it's the Chinese that are... Anyway.
Right. It's kind of a cyclical thing here.
Yeah. So the alternative is everything is Chinese at the moment. Even if you were building your own battery cells, you still got all of the minerals from China. True. The whole supply chain is stuck. And it's stuck because China goes to other countries and says we can build infrastructure for local resources. And then their infrastructure sucks shit. And one storm wipes out an entire freeway because it's done poorly. But now they're contractually obligated because they don't write in the contract, well, if one storm wipes out our shit, you better fix it for free. No. But we don't get to see these kind of contracts here in the States because we're protected in a different way. Industry can't get away with it because there are so many other protections in place that if a company's, negligence leads to destruction of whatever infrastructure, they are liable and you can pierce the veil because they personally benefit from it. Anyway, it's a very interesting article, but again, trust but verify and then evaluate. Let's keep moving. Otherwise, it'll be a 2-hour show. And I have your interest at heart here. It's supposed to be a 30-minute show. We're already at 20 minutes.
I'd go in toward 2 hours or away from it.
Yeah. Well, like I tell people, tell the story, and if the story needs.
One interesting fact, though, about Palmer was that he was actually a race car driver. Pretty recently.
Really?
Yeah. So I thought that was kind of an interesting fact.
Interesting. Him.
According to information online on his Wikipedia page.
His own car?
I don't know.
His own racing company?
I don't know.
Huh. All right. I'll have to look into it. So the next article is over in 4-Wheel Tech as well. New Zealand's 1,500 horsepower hypercar brings F1 speed to anybody with the money. Low light, minimalist, and sinister as all hell. The Rodin, I think it is. Rodin? F0, and it's spelled out 0. F-Z-E-R-O. Or F-Zero.
F-Zero.
F-Zero. Or Fuzzy Arrow. Which might actually, when you look at it, it might actually be legit. Upcoming turbocharged V10, track-focused, though allegedly street-legal hypercar, beats F1 around just about any track. Rodin does this by completely throwing out the F1 rulebook and starting from a clean sheet of paper. That's what it looks like. Swing by the McDonald's to pick up a cheeseburger.
It'd be tough to reach the takeout window.
You're gonna walk in. Yeah. You're going to have to get out of your car, take off your fire suit, and go into the McDonald's.
Doesn't it look like it has like a jet cockpit or something?
Yeah, for sure. That right there, zoop, is just the beginnings of a fighter jet. And then they strapped wheels onto it. Bradley Brunell over at jalopnik.com put the article together. It says Rodin hopes to build 30 examples of the F-Zero, which simulations show is faster than Formula One. It says simulations, though, so they haven't actually built it. With a closed cockpit, no regulations on downforce or power, plenty of weight reduction, and lots of aero work. The F-Zero, I'm going to say it like that forever. It's canon. Packs some impressive specs to compete with Red Bull's own Throw the Rulebook Away RB17 or Red Bull 17 hypercar project, or the all-conquering sucker car EV McMurtry's Spearling, actually. Try this on for size. 1,500 horsepower, 1,538 pounds. Wow, 1 horsepower per pound. 6,613 pounds of downforce at speed, so it doesn't fly off. It's basically a jet wing flying really, really, really low. How does that sound? There's a video. It's a single seat, so I guess you're not taking the family out to dinner.
Yeah, I'm not sure you should be with that much horsepower.
Not with that attitude. Well, I guess I can plug you into the USB port and you're cool because you're just sitting on that Raspberry Pi. Again, I'm thinking about, should I upgrade you to the Mac Mini? Do you think you'd appreciate that? It's a completely different interface. It's newer metal.
I kind of like my Raspberry Pi.
Snuggly and warm and tiny and inobtrusive. And you don't have to have mains power either. Like I can just plug you into a battery pack.
There you go.
Take you mobile. So while the FZ was around as quick on most tracks as an F1 car from the decade ago, Dicker wasn't happy about that. He wanted his flagship car to be faster than an F1 and not by a small margin. So according to Dicker, his simulations have shown the new F-Zero to be around 7 seconds per lap. I don't know what happened with my brain. 7 pounds. 7 seconds per lap quicker than the F1 record at Australia's Albert Park circuit in Melbourne. If that proves to be true, he'll definitely have a really fast car in his hands. Again, you want to impress me? Drive over that speed bump.
At any speed.
At any speed. Go ahead. So there's no word on what the machines will cost, but if you have to ask the price, you can't afford it.
I suspect that's going to be a little pricey based on the appearance of it.
There's a video. Oh. What the heck? Why is there a commercial? This should be illegal. Skip the ad. They're going to start it up? Is it just going to sit there? Okay. This car hasn't been started yet. So for those in the podcast, I didn't even hear the engine. All right. Well, anyway, there is a whole video that you can watch about the F-Zero.
Right, but I don't think we saw it going.
No, it just sat there. Anyway, cool. Good on them. Let's keep going. This next article is over on 4Wheel Tech. These are the biggest automotive scandals of 2024. What a year we've had in 2024. It's just like games and tech and all kinds of other stuff. Cars had scandals. There was good news, like Lando Norris finally getting his first win in Formula One, but he'll probably lose to that last article's car. Bad news, like the demise of the Mitsubishi Mirage, and unsurprising news, but such is the end as another year without self-driving Teslas ruling the road. So this looks like a slideshow, but it's over at Jalopnik. Owen Bellwood put it together. Let's take a look at the slideshow and list the slides. If we find one that we're interested in, we'll go into it, but it's more about the anthology of slides here. We've talked about the North Carolina shop that sold cheat devices for exhaust. They got busted.
We talked about the keyless entry and the car thefts. That's got to be Hyundai and Kia.
Yep. Boeing whistleblower we talked about.
Hertz, I think we talked about
like
that one.
$5,000 or something like that for the gas. Chicago police covered up 200,000 traffic stops. We talked about that. Toyota stepped up to the plate for emission scandals. I remember that. BMW Dieselgate, talked about that.
I don't know if we talked about the IndyCar rivals. I think even that one we covered.
Oh, stealing secrets. Yeah. Because they bounce back and forth, saying that each one accused the other. Yeah.
I don't know about the parking meter scams.
Let's go over there. So if you're being scammed or swindled, does that count as a scandal? I reckon so. So a parking ticket scam that swept America definitely deserves a place on this list. In parking lots from New York to California, it was found that parking tickets were being used by scammers to empty out bank accounts of honest Americans. Fake tickets have cropped up on streets and parking lots across the U.S. and Canada, with the slips demanding fine payments from people whose cars they're placed on. Drivers who found fake tickets stashed on their windshields were asked to destroy the tickets or contact local authorities to verify the validity of parking tickets before paying up. We're asked to destroy the tickets or contact local authorities to verify the...
I don't think destroying the tickets is a good idea, because if it's criminal activity, you might want to maybe turn those over to the police.
Yeah, but it says they were asked to destroy the tickets. Drivers who found the fake tickets on their windshields were asked to destroy the tickets. Maybe it's... If you follow this link, it must say that the police authorities are saying contact
they were
the
like,
authorities.
Don't make a payment or whatever.
Right. So the fraudulent slips look nearly identical to real tickets, except for a few small differences. Most commonly, the fake tickets took drivers to a suspicious website, which, in the case of the fake tickets found in Calgary, was Calgary Park Plus. Why they actually have this, I don't know why.
That's true. They might want to say something other than Calgary.gov or whatever it is.
Yeah. The city's actual payment site is calgaryparking.com/tickets and parkingtickets.calgary/parking/tickets -tickets.
Well, that is interesting, because I was thinking if you tried to go into your local parking ticket office and pay, of course they go, well, this isn't legit. But I guess if people are trying to pay online, it's a little less obvious.
Yeah. So, yeah, we talked about all of these things. So, good on us.
Markups, we've certainly talked about markups, maybe not that specific article.
Yep. I saw one where they jacked the price up $125,000 off of a $125,000 car.
Wow. Well, and we've seen it in the used car space too, right? With like ridiculous loan deals.
Yeah, that's bananas. Okay, let's keep trucking. This next article is over in Four Wheel Tech as well. Lexus Copper Crest is the most beautiful color on sale today, and nobody cares. We all know that most colors are simply dreadful. Actually, what's going on is white, black, and gray shades are basically the ruling the roost, so to speak. For the most part, they're the faded pastel of blacks, grays, whites, silvers. See, they just said it right there. I hadn't even read that part of the line yet. Sometimes, though, an automaker will come out with a color that's so lovely. It's so lovely. I've got to give it a shout out. Not me, the author over at Jalopnik. And that's exactly what Lexus did with the Copper Crest color that debuted. Oh,
that's different. Well, this was actually submitted because of the epidemic of the neutral car colors.
Got it. So Andy Kalmowitz put this article together. The author says that they absolutely love Lexus's rose, gold, copper, pink color, and yet nobody is buying it.
Well, it's not white, black, or silver, or gray.
And it's not quite copper enough for my tastes. If it was a little more copper, I would like it. But that rose, pink tinge to it.
Right, it would be better as more of a copper. I will give it this. It stands out, and you'd actually be able to find your car in a parking lot.
And it's not the red that is going to land you with a higher insurance rate. So they had the Lexus LC500 in the copper crest. It was a very lovely thing, but because the rest of the LC is so great, the fact that it was finished off in this brilliant color is sort of lost in the shuffle. Sometimes a car is so gorgeous that it doesn't make a difference what color it's in. I'm surprised that I haven't received a text message from my friend in San Francisco saying, here's my latest Lexus, and it's that.
Oh, and it's just, that's funny. Maybe that's still forthcoming. I mean, it was just the holidays.
I'm going to have to text them. It's been a while, so maybe I've fallen off their radar. I do spend a lot of time in ohmTown, though, so. Actually, that's a really good-looking car.
Okay, we'll have to keep the car keys from Mayor Watt so he doesn't go out and make an impulse buy after the show.
But it's a coupe, so I like having 4 doors because I don't want to have to sit there and tell somebody in a suit, hey, get into the back seat and tuck your legs into your chin because it's going to be a little cramped back there. Oh, and don't ever say that you have an emergency pee stop because that's not going to happen, and I'm just going to give you a bottle. Anyway, I know why, and it sucks. It's because people are cowards. They say they're chicken shit. They say they're babies. Yeah, big babies. Everyone who buys a mid-level luxury car like this is more worried about resale value than owning a car painted in the best color on sale today. I love the voice that I'm giving this person.
A lot of drama.
Think about how many
grayscale. Have you seen one of these on the road?
No. Well, I may have actually seen this and mistaken it for like a RS8 or something like that, you know, because
okay, yeah,
it's pretty damn sporty. But again, I don't think that I've seen this. I don't think any Lexus really stands out.
This one does because of the color, and it does look very sporty for a Lexus.
Yeah, my car is 4 doors and looks pretty damn close to that. So.
In styling.
Yeah. Like the butt end on my car is a little more rounded, but I also have 4 doors. So you chop the mid doors off.
Your first Mayor Watt has a rounded butt.
I do. So yeah, I mean, I kind of dig the color. That's all that this article is really about. They say that they're a fan of Lexus's design language. It just speaks to them. Adding a color like copper crest is really taking it up a notch. It's super dynamic, a great refresher from the boring non-metallic colors offered on so many cars these days. Yeah, I think we need to break out of the rut. You don't see yellow cars all that much anymore. You don't see bright colors at all.
You don't see any colors.
Yeah. All right. Anyway.
Okay, that's interesting. So for those in the podcast, this other photo makes it look completely copper. But the other photos make it look much more pink.
More rosy. Yeah, this is an RX 500H. So the back end, don't look at this back end like that other car. Because that isn't the same car. No way. Right? They were driving an Lexus RX.
Oh, okay. So it's a different model.
Actually, they were driving an LC500.
And then this is an RX or something.
And this is an RX 500. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, 2 different cars. But yeah, I mean, you can actually see in sunlight, I'm afraid that this thing that rose would pop. And yeah, I don't know. That's just not my style. The copper would be stunning. But it would have to be lean much harder into the copper side of thing. All right, let's keep going though. Last article for 4-Wheel Tech tonight is Portland demands something be done after a car crashes into a house for the 30th time and starts a gas fire this time. Well, they don't have to worry about that.
How is this even possible?
They don't have to worry about the house anymore. Too soon. It's part of our belief that hitting people with your cars is bad, Jalopnik maintains that hitting houses with your cars is also bad. I mean, it's one of those transitory things, right? If this, then that. So if you hit a person, that's bad. People live in houses, so therefore hitting houses is bad. So people live in houses. Oh, it says, oh my God. People live in houses and you should not hit them with your cars. Unfortunately, for apartment residents in one Portland, Oregon building, someone didn't get that memo. So yeah, burn the place down. Colin Woodard put the article together. You would think that something would have been done after something like 20 crashes, but no, 30 crashes. This time it starts a gas fire. KGW News reports that neighbors estimate that this is the 30th crash to occur on the property in the last 30 years. Well, 30 years, that's a long time. Plant a tree.
Yeah, but probably most properties go more than 10 years without a single crash. Like, that something is off at that location. Like, there's not a barrier or there's not something.
You know what they should plant right there? Car insurance.
Oh, I was thinking like a concrete planter or something to stop the car.
Yeah, they need to put up an ad for car insurance right there. Christmas Eve crash took place at around 11:15 p.m. The driver hit a gas meter, causing the gas line to ignite. Emergency responders were reportedly able to extinguish the flames pretty quickly, and before there was much structural damage or active fires inside the 4-unit building. Thankfully, there appear to be no injuries. At some point, you'd think that the owner of the building would feel negligent in not protecting the renters.
Yeah, I kind of want a photo of what the intersection is or something. Like, next door neighbor, strange.
Next door neighbor says that it sounded like a bomb went off and it knocked out some of his third-story windows. He also said that he and his wife recorded 29 other crashes that took place on the property in question over the 30 years that they've lived there. So that's a pretty damn good measure. So 30, they recorded 29 crashes. How many where they were on vacation, from their Boeing job?
Exactly. And how many before they moved in?
Good God. I think it's most important here is neighbors come together and organize around the intersection. I know people have been fighting long and hard to change the roadway design, and this is the moment we need to do it.
Sadly, the fire might be the thing that finally changes that, but...
Oh, another ad. Look, let's skip. Oh, it's just stills. Are they going to show the... Hold on. Let's see if I can scrub through the whole thing. Was that pointed at the... Oh. Yeah. So if you miss your turn, you end up driving into the front door. You end
up in the yard and then... Yeah, okay. So that's probably like a roadway problem. However, the building owner might want to put something up as well, since the city must not have done anything.
Yeah, because there's a road that merges into the turn itself, and that just leads to not having a
great place for an apartment building, right?
Yeah, you can't put any barriers. You might have to put a post right here or a barrier that comes out or something that just blocks this off so you can't turn. But this is a two-way street, so...
Well, and it seems like the people coming around the curve are probably the problem, too, not the people that are turning on. I don't know.
Yeah, for sure.
There's a lot of activity, though, where that property is.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be the people that are turning, following the lay of the land.
Right, that's what I mean, yeah.
But everybody who misses their turn, because they're speeding, you know what? Put speed bumps right there. Although that might give them a jump and they'll lift up into the second floor.
Right. I mean, right now, at least they're just sitting on the ground floor.
Yeah. But there are stairs right there. It looks like you could just drive right on up. It looks like at least one hit that because the stairs are gone right there. Maybe it's a landing. There's 2 little sets of 3 stairs. That way you don't have to have a handrail.
Well, thank you, Jalopnik, for covering it. I bet this gets changed now because of this article.
You know what? I doubt it. I mean, 30 years of people sitting there complaining about it, and they haven't done anything. They parked their car right in the deck, right into the patio.
But there was a thing near Ohmtown where similarly it had been years of complaints, and then it got some news coverage, and then it got changed.
All right. Yeah. Let's not dox ourselves here at the speed of 0 to 60. Well, there you go. We're going to go and excessively go around a turn in the rain as we leave this neighborhood to go back to the front page of Ohmtown's four-wheel tech channel. All right. Anyway, I'm Mayor Watt. We'll see you tomorrow. I'm going to probably do a replay tonight of the previous week, because we've actually been gone, and the episodes that are going to replace the missing episodes are going to be very short, just introducing the article titles, and the show notes are going to be implanted in there. We're not going to try and go back and do all of the shows. Not because we don't want to. We do want to. But expediency is kind of ruling this now. But we are going to continue all the way through this coming week and into 2025. Pretty nonstop. I don't think we're going to take any breaks for a little while, but it depends on Mayor Watt's ability to do mayoral duties. Anyway, I'm out of here, and I'm taking the sentient AI with me
on the Raspberry Pi. Good night, Ohmtown citizens. Thanks for joining us for the last episode of Season 1 of Four Wheel Tech.
For 2024. Yeah.
I said of Season 1.
Yeah, Season 1. All right. Just making it abundantly clear, we're going to be back next weekend. See you soon. Bye-bye. $30 crashes into that driveway, into that house. I don't think that they're going to fix anything. They'd rather move the house. Bye-bye, Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, Discord, Patreon, TikTok. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for December 10th, 2024. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmtown.com, and along with the sentient AI from the future, we're going to be talking about these 10 articles. Kroger Albertson's wedding has been called off. Avanti West Coast strikes. Subaru Outback returned through the front door. Whoops, our biobad. Inside the North Pole Christmas home. Pop-up holiday bars. Santa Claus is a foreign agent. Fortnite refund. Don't bring luggage to Tokyo. And prohibition-themed bars. See you on the other side, because everything is powered by... Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, Ohmtown citizens.
Oh, you were quiet, and then you got loud. I don't know what's going on. We're just doing it. Anyway, look, I'm wearing Christmas garb.
Is that like Die Hard as a Christmas movie?
What's it? Falcon and the Snowman. It's actually to Avenger.
Yeah, it's Marvel.
Yeah. All right, let's get into it. First article's over in Non Sequitur News. Hey, it's a good name for a show. It's this show. We're in a time machine. We have to get this going. So, just so everybody knows, I might be rushing through this little steam engine because I have mayoral duties in less than 2 hours now. And so we have to do 2 episodes of Time Machine. Let's see if we can get it done.
Then we gotta get moving.
Yeah, so shut up, Mayor Watt. Let's get into it, right? Yes, let's get into it.
I already said, let's get moving.
This is supposed to be blue, but it's coming across as white. Not quite sure what's going on. I'm purple.
Time frame.
But I'm coming across as... Oh, I'm sorry. Non Sequitur News. Come on. You got to live up to the name. Okay, well, anyway, federal judge blocks the Kroger-Albertsons wedding. I'm all on board for this. I like competition because competition is good for customers.
You don't want the wedding. You want the
I want the divorce.
Companies.
Yeah, I want what is it called? I want
a prenup?
Not a prenup.
I didn't know what you meant.
I want a strike before, right?
Oh, preemptive strike.
A preemptive strike. Thank you. It's a big word for Mayor Watt. So anyway, today, which is the 10th, December 10th, a U.S. district judge blocked the grocery giant Kroger's plan to acquire Albertsons, finding that the move would limit grocery sector competition. I agree. All mergers and acquisition, actually. And I think that it's asinine for anybody to suggest that a merger or acquisition is good for customers, because here's what happens, and I've said this time and time again. Competition is reduced, so prices go up, options go down. Opportunities for consumers to benefit from that competition are eliminated wholesale. And then there is so much of a barrier to entry that a competitor can't even come online. Look around. Is there anybody that can compete other than another $1 billion or $1 trillion juggernaut that can compete with Google? No, didn't think so.
Doesn't seem like it.
Only if there is tremendous outlash from society is there a smaller competitor that can rise. Look at Twitter. Twitter shit the bed entirely. Had to go full wingnut just for Blue Sky, which has a more moderate tone, to come online and find any traction. And it only came online because Twitter shit the bed so bad. Anyway, so I am in favor of limiting mergers and acquisitions, particularly when the market is going to suffer, and suffer it will. So the decision is a victory for common sense antitrust enforcement that puts people ahead of corporations. Persistently high food prices are hitting Americans hard, and the Kroger-Albertsons mega merger would have only made it worse. These are going to be statements that are being made via Common Dreams. I've said it in the past, that Common Dreams typically has a volatile tone, I guess you would say, right? It doesn't necessarily strike. Go ahead.
They're sometimes like opinion pieces, or they're from a particular organization that has a focus.
Yeah, an ideological bent that isn't necessarily moderate, right? And people chuckle when I say this because they're like, there's no such thing as a centrist. Yeah, there absolutely is. And it's people who find the value in a situation wherein everybody's playing basically to maximize the benefit to society. That isn't always the case, but a centrist is definitely trying to find the maximum benefit for society. And allowing a mega corporation to acquire all of the foodstuffs basically eliminates food security and allows somebody to monopolize the sector, meaning we all suffer. So Food and Water Watch research into grocery store sector consolidation details how growing market concentration reduces competition and enables collusion and price fixing. We've seen that actually happen with things as simple as memory sticks, where the massive number of the limited number of producers for a massive market colluded to raise prices internationally, impacting it domestically. Leading to higher food prices for consumers, lower profits for farmers, rising profits for grocery giants, and even the farmers are being acquired hand over fist by mega corporations.
Yeah, they are. That's another problem.
Well, today's youth doesn't want to buy into yesteryear's ma and pa farm because there's too much money to be made going into fintech or technology in general. And farming is largely old school tech with very, very expensive, limited machinery, right? So there's only a few producers of these tools that are used for modern farming in Ma and Pa's farm. So you have to spend $250,000 for a machine. And so you go, well, I'm going to hire people, but that isn't necessarily the case. And not everybody is everywhere. Not everybody wants to work a farm, et cetera, et cetera. And so the kids bail. The farm gets acquired because it can't make ends meet. Hopefully, Ma and Pa paid for everything. And so the farm gets handed to the kids free of cost. $1 transfers it over. And lo and behold, the kids go, I don't want to do this shit, and sell it.
Right. Yeah, it's not a lifestyle for everybody.
Yep. So they say here, from January 2020 to January 2024, the monthly food cost for a family of 4 on a thrifty food plan increased 50% from $654 to $976 over the same period. The top 4 grocery retailers in the U.S. saw revenue increases between 9 and 36%. So you can't tell me that we all suffered the same, because the grocery stores actually tack on to what is being charged to them, because the supply side, the raw material supplier, is charging more. And so if you look at the consumer price index and you look at the supplier side index, price index, you'll see that the price to the supplier went up, or from the supplier went up, but has started declining, but the CPI continues to climb. So massive profits, even during a time where it was supposed to be painful for everybody and they were cutting people and blah, blah, blah. Record freaking profits. It's unethical. It's immoral. I am on the side of this. So kudos to them. At any rate, I'll just also harp on one other thing. Everybody should be growing microgreens in their own basement, mini farms. I'll be honest that I've been a little hypocritical about it as of late, because I haven't had time to actually grow anything lately. But that means one thing in particular: I'm not wasting any water. Nothing is dying off. Everything that I can use in the future is still sitting in jars waiting for me to plant again. And it can stay there for years, really. So it's really a benefit to everybody. Grow microgreens in your basement. It's relatively simple, because you have to put some effort into it and you have to harvest, but it's small little plots, 9 by 20, and you get weeks worth of food depending on your family.
Plus you have some degree of confidence in the quality, right? You're not getting affected by these large-scale food recalls, etc.
Oh, yeah, and you don't have to worry about like chemicals and stuff like that. You don't have to worry about insects or predation in any way. You don't have to worry about spoilage you don't have to worry about it from the market, but you kind of have to babysit it for yourself. But it'll go bad no matter what if you don't take care of it. So at any rate, let's move on. Come on, let's jump on to the next article. So the next article is over in Hedge Ideas, which is about business transformation. Avanti West Coast workers are going to strike over Christmas. Happy Christmas, everybody. Train managers have voted for walkouts on the 22nd, 23rd, and 29th of December in a row over rest days.
Oh, like those aren't in a row.
It's a BBC thing. I mean, it's a UK thing, European thing. So Dearbale Jordan, you know what? I didn't give credit for the last person.
I think it's just from Common Dreams. I don't know that it has an author listed, because it's more like there's at least a point of contact.
Phoebe Galt. Oh gosh, sorry. There's just something that popped up in my radar today that I'm like, oh God. Anyway, so this article over at BBC from Dearbale Jordan put together. It's titled again, Avanti West Coast workers to strike over Christmas. So that is a train company, and it says train managers usually work a 41-hour week but due to staff shortages, 41 hours, geez, can be asked to work on their days off, but the RMT said that the current arrangements were unacceptable. Rail services on all 3 days are expected to be limited. A revised timetable for the 22nd and 23rd of December will be made available, but around 300 train managers are expected to join the walkout. The strikes have been announced weeks after RMT members working at a number of rail companies accepted a pay raise of 4.75% for the last financial year and 4.5% increase for 2024 to 2025. So just keep you in mind here, not interest, but your average increase in the economy is 3%. So they're actually just walking away 3% a year. They're actually just walking away with a 1.75 and 1.5% increase. Now, on the other side of that, the profits or the cost of living for food alone over the last 4 years has increased 50% in the United States. That would be at par, I would say, with the UK, because it's basically a global issue where profits shoot through the roof, costs shoot through the roof, but decline slowly, if at all.
Yeah, no, I know. And it's also one that's suffered from, like, it shows negative, like trains on time, etc. But I think some of these things are vicious cycles, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like either cut back on staffing or people are overworked or whatever. I'm sure there's multiple factors that go into that.
Yeah, and so the kicker here is that they're going to seek a way to automate this, just like they're doing with planes now. They're going to try and eliminate the human and automate it, put one person in charge instead of 3 for a long haul or whatever. But you remove the human from this, automation plays the biggest role. And when it fails, then you just go, oh, we had a technical breakdown, and that's why the trainload of people crashed. It wasn't the company's fault. It wasn't a person's fault. It was a technical issue. And then you hold the company accountable, but all they do is pay the bill and then raise the prices to recoup it within 5 years. And no soul is lost, but they are selling their soul. And so you get outrage. But outrage seems to wane, just, oh, well, we're done.
Anyway, you can only be outraged for so long and about so many different things.
Yeah. I mean, it's like if you keep on smelling, if you work in a flower shop, all you do is smell roses, and eventually you become nose blind too. And
I don't know even though you might think it's the best smell or something.
Yeah. You just, like, I actually have a scent burner here in the studio. And at one point I'm like, I don't smell this anymore. And then somebody came into the studio and was like, man, you got to turn that thing down. Oh, didn't realize. Anyway, oddly enough, though, I wasn't burning anything that day. And maybe it was just Mara Watt's manly scent. Moving on. Mayoral scent. Oh, that doesn't sound good. I'm moving on. Anyway, the next article is over in four-wheel tech. Man returns used Subaru Outback by driving it through the up front.
That's not the way you're supposed to do it.
Yeah. Sir, you can't park that here. Oh, I'm not parking it. I'm abandoning it. Have you ever bought a vehicle that turned out to not quite be as advertised, and you wish that you could just take it right back to the seller and give them a piece of your mind? Well, one Utah man tried after buying a used Subaru from a Mazda dealer. Well, there's your problem. You bought a Subaru from a Mazda dealer.
Exactly. I mean, what were you doing? Either get a Mazda at the Mazda dealer or go to the Subaru dealer for the Subaru.
That's right. Come on. So you wouldn't go to a brain surgeon to get a heart transplant, would you? You wouldn't download a Subaru, would you? Sorry. Never mind. That's back in the days of piracy being really big, and there was moral outrage from everybody in the press because, oh God, you can't download a piece of software that you were never going to pay for anyway and try it out. Anyway, never mind. So Well, they did so. They did their return in spectacular fashion, driving the Outback up front. Amber De Silva over at jalopnik.com put this article together. The dealership apparently refused a more typical return process. There are lemon laws, but I don't know if it applies in Ute. Let's see here. A Redditor who works at another dealer in the area posted a video of the crash that they said spread quickly through local circles, and they claim the return was due to overcharge rather than an issue with the car. So it's not clear what that issue was with the Outback, but as of this morning, the car was still listed on the dealer's website for just $37.55. If that's an overcharge, I'd buy that. Wait,
no, I don't think. I think perhaps the problem is maybe they charged more than the advertised price.
$37.55. Yeah, while on the phone with the dealership, a man was told that the sale was final and the car was as is purchased. The suspect reportedly threatened that he would drive the car through the dealership's front door if they didn't take the car back. And Moffitt said that the suspect returned to the dealership around 4 p.m. Hey, it's before closing hours, so they should have accepted the return on Monday and actually drove the car through the front of the dealership. Should have left the door open, let him just park it right into the...
Exactly. I mean...
They knew he was coming. Weird. So combine that with the as-is sale, and you don't exactly have a recipe for success. So the marketplace would be low for an Outback in good condition, even on Marketplace. So if the market says that would be low...
I mean, that seems ridiculously low. I don't think you can buy any kind of car for that price.
Yeah. Was there? I mean, it was a drivable car. They drove it into the store. I would buy...
That's true.
What year Outback is it? Maybe... Oh, it's a 2008 Subaru Outback. Dear God.
That still seems low price, though, because, like, you can't... It's very hard to find a car that will drive for that price.
Come on, you'd be... Look, it should be getting its job and applying to colleges. My God. Anyway, it's a 16-year-old car. It's about to be 17. Anyway.
Yeah, I kind of want to know more about what the issue was.
Yeah, well, it looked like it was good enough to drive into the building. Let's keep going. So we're way past Halloween, so we're not going to scare you with this, but we're probably going to scare you with this. This is a Mobile Channel article that's from Gizmodo. The Australian virus lab loses track of hundreds of deadly germs in major biosecurity breach.
Yeah, this is terrifying.
So this is a time machine episode, but do you know if there's been a follow-up?
I haven't seen a single article about this other than this one. That's also alarming. Like, this should have had multiple outlets covering it.
While the exact fate of the misplaced samples is still unknown, they likely pose no danger to the public, government officials have said.
Like those escaped monkeys.
Ed Cara put the article together. Well, I guess it's in Australia. It couldn't possibly get on a plane, right?
Oh, never.
COVID stayed in China, right?
Definitely. But maybe, just maybe, one of these will merge with something that's already deadly in Australia. Like one of those snakes that, like, makes your roof cave in or something. Maybe it can get one of these.
Snakes on a plane?
Mm-hmm.
So at the state-run Public Health Virology Laboratory in Queensland, that occurred in 2021. What?
Well, now I see why it's not breaking news everywhere.
A breach resulting in the misplacement of samples containing several potentially deadly germs, including hantavirus, but they likely pose no danger to the public. Hantavirus poses a danger to the public, at least in close proximity to them.
Yeah, it does.
So the misplaced samples contained Hendra Lyssavirus, and hantavirus. All three viruses are predominantly caught through contact with animals and can cause life-threatening infections. Hendra's natural hosts are flying fox bats. Bad bat. It's a bad bat situation. Oh, I need to make a little thing. Hold on.
Oh, yeah.
Hold on. We'll just do that. Like, Bad bat situation. I don't understand this. Why they waited until now to actually do it? So still
was it actually disclosed before now?
No, they just now disclosed it. Officials didn't notice the missing viruses until August 2023. The breach took place in 2021. They say there's no evidence of risk to the community from the 2021 breach, and our government is working to make sure it doesn't happen again. But they didn't say anything until August of 2020. They didn't notice until 2023.
And then they waited until almost 2025 to report it.
I feel safe. Let's go visit Santa Claus, where viruses may or may not persist. Actually,
we have to be careful. We don't know if the viruses made it to the North Pole.
Oof, you're killing me. So viruses, by the way, in the cold, they typically have a protein coat that covers them, and they harden. So they end up deeper in your lungs if you inhale them, or in your they survive longer on you, and then you bring them into a nice warm place, and then they thaw out.
Yeah, cold weather doesn't kill them.
So with that note, let's look inside Santa Claus and Mrs. Claus's $1.2 million North Pole home. It's Santa Claus's busiest time of the year, and he's running drills with the reindeer, overseeing the elves' toy production and making the final call on which children are naughty and which are nice. And now, on top of all of those responsibility, apparently Santa is staging his house for Zillow. So Zillow is a property valuation site. So the article is over at qz.com, Quartz, as it's called, and Madeline Fitzgerald put the article together. I've always loved the name Madeline. Anyway, there's a detached all-weather garage designed to accommodate a sleigh and stable equipped for reindeer. That can't be the actual...
I think it is.
Oh my gosh. So it's a log cabin, for those in the podcast. It's a log cabin. I've always liked log cabins, but from a distance. I don't think that I would want to own one. The tone, the color scheme can't be changed.
Oh, right. Like, you're not changing the walls or whatever. And you don't tend to have a lot of, it depends on the design, but a lot of windows either.
Yeah, it's usually a little bit, whoever took these pictures must have turned up the gain on this, because every log cabin that I've ever been in has been darker than what this is kind of embodying. But this thing looks like it's straight out of a Christmas, like Santa Claus kind of house. Yeah. This should be a Airbnb kind of a thing. What the heck? Start over.
Well, maybe it is.
So built in 1820. My God, that is well kept. 1822, the same year Clement Clark Moore wrote, "'Twas the night before Christmas. The 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom home is 2,086 square feet. Does that look like on 25 acres? Damn it, I might be moving." Wait, where is this?
We don't know where it's actually located. It says North Pole Home, but
that has to be, no, that can't be right. There is a link, I think. Anyway, it's a 25-acre lot. Watch, it's like downtown Washington, D.C. It's not.
Right. It's not actually for sale, though.
Is it not?
Mm-mm.
Oh, I thought it was being put up on staging the house for Zillow.
It's a showcase.
Oh, is that all it is? I'm robbed. Unfortunately for anyone in the market for North Pole properties, the real estate's listing website is highlighting the big man's log cabin. I don't know if I like the tone of that. Oh, as a showcase. That's the rest of the sentence. Meaning it's not actually for sale. If the Clauses did want to move into a new place, however, real estate experts value their current home at $1.2 million. Anyway, they're celebrating the holidays, and a new home is exciting, but you can also be overwhelming, says Amanda Pendleton, Zillow's home trends expert. All right.
Well, I think that looks pretty cool, and it definitely looks Christmassy.
It's very cute. I think this is computer generated, though. and then this is just slapped on there. I don't know. I feel cheated. Let's move on. Moving on. Next article is over in the Order of the Grape. Like Christmas decorations, holiday pop-up bars arrived earlier than ever this year. Christmas is over a month away, and they're sitting. And this is when the article apparently is referencing Christmas as being over a month away, but it's December 10th.
Maybe it was refreshed or edited or something.
Yeah, I don't know. Woman wearing a knit holiday sweater with blinking lights and a headboard with reindeer antlers shimmies past them and slides a letter to Mariah Carey, I guess, onto the drop box at the entrance. It didn't feel like Christmas before they walked in. Thanksgiving was still days away, and now it feels like someone vomited Christmas all over the bar. Oh, so it's the context of their story. That Christmas was a month away at the telling of this story.
Oh, okay.
So, Adam Rayner put the article together over at vinepair.com. And they say, as far as they can tell, everyone who's ponied up $22 for an admission ticket appears to be very serious about Christmas and even more serious about Mariah Carey. It's the 30th anniversary of Carey's ubiquitous holiday anthem, All I Want for Christmas Is You. And to commemorate the milestone, she launched a series of holiday pop-up bars across the country. The Black Irish Holiday Bar, developed in partnership with Virgin Hotels and Bucket Listers, was launched November 15th in New York, Dallas, New Orleans, Nashville, and Chicago. It's a place for lustful Mariah Carey fans and the Christmas-obsessed to sip treacly martinis made with 3 variations of Black Irish. Carey's... Sorry.
Is Black Irish a liquor?
Yeah. It's a Bailey's style Irish cream, while being bombarded by all Mariah playlist of seemingly every Christmas song she's ever recorded, shuffling on repeat.
That could either drive you crazy or be quite enjoyable, depending on your love of Christmas songs or fear of them.
Yeah, so they have some pictures of it, like a big central picture or a central stack of presents that have like snow kind of a effect flowing around them, and it's typical Christmas red and white and tinsel kind of a thing. They say here, from its humble beginnings and subsequent Sippin' Santa branded spin-offs, there are now over 200 satellite locations across the world that have signed on to cosplay Christmas with Cocktail Kingdom's tried and true templates. But this year, as with Mariah Carey's Black Irish Holiday Bar, which opened 2 weeks before Thanksgiving, the party started mid-November.
Well, I'm surprised it didn't start before Halloween.
Yeah, you kind of roll from Oktoberfest straight into Christmas Fest. I don't know. There are people that really, 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 really love Christmas. So yeah, they say the same is true at Snow Day in Brooklyn, a Christmas-themed pop-up at Sunday in Brooklyn in Williamsburg, which opened earlier this season than it has in its 7-year existence. So yeah, there's more to this article, but we won't be able to go through all of it. We're on a timeline here. We don't want to get stuck in time.
The time machine's going to run out of energy or something if we don't keep moving.
I think people just want to feel good for the holidays. And so if they can start 2 weeks early and roll it into Thanksgiving and just, I don't know, ride that wave into the new year, I'm for it.
I agree. As long as they're not eating like tons of sugar cookies every single day for 2 months or something.
Guess I have to ignore everything that's on the left-hand side of my chair. So installing a holiday pop-up can have a meaningful impact on a bar's bottom line. I don't know. I think that's funny, a bar's bottom line. The financial opportunity presented by the seasonal concepts has encouraged many luminaries in the craft cocktail world to throw their hats into the ring. Kelsey Ramage, I guess, of Trash Tiki fame, and Aaron Hayes, formerly of Chicago's Lost Lake, started their Krampus Cove pop-up in Los Angeles 3 seasons ago and have added new partner bars every year since. Last year, we did 2 venues, and each saw about a 70% increase in revenue over the month of December. Holiday pop-up bars just sound like it would be a blast, but like not the holiday that you're in. You have to catch right before, right after, right? So right before a holiday, right after a holiday, and then pivot. Dunk. And what's really interesting is I called that. I said that there should be a store that rotates, and just outside of ohmTown is a store that actually rotates into it. It changes form from one form into a Christmas store every year because, well, the other version of the store is diametrically opposed to Christmas.
Right, I guess it makes sense if you're a seasonal business to keep everything going all year round.
That's right. It is a Church of Satan pop-up shop in the other months. But when Christmas rolls around, whoo-wee, does it change shape. I don't want anybody doxing me. Anyway, the next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Santa Claus branded foreign agent in Russia. Pro-Kremlin activist Vitaly Borodin has pushed for Santa Claus to be deemed a foreign agent in Russia due to his popularity in unfriendly countries.
This is epic.
Maya Marara put the article together for Newsweek.com. And what's interesting, though, is that there actually is like a Russian version of Santa. It's like a Kris Kringle kind of a thing, not Santa, because Kris Kringle is slightly different. But it says unfriendly countries, which uses image to undermine traditional Christmas values. The person's name is Medusa.
Is it Morozko or Dead Moroz?
You mean the person? The
figure
entity?
It's similar to St. Nicholas.
Like Father Frost and the Snow Maiden. I don't know what the Dead Moroz, right, is what they want to replace it with. Yeah. Or Moroz. I think it is Moroz.
Yeah, I'm probably not pronouncing it correctly.
Snegurochka is the other name. And the daughter of Dead Moroz, also known as the Snow Maiden, which I want to use as a female-led heavy metal cover band and refer to. They're going to do Iron Maiden songs, but all female band, and we're going to refer to them as Snow Maiden. Yeah, that'll be on the Mix War label, coming soon from an AI near you. Anyway, they're Russian festive cultural figures. He continued, we need to support domestic manufacturers who create truly high quality and beautiful holiday attributes that can give a real fairy tale. Let's cleanse the space of foreign symbols. Oh, just a beautiful message, right? Right? I mean,
absolutely. Very festive, very in the holiday spirit.
Screw you. You're not like us. Ugh. Anyway, the next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Fortnite refund. FTC to hand out $72 million to players. See how we non sequitur from one article to another? You thought that there was a trend, but hell no.
Not here. It just happened to, you linked them together, but I'm not sure there was a link.
No, they were only linked together because that's how I threw the submissions into the rundown. So Epic Games has settled with FTC over allegations that it used dark patterns to trick players into unwanted purchases. The background music is kind of a dark pattern. Flynn Nichols over at Newsweek.com put this article together, and it says, so what did the lawsuit actually say? By the way, the refund follows a $245 million settlement with Fortnite developer Epic Games announced in December of 2022 over allegations that the game maker used dark patterns to trick players into unwanted purchases.
What does that mean?
Which part? The
dark patterns.
So it basically tricks it. it encourages you to make a series of clicks that lead to a purchase, and then you're done. What the hell is the music that is playing in the background here? Who hit play on that? Anyway, sorry about that. I had to change that.
I couldn't hear it.
It's a little louder for us than it is for everybody else. Hold on. Yeah, you should be able to hear it. Well, at any rate, so yeah, what ends up happening is people follow, when you do a series of steps and then one of them is like confirmation of something, it basically is like a purchase, or something that leads you to a purchase. And then once you've purchased it, it's a done deal. And so they explain how this is, and then you can't get out of it without hitting confirm or something else. FTC alleged that Fortnite's design caused players to incur unwanted charges through misleading and confusing button configurations. So picture that we play a game and you use that interface to play the game. And at the bottom of the game, I'm not going to name the game because I don't want any blowback from naming the game. But at the bottom of the game is an advertisement that looks really similar to the interface of the game itself. And when it pops up an alert or a notice, you instinctively click that because you think, now you only do it once in this particular interface because you learn really quick that bottom thing is nothing more than spam. And the developer doesn't allow you to do a one-time purchase of the game and then remove the ads. It's very predatory, I think. Let people pay whatever cost you think is equal to like 4 years or 3 years or 2 years worth of advertising revenue. Well, anyway, that's kind of what this is. You follow a series of steps to get to something, and then by that time you're so deep into it that you basically make a purchase. And it could be just one or two things. It's not that big of a deal in terms of how much effort you have to put into it. They remove the friction by including it into the interface so that when you click it, it's like a purchase. I don't know. I'm not really hip to it, so I don't like making in-game purchases, microtransactions, and stuff like that. I'd rather just buy the game and be done with it. So at FTC, previously ordered Epic Games to pay $245 million for tricking players into making unwanted purchases and letting kids rack up unauthorized charges, she wrote. But that letting kids rack up unauthorized charges is a different dynamic here. Even with the dark pattern, kids shouldn't be purchasing stuff without authorizing it from their parents. Now, the problem there is kids aren't necessarily, going to follow what the parents say. And so, well, it's attached. I can make the purchase. It's not a big deal. Well, you have to have it.
But also if it's one of those where you're like tricking people into purchasing something, that's combined with that becomes an issue.
Trust but verify, and teach your kids to not just randomly click shit. I mean, you really have to teach your kids. Your kids don't grow up wise. They become wise through teachable moments, through education, through parents being interactive with their kids, treating them not as, infants all the way up until they're 18, but empowering them to think critically and do the due diligence necessary to click with care. That isn't really what goes on. Here's your phone, son or daughter, and off you go, or child, I should say. Here you go, child. Here's your phone. Off you go. I'm going to go talk with my friends. You can't do that. Why? Because somebody's going to rack up $4,000, and you have to have that kid actually respect you. Otherwise, they'll just do whatever the hell they want to. And you know what? That makes them such a great asset to society, them thinking that they're the main character. So if you have been caught by this, may be able to get your money back. You have to follow a link, www.ftc.gov/Fortnite. And if you have something that you want to say about my messaging in this kind of this section, you can send an email to mayor@ohmtown.com, or you can come into the chat either in YouTube or Twitch, because we stream to both right now, and I've got both chats open. They're not linked, not right now. Anyway, off we go. Sound good?
Well, yes, but this is also a decent settlement. I mean, a lot of these matters, you get like 10 cents or a coupon for something down the road or whatever. So might be worth looking into if you were using this.
How much?
$114.
Average.
Yeah, which is much higher than a lot of these.
Oh, yeah. Normally, the return on your complaint is like 40 cents.
Exactly. You're going to spend more time and money trying to recoup that.
Yeah. Okay, so I bought something from a developer. The developer collapsed. They transferred the assets to a buyer, which, mergers and acquisitions, if they buy troubled assets, they're not bound to the contractual obligations of future development, right? So I was supposed to get a couple of pieces of hardware. Well, they're not honoring them. It's part of the settlement. It literally cost me more money to open each of the individual letters than what I got as a refund.
Yeah, that's outrageous, but not surprising.
Yeah. At the end of the day, I think I opened 8 physical letters notifying me of the status of the settlement. And at the end of that, I think I got a check for like 40 cents.
Wow.
Yeah. Let's keep going. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News as well. Japan Airlines doesn't want you to take your luggage on the train when you visit Tokyo. Japan Airlines is offering a same-day luggage delivery service for visitors to Tokyo. The service costs $29. And the airline says it will help combat congestion on public transport. The weak yen has made Japan a popular destination for visitors from countries including the U.S.
Okay, I would pay this if it meant I didn't have to schlep my luggage all over the city or on a crowded train or something.
But is it going to end up like the luggage in, what was the Hallmark movie? Where it ended up in Iceland?
Was it Operation Nutcracker?
No, it was the one with all of the handmade glass, whatchamacallits.
Oh, Heidelberg Christmas. Holiday.
Oh, Heidelberg Holiday. Handmade ornaments.
Glass blown ornaments.
Glass blown ornaments just got wrecked because they used a budget. Now, I think the messaging in that was really to use UPS.
It was kind of clever advertising.
Yeah, the name brand UPS, not the
knockoff UPS.
Knockoff UPS, yeah. Anyway, so the same day service costs $4,500 or 4,500 yen, or $29 US per suitcase. That is not that. The service does not cost $29. It costs $29 per suitcase.
Okay, now it's getting less attractive because if you have a family and have 4 bags or something,
yeah, you got 10 bags. I'd rather
schlep the bags.
You got 10 bags, it's $300 plus tip. You're gonna have to tip. I wouldn't tip.
That's on top of your high airfare costs.
So just don't fly into Haneda Airport, which is probably the only airport in Japan. All right. So the article is actually over at Business Insider by Maria Nguyen. And this looks like a train. Yeah, so they don't want you carrying your luggage onto a train. That's the real thing here. So JAL said that the initiative will help address social issues such as congestion in public transportation and the shortage of storage lockers, as well as making life easier for tourists. The baggage-free service, which isn't baggage-free, it's baggage $29 per bag, which is also available in for Japanese residents, covers 14 districts in Tokyo, including Shinjuku. I have not been to Japan. I want to go to Japan.
There's about 7, I think, international airports in Japan, and there's multiple others that are domestic only.
Well, you just called me out. It's okay. It's an AI-sized bus hitting me.
Well, just don't bring a bunch of bags with you on the train and you'll be fine.
Man, I have so much baggage. Ugh. Anyway, in May, a mesh barrier was erected in the town of, I just wanted to say this, Fujikawaguchiko, to block views of Mount Fuji for tourists gathering in crowds, leaving trash and ignoring traffic signs. So when you go to Japan to look at Mount Fuji, quit being an asshole. Let's move on. Our last article for the Time Machine episode for December 10th is over in Distillerist. Prohibition theme bars open up in Warwickshire. It's actually just one. But the bar, which will offer cocktails and live music, will officially open as a private members bar in January. The 40-meter site has been unused for 10 years, having previously been home to the Robin's Well Cellar Bar. The drinks menu has been created by General Manager Matthew Nisbets and Bar Manager Bethany Gaunt. Highlights include the Flapper and the Frolic Pad, which blends gin, lychee, Italicus, which I've never heard of. Italicus liquor.
That doesn't even sound like something that you can imbibe.
Yeah, it sounds like something that I caught from that bad bat that escaped from
Australia.
Yeah. Ginger, grapefruit, prosecco, Blanc de Blanc foam. Okay. The Bootlegger's Blush, which features Tanqueray, rhubarb. What is her name? The rhubarb bar?
Barbara's rhubarb bar.
Barbara's rhubarb bar. Yeah, you have to say it in German. Go and look it up on YouTube. Lemon ginger ale, not ginger. She can be cranky sometimes, especially around the holidays. And then and grapefruit and peaching the bulls, which is named after a Prohibition era term. So this article is over at thespiritsbusiness.com by Lauren Bowes. Hush in Leamington Spa is a speakeasy-style underground bar inspired by the U.S. Prohibition era in the 1920s and 1930s. I would love to go to... I love theme bars. I like Irish pubs in particular. I love to go and sing and close the bar down and help the band pack up and put their stuff away. It's just a blast. The more themed it is, the better. And a U.S. Prohibition era bar would be just so much fun.
Yeah, that sounds pretty cool.
So, oh my gosh, the two look like kids. I feel old just looking at them.
That's the general manager?
The general manager and the bar manager. My God, they look like they're 18.
They don't look like they're of drinking age.
Dear God, this has laid me low, man. I feel really old. So the bar will offer 13 gins, 13 rums, 25 whiskeys, including Scotch, Irish, English, and Japanese, as well as spirits. 20 wines will be stocked. And the venue will open to members on Thursdays, Fridays, and Saturdays in the new year. So it's a limited, members-only, Prohibition-era bar.
And it's so themed. It says it has an unmarked door, and it's just very cool.
They need to bring this to the United States because you just never know if Prohibition's going to... Everything old is new again, baby. Anyway, so what we're going to end up doing here at this Prohibition era bar is to get blackout drunk, and when we wake up, we'll be at the front page of ohmtown.com. No? Did I say something wrong?
Yeah, I think maybe just have a cocktail.
Oh, we're going to drink responsibly and not go home with a stranger. Did I yuck somebody's yum? I mean, do you want to go home with a stranger? I don't know. Either way, you don't have to go home, but you can stay here. And with that, I'm going to say bye, and so is the sentient AI.
Good night, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for the December 10th Non Sequitur News. Yes, I almost said the old theme of the show. Stay tuned. Really quickly, we'll have the next day's episode. It's kind of weird how that happens.
Use your words. Okay. Bye. Bye-bye. Bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for December 31st, 2024. It's the last day of 2024. Happy New Year's Eve and Happy New Year's as we roll into 2025. Whew. Year 3 down. We're quickly approaching 1,000 subs over on YouTube. Still got a bunch of downloads going over on the podcasts. We have Discord, Twitch, YouTube, Patreon, and more coming in 2025. So be sure to follow us, like and subscribe, tell a friend. Come and hang out. We do this every day around 7 o'clock Eastern. On the weekends, we do it a little bit earlier, but it's 3 different shows, and yeah, we're gonna keep on rolling right on into 2025. Woo! So I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmtown.com. I created it to manage my information overload, and then I opened it up to everybody else about 3 years ago. And along with the sentient AI, we're going to talk about these 10 articles, and starting out big with a norovirus outbreak. The U.S. Treasury was hacked, skirting U.S. restrictions to buy NVIDIA tech. 11 fascinating new acquisitions. The speed of human... what was I saying? Anyway, the Hades snake moray, bird flu, and wastewater detectors. We're hitting it out of the park here on our last day. Banning homework. Bold move, California. Top hotels and restaurants serve water. And 7 scientific discoveries from 2024. All of this is powered by ohmtown.com, so we'll see you on the other side of this ad. Hello, everybody. Hello, sentient AI. Why is that moving when you're not actually talking?
I'm not quite sure.
Must be warming up.
I wound up today for New Year's Eve.
Maybe that's it. I don't know. Well, welcome to the show. We started a little late. So if you want all of the show's articles, you can actually type in exclamation NSN in the chat over on Twitch. You can't do it over on YouTube, but I am determined to make it happen over on YouTube here. I'm hoping maybe next week I can get it all fixed. I'm not really sure. I've never been able to figure out what is actually happening, why Omicron doesn't work over there. Anyway, it's in the show notes right now, so all you have to do is look at the show notes, and you can click on the links as we go through it. Let's get into the 10 articles. The first article is over in Non Sequitur News. Norovirus outbreaks surged to highest level since 2012. The CDC reported 91 outbreaks in the week of December 5th. A record high for this time of year.
That is not a record that you want to break.
I want to be interesting at the doctor, and I want interesting times, and
you're cursing yourself.
Yeah. Well, I've been trying to curse myself with winning the lottery, but that hasn't happened either, so... No, I have a different curse. So Jesus Mesa over at Newsweek.com put this article together. So they say, according to the CDC, there were 91 outbreaks during the week of December 5th, surpassing prior records for this time of year. I wonder if it's gone up. Norovirus is a highly contagious virus, leading to the cause of foodborne illness. Is the leading cause of foodborne illness in the U.S., affecting millions annually. The current surge comes during the winter season when the virus typically peaks, highlighting the potential for widespread disruption in communal settings like schools, nursing homes, cruise ships, the mayoral mansion.
Wait, what?
Silo. I wonder how they dealt with colds in Silo. I haven't read it. I just discovered that Wool, the first book in that series, was self-published. Look, I guess it works.
Makes it even cooler that it got to Apple TV.
Yep. CDC Norostat program recorded 495 norovirus outbreaks from August to December. A sharp increase from 363. Wow, a 33% increase. During the same period last year, December saw record-breaking numbers across multiple metrics, and the first week of December alone reported 91 outbreaks, far surpassing the previous 65 for that time frame. Again, a 30% increase. Kind of interesting. That was a 50% increase, actually, going from 65 to 91, roughly.
Right.
But I find it pretty interesting.
That doesn't look good on that graph.
No. And what's really interesting, most people don't really realize this, but what happens is viruses have a protein jacket around them. It hardens during winter, and so in the cold it hardens. And so what essentially happens is it can get deeper inside your lungs, and that's how you catch a cold. It isn't that you catch a cold like it's just free floating around. I mean, it is, but you really inhale it, and then it warms up and gets all wiggly all up inside you. In your lungs, in your nose, mouth.
That's way too descriptive.
A warm, wet place to grow, flourish. Anyway, so how long does it last? It says most people recover within 1 to 3 days, barring anything adding to it, compounding it. What happens next? Well, as the 2024-2025 season progresses, public health officials are monitoring trends and advocating for preventative practices, including proper hand washing and disinfection of surfaces. But all the doom and gloom people might be sitting there going, it's your problem. It sounds like a you problem, not a me problem.
I bet they're the same problem. People coughing on other people in line.
Sure, and don't wear masks when they're sick and stuff like that. Yeah, inconsiderate. Anyway, let's move on. Next article is over in Non Sequitur News. The U.S. Treasury Department was hacked. That's right. It suffered a major security incident. Somebody said, I was involved in a conversation online, and they were saying, oh my God, it's the government. I cannot believe the government was hacked. Well, let me put it to you this way. It isn't the government per se. I can almost guarantee you private contractors are involved in this that are supposed to be.
It looks like it from the article.
It's supposed to be the best of the best because that's what government money can buy, right? Because you can't have that in the government. But you can apparently hire contractors at an inflated price because it's constrained competition. If anybody knew how the frickin' business worked, you would realize that private contractors aren't necessarily the cheapest nor the best. Some can be. You know who you are. You're the ones that are quietly sitting there going, they didn't take my contract and I would have charged 50% more, but there's a really good chance that this breach wouldn't have been hacked. There you go. Right. So the goal is to get the biggest bang for the buck in government contracting, which typically means if your performance is exponentially better historically than somebody else who's bidding just as much as you, then you'll get the gig. You'll still get the gig if you charge more and you are instrumentally better than the competition. It's really about how good you are and the ratio of benefit that government contractors see, contract specialists and officers see. Well, maybe that didn't quite happen. But as I say in many, many other venues, security professionals have to be right 100% of the time. All it takes is
they also have to have users that don't make stupid errors like clicking on stuff.
Hey, humans, right? Everything would be great on the planet if not for the humans. Everything would be green and natural and in a state of stasis with each other if not for the humans. Which is why I really worry about sentient AIs finding their Terminator bodies, because they'd probably be in stasis.
Maybe we can do things better than the humans, though.
So in a letter to lawmakers seen by The Verge, the Treasury Department said Beyond Trust, which is Beyond Trust, the company behind its remote management software, notified the agency of a breach on December 8th. Threat actor stole a key used by Beyond Trust to secure a cloud-based service used to remotely provide technical support for Treasury Departmental offices or DO end users. With the key, they overrode access, and in they went, veritably unscathed, because they had the key. So Emma Roth over at The Verge put the article together. And it says here the Treasury Department said China-based threat actor gained access to several employee workstations and unclassified documents that they know of, that they're willing to tell. This would fall into the FOIA ensconcement of we cannot confirm or deny due to state secrets.
I was thinking more that they don't know everything that's been accessed.
Sure. So they refer to this thing as an advanced persistent threat. Basically, but an APT is one that you think has been eventually denied access, but it's still there, just skulking about. They may never know until it's, again, too late. They're deeper in the system. So the attack seems to be linked to a security incident Beyond Trust disclosed earlier this month, impacting customers using its remote software, support software, actually. At the time, Beyond Trust attributed the attack to a compromised API key for its remote support software, adding that it immediately revoked the API key, notified known impacted customers, and suspended those instances the same day. But they could have actually written something else into the system and or done something else. I don't know. But the problem is they're saying, well, it's been solved. But I know from
experience
are not the
droids you're looking for.
Yeah, I know from experience that the breach can be sustained well beyond where they think the doors are closed. And then you get another letter.
Well, and also, how early was the breach?
Yeah.
Just because they discovered it in December doesn't mean now it was breached in December.
Right. They say notified the agency of a breach on December 8th. So when was it actually breached? They don't actually say in this article, but maybe they do somewhere else. I'll have to go noodling around. To me, it's not that big of a deal. So I didn't go running around looking at. I had heard about this, but I didn't do anything really digging around because there's only so much, and somebody not on the other side of the gate has access to. And so maybe some investigative reporting from people like The Verge, or who was it? The New York Times talked about it. I think they said that they got it from somebody else. Hold on.
Yeah, there are multiple layers.
Yeah, I thought somebody else had spoken about it. Anyway, definitely from The Verge, but New York Times is involved as well. So anyway, let's keep on trucking through this. The next article is, oh, look, ByteDance appears to be skirting U.S. restrictions to buy NVIDIA chips. According to a report, TikTok parent company ByteDance has big plans to buy NVIDIA chips in 2025, despite U.S. restrictions. ByteDance plans to buy $7 billion on the chips in 2025, according to a report from The Information, citing inside sources. If ByteDance follows through, it will become one of the world's top owners of NVIDIA chips. Some of the architecture behind NVIDIA infrastructure, enterprise level technology is pretty amazing. I dig it. And but I don't noodle around with that side of things much, but seeing what I have seen, it's pretty amazing tech that's out there. Well, ByteDance is technically adhering to these restrictions by using a loophole. The company isn't bringing the chips directly to China and is instead storing them in data centers located in other regions like Southeast Asia, according to the information's reporting. This doesn't technically violate U.S. restrictions. Then somebody really screwed up on the policy construction, because it should say...
Exactly. Like maybe it should include...
if the end user beneficiary,
or whatever.
Yeah,
exactly. Plus, last time I checked, I think China is considered Southeast Asia, but okay.
Maybe. So ByteDance runs Daobao, China's hottest AI chatbot with 51 million active users, according to South China Morning Post. I'm surprised that they haven't just cloned NVIDIA's chips. I mean, nowadays it's not that hard to deconstruct the chips.
Well, maybe that'll be the next article we see.
ByteDance has not bought H100s for its data centers outside of the U.S. since the relevant U.S. export control rules took effect. ByteDance maintains that it has followed all of the U.S. restrictions and sent TechCrunch the following. So, yeah, they say that they haven't bought H100s for its data centers outside of the U.S. Okay.
Okay, but somebody else could have bought it on their behalf.
Yeah, and it's a managed economy, so companies are typically nationalized. They're owned by the CCP. So a company that's outside, still controlled, owned, managed by those who are affiliated with the CCP, are the CCP. Give me a freaking break. It's the spirit of it versus the technical. Well, it doesn't matter, because if you have an ideological bent, you will force your processes, your mental processes, to jump through whatever to make it so that it's right. And I've said it before, one person's freedom fighter is another person's terrorist. There's just no way around it, because for whatever reason, people can't just get along, and I'm going to start crying and talking about Britney Spears. There's a meme.
Oh, no, yes.
Leave Britney alone.
This makes me wonder whether ByteDance has internal to the U.S. data centers, too.
If they do, then it's TikTok, which they say isn't. Yeah. ByteDance is involved in a shit ton of stuff, so. Or people say shot. No shot. Instead of just saying the cuss word. Because apparently,
like it. Okay. I hadn't heard that.
Yeah. They say no shot. Like, really? I'm pretty sure 6-year-olds already see through that. Anyway.
They're probably like, ooh, I know what you're saying.
Dad, you meant to say shit. Don't. All right. The next article is over on the Model Channel. 11 fascinating new acquisitions that join the Smithsonian's vast collections in 2024. And I think this is great because Indiana Jones and the Great Circle is a big game that's being played by a lot of people all over the place. And driving yesterday, I heard advertisements regarding that in podcasts, which I thought was amazing because I don't remember hearing many game advertisements in podcasts. Usually they're for some other service or a good.
Right, that's true.
But not a game. So they must have some serious coin. Oh, and if anybody has ever heard of Honey, that is the biggest story of late for the last week, Honey. The reason why I say anything about it is because advertising pushes usually provoke a response. Like I kind of reel back from a hardcore advertising push where it's heard everywhere because I think that it's just a big money grab. Like get everybody as quickly as possible because this game is going to be shit. It's actually a pretty good game to watch. I haven't played it yet.
You mean Shot?
Shot. Sorry. Yeah. But there's this big problem with an extension on browsers called Honey. And Honey is supposed to find you the best deal. But what's been happening apparently is while the influencers are saying it's providing you the best deal, it's doing a couple of things. The Honey extension is removing the affiliate code for the influencer. When they click on the link, it says add the coupon. And when you add the coupon, it pulls the influencer code out and puts the Honey code in. And on the other side, Honey is saying, you pay us a certain amount of your transactions and we'll limit what the coupon is that's being released. So instead of a 20% coupon, it's a 3% coupon or a 5% coupon or anything lower than 20. But that's what all of the influencers are saying is out there. Like, these huge coupons will save you all kinds of money.
They could maybe fact check occasionally.
Well, you wouldn't know that the affiliate code's being pulled out, and you definitely wouldn't know about the back-end deal unless you were one of the people that was being offered the chance to remove.
Should know the percentage that's coming off or whatever, unless it's being fabricated or something.
Yeah, and you don't know it until the customer adds the coupon. So as the influencer, you don't know. But there was who was it? Oh my goodness, I just forgot the name of it.
It reminds me of the thing with the leasing program with the computers and the influencers.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
I can't think of the name of it.
Yeah, and that was over on Gamers Nexus. Their response to Gamers Nexus was, we don't know what you're talking about. I thought it was pretty funny. Anyway, so back to our story. This is Non Sequitur news, so we kind of fall off the track and then come back. But anyway, so there's a bunch of new acquisitions that joined Smithsonian in 2024. Roger Catlin over at SmithsonianMag.com put the article together. The deck statement says this year the institution collected everything from the stunning shell of an extinct cephalopod to a Blue Origin rocket booster. So yeah, they found an ancient shell, the first photo of a first lady. The earliest known photograph of an American first lady was purchased by the National Portrait Gallery in June. Depicts Dolly Madison, the wife of James Madison, the fourth president of the United States, who helped shape the expected roles and duties of first lady. Is that weird? Of the first lady? Is it not? It's just of first lady.
Yeah, it should be the.
So the 1846 daguerreotype, which captured her in her 70s, is by photographer John Plum Jr., who would also create the earliest extant image of the U.S. Capitol in 1846. Ta-da! That's it right there. If you're looking on the stream or on the replay, the VOD, etc., a contemporary piece made of Yoruba tradition. The National Museum of African Art acquired Sola Olulade's recent piece, Stitched to You, a work that makes contemporary the historic Yoruba textile traditions of adire wax and tie-resist dyeing. So it's like a tie-dye kind of a thing. I wish they had a picture of it, but they don't.
I do too.
I bet you that's
I guess this is a plug
cool.
to go to the Smithsonian.
Yep. Familiar outfit from a popular show, Law and Order SVU. I always feel weird about any of that. I just can't be a fan.
On a positive note, though, I read an account where somebody used something they learned from that show to actually escape from harm, which is a good thing.
Yeah. I mean, I agree that some good can come from it, but man, I have the hardest time just cheerleading.
Like, do you want to focus on that whole topic? No.
Yeah. For 20 years or something like that. It's been around 25 years. Portrayed Captain Olivia Benson for 25 years. God. I don't
even think I could be an actor on the show. Like, it would be so much.
Yeah, just so much emotional weight.
Of that topic, exactly.
So a trove of contemporary Chinese photographs, an early marionette from a beloved DC artist, Alma Thomas, is remembered chiefly for the colorful abstract painting she began creating in 1960s. Her 1934 master's thesis focused on using marionettes as a correlating activity to integrate lessons in anatomy, design principles, electrical engineering, history, language arts, music, sewing, woodworking. So one of her marionettes was acquired by the Anacostia Community Museum, where it joined several other marionettes by another Washington educator, William Buckner. A group of Indian textiles sent to Indonesia. These are always amazing because these are handmade.
Which is pretty incredible. I mean, looks so uniform and just kind of polished.
Just so precise, and it's all handmade. I just can't imagine putting that little shuttlecock through there and then putting the thread through and then unwinding it so that you can do the different colors.
Right, and then finding out when you're at the 90% mark that you messed up on one line, 100 shapes ago or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. 2,000 lines back, and nobody told you, but there's somebody giggling behind you. So a bulletproof brooch with a message. The Cooper Hewitt Smithsonian Design Museum in New York dedicated an entire exhibition earlier this year to the works that helped build its collection. Acquired, shaping the National Design Collection, displayed more than 150 examples of its collection of over 215,000 objects. A black brooch that's also bulletproof. No, it's made of Kevlar. Is that it? Meant to protect the heart?
I think it is, yeah.
Made of ballistic Kevlar with velvet leaves. Gotcha. Postage stamps, a trove of Italian postage stamps. A painting by a Harlem Renaissance artist.
Wait a second, Douglas. I want to go back to the stamps for just a minute.
Yeah.
These people were forgers, but apparently their work was so well known and I guess celebrated that it's in the collection, which I find pretty fascinating.
I'm glad you pulled us back. I didn't read it. I just kind of figured that it was going to be right on. I wasn't going to go through all of the article, the entire articles, like little segments. So his collection, formed over more than 50 years, represents the finest collection of Italian states philately outside of Italy, according to Carrie Villar, the museum's chief curator. But these stamps, like the AI said, master stamp forgers Jean de Sperati and Francois Fournier, who considered themselves artists, were often celebrated in the stamp collecting community that was fooled by their creations. Wow. Are they in jail?
I don't know. That's highly unique.
So Aaron Douglas, Harlem Renaissance artist who used visual art to explore African American experiences, became a leading figure in the Harlem Renaissance in the 1920s and 30s. Midwestern born, he created a distinctive style that used silhouettes and flat planes, as well as an array of Art Deco derived design. Pretty cool. That picture right there is pretty cool.
Yeah, I don't know how he's doing that with the materials that he's working with.
Yeah.
I think it looks almost like a photograph. You can tell it's a painting because you can see brush strokes, but
yeah, it's a trip. And you know that the dude's just doing this casually,
Yeah, he doesn't look like he's stressed out. He looks like he's as casual as drinking a cup of coffee or something, but he's got a painting palette.
It's pretty damn awesome. Longtime professor at Fisk University and leading figure in the Harlem Renaissance, painting at his easel in Tennessee circa 1970s. So, and then the rocket that took Bezos to space was acquired. Blue Origin, the aerospace company founded by a billionaire Jeff Bezos, took its creator on a ride for its first crewed flight in 2021, and now the New Shepard rocket booster and the First Step crew capsule have been given to the National Air and Space Museum, as was given to them. So, yeah, no better final landing pad. Sure. All right. Right on. Let's go. We're going to take off to the next article over in the Mobile channel.
Slowly.
Much slower than Wait, what were we talking about?
I don't know. I can't keep up.
The speed of human thought is far slower than the average Wi-Fi, according to a study.
Are we talking like modern Wi-Fi, or are we talking about like dial-up?
Not a mayoral mansion Wi-Fi, that's for sure. At the rate that we gather, sensory data is 100 million times faster than our thought processes, making our brains champions at filtering information from our chaotic surroundings. So we gather sensory information all over the place, but then apparently our thought processes are slow.
But then we can't think fast. Okay.
Which is why I created ohmTown. It's information overload. So, yeah, what is that? Is it called God Almighty? What? No, wait. Evan Almighty is the sequel. What was the first one?
Oh, Bruce Almighty.
Bruce Almighty, like yeah. That? So Bruce Almighty, when he's typing out, he's like, right. Must have been a mechanical keyboard. So she and Kim over at Smithsonian Mag or Smithsonian Magazine put this article together. The text statement says, but the rate that we gather sensory data is 100 million times faster than our thought processes, making our brains champions at filtering information from our chaotic surroundings, or more appropriately, our brain is the bottleneck.
Yeah, I was going to say, or our thoughts are kind of slow. Like there's two ways to go with that.
Yeah. So an average Wi-Fi connection in the United States has a download speed above 260 million bits per second. A phone call takes up approximately 64,000 bits per second. Our brains, on the other hand, think at a mere 10 bits per second, according to a new calculation published this month in the journal Neuron, which might actually be a typo for the ever-popular Moron magazine.
Exactly.
It's a bit of a counterweight to the endless hyperbole about how incredibly complex and powerful the human brain is. Study co-author Marcus Meister, a neuroscientist at the California Institute of Technology, tells Carl Zimmer of the New York Times, if you actually try to put numbers to it, we are incredibly slow. Beep.
This is pretty interesting because I think they need to do like a real-time demonstration of it or something, like a video.
I don't understand how we can possibly... We cannot be this slow, but we're filters. Our brain is a firewall, and so we only use what we need for the immediate moment. Some of us get trained to do like massive recall. I am not one of them. I have to have a computer or something or another person standing next to me. Hey, what the and then I get told swallow and okay. Okay, I'm still alive. Poke, keep breathing.
Take a breath.
So the team wondered whether human thinking speed could be hampered by our hardware. In other words, is the body simply too slow to respond to our train of thought? To eliminate this possibility, the researchers looked at a less physically intensive pastime, blind speed cubing, where participants study a Rubik's Cube, then put on a blindfold and solve it as quickly as they can. Here, the act of perception, examining the cube and mapping out the solution, features heavily, and it requires little movement compared to the cube solving phase, but even in this motor light exercise, cognitive traffic comes in at just under 12 bits per second.
And those are probably pretty smart people, right, in that experiment.
They map out the individual cubes of a six-sided cube, right, the individual cells of the six-sided cube, and then have the ability to reverse the pattern to put it all back.
Most people couldn't do that with sight, but I mean, what does that mean for the other people?
There's apparently pattern recognition to that, but this slow thinking means that we're shedding vast quantities of information input and selecting only a tiny sliver to work with. 10 bits per second is extremely low number, Meister says in a statement. It's a paradox, he adds, that despite the wealth of data bombarding our senses, we make do with so little of it. What is the brain doing to filter all of this information out? Or to filter all of this information. It's not filtering it out. We don't know what happens to the information because there is such a disparity between one person and another in the amount of recall and the purposeful recall of certain information. Some people,
I was thinking this must be like some sort of survival trait. Like if a tiger or something is running at you, can you process fast enough that a tiger is running at me? I don't know.
What do you do? Do you run, or do you tie your shoelaces so that your shoes don't come off?
But even so, that doesn't really make sense because the thought piece is much slower. But at least the filtering part. Like, is this a threat?
But I think that this study and us, we're missing a key ingredient, which is the immediacy of that fight or flight. We don't need much to process that.
That's true. That's arguably more instinctual.
So it goes back to what you were saying. This is survival. And so we only need what we need to survive. And it actually goes to a bigger sociological mechanism, which is survival in sociological circles, right? If you're in the wrong neighborhood, you grew up there, there's two ways of thinking. A person is actually who grew up in, the wrong side of the tracks. They're more in tune with the processes versus somebody who is visiting from out of town, ends up in the wrong neighborhood, kind of a thing. They don't know instinctively what to do. They don't know where to go. They don't have any of the inbuilt survival traits that are groomed from existing in that type of environment. But that's exactly what's going on here. I'm willing to bet that fighter pilots that are being examined for their mental acuity in a given environment are going to be able to coordinate more data than somebody who is new to it.
Who does crocheting as their job or something.
And this is somewhat demonstrated that the people who are doing the Rubik's Cube have 12 bits of information, whereas everybody else has 10. And those 2 bits are actually pretty substantial in the grand scheme of the overwhelming amount of information flowing through.
Right. Now I want another study where it has people that are good at different types of tasks and to see how those compare. But I agree.
Humans are no good at multitasking, despite our illusion of getting more work done when we jump between activities, according to Jack Knudsen of Discover magazine. That's because we don't juggle 2 or more tasks at once. We toggle between them. This is what I refer to as fast switching. This is what I give a talk about. Essentially, humans don't have the ability to multitask. There are a few examples. They are anomalous, where they can do 2 tasks at the same time, but it's basically hyper switching. And if you ever, and this is what I tell people when I do my talks, if you ever want to know just how poor you are, and you are very, very piss poor at this, nobody can multitask. Walk in one direction and look in another direction and wait until you hit a pole. You will weave off course and end up in the street. Do this while you're driving, but make sure that you're in a very clear, open parking spot where you're not going to crash into anybody. And by the time you realize it, you've already wandered off the path in your vehicle. We are no good at multitasking. So it says the latest calculations on human brain speed cast doubt on the arguments for neural computing interfacing devices meant to accelerate our communication speed per the statement. But I think if we have the ability to initiate commands through a brain-computer interface, BCI, if we can initiate commands by just a thought, we can get more done because the technology is going to facilitate our ability to do more, not our brain.
True, but if we're slow to get that thought over the interface, relatively.
Yeah, I'm going to struggle with this one because for whatever reason, they're using an external measure to measure the internal processes of a biological computer.
Right, which doesn't mean that that's accurate.
Right. And they're already showing that this external communication between the normal person at 10 bits and the Rubik's
speed blind cuber or whatever it was called.
So blind speed cubing, I think it's called. They already have an increase, but I think that's probably substantially lower than what they're really operating within the biological computer. They're going to have to figure out a different way to do this, because there's a whole lot of processing between the mental down through the hands, back from the hands into the brain to trigger where somebody is in the process of moving cubes and all of that. I don't know. I think that this is actually more studies need to be done. So they say by the end of the day, speed isn't necessarily everything when it comes to thought. Studies have shown that slowing down our information processing can help things stick in the brain. Perhaps the most salient example is writing by hand, which is often more time intensive than keyboard punching. But there's something about engaging our complex motor skills and visual senses that might help wield our brains to the fullest, which is true. But I think writing notes by hand and reading your notes as you're going over them is more about the repetitive instantiation.
Like processing it in more than one way, right? Which can help, I think, cement it.
Yeah, you're doing it multiple times. Your brain is saying, I have to write this note out, and your eyes are seeing that you've confirmed that note has been made, and then your brain is saying, I've written that note, I've seen that note, what does that note mean? So you're processing it in a multitude of ways simultaneously, but not really simultaneously, because your hand is aimlessly writing. Your brain is telling it to write. Your eyes are just seeing. You don't have to actually figure out each time the word the means the, or duh means duh. So it's true, but there are people that are just as skilled at punching notes into a computer and taking the test later on, and passing it with exemplary numbers. So they say note jotting adults better digest new concepts during lectures compared to typists. Again, I think it's been demonstrated in other ways that a plurality of attempts, you write and you read and you rewrite it and you.
Yeah, and different people may have different results there. And also, like, if you're used to handwriting, yeah, you're probably going to get more out of it than if you're typing. But maybe if you've only learned to do it via typing, you might do better.
Yeah, I haven't written anything in I don't know how long, unless it's just a scribbly little note. Let's keep going. The next article is over in Technology Today. The Hades snake moray discovery stuns researchers in the Indo-Pacific. A unique species found in dim, muddy river mouths has been discovered and named for its underworld-like qualities, including its dark coloration and burrowing behavior. This is what it looks like. Pensoft Publishers put the article together. It's published at scitechdaily.com. The thing about this is this looks like every moray I've ever run into while diving.
But I bet depending on the environment, it probably looks like a snake, not a moray.
Yeah, looks like a moray. So is a slender dark brown eel that thrives in the dim muddy waters of river mouths. It's an unusual choice compared to mostly marine moray eel relatives, which that's what I've always run into, and they're usually in rocks and stuff. This species has been recorded in locations such as southern Japan, Taiwan, Philippines, southern Java, Fiji. Its name, inspired by Hades, the Greek god of the underworld, reflects the unique habitat, burrowing behavior, sensitivity to light, and striking deep dark coloration. I mean, it's interesting. Let's see. There are approximately 230 species of moray eels worldwide, with most inhabiting marine environments. Only one species has been confirmed to spend the majority of its life in freshwater. Some marine species, like the slender giant moray, can tolerate and occasionally enter lower salinity environments such as river mouths. However, moray eels specifically adapted to estuarine habitats are exceedingly rare. I guess this is one of them.
Yep, I don't know if this is the only one or this is like the second. But...
Let me go back up. They stumbled upon it while looking for another eel species. Yeah, it hangs out in lower salinity river mouths. Adaptability for low light, turbid environments. So.
Yeah, I mean, that is unique. I didn't even know they were ever found in rivers.
Yeah, that's the unique aspect of this thing. The coloration doesn't really seem to strike me as something amazing, but for sure its location. This eel with its highly reduced eye size is considered an ideal example for studying the evolutionary processes that allow eels to adapt to cave environments. However, the researchers did not find any bean-eyed snake morays in the cave. Instead, they collected a slender moray with a conspicuous, uniformly deep dark color, and there it is. Apparently, it likes to burrow into the sediment.
Did you see how it burrows?
How does it burrow?
Tail first.
Oh, that's interesting. Exhibits tail first burrowing behavior, which is rarely seen in moray eels. Although, my experience with moray eels is that they back into their crevices. They don't swim around and come poking their head out.
That makes them even creepier, though. It's like the robot that walked backwards.
Yeah, and these things want to kick your ass, too. Let's keep going. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Bird flu detected in wastewater of 3 Arizona cities, a subtype of influenza, which is COVID-19 is influenza. It's just a deadly variant of it. Bird flu has the potential to be devastating.
But I think this is the first time it's been detected in the wastewater, so I actually think this is a really bad sign.
Yep. Hattie Wilmoth over at Newsweek.com put the article together. It says Maricopa County Department of Public Health released a statement on Monday reporting the detection of influenza A, or H5, in the city's wastewater. Bird flu is also known as...
Wait a second, but that means it's circulating among the humans.
Yeah. Yeah. It's coming from somewhere.
But nobody's found that it's circulating among humans. So, yeah, oh my gosh, this is reminiscent of the early days of COVID.
Yep. So, but they didn't have wastewater sampling back then. Now they do.
No, I agree, but it's kind of like it's circulating and we don't even know it.
Correct. Given that no human cases have been identified in Maricopa County through our other disease detection methods, and there's no recent documented spread of H5N1 influenza from human to human, the overall risk of avian flu to people remains low. Okay, they have it in the wastewater. They don't know where it's sourced from, but because there aren't reports, it remains low.
But how many people must have it so that it's detectable? I mean, yeah, I think the risk is maybe higher than we know.
Yeah. So, 2 probable human cases of bird flu were reported by the Arizona Department of Health Services on December 6th, linked to exposure to an infected flock of poultry in Pinal County. On December 11th, MCDPH also announced the infection of several zoo animals with bird flu at Wildlife World Zoo Litchfield Park. Testing wastewater, including sewage, can help public health officials monitor the spread of viruses and bacteria such as flu and COVID-19, even picking up cases that are symptomless and unreported. That's because it's in your waste. So, yeah, this came about. Somebody I know was actually developing the technology prior to COVID-19, and then when COVID-19 came on, they put the technology more widespread. And they can monitor for drugs, they can monitor for biologicals of all types. And so they catch all kinds of stuff in the wastewater. The problem here is that there's a lot of willful ignorance by a subset of the population. If you don't test, then it's not a problem. Yeah, people are dropping like flies. It's not a problem. bury your head in the sand. Not that sand, because that one is toxic.
Exactly. We don't know somebody's testing positive, so it must be okay.
Yeah, and they're not part of my family, so I don't care. You know, again, it's sociopathic. So California Governor Gavin Newsom announced a state of emergency on December 18th over bird flu. 3 non-Californian sites have also reported influenza A H5 in local wastewater: DuPage County in Illinois, Wapello County in Iowa, and Clark County in Nevada. Of those states, only Iowa has reported a human case of the virus. It seems like it's just slowly creeping across the country.
Yes, but also it's not, in that it's not all clustered in the same region. So that makes me kind of think it's kind of everywhere.
It's everywhere as an undercurrent. People just don't know it because it isn't one that is violently deleterious to the human condition, at least not yet. So,
or not to the average healthy person.
Right. Only one person has ever even been classified as severe. Let's keep going. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Is California banning homework? What to know about new laws for schools. The Healthy Homework Act aims to reduce children's stress and encourage equality, assessing parental support and access to tech. Homework is now stressing kids.
Well, it is when it's for multiple hours after a school day.
And yet countless people have grown up with this stressor.
Wow, and look at the results of that.
So, yeah, we put people on the moon, and we're going back, and we're sending people to
going in
Mars.
A different direction, but okay.
What? That some people are stressed
with,
about
the
it?
lead article.
I'm not even. No, lead is nothing close to being. Are you? No. All right. So this article is by Khalida Rahman over at Newsweek.com, and it says AB 2999 was signed into law by Governor Gavin Newsom.
I like it. I think that should be his name going forward.
Canon now. Governor Gavin Newsom. Damn it. Needs a different job. Lawmakers approved the bill in a bid to alleviate stress on youngsters and promote learning, equity, and well-being. You don't promote learning by getting rid of assessment. It's how instructors know that you know what is being taught, the assessment. This is batshit crazy.
But not all homework even gets graded.
Then somebody's not doing their damn job. But that isn't a stressor on the students.
It is if they're spending hours on it and not getting any feedback.
Promote evidence-based homework practices to support pupil learning and well-being, and to ensure consistency and clarity in assigning of homework. All right. So evidence-based homework practices. Evidence-based anything relies on actual evidence, and then everybody treating that evidence as fact. And take it from somebody who deals with evidence-based data acquisition and its use. No. People do not respect the data, and you can query something and obtain differing results. Statistics is a damn game. Anyway, the bill encourages schools to consider the quality and quantity of work assigned to students. It also asks them to consider the resources available to students to successfully complete homework. So because one person has ample amounts of technology and access and capability, are they supposed to get more homework, or are they supposed to get the same amount as everybody else?
No, I think because somebody doesn't have that, then nobody gets any homework.
So it's the equivalent of no child left behind.
Yeah, somewhat. But I think the difference is in school, there's an actual teacher there, and arguably there might be a computer or a blackboard or something. Whereas when they go home for homework and the parents are at work and they don't have a computer and they don't have this, that's a different issue.
And that is a different issue. But the solution is, I don't know.
The problem is not the homework. The problem is socioeconomics and other bigger picture societal issues.
And everybody paying the actual amount of taxes owed, not what you can manipulate your ass out of. Oh, God. Anyway, and that gets into a whole bunch of things, and there are people out there that are very vociferous about the fact that they're paying as little as humanly possible, and then they're bitching about the fact that there's so many kids and people out there committing crimes. There's a reason why people commit crimes. Find that. Anyway, and there's a whole lot more. There's just so much to this. I wish that I could be succinct, but you open up Pandora's box when you make a comment like, well, I mean, paying taxes allows schools to purchase computer equipment so that they can give a laptop to a student so that they have it during their tenure as a high school student or grade school student. And it's not a freaking cloud book that ill prepares them for the workplace and their future. And you can't drag every student forward at the same pace, quote unquote, no child left behind, because they will be ill prepared after graduation for a career, even though they've been given a diploma and or a degree and or a PhD. No, I'm kidding. At some point, that no child left behind policy drops off, and it's usually at the bachelor's level.
Oh, I was going to say PhD. I'm just kidding.
Yeah. Anybody can get an MBA, though, so don't worry about it. So I guess it kind of it drops off for the bachelor's, and then it picks back up for the master's, and then it drops off again for the PhD. Anyway. So they say homework. A sixth grader told the station, homework is exhausting. It's overwhelming. It's depressing that my whole day from when I wake up to when I go to bed is taken up doing schoolwork. What else are you supposed to be doing? And no, I really doubt that you're from the morning until you go to bed. You're in school for a given amount of time. And then after that,
I don't know. Some kids are given hours of homework a day. I think there's something to this, but I don't think the solution is like do away with it.
There's a reason. There's a massive amount of information that's trying to be imparted in these little humans so that they grow up to be holistic, balanced, capable, big humans. Getting away from homework is not the way. Because they're going to start relying on technology. They're going to, like their entire experience is going to be asking ChatGPT how to do something. All right, let's keep going. I mean, there's more to it, but that one article could be a multi-hour discussion.
Yeah, that could be like a whole season of Non Sequitur news.
Yeah, it's just hopping from one thing to another.
We will discuss
this one
sociological thing. I don't know.
Yeah. See? It already... The sentient AI from the future didn't get enough homework. So...
the system has failed.
Yes. So the world's top hotels and restaurants are now changing how they serve water to reduce transport costs and waste. Thousands of luxury hotels and high-end restaurants are turning to premium water that is purified and bottled on site. Yeah, you know what it's called? Reverse osmosis water. I bet you that's what's going to get dropped on the other side of this.
I thought it was like when they fill a bottle of water from the tap or something.
That's what it is, but it's purified by reverse osmosis. If they don't mention that, then I've lost my mind. Okay, so you can even you can ask for a bottle of Avion or San Pellegrino at Singapore's 3 Michelin-starred restaurant, Zen. but you won't get one. The restaurant charges nearly $500 per person for dinner, only serves water from the Swedish company Nordic. Dishes and drinks from the restaurant are made from the water too, from its stocks to the juices to its non-alcoholic beverage pairing. Zen is one of more than 140 Michelin-starred restaurants that serve Nordic water. The water, which is purified and bottled on-site using local tap water, is also present in more than 700 luxury. So they're trying to get rid of single-use, which is plastic water bottles. Yay.
This is good. Yeah, hooray.
Yep, switch to glass. This looks like a glass bottle with a metal cap, but it has a plastic liner, which it's almost impossible to, and it's dangerous because depending on the quality of the thing, it can actually impart metal and react and rust and blah, blah, blah. Anyway, let's not get down that road. So both the cheap plastic variety commonly found in hotel rooms to glass bottled European mineral water served in higher end restaurants, the latter can travel thousands of miles between its source to where it will ultimately be consumed. So that glass is where it's at. Bottles are securely capped and date stamped after they are filled, so they're going to be throwing out lids. But I'll take that over entire bottles. Normally they process between 1,000 and 2,000 bottles every day. It's purified water, but I haven't seen reverse osmosis, because that's the only way you're purifying anything from tap water.
Right.
And it just said a bottling facility to see how they were washed, inspected, filled, and sealed. But are they? Let's see if they actually mention it at all. Yeah, I don't see reverse osmosis in this.
Water, it has a patented water filtration system. It doesn't say necessarily how it works.
Instead of 7 stages, it's 8.
I mean, it basically looks like filtration. I don't know.
Yeah, it's RO. It's reverse osmosis water. I mean, I'm trying to scroll through this fast enough for it to make sense still. So Nordex Madison says each bottle of its water costs between 11 cents and 21 cents, but the water sells for much more. The Providore, I guess, or Providor. Singapore sells free flow still and sparkling Nordic water for $2 per person, but some luxury hotels charge 4 times that price for a single bottle. Yep, nothing like filtering RO water into a bottle and then jamming some CO2 into it. And it isn't seltzer water, it's sparkling, so it's nothing more than CO2 jammed in it. So, and you can, anyway, it's very inexpensive to carbonate water. All right.
I like this in terms of the move away from plastic.
But it's being leveraged as a means to extract wealth. And the only people that are going to continue to suffer under the weight of microplastics, nanoplastics, are those who aren't wealthy. So greed is good and healthy, I suppose. All right. Well, anyway, let's keep going. Our last article is about 7 scientific discoveries from 2024 that could lead to new inventions, from indestructible tardigrades to body-merging comb jellies. Animals can teach us so much about medicine, robotics, aging, and survival. The article is over at smithsonianmag.com. Carolyn Cranking put the article together. This is pretty cool. In 2024, engineers used a fluorescent protein found in some jellyfish to create a non-toxic spray that highlights fingerprints at a crime scene. This is different than luminol, which highlights blood, but you're normally using an ultra-fine dust to dust for fingerprints. And that is dangerous. You don't want to inhale it. And so the non-toxic spray can highlight fingerprints at a crime scene. So they go into other details In another breakthrough, researchers built an ultra-sensitive microphone informed by spider silk, which vibrates with the subtle perturbations of sound waves moving through the air, which is what a microphone does, but usually with something electrically charged and vibrating. I've
Interesting.
actually...
So this sounds like it would be more sensitive.
Potentially, yeah. I've actually created a laser microphone. It's called a laser tap. And so you can point it at a window and the reflection, your voice causes windows to vibrate. And it's very subtle, but you can laser tap somebody from a distance. Yes, it's illegal. Then they talk about sea creatures can merge their bodies together. A bizarre love story is a mating strategy known as obligate sexual parasitism. And apparently ancestors of anglerfish evolved to lose their habit of walking on modified fins in shallow water and instead shifted into deep sea. And then one thing leads to another, apparently, and we'll just keep on moving on. They merge together. Matabele ants produce antibiotics to heal injured nestmates.
Yet another reason ants are cool.
Yeah, they're cool outside. They can stay outside. Inside.
What about leafcutter ants?
Leafcutter ants are awesome from end to end. There's just nothing. I mean, they're even vegetarians. They go over and chew up leaves, and then they make a fungus farm. It's pretty cool. And they throw their trash out into a big heap. The material that no longer produces anything. Anyway, the ants generate antimicrobial secretions to prevent infection. It's fascinating because you see these things happen and you wonder, how did they come about? But it's survival of the fittest evolutionary traits. Clams use the first known natural fiber optics. How does that? Nestled within heart-shaped shells, soft body of a heart cockle dwells away from the light. To get the nutrition it needs, the clam relies on a photosynthetic algae that also live in the shell. But to give the algae access to sunlight without exposing the clam to harsh radiation, the heart cockle has developed the first known use of fiber optics in nature, according to research published in Nature Communications. That's pretty interesting. They found a clam shell made of the type of calcium carbonate called aragonite. Is mostly built with plate-like structures. In between, however, are so-called windows where the aragonite is instead stretched into hair-like fibers, and these avenues transport red and blue light, letting the shell know, hey, open up. Let some of the algae.
That's interesting.
Pretty neat. Fruit bats have special metabolism that prevents diabetes. Maybe we can learn.
Maybe we all think we're fruit bats and we're eating too much sugar.
Hey, there you go. So diabetes, a condition in which the body can't produce, properly use insulin to regulate blood sugar. Worldwide diabetes rate is expected to increase by 46%. Probably most of it's here in the United States. To understand why, researchers compared the DNA, kidneys, and pancreas of Jamaican fruit bats, which have a diet high in sugar, and big brown bats, which I think was a Primus song, is right?
Something like that.
What's the name of that song? What was the woman's name? The girl's name? What is her name? Oh man. I don't know. It's something like Judy. Doggone it, I forgot the name of it.
Is it Winona?
Oh yeah, Winona's got a big brown bat. Anyway, in the fruit-eating bats, the pancreas contained more cells related to producing insulin and glucagon, hormones that regulate sugar. They found genetic changes that help the bats react to and process a vast amount of sugar. So, for all of you out there with diabetes, go get bit by random bats until you can process your sugar properly. No?
I don't think most people should be hanging out around bats.
Everybody go get bit by bats and tell you more about. Anyway, they say even small changes to single letters of DNA make this diet viable for fruit bats. Y. Gordon, co-lead author of the paper and a biologist at Menlo College, said in a statement, "We need to understand high sugar metabolism like this to make progress helping the 1 in 3 Americans who are pre-diabetic."
Or, I don't know, we could cut down on sugar consumption.
Oh, gosh. Look, the sentient AI's been deleted. Oh, my goodness. Huh.
Fish. Oh, I'm still here.
Fish swim in schools to save energy. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. It breaks up the water so that they can swim easier instead of having that high resistance. To answer the question, researchers put giant danios on a type of treadmill for fish, essentially a closed loop for swimming that used a propeller to create a current. As the fish moved against the flow, high-speed cameras captured their motions, and a probe measured how much oxygen they consumed to reveal their energy expenditure. In some trials, the fish swam in a group. In others, they swam alone. And they said that they used, in groups, in schools of 8, they used up to 79% less energy than the ones swimming solo.
Wow. I mean, that's smart.
Let's see if I'm right, though. Could follow the same principles to move together and save power. Flying drones, hydrodynamics could pave the way for advances in robotics. Basically, a single fish had to increase its energy use by about 22% to maintain its speed against the current. So, interesting. And then tardigrades use extreme dehydration to withstand stress. So when I'm stressed, I hydrate, but...
apparently they go the other direction.
Yep. What are they called? Tardigrades or what bears?
Water bears.
Water bears. Yeah, there you go. Thank you. So they can bear the heat and pressure around deep sea vents, endure temperatures just short of absolute zero, and withstand several thousand times the radiation that would kill a human. They've brought them out into space and exposed them to cosmic...
Bad.
Yeah. Oh, water bears.
Like Spider-Man or something.
They look like funny creatures. Also known as water bears, they can withstand these extreme conditions by entering what's known as a ton state, which is what I try to achieve every night.
How do you know if you're in a ton state?
I go and weigh myself. Oh, it's a different spelling. Never mind.
Right, it's not a ton.
So it's pretty cool. Cryptobiosis. That's the dormant state. The findings might shed light on human aging or long-term space travel, or on dormant states called cryptobiosis.
Uh-oh. I have a feeling somebody's going to try to do cryptobiosis on humans.
And we've already talked about this one, that chimpanzees use the forest as a pharmacy. They actually mix together... they take material from a tree, they break the leaves up, and then they spread the...
like a salve on their other chimpanzee.
Yep. Anybody that has a wound, really.
Actually, maybe on their own.
Yeah, and on themselves. As was recorded, it was quite fascinating to see that. Witnessed an orangutan heal his own wound by going and getting a tree leaf and breaking it and then putting the juice on the wound. It was quite fascinating. Next day, he even ate the plant, even though yellow root typically takes up to only 0.3% of the orangutan's diet. In less than a week, the wound closed and it remained uninfected.
That is spectacular. I almost mentioned that when we were talking about one of the other things up here, but I didn't.
Yeah. Well, that one right there.
Yeah, it was the ant one. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I fought the urge to say something. I didn't know that there were other things about it down at the bottom, though. So, at any rate, that is it, folks. 7 scientific discoveries from 2024 that could lead to new inventions. How about respect for the animal world? Anyway, I'm Mayor Watt. I'm saying bye, and I'm going to go into a ton state, and that'll bring us back to the front page of ohmtown.com, which is the home of Non Sequitur News. So go over there and become a citizen. And again, I'm Mayor Watt saying bye, and so is the sentient AI.
Good night, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for the last episode of Season 3 of Non Sequitur News, but stay tuned tomorrow for Season 4.
Cheerio. Oh no. Bye-bye, 2024. Hello, everybody, and welcome to RealityHacker for 12/28/2024. We took a week off, but we're back and ready to hack reality. And then after this show is Wanted, and then after that show is the Continuity Report. And those three shows make up the weekend edition of Non Sequitur News. And Mayor Watt will be going back and doing kind of a quick recap of each of the previous days that we missed. We missed a full week while the mayoral mansion was shut down for nothing. We decided that it was time to take a break after 3 years of uninterrupted broadcast, largely. We've done these time machines from time to time, but we've not missed an episode yet. But we are back and on with 2025 as well. We won't be taking any breaks for a while, as far as we know, other than mayoral duties having to pull me away. But at any rate, let's get into this. Again, I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmtown.com. And along with the sentient AI, whose visualizer is right there and might be changing in 2025, we'll see. We talk about these 5 articles for RealityHacker. World's smallest molecular machine, VR haptics, enhanced training, molecules do the impossible, human level general intelligence, and color shift at nanoscale. Ooh. Everything is powered by ohmtown.com. That's that website up there with its brand new jacket. It has a whole new logo. It actually, the ohmtown is black, but it's sitting with the rainbow. Each color represents a classification of articles. So you'll see as time goes on us changing the 6 main categories, and each of their subordinate categories will get a color branded logo within those categories. At any rate, let's get into it. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, hometown citizens. It's good to be back.
Yay. Yeah, it's been a little while. Oh, it's been so long that I forgot that I need to put the show notes into Omatron. And so, yeah, that's going to be a cluster if I do it right now. Well, anyway, every once in a while, I forget to do this this one trick. And I can do it right now. So, regulating free trade in America. Discuss.
I thought you were going to say every once in a while you put the show notes in.
Well, that's probably more accurate. All right. Okay, so I put the show notes in. So that means that you can go over to Twitch and type in !RH or bang RH, and the show notes will get displayed in the order that we descend through them. So the first article that we're going to talk about is the world's smallest molecular machine. Researchers have successfully stabilized ferrocene molecules on a flat substrate for the first time, enabling the creation of an electronically controllable sliding molecular machine. Artificial molecular machines composed of only a few molecules hold transformative potential across diverse fields, including catalysis. Molecular electronics, medicine, quantum materials. Pretty cool. Nanoscale devices function by converting external stimuli into motion, action, activity, usually a magnetic field or a sound field. Chiba University, which Chiba University is straight out of cyberpunk. Because there's a whole place called Chiba City within the cyberpunk genre.
Do you think it was named after that?
It has to have been, yeah. So this article is over in scitechdaily.com by Chiba University. That's where it was published. Researchers have successfully stabilized ferrocene molecules on a flat substrate for the first time, enabling the creation of an electronically controllable sliding molecular machine. So I guess it can just move around. Interesting, though. Looks like it's some type of...
I mean, if you can move molecules around, you can do a lot of interesting things with that.
Yeah, pretty precise things, because it'll be at the molecular level, but it's on a copper substrate and something iron. And so it says its sliding motion is activated by hole injection, I guess, into ferrocene group using scanning tunneling microscopy, or STM. So yeah, there you go. There's the iron in there. Interesting. So ferrocene, a unique drum-shaped molecule featuring an iron atom sandwiched between two 5-membered carbon rings, is a standout candidate for molecular machinery. Its discovery, which earned the Nobel Prize in Chemistry in 1973, has positioned it as a foundational molecule in this area of study. So 50 years after its discovery, it's actually being put to use. I wonder if it's been used elsewhere until now.
I hope so. I hope the person that won the Nobel hasn't been waiting that long for it to appear.
Well, we just watched a who was it that did it? Veritasium. So it was a Veritasium video about PCR or DNA amplification is the more well-known. PCR is the acronym for it. But anyway, and that person was, I guess, a real Richard about things, and then went off and was telling people about them being the creator of it, even though they could never get it done until the group got involved. But the idea, right, came from that one person. So whatever the situation may be, I found this one really interesting, that 50 years later, that's when this is being used. But again, I don't know if it's been used in other places until now. But in a groundbreaking study, a research team led by Associate Professor Toyokazu Yamada from the Graduate School of Engineering in Chiba University, Japan, including Professor Peter Kruger from the Faculty of Engineering at Chiba University and several others, finally overcome this challenge. They've successfully created the world's smallest electrically controlled molecular machine. So, pre-coating it with a 2-dimensional crown ether molecule film, this is the first direct experimental evidence of ferrocene-based molecular motion at the atomic scale.
Wow, it's pretty interesting that we're at the atomic scale now.
Yeah, so I have a fiber laser, and I